Chapter 1. Is this Marvel? You have bound 2 races and chosen the profession of a swordsman. Welcome to the world of sword spirit. The university student, Xifeng, who was on summer vacation and indulging in video games, looked at the selection of races and professions before him and clicked next without hesitation. Strange. Is there a bug? Why do I have 2 races? Xifeng scratched his head, but paid little mind to it after all. He hadn't played this game in quite some time. He had abandoned it due to the exorbitant expenses required, and today was merely a nostalgic excursion into his youth. Dad, turn down the volume on the TV. Don't set it to 50. Xifeng shouted toward the living room where his father was watching Marvel. All right, I got it, his father replied, lowering the volume and closing the living room door. Before shutting the door, he knocked on Xifeng's bedroom door. Xifeng, don't play for too long. Get some rest. Don't worry, Dad. Xifeng stretched his limbs and entered the server. Then, he was engulfed by a blue light and plummeted at light speed. He fell endlessly until bang. He crashed on a massive platform, creating a large crater. WTF. In Stark Tower, Tony and Pepper, who were preparing to toast, were startled by the sudden noise and rushed outside to investigate. Ugh. Xifeng sat up, rubbing his head. Okay, wait, no pain. He stood and examined his but no blood, no wounds, and his clothes were intact. Had he become superhuman? Excuse me, may I ask where you came from? At that moment, Tony approached Xifeng, holding glass. This floor is quite hard. You're not injured. Who are you? Xifeng, staring at the familiar face of the man before him, found himself at a loss for words. You don't recognize me? Tony Stark chuckled. No matter. However, I suggest you put on some shoes before entering, and then tell me how you arrived at my tower. What happened outside? Pepper inquired as she poured drinks. Tony tilted his head. I don't know. Jarvis, do you have any information? At that moment, a calm and clear voice, tinged with a mechanical chill yet warm and personable, resonated. Sir, he fell from the sky for no apparent reason. According to my calculations, falling from 1,000 meters onto the 300-meter Stark Tower at 15.6 milliseconds is sufficient to cause fatal injury to an adult, yet he remains unharmed. Jarvis, are you suggesting he is some kind of Superman? Tony took a sip and asked. Sir, that is one way to interpret it, Jarvis replied. I've entered. Xifeng now clearly understood he was in the Marvel universe after all. He could still comprehend some English, and Jarvis's voice was all too familiar to him. Sir, your phone. I believe my programming has been altered, Jarvis stated, just as Tony's smartphone began to ring. That hardly resembles a mobile phone. Stark, we need to have a conversation, echoed the voice of Agent Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Xifeng felt as though all his senses were heightened. He could distinctly hear the sound of the elevator in operation. Someone is ascending in the elevator. Tony Stark remained silent, choosing to set his phone down and gaze intently at the elevator doors, while his companion, Potts, also cast a curious glance in that direction. Agent Coulson is inside, Jarvis interjected. The doors slid open, revealing Coulson, who entered holding a stack of documents. Stark, why did you answer the call without speaking? Coulson inquired, puzzled. Nothing much, I was conducting an experiment. He glanced at Xifeng, who stood quietly with his hands clasped, and poured himself a drink to place on the table. Phil, come in, Potts invited, then turned to Xifeng. Would you care for a drink, sir? No, I don't drink, Xifeng replied as he approached. How can someone your age abstain from alcohol? Tony questioned, intrigued. And who is this? Coulson asked, directing his attention towards Xifeng. I believe this gentleman may not be suited to our forthcoming discussion. That Coulson's words seemed to trigger something within Xifeng, whose hands instinctively began to move, summoning 5 sword blades that materialized behind him, alongside activating the Iron Will and Guardian's Command. My goodness. Tony Stark exclaimed, quickly pushing Potts aside as he donned his Iron Man suit in an attempt to intercept Xifeng. Agent, please, quell your urge to evict me from this situation. I can't restrain myself, Xifeng shouted, realizing he was about to unleash the Windblade. Coulson, demonstrating the composure of a seasoned agent, managed to remain calm as the blade approached his throat. Xifeng, startled by the sword he held the sky, sword thought to himself, goodness, I have become a swordsman. This level is quite impressive. Sir, would you be interested in joining our Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics? Coulson asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Becoming our agent could afford you a fine pair of shoes. Oh, no. Thank you. Xifeng quickly declined, attempting to retract the sword. I prefer to earn my own money for shoes. Those shoes you wear are valued at $10,000, Tony remarked, timing his comment perfectly. The staggering price caused Xifeng to hurriedly remove his shoes. He has decent character, Coulson noted, recognizing the young man's inherent kindness. What is your name? Potts inquired, her admiration evident. You were quite impressive just now. Coulson also turned his attention to him, impressed that I suppose one might call me the juggler. Tony jested as he downed his drink. And my name is Xifeng, he replied. That's a lovely name, Coulson remarked. Sir, I still hope you might excuse yourself. Coulson gathered the documents in his hands and gestured for Xifeng to step aside. I believe I could be of assistance. Xifeng offered, a hint of shyness in his voice. Suddenly, a circle appeared beneath Xifeng's feet, and he fell into it. What skill is this? Tony's heart was startled twice today. Coulson recalled the name West Wind. 12 romantic. Over there, Boz was chatting and kissing Tony, while Coulson stood quietly. Turning his face away, he felt like an enormous light bulb, questioning whether his presence today was ill-mediced he have arrived earlier, tea or water. Sitting across from West Wind was a bald woman clad in a yellow robe. Tea, I suppose. West Wind replied with a hint of shyness. The Ancient One glanced at him and began brewing tea, adding a touch of honey. Natural honey, drink up. The Ancient One handed the tea over. It's delicious, West Wind exclaimed, cradling the teacup with both hands. Well, you may leave now. The Ancient One rose, opening a shimmering golden portal for West Wind. Just like that, I can leave? West Wind questioned, puzzled. Wasn't the sorcerer supposed to ask him something? Previous encounters had always involved questions and assurances. I'm not providing a meal, however. You may take a piece of bread. The Ancient One gestured towards the snacks on the tea table. Thank you. West Wind quickly grabbed a piece of bread and stepped through the portal. As he glanced back at the necklace around the Ancient One's neck, he swallowed hard. Perhaps he should return to examine it later. Oh dear, it's late time arrest. The Ancient One left the tea room, hands clasped behind her back. Why are you back again? Noticing the portal that had appeared out of thin air and West Wind stepping out, Tony closed the virtual screen. I think I'm homeless now, West Wind admitted sheepishly. Have you eaten? Tony interrupted. No, but I can cook. I'm quite the chef. West Wind replied eagerly. My culinary skills are top-notch. There's some food left on the table, but it should be cold by now. Tony pointed to a nearby table with some burgers on it. Oh, burgers. West Wind's enthusiasm deflated. Go on, Tony urged. As West Wind devoured the food, Tony sat back in his chair, tablet in hand, quietly observing him. What are you staring at? There's absolutely no trace of you online. So tell me, where do you come from? Tony inquired. And how did you summon those blades? Was it micro-wormhole transportation? West Wind set down his fries and began to explain. How should I put it? I come from another Earth, the same Earth in a different world. West Wind struck a sword-wielding pose, and the sky-sorted temporal weapon, though its classification eluded him, materialized in his hand. Would you like to see it? West Wind offered it. It's glowing, and it looks quite nice. Tony chuckled. Had I not witnessed its power earlier, I would have thought it a mere children's toy. Tony held the sky sword and approached the inspection table for Jarvis to conduct an analysis. Shortly thereafter, Jarvis provided his report. Sir, the materials constituting this blade are entirely foreign to any element found on Earth. Truly sharp, Tony remarked, effortlessly slicing through the edge of the table with just a light touch of the sky sword. Suddenly, the sword began to resist, slipping from Tony's grasp and flying back into the body of West Wind. Observing West Wind's fervent consumption of food, Tony fell into contemplation. When West Wind had satisfied his hunger, Tony approached him. Can you drive? Tony queried, producing a car key. You should stay at my place tonight. I have a guest room. I can't. Tony's pupils dilated in disbelief. Are you joking? You must be at least 20 years old. You can't drive? I haven't obtained my driver's license. West Wind lowered his head. Sigh. Tony contemplated saying something, but found himself at a loss for words. Only able to exhale a weary sigh. Jarvis, I'll leave the driving to you. I need to take a nap. Tony commanded the car's intelligence system before donning a sleep mask. How luxurious, he mused, gazing at the grand villa before him. In his previous world, he would have never been able to afford such a place in a lifetime. What are you still doing standing there? Come inside, Tony called to the dazed West Wind as he opened the door to— Oh, right, West Wind hurriedly followed. The guest room has a bathroom and clean clothes. I'm going to rest. If you have any questions, ask Jarvis. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him. Given the late hour, West Wind opted for an early rest. Sir, I encounter a rather intriguing individual at the Stark residence. Agent Coulson spoke to the screen, displaying Nick Fury's bald visage aboard the aircraft. His name is West Wind. He possesses formidable combat skills, but appears somewhat inexperienced. My research indicates he seems to have materialized out of thin air. Nick Fury pondered for a moment. What do you make of him? He resembles a big child. Have someone keep an eye on him. After all, it's unusual for someone like him to appear at such a critical juncture. Understood. Meanwhile, aboard the plane, Captain America, Steve Rogers, dressed in a brown jacket over a shirt, inquired of Coulson as he approached. "Who is West Wind?" "Captain, I believe you will become acquainted with him in due time." Upon hearing this, Steve refrained from asking further questions. "Oh, Dr. Banner intends to replicate the serum I was injected with?" "Many have attempted, Captain," Coulson replied. "Yet only you have succeeded. You are the world's first superhero." Jarvis, where is the kitchen? Early in the morning, West Wind awoke and, after finishing his grooming, inquired within the empty mansion. No one responded, but a green arrow appeared on the floor, guiding him. After preparing a breakfast with an abundance of ingredients, West Wind summoned the sky sword and made his way to the expansive balcony to practice his swordsmanship. Last night, before retiring to bed, the system informed him that upon ascending to a higher level, he could unlock additional professions. Furthermore, if he were to acquire a few gemstones to utilize slightly, he could unveil unique forms, such as the Temporal Swordmaster. In pursuit of this ambition, West Wind commenced a diligent endeavor. This moment, within a narrow alleyway, crush the insects of Earth. Does that even qualify as a campaign? An alien scoffed at Loki, who had donned his divine armor. "I was once a king," Loki retorted defiantly. In my eyes, you were merely a usurper of a throne," the alien replied. Loki's expression darkened with ire. "Is your army truly as invincible as you claim? At present, your forces remain under my dominion." The alien instantaneously materialized before Loki, extending a hand, only to slowly retract it. "Ensure you take great care of the cosmic cube and commence the war," the alien admonished. "Should you fail, should the cube vanish, no matter where you flee, we shall track you down." Chapter 2. The Eve of War. Young man, cease your swordplay and prepare yourself. We are departing for Stuttgart, Germany. At this moment, Tony had donned his iron armor. "How am I supposed to get there?" asked Westwind, wiping the sweat from his brow, perplexed. "You can fly, but I cannot. I glide on the wind." "Indeed. You can glide on the wind?" Tony quipped. "Jarvis, give him a lift." He shaped his hands into a trumpet. "Certainly, sir." A suit of iron armor enveloped Westwind from behind. The visor has closed. After soaring for an extended duration, the two arrived above 28 Cunard Street. Below, Steve was engaged in a scuffle with Loki. "Are you ready for a spectacular opening?" Westwind exclaimed with immense excitement, for he was about to make a grand entrance. The armor opened, and Westwind activated his wind gliding, wielding the wind blade. Unbeknownst to those below, he stepped down upon Loki. "Captain, greetings." Westwind addressed the man in uniform before him. "Westwind, is it?" Steve responded. "Yes." At that moment, a flamboyant melody resonated through the air as Tony approached Westwind, activating all the weaponry at his disposal. "Kid, looking sharp." "Thank you." Westwind gestured appreciatively. Now, all eyes turned to Loki, who lay beneath Westwind's feet. "Bambi, do you have anything to say?" Tony inquired. "Westwind, you can let him up now." "Understood." Westwind released his foot, yet he did not lower the sky blade in his grasp. "You are formidable, but not at this moment. Perhaps you could defeat my brother." Loki glared at Westwind, the murderous intent emanating from the sword so potent that even the Frost Prince felt a chill. "Is that so?" "Thank you." Westwind hoisted Loki to his feet. "However, it would be wise for you to disarm and comply. We shall escort you back." Loki obediently relinquished his arms, raising his hands high. On the aircraft, a gathering of individuals began conversing with Westwind, while Loki remained silent, fixated on him. "Though your identity raises some doubts, I trust you. You are not a bad person." Steve extended his hand toward Westwind. "Thank you." Westwind accepted the handshake. "When you find the time, consider obtaining a driver's license," Tony suggested. "Then, I will arrange a job for you." "Why are you being so kind to me?" Westwind felt deeply touched. "You demolished the roof of my tower. Am I to be moved to the point of death?" Natasha Romanoff, piloting the aircraft, observed Westwind for a moment before refocusing on her flying. "Lightning is coming," Westwind remarked suddenly, his gaze fixed on the rear door of the plane. "Lightning?" Tony noticed Loki shrink back slightly. "What, are you afraid of lightning?" "I fear not the lightning. It is the company that accompanies it that I dislike," Loki replied. As something fell upon the aircraft, Tony donned his helmet. While Steve tightened his grip on his shield, Tony opened the rear door of the plane, and Thor made a grand entrance. Before Tony could unleash his repulsor, Thor struck him with a mighty blow, sending him flying, but the wind caught him, swiftly maneuvering to stand before Thor in a sword-fighting stance. How swift! Thor braced himself, and for a moment, the two appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. Once Thor seized Loki and departed the aircraft, the wind leaped after them, carried by the gusts. "Stark, we need an assault plan," Steve shouted from behind. "I have a plan. Let us go." Tony glanced back at Steve before diving down. With no other recourse, Steve, parachute in hand, followed suit. While Thor and Loki engaged in jovial conversation, the wind approached them from behind, soon followed by Tony and Steve. "What is their relationship?" Tony inquired. Lifting his helmet to observe, Thor gripping Loki by the throat. They are brothers, the wind replied. Shouldn't brothers share a bond stronger than blood? Why then? The choking? Steve questioned, perplexed. Did you not hear? That unfortunate child, Loki, is adopted, Tony chuckled. At once, Thor turned upon hearing Tony's voice. Retrieving his hammer from the ground and advancing. Oh dear, this could become problematic, Tony remarked as he closed his helmet. Odinson, Loki shouted. Why don't you turn and look at me? Thus began a fray among 5 individuals, the god of mischief, the god of thunder, the sword wielder, the armored one, and the shield thrower. Tony, I need her superiority. The wind struggled to fend off Thor's hammer. I've always had her superiority. Tony, soaring above and unleashing blasts, replied in confusion. I mean, can you throw them into the sky? Consider it done, Tony exclaimed, lifting Loki skyward. Behold, the clouds dance, the sword beckons, and the dragon chases the sun and the moon. This relentless onslaught left Loki utterly defenseless. You threw a decoy, Loki fumed, transforming into light and vanishing, leaving the wind utterly exasperated. Observing Loki winking at him from a distance, Tony was at a loss for words. Thor, now visibly displeased, declared, though my brother has committed many misdeeds, he is still my brother. With that, Thor raised his hammer and summoned lightning. While aware that the lightning was merely intended to recharge Tony, the wind felt compelled to test the efficacy of their thunderous command. The 2 bolts of lightning clashed at their center, creating a powerful explosion that sent everyone flying. Wind, wind. Tony hurriedly excavated the wind from the ground. Are you all right? He asked, patting the wind's face. The wind shook their head vigorously and, propping up their sword, stood tall, declaring, I'm fine. Cease this meaningless brawl. At last, Steve has arrived, leaping down from the tree to halt the actions of the 3. I am here to put an end to Loki's schemes. Do not impede me. Thor swung his hammer, eager to proceed further. A commendable notion, but you would do well to relinquish your hammer. Steve faced Thor, poised for confrontation. He adores his hammer and will not part with it. Tony interjected. TSK. Thor turned sharply toward Tony. Do you wish for me to drop my hammer? Do you still seek to fight? Xifeng brandished the sky sword, preparing to draw it. You have merely lived a bit longer, you lad. Well, I am older than you. You ought to heed my words. Lower your sword. Thor engaged Xifeng in a physical clash. Xifeng remained silent, instead unleashing his sword through the manipulation of air. You want me to relinquish my sword? Bang. With a thunderous explosion, the 2 were once again thrown apart. Xifeng. Tony swiftly flew over to catch him, while Thor was caught by a compassionate Loki. I am unscathed. With Tony's assistance, Xifeng seated himself cross-legged to recover. Brother, are you all right? At that moment, Thor limped over and extended his hand toward the meditating Xifeng. You have lost blood. What do you think? Xifeng grasped Thor's hand and stood. Then, Xifeng, Thor, Tony, and Steve exchanged silent glances. On the spacecraft, after securing Loki, Nick Fury proceeded to the command room to investigate the commotion caused by these individuals. I am hungry. Observing the silence, Xifeng raised his hand. Natasha tossed him a piece of bread, which he deftly caught and began to eat. Brother, may I borrow your sword for a moment? In exchange, I can let you play with my hammer. Thor chuckled at the sight of Xifeng devouring his food. Walking over with his hammer in hand, Xifeng placed his sword upon the table, neglecting Thor's hammer. Witnessing this scene, Thor felt somewhat awkward yet curious about what weapon could rival his own hammer. What metal is this? Thor pondered, gazing at the sky sword, perplexed as such a material seemed absent in Asgard. Thor's remark caught the attention of Dr. Banner, who mentioned that Tony had told him. Since it could not be detected there, he possessed no significant technology. Thor set down the sky sword and took a seat to rest. Thor, what is Loki planning? Steve inquired, observing the dazed Thor. He commands an army of Chitauri from an unknown realm. Thor replied, Loki intends to lead this army to conquer Earth. I believe he will utilize the Tesseract for an exchange. Loki also abducted an astrophysicist and one of our finest agents. Natasha added, Loki has enchanted them into submission. As Banner fiddled with the trinket in his hand, he began to jest about Loki. Mind your words, he is my brother, Natasha interjected. Your brother has killed 80 people in just 2 days. Adopted, Banner added. You, my dear child, possess quite a bit of strength, Tony remarked, squeezing the arm of the slender Wind, who, despite lacking bulk, was remarkably sturdy. Overwhelmed by the technical jargon, Wind felt his mind swirl in confusion. Young lad, from whence do you hail? Natasha inquired, sitting beside Wind and playfully teasing him. Natasha, he is merely a newly minted adult. He cannot withstand this, Banner cautioned. Attempting to shield Wind from her banner, Wind swallowed hard and slowly edged away. I have a sticker of Steve. Would you like it? He offered as he approached Coulson, slipping the stamp into his hand. With the swiftness of an agent, Coulson tucked it into his pocket. Thank you, he replied, as Wind turned to leave. A smile graced his face. No need for thanks. Tony, your language translator is exceptionally useful. As Wind toyed with the exquisitely crafted headphones, he felt a surge of delight. Oh, a black-balled head. The translated English spilled forth, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Nick Fury sighed deeply, dismissing the matter with the child. Don't you think Earth can sometimes be far more beautiful than Asgard? He mused while standing beside Thor, both admiring the night sky. You seem to know quite a bit about Asgard, Thor remarked. Weren't you just telling us about it? Wind chuckled, reflecting on how minuscule humanity appeared from the heavens. In my youthful ignorance, I yearned for war, Thor murmured, gazing at the horizon. You have been to battle. I, however, have never taken a life, Wind said, patting Thor on the shoulder. When time permits, I shall take you to Asgard to meet my father and mother, and perhaps we could slay a dragon together. What do you think? Thor began to entice. A splendid idea. I accept, Wind replied. The group gathered in the laboratory, and what began as a few simple exchanges quickly escalated into a fervent debate. You all are quite childish. S-H-I-E-L-D monitors all threats. If my family were still manufacturing arms, he wouldn't escape. Aren't you the center of attention? As tensions rose, Wind, already prepared with his protective sword, drew several blades across the throats of the group, their cold gleams snapping everyone back to reality. You ought to reflect upon yourselves. Where has your composure gone? Wind grasped the scepter firmly, regaining focus. The others gazed nervously at the mind scepter he placed upon the table. At that moment, the monitoring device began to beep. Still noisy? Wind interjected, using his sword to separate Steve and Tony. Come now, if you wish to fight, you must first contend with me. Bang. The aircraft carrier erupted in a violent explosion, causing a tumultuous jolt that destabilized its center of gravity. The director reported to Nick Fury about the external detonation of the carrier and the shutdown of engine number 3. Stark, can you hear me? Nick Fury shouted. I'm on my way. Thor, Wind, go and stop Dr. Banner. Can you manage that? Steve designated 2 individuals with sufficient combat prowess. Thor and Wind exchanged a glance, fist bumped, and dashed towards the Hulk. Thor, Wind exclaimed, catching Thor who had been sent flying by a blast from Banner. We need to devise a strategy to calm everyone down. He won't calm down, Thor retorted, brandishing his hammer and unleashing a torrent of lightning towards the Hulk. Damn it, Wind cursed, activating the celestial sword technique to confront the formidable green giant before him. Dodge, Thor yelled, noticing an incoming fighter jet. He swiftly pulled Wind aside, diverting the Hulk's attention and allowing him to leap forth to assault the aircraft. Now we have a moment, Thor grinned widely. You rascal. Chapter 3, Relentless Combat. I must check on my brother. With his hammer in hand, Thor set out for the location where Loki was imprisoned. Xifeng intended to follow, eager to assist, but was halted by a voice crackling through his earpiece. Xifeng, come help. The sounds of clashing metal from Tony and Iron Man echoed in his ears. Understood, Xifeng replied. Be careful, Thor, he called out to the departing prince. I am the Prince of Asgard. I shall not come to harm. Thor waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Xifeng shattered a window with a kick and soared on his flying sword towards Tony. To his surprise, he discovered he could indeed fly. Arriving at the 3rd engine, he swiftly dispatched a soldier attacking Steve with a single thrust, then caught the falling Stark, who had yet to regain his balance. Didn't you say you couldn't fly? Tony quipped. I just needed a little external assistance. Xifeng chuckled mischievously. You little rascal, Tony retorted. At that moment, Tony's suit was running low on energy. The 3 of them lay together, utterly exhausted. Is that Loki? Xifeng murmured, pointing at the departing S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft. Yes, but we cannot stop it now, Tony sighed, yearning for a moment of respite. Nick Fury, Xifeng called out, halting the frantic, towering figure of the black-haired leader. This time, you've actually remembered my name, but I have no time for idle chatter, Fury said, intent on reaching his subordinate, Coulson. Take this. Although aware that Coulson would eventually be resurrected through alien technology, he still hoped to see a lively Coulson soon, as his impression left a positive mark in the hearts of fans. Xifeng handed Fury a vial of the lucky elixir, meant for oral consumption. Fury took the elixir, glanced at Xifeng, and sped away. What was that? Steve inquired. A restorative, Xifeng succinctly replied. Do you have more? Tony asked. I need a boost too. You're not critically injured. You should conserve it. However, I can give you a vial for testing, though it's unlikely to yield any significant results. Xifeng handed Tony the last vial from the sign-in rewards. Rest assured, for every vial you give me, I shall return tenfold, Tony promised, clutching the elixir. Xifeng rolled his eyes in response. Boss, I fear I may be out of a job. Coulson, blood trickling from his mouth, murmured weakly to the hurried Nick Fury. I hope this works, Fury said as he uncorked the vial and poured its contents into Coulson's mouth. Coulson, bewildered, gradually leaned against Fury to stand. He glanced at his hands, utterly astonished. Boss, it seems we do not possess such substances in S-H-I-E-L-D Coulson stared at the lucky elixir in Fury's hand, wondering if it was a matter of insufficient clearance. Your authority has already reached considerable heights. Nick Fury, intrigued, wondered how a single vial could bring someone back to life, and decided to investigate further. Coulson nodded and departed. Nick Fury carefully stored the precious few drops of the elixir. Seated in the command room were Nick Fury, Steve, Tony, and West Wind. West Wind, what exactly is your potion? Nick Fury inquired, sitting beside West Wind and gently patting his shoulder, asking without any ulterior motives, purely out of curiosity. Coulson sustained such grave injuries, yet he was healed after consuming it? At these words, both Steve and Tony turned their attention towards him. Don't ask. Just know that it worked, West Wind replied enigmatically. Is it a secret? Nick Fury nodded, acknowledging that if such a thing were to leak, it would cause significant upheaval, leaving him uncertain about his position as the director of SHIELD. Consequently, the group engaged in an analysis of Loki's motives. He seeks a towering monument inscribed with his name. After Tony spoke, he fell into a stunned silence. At that moment, the others regarded him with amused expressions. Son of a bitch, Tony muttered. Meanwhile, the astronomer was at the top of Stark Tower, calibrating his equipment. Kid, do you have a uniform? Steve asked, picking up the shield from the ground and addressing West Wind, who was standing idly nearby. If you don't mind, I could lend you mine. Hawkeye Clint offered his combat suit. I believe I have one, West Wind replied, his blade spinning to reveal a dark blue feathered attire. Wow, quite the flamboyance, Tony remarked, reaching out to touch the feathers. If you move, don't step on the flying sword when you return, West Wind replied calmly. Tony obediently released his grip. Sir, they have departed, Coulson reported after finishing his checks. Oh, it can fly, Nick Fury remarked, glancing at Tony, who was waving at him from the air, rolling his eyes at the suit. Sir, I have shut down the arc reactor, but it is still operational, JARVIS. Communicated through West Wind's earpiece to Tony, stating it was pure energy and unbreakable. Seeing that there was no immediate solution, West Wind took Stark down to prepare while he himself went to speak with Loki. Loki, do not even think of using the Mind Scepter on me. You know the consequences. A swarm of flying swords appeared beside West Wind, each one aimed at Loki before him. As West Wind confronted Loki, Tony felt reassured enough to prepare the Mark VII. The Chitauri army was on its way, and no one could stop them. Loki ignored West Wind and calmly gazed at the sky outside the window. I am a human. Though this is not my Earth, it too bears the name Earth, understand? The planet you vow to protect is one that holds no necessity for such devotion. Turning to face West Wind, Loki continued. Someone like you could undoubtedly find a perfect role in the cosmos. I believe my brother has invited you to Asgard as a guest, hasn't he? Loki inquired. He indeed invited me to slay dragons, Xifeng replied. That certainly aligns with his character, Loki murmured. After years of companionship, even a stone should have warmed up. What is the matter between you brothers? I do not require your concern. Loki suddenly shouted. Child, there is no need to engage in further banter with him. Tony, clad in his Mark VII armor, emerged from the room, his visor having switched to combat mode as energy waves surged outside. The Chitauri army was approaching. Loki had donned his divine attire, quietly observing from the platform. Time to go. Tony activated his thrusters and soared into the sky. Xifeng glanced at Loki, who was also ascending on his flying sword. Loki, Thor. The two brothers greeted each other before commencing their playful brawl. Stark, we have arrived. Natasha and the others approached by aircraft. What took you so long? Did you stop for snacks? We have already begun fighting, Tony retorted after dispatching a minion before him. You two are faster than the plane on your swords. How are we supposed to keep up? Steve lamented. Head to Parker Street. I'll bring everyone over. At that moment, Xifeng mindlessly wielded his Windwalker and Gale blades, leaping and striking chaotically upon the Chitauri's craft, reveling in the thrill of combat while regenerating his energy. When gods clash, mortals suffer. What are you doing flying around to watch? Xifeng remarked, then conjured 4 flying swords to stabilize the aircraft, ensuring their safe descent. Thank you. Xifeng. As the trio reached the ground, even mightier foes emerged from the portal. Jarvis, does it possess any weaknesses? Tony asked, momentarily bewildered. It has weaknesses all over. In response to the hovering monstrosity, Xifeng kicked off a Chitauri soldier and utilized his Windwalker to charge toward the creature. Kid, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed in shock. I'm here to assist you. Meanwhile, the two brothers continued their playful tussle. That one looks rather terrifying, Banner remarked as he rode in on a small motorcycle. I've seen far more terrifying things, Tony responded, unleashing a penetrating missile. Smash it. Of course. Banner transformed into the Hulk, leaping onto a wall to climb, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a devastating punch to the massive creature that Xifeng relentlessly assaulted. The beast succumbed to its demise. Observing the lifeless creature, Tony remarked. Yet there are still swarms of them above. Thus, the group formed a protective circle, backs against each other. Before we close the portal, we must find a way to control the situation, Steve commanded, gazing at the azure portal in the sky. West Wind, you shall escort Barton to the vantage point, enabling him to observe the movements of the enemy, while you and Tony proceed to eliminate those spacecraft. Understood. Ensure Barton stands firmly upon the sword. Then ascend to the heavens. Thor, the portal is entrusted to you. Diminish their numbers. Very well. Their sword upward, wielding his hammer. You and I shall safeguard the ground. Hulk. The green giant turned his gaze. Strike fiercely. Hulk immediately launched himself into action upon hearing the command. Barton, you must shift the front line. Tony called out as he noticed the Chitauri soldiers creeping up behind Barton. Unperturbed by the flying swords encircling him, Barton remarked, this little gadget is rather impressive. It can pierce through the torso. Hiss, can't you engage in more sensible conversation? West Wind dispatched a large insect and instinctively touched his abdomen. Oh, little one. Have you eaten meat? If not, father will take you to dine. Tony chuckled merrily. TSK. West Wind, I need you to take me up, Natasha exclaimed, gazing at the teleportation device atop Stark Tower, pressing her earpiece. Without uttering a word, West Wind descended with a flying sword. This contraption is quite intriguing, Natasha mused, stepping onto the flying sword as it ascended to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Tony, a fighter jet carrying missiles is heading toward Manhattan, Nick Fury informed Tony, realizing they could not intercept the second jet. What is your SHIELD doing? How much longer? Disposing of the nearby minions, Tony struggled to rise. Approximately 3 minutes. I understand. Sir, should I contact Miss Potts? Jarvis's voice chimed in as Tony took flight. Tony glanced at the image of Potts appearing on his visor and acquiesced. However, his girlfriend was engrossed in the news and did not respond. Hold on. West Wind arrived at Natasha's side. Tony was approaching with a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb. This revelation left everyone astounded. I must deliver this nuclear bomb inside, Tony declared. West Wind, assist me. Channeling his inner strength, West Wind initiated sword flight and utilized meteor flash to reach Tony's side. Upon delivering the nuclear bomb, West Wind grasped Tony and pulled him out. Tony witnessed a colossal spacecraft explode, transforming into a shower of debris. As a result of the explosion, all Chitauri soldiers on Earth lost their life signs. I have caught you. West Wind safely guided Tony down. Thank you, lad. Tony expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. It was my duty. West Wind gestured. Who are we to each other? Lying on the ground, Tony addressed the group. I know a fantastic barbecue place. How about it? Do you wish to go? As the group gathered around the dining table, few partook in the meal, their expressions fraught with worry. While our protagonist, West Wind, heartily indulged in the feast. That deity, did you truly allow him to take the Tesseract and that were criminal? Inquired the shadowy figure from the council, addressing Nick Fury. Indeed, he is a god. I cannot interfere, Nick Fury replied with a flippant demeanor. Presently, Nick Fury exhibited an audacity unparalleled. Steve and his companions gathered by the riverbank to bid farewell to Thor and the war criminal, Loki. Brother, shall we depart together? Thor extended an invitation to the West Wind before taking his leave. Brother, I am rather pressed for time at the moment, however. I trust you shall come to fetch me, correct? The West Wind grasped his hand and smiled. In the Marvel film Thor, the climax sees Thor shattering the Bifrost, seemingly severing his path home, rendering the Bifrost nearly irreparable. Yet, in Thor, the Dark World, the Bifrost astonishingly resumes its normal function. Of course, Thor produced the Tesseract and placed it in the West Wind's hands. You mentioned wanting to touch it. Now, the choice is yours, Thor stated. Chapter 4, preparing for a conversation with the Prime Minister as the hand of West Wind made contact with the cosmic cube. A radiant blue light emanated from the gem, followed by an overwhelming surge of spatial energy that enveloped West Wind. Upon witnessing this, Thor quickly grasped his hammer in anticipation of any potential threat. While those nearby braced themselves, the surrounding populace, noticing the commotion, gradually gathered closer. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth, as if this space had been shattered. And from within emerged a bald figure clad in a yellow robe. It was the Ancient One. Thor recognized the individual, lowered his hammer, and greeted the Ancient One amicably, before releasing the small device from Loki's mouth and giving his foot a gentle nudge. The onlookers, inspired by his example, mirrored his actions. For one could surmise that anyone who could elicit such cordiality from the God of Thunder must possess a prestigious identity. I believe I have seen this circle before, Tony exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the portal behind the Ancient One. You were the one who transported him that day? The Ancient One nodded, casting her gaze upon West Wind, who was absorbing energy, and stroked her chin thoughtfully. Are you aware of her identity? Banner inquired while standing beside Steve. Natasha and Barton exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had no knowledge of this bald figure. Perhaps Fury was aware. An immense flow of energy surged into West Wind's body, initiating a process where her system began assimilating and enhancing her physique, resulting in significant alterations to her swordsmanship. After some time, West Wind completed her absorption of energy. Elevating the sky sword to a higher grade. A blue mark appeared at the tip of the sword, and the tassels adorned with blue patterns flourished. I feel as though I can now cleave through space for a teleportation, West Wind remarked, gripping the sky sword as she attempted to break the mirror world. Shaking it considerably, but failing to shatter it. Tea, or water. The Ancient One waved her hand, restoring the mirror world to its original state. And a tea table with several chairs appeared, complete with teapots and cups. Wine, came the singular voice that requested alcohol. Thor. Tea then. Thor quickly amended upon observing that everyone else opted for tea. Frost Prince, would you like some? The Ancient One offered him a cup of tea. Thank you, Loki replied, accepting the cup with both hands and sipping cautiously. At this sight, Tony began to jest. What? Has this prince suddenly become obedient? Ha ha. Loki furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Tony, who was bantering, and retorted, you ought to be grateful that such a formidable guardian watches over your realm, shielding you from the encroachments of the dark world. My father holds her in high regard. Upon hearing Loki's words, many present turned to gaze at the Ancient One, who was sipping tea. Well, I must take my leave, the Ancient One declared as she rose. To the two princes of Asgard, I trust you will conduct yourselves properly and refrain from causing trouble on Earth. Remember to safeguard the Infinity Stone. I will, Master, Thor replied earnestly. Infinity Stone? The individuals present committed that name to memory. Gu nodded slightly, stepping through the portal and vanishing. After placing the cosmic cube back into the transporter, Thor gestured to the others and twisted the switch to depart. It was indeed a marvel of technology. Dr. Selvig looked up at the towering blue column, lost in admiration. Have you decided where to go, West Wind? As she was leaving, Natasha handed West Wind a business card, suggesting that if he found himself at a loss, he could visit them at S.H.I.E.L.D. West Wind tucked the card away with a smile, replying, we'll see. I still need to get my driver's license. At that moment, the group parted ways. Not getting in the car? Banner opened the door of Tony's luxury vehicle, only to remember that West Wind could fly. Dr. Banner, let us meet at Stark Tower. After speaking, West Wind unsheathed his sword and soared towards Stark Tower. The two shared a knowing glance and chuckled. Tony, I don't recall this road allowing us to speed up to 90. Dr. Banner gripped the handle tightly, calling out anxiously, what is all the fuss? We want to have an accident, and besides, I'm not the one driving, Tony replied, releasing the steering wheel as J.A.R.V.I.S. was in control. Can J.A.R.V.I.S. drive like this without your permission? Banner queried, visibly displeased. Are you teasing me? Relax. Banner, Tony reassured him. As if it had been anticipated, the road leading to Stark Tower was illuminated entirely in green lights. Did you give J.A.R.V.I.S. the green light? Banner noticed the green lights along their route, becoming suspicious. Tony opened the car door and stepped out. Well, you could say that. Tony replied with a slight nod. It seems we have a ride after all, they said, watching as West Wind descended on his sword from above, and they stepped onto it. At that moment, members of the Avengers had also gathered, including Nick Fury, Coulson, and Agent Hill, all of whom had been summoned by West Wind during their journey. Glancing at the flying Dr. Banner and Tony, West Wind emerged with his celestial sword in hand. Everyone's here, Banner remarked, somewhat perplexed. West Wind called us, but I'm not sure what for, Steve responded. I doubt it's a gathering. We already had a meal to bid farewell to Thor today. West Wind nodded, affirming that it was indeed not a gathering, but rather a matter concerning the Avengers. Nick Fury spoke to me about it, but I did not agree, Tony stated, turning to West Wind. What are your intentions? To establish it, but be prepared for a significant uproar at the council, West Wind replied, waving his celestial sword. The authorities will never acknowledge our organization. They will seek to restrict us, even attempt to control us. The nuclear missile launched from the aerospace carrier is evidence enough. Even Nick Fury couldn't intervene. West Wind glanced at the displeased Nick Fury and asked, by the way, where does our president reside? I think I'll pay him a friendly visit. It's not a major matter. West Wind, calm down, was the response. Nick Fury observed his rebellious mindset, lamenting that he was merely an adult who never truly matured, and there was little he could do to deter him. I have his address. At this moment, Tony was stirring up excitement, suggesting, I'll go with you. How about it? Uncharacteristically, Steve refrained from defending the Prime Minister. Is there anyone who wishes to join? West Wind raised his hand, declaring, it's fine. I can bear the consequences. After all, I am not of this world. If worst comes to worst, I can always flee to Thor's realm. The others exchanged glances before all raising their hands in unison. As they prepared to depart, West Wind turned to Nick Fury. Alexander Pierce, a senior official in S.H.I.E.L.D. and a member of the World Security Council, I recommend you investigate this individual's background. Alexander Pierce? Nick Fury was taken aback, committing the name to memory. He then departed Stark Tower, accompanied by Coulson and Hill. Chapter 5. The Celestial Convergence West Wind. How did you discern that there was something amiss with that individual? Steve inquired, turning his gaze from Nick Fury's departure to the enigmatic West Wind. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the scrutiny one must endure to attain such a prestigious position within the World Security Council. In the 1998 film Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the character Alexander Pierce was portrayed by Neil Roberts. As Fury's aide, he provided substantial assistance in Fury's operations. In the 2014 film Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Robert Redford took on the role of Pierce, who served as a minister in the World Security Council and a close confidant of Nick Fury, overseeing the Winter Soldier program. As the leader of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., he orchestrated the Insight program, employing a helicarrier to identify criminals and terrorists, though his moral compass was decidedly skewed. Yet, regardless of the scrutiny, there will always be vulnerabilities, West Wind sighed, imparting wisdom that one should not judge solely by appearances, for beneath a pristine surface may lie a heart shrouded in darkness. The group boarded a plane departing from Stark Tower, traversing the distance to the White House, a mere kilometer away. Well, we have arrived at the White House. But I have no desire to partake in this spectacle, Steve remarked, gazing at the imposing structure in the distance. As the embodiment of American spirit, he hesitated to greet the president, for the implications of his presence were monumental. Fear not, I shall go in your stead. After all, I am neither a citizen of this nation nor of this planet. West Wind jested, waving his hand at the group. You all stay hidden, Tony. See if you can locate that fellow. Do you think I am exceptionally skilled? His room is fortified with high-level defenses, typically undetectable by standard surveillance equipment, Tony replied, activating the scanning system of his Iron Man suit. I can only provide you with an approximate location. West Wind gestured to indicate all was well. With surprising ease, he wielded the sky sword to slice through the fabric of space and entered another realm, prompting the group to momentarily regain their focus. When did we become so indulgent towards him? Natasha suddenly reflected, realizing he was a 20-year-old man, brimming with peril. Indeed, a child of 20 who has yet to mature. Banner observed, glancing at Tony, who was preoccupied with the lucky elixir. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Banner, do you have something to convey to me? Tony inquired, lifting his head. West Wind is your responsibility, Banner stated. What are your thoughts? To correct you. He is not under my charge. He descended from the heavens, Tony clarified. Moreover, I believe he possesses a kind heart, albeit one that requires proper guidance. This boy has yet to experience love. How do you know that? Clinton asked, intrigued. No, when he first visited my home, that very night, Jarvis informed me that he had experienced nocturnal emissions. A wave of incredulity swept over the group. Tony continued speaking, noting that at his age, although he possessed the ability for independent thought, he still required further guidance to flourish and ultimately secure a promising future. How do you know him so well? Being his father? Natasha scoffed. Are you planning to adopt him? He is already 20. How could I adopt him? You have the heart to do so. Steve replied with a smile. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't worry, none of us will disclose what has been said, Banner reassured him, giving his shoulder a light pat. At that moment, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility aboard the aircraft. Jarvis. Sir, the wind is elevating the president into the atmosphere. Jarvis's voice promptly responded, approaching the troposphere. Good heavens, Tony exclaimed, shaking his head. Did the wind take the Bluetooth? He couldn't have heard our conversation, could he? Sir, I have processed your dialogue, Jarvis replied. Tony nodded and hurriedly signaled the wind to bring the president back down. Upon receiving the signal, the wind promptly descended with the president. About that errand I requested? Please ensure the president is safely returned to the ground, the wind said, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat inexperienced with this first-time intimidation. However, I suppose I will become adept at it in due time. Meanwhile, the president remained in a state of shock. Did you hear what I said? I need you to do me a favor. Noticing the prime minister's lack of response, the wind cleared his throat and reiterated. It's not a particularly daunting task. The president, looking alarmed, gazed at the wind. I have been a secret agent and a soldier. Why should I be afraid? Moreover, if you require my assistance, why must I kneel? My apologies. The wind quickly helped him to his feet. You should be aware of the Avengers Initiative, right? How do you know about that? The prime minister's expression sharpened. I was invited. Of course, I am aware. Relieved, the president exhaled. So you're not a terrorist after all. That is reassuring. He communicated via a pager with the staff inside, informing them he was outside for a walk, then dusted off his suit and stood up. So, what favor do you need from me? I will do my utmost to fulfill the requests of a citizen of the nation, the prime minister assured, patting his chest in confidence. Strictly speaking, I am not a citizen of your country. My skin color makes that evident. The wind called to his teammates on the plane to come down. Hello, Mr. President. Banner greeted him. "Hello, Dr. Banner," the president replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Oh, and Captain." This made the president feel even more at ease. "I wish to establish the Avengers as a private organization akin to the Thunderbolts from Transformers," the Wind explained. "But we intend to operate in that manner to prevent external manipulation." The president shook his head. Such an idea would not gain the approval of the World Security Council. Naturally, especially considering that Minister is affiliated with Hydra. At that moment, the formidable Nick Fury emerged unexpectedly, clutching a file. His face, now shrouded in darkness, bore the weight of unsettling news. Although aware that a remnant of Hydra persisted, a mere search revealed an alarming truth. This was no small faction, but rather an entire battalion scattered across the globe, far more extensive than he had anticipated. Hydra had not yet been entirely eradicated by Captain America? All eyes turned toward Steve, who awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Shall we discuss this in the office? It's not particularly safe out here," the president proposed with an inviting tone. Of course. Thus, under the watchful gaze of many, the group made their way into the presidential office. "Sir, the president has just escorted Captain America and his companions into the presidential office." After their departure, the lurking Hydra members within the White House reported this development to their superior. Their leader, convinced of the efficacy of their covert operations, naively assumed the president was merely honoring them for their efforts during the battle in New York. Comfortably seated on the office sofa, he patted the armrest and exclaimed, "This place is splendid." As he surveyed his surroundings, he marveled at the impressive security measures and the formidable agents present. At that moment, the president approached, holding a glass of wine, and placed it before the leader. "With such high security, how is it that you could so easily breach it and whisk me away? Moreover, my agents outside remain blissfully unaware, allowing you to take me away and ascend to the skies." The leader scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Once everyone was seated, the president faced them, stating, "Regarding the Avengers Initiative, unless you can persuade the World Security Council, I must caution against pursuing this course, especially since Alexander Goodwin Pierce, a member of that organization, is also affiliated with Hydra. I advise against alarming them unnecessarily." He stepped towards the large floor-to-ceiling window, quietly observing the residents frolicking on the White House lawn. After the battle in New York, the politicians' actions confirmed his suspicions. They were solely concerned with personal gain, utterly disregarding the welfare of civilians. He approached Tony, who appeared lost in thought, and grasped his hand. "Thank you for intercepting that nuclear bomb aimed at leveling New York. And thank you all." "No need for thanks. It was the right thing to do," Steve replied. After spending some time in the president's office, the group eventually departed. When one possesses the power to annihilate the world, one no longer fears conspiracies, the leader mused while seated on the plane. "Whoever dares obstruct my path shall face obliteration." Tony, taken aback, cautioned, "Calm down, such thoughts are not beneficial." "Why not?" The leader countered. "I refuse to allow anyone to hold a knife to my throat." Just as Thor advised, he always advocated for striking first in battle. You cannot compare yourself to Thor. He is the prince of Asgard, destined to inherit the throne. Clinton chuckled, remarking, "You, my friend, are merely a civilian. Oh, perhaps even an interloper from another planet." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Xifeng's face flushed crimson with indignation. Yet he could not outwit the sharp minds surrounding him, so he crossed his arms and sulked in silence. At merely 20 years of age, was his temperament truly so petty? Noticing this, Nick Fury approached and sat beside him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "How about this? Once you've passed your driving test, you can join us at SHIELD. We'll even arrange for a lovely lady to be your English tutor. Then, you won't need that translation device anymore." He gestured towards the hearing aid on Xifeng's ear. "Hey," Tony interjected, cutting through the allure of Fury's proposition. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. You're just trying to recruit him as free labor. You're more exploitative than those Portuguese merchants of centuries past." Fury looked incredulously at the flashy playboy across from him. "Can't you ever speak positively? Am I truly that unappealing? By the way, how do you intend to deal with those Hydra agents within SHIELD? Xifeng inquired, his curiosity piqued. For this was a matter of great consequence. The Insight program surely hadn't yet surfaced, had it? Even if it had, it was likely only in its infancy. "Rest assured, I have my methods," Fury replied with a cold smirk. Xifeng quickly distanced himself from Fury. Laughter erupted within the aircraft, a delightful cacophony. In just a few minutes, Fury had been left speechless multiple times. "All right, so you all intend to join the Avengers, correct?" Fury asked. "When the time comes, I'll handle the heavy lifting, but I might require your modest assistance." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although Coulson was no longer there to influence them, the Avengers were still established and thriving. Thus, the reserve members of the Avengers parted ways, resuming their own lives. Yet they would reconvene should the world face peril. Tony gazed thoughtfully at the blade upon his workbench. Sir, we have experimented with numerous elemental combinations, carbon sulfide, diamonds, and more, but none have succeeded in breaching the sky blade. He mused, once Thor returns to Earth, I must procure some of his kingdom's metal. A king must possess something extraordinary. With this thought, he called out, Xifeng, come retrieve your toy sword. I need to get to work. As Xifeng, engrossed in his reading, twirled his finger, the sky blade returned to his being. Sniff, sniff. Xifeng inhaled deeply. Oh ho, lunchtime has arrived. He tossed aside his book and dashed to the elevator door, eagerly awaiting his meal. The elevator doors slid open, revealing Bozy, who was holding lunch. Gazing at the expectant Xifeng before her, her expression was remarkably calm, unfazed by the circumstances, as she had grown accustomed to such encounters. Xifeng, I heard that after you obtained your driver's license, you crashed someone else's car? You even had to call Happy to bail you out. Xifeng, savoring his fish, nearly choked on Bozy's words. After gulping down a mouthful of water, he was taken aback, wondering if Happy had betrayed him. Tony, engrossed in his research, interjected without looking up, assuring, Happy did not betray you. He kept it confidential quite well. However, my account statements reveal that you have a debt at the police station. Jarvis found out immediately. Xifeng buried his head in his food, saying nothing. Observing his silence, Bozy attempted to comfort him. Don't worry. You'll become proficient eventually, after all. Not everyone is born knowing how to walk. Sometimes, one must learn to run before they can walk. Tony set aside his work and approached the dining table. Just as he reached for his fork, Bozy smacked his hand away. Go wash your hands, she insisted, frowning. Pouting, Tony complied and headed to wash up. Bozy, when are you and Tony getting married? Xifeng suddenly inquired during the meal, startling both of them. Children should eat quietly and not speak nonsense, Tony interrupted. I was in Happy's pocket. Xifeng began, but was silenced by Tony's glare. As they diligently continued their meal, a small card appeared in midair. Wiping his greasy hands, Xifeng picked it up and read, 177A, Brick Street. You are invited for afternoon tea, before it vanished. Is it that sorcerer again? Tony mused, unfazed by the sight of floating cards. As for days, Gu-Yi had been urging Xifeng to visit the sanctum for tea. He wondered what the occasion was today. After finishing lunch, he casually grabbed the keys from the table and sped off. Jarvis, please take good care of this road menace, Tony remarked. Understood. Thus, when Xifeng exited the vehicle, he felt utterly deflated. Despite sitting in a luxury car and possessing a driver's license, he was still reliant on AI to drive. How disheartening that felt. The door before him swung open, revealing Gu-Yi. Xifeng performed a respectful bow, uncertain of the day's agenda. Gu-Yi observed him quietly. And just as Xifeng could no longer contain his curiosity, Gu-Yi spoke. Are you interested in learning some magic? Xifeng shook his head. I find wielding a sword far more enjoyable. Gu-Yi nodded thoughtfully and turned to enter, stating, I cannot see your future clearly, but your character is kind. And I trust you will not engage in anything detrimental to the earth. Xifeng followed him inside. Ancient One walked ahead, her hand gently caressing the magical artifacts. Given that you possess your own weapon, I shall refrain from selecting one for you. Pray, share your understanding of the multiverse. You inquire of me? The West Wind gestured to himself. Ancient One nodded. The universe is not singular. Rather, it is composed of myriad branches, each world housing similar figures whose tales diverge greatly. Perhaps in some universe, Iron Man and Captain America are wed. There exist countless versions. Ancient One seamlessly took over the conversation, yet amidst so many universes. You reside in but one. The West Wind scratched his head and began to chuckle foolishly. Following Ancient One into the courtyard, numerous apprentice mages were seated. Engrossed in their studies, they merely cast a fleeting glance at the West Wind behind Ancient One before returning to their pursuits. The fusion of ancient magic and modern technology is indeed unparalleled, sighed the West Wind. Ancient One paid no heed to his musings. Instead, she gazed skyward. For in a matter of days, celestial bodies would converge, and the boundaries between the 9 kingdoms would gradually dissolve. She then turned to West Wind. What is it? He wondered why she was observing him so intently. I recall your dear brother, Thor, once mentioned taking you dragon slaying. Did he not? The West Wind nodded. He had indeed said so, but he has yet to seek me out. It has been some time. He ought to come for you soon. Ancient One pointed at the sky, addressing the West Wind. When you visit Asgard, do extend my regards to the All-Father. That Odin? That old fellow? Indeed. But I hope you maintain a degree of respect in your speech, as Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, is watching you. Upon hearing this, the West Wind hastily lowered his hat. What good does that do? They see right through you, though merely on the surface. Ancient One rarely smiled. Is that so? Then I shall abandon pretense. He lifted his hat back up. Subsequently, Ancient One engaged in a myriad of conversations with the West Wind before opening a portal to send him back. What did that mage discuss with you? At that moment, Tony was fiddling with a 1974 Stark Expo model. Did she teach you any spells? Tony, you know I have no desire to become a mage. The west wind slumped on the sofa. And could you refrain from activating the car's AI? I truly wish to drive alone just once. Until you genuinely learn to operate a vehicle, it is prudent to study diligently. How can I learn to drive if I do not practice? Children should not interrupt adult conversations, all right? Tony made a gesture as if zipping up a zipper. Do you not know your own capabilities? His words struck the west wind deeply. All right. Enough of the charade. I have seen through your act long ago. Tony waved dismissively. In the astonished gaze of Xifeng, a series of armored suits emerged from their display cases. With merely a flick of his finger, Tony orchestrated a myriad of movements from the suits. What do you think? Do you like it? Tony observed Xifeng's expression with delight. I drew inspiration from your swordplay, though I am uncertain of your techniques. I have devised a method to control them without relying on Jarvis. Xifeng nodded, somewhat dazed. It was merely a fleeting spark of inspiration. And yet he had manifested something extraordinary. Truly, the brilliance of Earth is astonishing. By the way, in just a few days, Thor should be arriving on Earth. You should have Jarvis keep a keen eye on things. Is he bringing his little girlfriend back to be crowned as queen? Tony jested, adding that he must be present for the wedding festivities. The wedding might not happen. We could very well find ourselves embroiled in a battle instead, Xifeng replied. The world is fraught with calamities. When one is preoccupied with saving it, everyone seems eager to engage in lengthy conversations. When did you become so philosophically inclined? Tony exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 6, Malachi's, darkness approaches, do not envy me. I am merely a legend. The west wind elegantly tossed his hair aside, proclaiming in the realm of knowledge. I alone possess 20 measures. Tony chuckled helplessly, bemused by the child's overwhelming self-importance. All right, my young swordsman, it is time for you to practice driving. He tossed a set of keys to him, each belonging to a luxurious vehicle. Did you not mention your desire to move out sooner? I have already selected a place for you. If you avoid traffic violations and collisions today, you may take residence there. Jarvis will inform you of its location. The west wind, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, oh, heavens. At last, I shall no longer have to witness Tony and Pepper flaunting their affection. I could ascend to the skies. In a swift motion, he leapt from the 20th floor, landing gracefully below. Tony, perhaps you should have Jarvis keep an eye on him. To be honest, I am somewhat uneasy, said Potts, wrapping her arms around Tony's waist from behind. As his guardian, I am already quite occupied managing his troubles. Tony laughed at her words. Then why did you agree to this in the first place? Godmother, ha ha ha. In the United States, students under 18 must have a guardian. In some places, the age requirement is 21. Potts playfully nudged him before departing with her files to work. All right, Jarvis. Let us see if we can replicate this bottle of lucky elixir. Tony began his work with fervor. Wow. The west wind reveled in the exhilarating experience of driving the luxury car through the streets. This sensation is extraordinary. Mr. West Wind, I advise you to refrain from excessive speed. The police have already taken notice of you. Jarvis cautioned from within the vehicle. Do not worry, Jarvis. We shall soon return to Stark Tower, replied the west wind confidently. I believe the police will grant me some leniency. Sir has granted me the authority to intervene should you fail to comply with regulations, Jarvis stated plainly. You would do well to slow down, lest you lose your little abode. I trust Jarvis will keep my secret, the west wind asserted confidently. Jarvis remained silent, instead activating the contact function on the vehicle's computer, displaying Tony's number. All right, you win. I shall drive more cautiously, the west wind conceded, realizing that invoking parental authority was the most effective approach. You have passed. Now follow Jarvis to your new home, Tony's voice chimed in. And remember, drive slowly. Understood. Much like Tony's residence, the house was perched by the seaside, overlooking the vast ocean, complete with an outdoor swimming pool. Who could resist such a delight? The west wind explored every corner of the house, thoroughly impressed. High-tech. It even boasted domestic robots. He was astonished to behold a robot resembling a giant egg, as he had scarcely encountered such creations in the films featuring Tony. Ah. I shall take a moment to unwind, then await Thor's arrival on Earth in a few days. The west wind reclined comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a game. Heimdall, are the stars still as magnificent as ever? After the banquet, Thor approached a man with gray skin, golden eyes, and brown hair, who stood with a sword in hand, gazing at the vast universe before him, eternally twinkling. Heimdall set aside his great sword and descended from his post. A celestial convergence was imminent. A sight I had only witnessed prior to my guardianship. Few could feel or see it. In Heimdall's eyes, the cosmos danced with constellations. My friend, how are you faring? Thor inquired, pointing towards the universe beside Heimdall. And what of Jane? Your friend is rather exceptional. Heimdall took a few steps forward, observing the youth known as West Wind, in whom he perceived boundless potential. Thor chuckled heartily. Indeed, he is my dear friend, my beloved brother. Moreover, Heimdall added, slightly startled, I can no longer see your girlfriend. Thor instantly stiffened. Jane, your thunderous boyfriend has arrived. In a desolate location, a woman conversing with Jane halted and gestured behind her. Thor? Jane, astonished, approached, abandoning her friend in the rain. Slap. Slap. The two resounding smacks left Thor momentarily bewildered. Yet he patiently began to explain to Jane the reasons for his absence from Earth. You went to New York. I was safeguarding your world from harm. As Thor spoke, he extended his hand, and the two embraced. Nearby, the observing police grew displeased. The lead officer approached to interrupt the imminent kiss. Ma'am, you are suspected of. A surge of formidable energy sent him flying. Holy shit. The officers, taken aback by such a display, drew their firearms, aiming at Thor and Jane. Put your hands on your head and step back. They shouted in unison. I am quite dangerous, Thor declared, wielding his hammer, soaring into the sky. Sir, something is approaching. In the studio, Jarvis informed arresting Tony of the occurrence. Thor had arrived. Could he be here to fetch Westwind? Tony sat up, pondering. Gently placing Jane down, Thor enveloped Tony in a tight embrace, nearly rendering him breathless. The protagonist of an explosive saga, I am suffocating, Tony exclaimed, tapping Thor's arm. Ha ha ha, Thor laughed, releasing him and scanning the surroundings. Yet he could not locate Westwind. Where is he? Thor queried. Right here. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed youth emerged from the elevator. Oh, my dear brother, Thor exclaimed as he and Westwind embraced. Are they? Jane gazed at the two individuals before her, a hint of uncertainty clouding her expression. No, at least it doesn't seem so to me. They merely share a close friendship, Tony replied. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jane Foster, and I am an astrophysicist, she stated, adding, and also. I know, Thor's girlfriend, Tony interjected, completing her sentence. Brother, are you here to fetch me? The Westwind exclaimed, releasing her grip. I am ready to slay dragons. No. No, I am here to collect you both, Thor asserted. After the events in New York, I have come to realize that individual strength has its limits. It is the team that forms the foundation of success. Tony exchanged a surprised glance with the Westwind, questioning whether Thor had been possessed. Tony, could you gather everyone? Thor inquired. We are preparing to depart for Asgard, and I believe my family will welcome you. Tony nodded, taking out his phone to send messages one by one. Thor. The Westwind pulled him aside, revealing that she harbored the ether particles, the reality stone. How do you know? Thor questioned, puzzled by her knowledge of the Infinity Stones. The Ancient One informed me. She mentioned the existence of the Infinity Stones, the Westwind replied. Thor nodded, understanding now. I intend to bring her back to Asgard, so my father can examine how to extract the ether from her. Thor found himself troubled, puzzled by how she had managed to harbor the ether within herself. Did you not ask her where she acquired the ether? Thor recalled an ancient tale told by his ancestors, realizing they might need to return to Earth once more. After waiting for an hour in silence, their comrades, who had once fought alongside them, gathered again. Why aren't you in battle attire? The Westwind remarked, surveying the group dressed in casual clothing. You summoned us in such haste, there was no time. Natasha folded her arms, questioning the purpose of their call. Heimdall, transport us, Thor called out, embracing Jane as he directed his voice to the heavens. A rainbow-hued beam of light cascaded from the sky, enveloping everyone within its radiant embrace. It's beautiful, Steve marveled, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. In mere moments, amidst a swirl of dizziness, they arrived in the realm of Asgard. Welcome to Asgard, Heimdall descended, offering a courteous gesture to Thor's friends. The group greeted the golden-armored warrior in return. This is exhilarating. I wish to learn such techniques, Tony exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the Bifrost. Thor, the place where you shall reside as a prince is truly grand, he remarked, awestruck by the city that surpassed the grandeur depicted in films. That is merely trivial, Thor responded nonchalantly, though his smile betrayed his pride. Greetings to you, esteemed guests from afar. The king of Asgard, Odin, wielding the sacred spear alongside his wife, stepped before the gathered crowd. Father, she is ill. I have brought her to Asgard for healing, Thor explained to Odin, gesturing toward Jane. She does not belong to Asgard, Odin replied, gazing at Jane with a heavy sigh. In the courtyard, they have their own physicians. As the guards prepared to escort Jane away, Frigga intervened. There is something unique within her, she stated. Hearing this, Odin approached Jane and grasped her hand. Unable to break free, she could only endure. Yes, the ether, Odin remarked, his expression solemn. He surveyed the assembly and commanded. Come with me. Did not the dark elves perish at the hands of my grandfather, along with the ether? Why do they resurface now? Thor queried, visibly perplexed after listening to Odin's tale. Odin remained silent, turning his gaze toward the still figure of the wind. There is a trace of the space gem about you. Thor nodded, recalling how he had previously drawn power from the Tesseract. Odin turned back. You are quite extraordinary. Your name is Wind, if I am not mistaken. The Ancient One has spoken of you. Wind nodded. You converse with the Ancient One. I see. You shall become the guardian of Midgard, if I am not mistaken. Odin remarked with evident admiration, realizing Thor's earthly connections would be invaluable. What is Midgard? Banner inquired, clearly confused by the term. It is another name for your earth. Thor explained. Can the ether be extracted from my body? Jane asked impatiently. No, it cannot, Odin replied flatly. With resignation, Thor decided to take everyone to change into Asgardian attire before exploring the surroundings. Are we just going to watch Thor and her together? Wind felt a pang of jealousy. Consider it a vacation. The scenery of Asgard is splendid, a perfect place to unwind. Banner inhaled deeply, appreciating the unpolluted air. There is a disturbance in the prison. Odin sensed something amiss. Loki? Thor snapped back to reality. No, there is another involved. Thor. Odin shook his head. Let us go, brother. Thor beckoned. I'm coming. The flying Tony and Wind followed in Thor's wake. As he glanced back, he caught Frigga smiling at him. A woman raised by a witch. It seemed she would not fall so easily, with so many present. Thor, can we not simply eliminate them? Tony asked. Dealing with so many could be problematic. Back to the cells. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Thor shouted. Wind, restrain them. Sword control. As the blade storm approached, the prisoners retreated, hastily returning to their cells. Thank you, brother, Thor expressed his gratitude. The guards were beckoned to resecure them, and in haste, he made his way to his brother Loki's cell. However, he was nowhere to be found. In that moment, Thor was at a loss for words, only able to exhale a sigh of despair. Once they departed, Loki's figure materialized. He had merely rendered himself invisible. Today, a multitude of visitors had arrived. Asgard's defensive cannons had been activated, and Odin, wielding his sacred spear, marched forth with his soldiers. Frigga, take her away. At this moment, Odin exuded the aura of a true monarch. Thor's companions, would you lend a hand? Naturally, who could refuse him as our friend? Steve tightened his grip on his shield, and Banner transformed into the Hulk. You shall not take anything today. The West Wind wielded a sword to parry the attack aimed at Frigga, then gracefully landed beside her, standing guard. Mother, are you unharmed? Thor and Tony also arrived in haste. Frigga shook her head. Casting a glance at the approaching Odin, Malekith leaped from the balcony. Thank you. Frigga expressed her gratitude. In truth, you were aware all along, were you not? You appeared completely unperturbed just now. Frigga merely smiled in response, offering no further words. Chapter 7. Loki. The current dilemma lies in the fact that the palace's barrier cannot be restored, and Heimdall is unable to perceive their presence. The Asgardian technicians expressed, Your Majesty, our defensive capabilities are compromised. At least it's not irreparable, correct? We can restore it, Tony mused, intrigued by the technology before him. You may be a genius in Midgard, I concede, but this is Asgard. The technician acknowledged the commendable effort they had just made in repelling the Dark Elves. Noting the complexity of the technology involved, why not give it a try, right? Tony nudged Banner beside him. Oh, right, Banner replied, snapping back to focus. Equally captivated by Asgardian technology. Your Majesty? The technician sighed, directing his gaze towards Odin. Odin nodded in agreement. Follow me, he invited. You require superior weaponry. Not the mundane fare of Midgard. With a wave of his hand, Odin summoned an array of weapons, including bows and spears. These bows can be used infinitely and can be enhanced with various attributes, Odin remarked, glancing at Clint. However, there will come a time when they are depleted, and you will have to resort to close combat. This will compensate for your shortcomings. Your archery skills are exceptional, rivaling even my guards. Midgard truly is a wondrous place. Clint examined the longbow in his hands, which could transform into a melee weapon as well as a bow. And you? Odin turned to Natasha. You are a remarkable weapon master. Here is an item that can morph into any melee weapon you desire, guided by your will. On a tray lay a bracelet. Integrate your DNA within it, and it shall recognize you as its sole master. Natasha was delighted to receive the gift. When Odin looked at Steve and Banner, he shook his head. I believe you have no need for such things, he said to Banner. You are a formidable weapon in your own right. Meanwhile, Odin distributed weapons, while Thor comforted the frightened Jane, whose life was targeted by the Dark Elves. Malekith will return, Odin warned, indicating Jane. Observing Tony diligently manipulating the technology. The technician marveled at how, from understanding to familiarity and finally to operation, the process of repair took merely a few hours. What a peculiar individual, he muttered. Shaking his head. It seems I heard you refer to me as peculiar? Tony lifted his head. Aren't you going to lend a hand? The technician hurried over, intrigued. How do you comprehend this technology? Tony shook his head. I don't know. I'm just clever. I grasp it quickly. It's not as simple as that, the technician retorted. With the combined efforts of the three and a multitude of onlookers, they successfully repaired the barrier and activated it, revealing the fleet of dark elves on the screen. I shall report to the Majesty, the technician exclaimed, hastily sprinting out. Odin was profoundly astonished upon receiving such news. He patted Thor on the shoulder and praised him, expressing pride in having friends like him. Thor, feeling bashful, scratched his head and chuckled. Where has Zephyr gone? Thor noticed that Zephyr, who had been standing there moments ago, had now vanished. Well, he mentioned he would wander about, Frigga remarked. I believe he is now standing beside Loki. Thor nodded in agreement. Are you here to see me? The failure? Loki lay in bed, tilting his head to glance at Zephyr beside him. I wish to rest now. Please leave. Zephyr settled next to him, saying, in truth, you are not inherently wicked, are you? I trust Aunt Frigga has taught you well. At these words, Loki swiftly brandished a small knife, aiming it at Zephyr's chest. Why not kill me then? Zephyr smiled at Loki. What purpose would it serve to slay you? Loki gradually sheathed the knife, declaring, I do not wish to invite further troubles upon myself. When I came to see you, Odin shared something with me. Would you care to hear it? Zephyr began to tempt him. Not particularly, Loki replied, though his focused expression suggested otherwise. He said that if you assist in repelling the Dark Elves' assault, he would consider releasing you and granting you another chance. Do not deceive me, Loki chuckled. Do you think your lies can ensnare the god of mischief? Zephyr pouted. Believe it or not, it is your choice. He then rose to his feet. Did he truly say that? Loki seemed to waver in belief. I did not say it. But I say it now. Odin approached with Frigga and Thor. Then I shall not intrude upon your family matters. Zephyr departed. Frigga nodded. Loki. You shall always be my child, Frigga said, moving to caress Loki's face, only to have him recoil. Your father is not so cold-hearted and unfeeling, is he, Odin? Frigga turned to Odin, who stood behind her. Loki, all you need is to utter an apology. Odin remained silent. Father, Thor softly called. The old king sighed, Queen. You always manage to sway me. He withdrew a contract from his cloak and placed it before Loki. In the name of your father, Bor, I present this contract. Odin waved his hand, causing the letters on the contract to shimmer with golden light. Loki, an opportunity now lies before you. If you aid in repelling the Dark Elves and coexist harmoniously with your brother, I can grant you a chance to strive for peace and reclaim your throne. Conversely, should you refuse, I shall not burden you further. You may spend the remainder of your days in this prison. Loki gazed at the contract, trembling as he extended his hand. Do I truly have another chance? Odin looked at Loki, who was not his biological son but was as dear as one, and ultimately nodded in affirmation. In this moment, Loki attained what he had long desired, the attention of Odin and much more. Forgive me, Loki knelt, remorseful for all that he had done in the past. Odin sighed. How could he not love this child of his? Frigga gently caressed Loki's head. You still have a chance to atone. Go speak with your brother. Thor approached Loki, extending his hand. Loki gazed at Thor's hand and grasped it firmly. The two pressed their blood into a contract, which transformed into two beams of golden light that soared into their foreheads. Then let us proceed, my brother, Loki declared as he stepped outside. Thor smiled broadly and followed suit. My queen, do you believe this truly will suffice? Odin observed their retreating figures, still somewhat hesitant. What Loki truly sought was merely your acknowledgement. Frigga clasped Odin's hand. Thor loves his brother more than anyone. He has learned much and will embrace him, flaws and all. Moreover, I believe Thor will cede the throne to Loki. As long as Loki does not err, he shall be endlessly forgiving. I will always have my concerns. Odin shook his head. I have granted him this opportunity. It remains to be seen how he will seize it. Matters between brothers are not for me to meddle in. Greetings. As Loki exited the dungeon, he called out to the western wind and others. Bambi, who released you? Tony quipped. Loki, unfazed, responded. Let us discuss how to confront the Dark Elves. The group was perplexed by Loki's transformation. You have a saying, family disgrace should not be aired. Is that the sentiment? Loki suggested they not dwell on it any longer. Thor beckoned his brothers to the council hall. Aren't we going to have a meal first? As Loki and the others deliberated strategies for a surprise attack or a trap, the western wind felt he might starve. I completely forgot to offer you hospitality. Please wait a moment. Frigga instructed her attendants to prepare the feast. Loki, what prompted this change? During a break, Steve inquired, what did you discuss in there? What did we discuss? Loki momentarily struggled to find an answer. Long ago, I yearned for Odin's regard. Perhaps my obsessive methods were misguided, or perhaps something else. Everyone makes mistakes. No one is exempt. Even our father, Thor reassured him, patting Loki's shoulder. Oh, do not speak ill of others behind their backs, especially your father. Banner cautioned. Are you not afraid he might overhear? Thor waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. You are remarkably bold, Banner remarked, his mouth agape, ultimately reduced to such words. I assert that a surprise attack is entirely feasible. With our combat prowess, victory is assured, the western wind declared while eating. If all else fails, we can summon reinforcements from Earth. Thor, using the rainbow bridge frequently 1T break it, will it? Thor glanced toward Heimdall nearby. Heimdall observed Thor's gaze and nodded in agreement. If that is your assertion, then we have ample time for preparation. Tony clapped his hands enthusiastically, addressing the muscular gentleman. Please activate the bridge while I gather the equipment. The group watched as Tony busily traversed the Bifrost, continually transporting components of his armored suit. West Wind. Did you ever imagine? I have crafted such a weapon as well. He proudly showcased his armor, made of carbon alloy, equipped with electronic components that allowed him to wield these blades. This is far more efficient than yours, Tony said with a beaming smile. Tony, is it truly wise to boast in front of a child? West Wind sighed, pulling Thor away. The comment struck Tony deeply. Come on, let's try again. West Wind, wielding the sky sword, panted heavily. I refuse to believe we cannot master a combined technique. Odin stood opposite them, ready to assess their power. West Wind unleashed the Sword of Wind and activated the lightning slash. Thor, now. Thor raised Mjolnir, channeling all the lightning into the sky sword in West Wind's grasp. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted. With extraordinary speed and explosive force, West Wind surged forward, propelled by the lightning, closing the distance to Odin in the blink of an eye. Impressive, Odin remarked, taking a step back. Lightning and brilliance are the most effective means to combat darkness. You might attempt to harness Thor's lightning with your sword. Thor? West Wind called out, with the god of thunder serving as a support. Tony observed the unfolding actions below, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Excellent. Odin unleashed the eternal spear, shattering the energy blades of West Wind's sword with formidable strength. Old man, how can I not trust your words? Tony inquired. By the way, when the Dark Elves separated the ether, what shall we use to contain it? He posed a question. Due to technological constraints, my father buried it deep underground. Now we have a solution. Odin revealed a jar. Rest assured, it is painless. You are quite the humorist. Old man, must the Dark Elves be the ones to separate it? Can't we extract it now? Jian expressed her fear, suggesting they reconsider. We cannot back down, otherwise all our preparations would be in vain. West Wind swiftly countered. Fear not. My brothers will ensure your safety, as much as possible. Now that we are prepared, let us board the ship. Loki activated the controls of the Asgardian vessel. Remember, we must adhere strictly to the plan. I will take Jian to claim credit for our efforts, as in their eyes, I am still an outsider. You all will wait in the shadows, ready to strike. Given the current circumstances, the barriers between the 9 realms may be somewhat weakened, allowing us to reach Midgard. Stay vigilant. Once again, he emphasized, stick to the plan. The group nodded in agreement, realizing that when Loki took matters seriously, he was indeed quite capable, navigating the spacecraft through a chasm in a colossal mountain. They journeyed into the realm of darkness. It was a stark contrast, Asgard juxtaposed with the land of shadows. Banner expressed his discomfort, stating, I feel exceedingly uneasy right now. If you intend to transform, do so later, Loki advised. Let us proceed, Jane. Encouraged by Thor, Jane kept pace with Loki. Observing their retreating figures, Natasha inquired of Thor. Are you not concerned that this might be Loki's deception? Thor shook his head. For reasons unknown, I find myself trusting him at this moment. Oh, look. Isn't that Odin's child, Loki? Malekith chuckled upon seeing Loki approach. And you've brought the ether with you. What, do you not fancy it? Loki chuckled in response. Once I conquer Asgard, I might consider granting you the title of king there. You must first extract the ether to possess such power. For now, I am here and I have brought it with me. Chapter 8. Teasing the little spider very well, Loki's plan is ready to be set in motion. Observing from a distance, the Dark Elf has begun to separate the ethereal particles from the vessel. The group exchanged glances before dispersing to take their positions. Soon, I shall reclaim this unparalleled power. The Dark Elf Malekith fixated on the ethereal particles high above, casually discarding the now useless vessel, fortuitously caught by the quick-witted Loki. When the time comes, none in Asgard shall rival me. Malekith extended his hand towards the ethereal particles. I cannot see anything. With a fierce shout, the West Wind surged toward the ethereal particles, prepared to unleash a combined assault. I have him in my sights. Clinton drew his bow and released an arrow radiating golden light, successfully dispatching the minion beside the Dark Elf in tandem with Tony. Seeing Thor and the West Wind entangled with the Dark Elf, Steve rushed forward, clutching a container aimed at the ethereal. I have troubling news. Natasha noticed the dark minions surging forth and beckoned Banner to charge ahead. Loki, lend a hand. Thor shouted as he was flung backward. What? Does your lovely girlfriend not require assistance? Loki grinned. Did you not claim to be the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms? Hurry up. This little creature has still absorbed some ethereal particles. The West Wind grumbled. This infinity stone is truly overpowered. Loki shrugged, brandishing his dagger as he advanced. The West Wind could not help but curse Loki, muttering about whether he could even manage. Are you going to keep babbling? Loki interjected. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intent. Do you see me capable of such? My abilities are all AoE. You rascal. The West Wind was about to retort further when Thor intervened. Enough, cease your bickering. West Wind, Loki, cooperate with me. Thor swung his mighty hammer, sending the struck Malekith soaring into the sky. Loki, I am here. Loki sheathed his dagger, conjuring magic to ensnare Malekith within pillars, rendering him momentarily immobile. Your turn? Loki looked at the West Wind. Thor, give me some electricity. Thor understood, summoning lightning to imbue the sword in the sky with magical properties. Perhaps a touch of frost would also be beneficial. Loki added a hint of coldness. Let us make it stylish. After utilizing the dragon slaying technique, the west wind circled around Malekith, unleashing a barrage of meteor flashes. As Malekith lay prostrate, the group gathered around. Thor, did your father mention how to vanquish him? Thor shook his head. My father only instructed me on how to extract the ethereal. Well, if we bombard him continuously with a deluge of lightning, I believe he shall perish. Banner had returned to his normal state, for many shows claim that lightning can counter all malevolent forces. The group found this to be an excellent idea. After extracting the last remnants of the ether from Malekith, the group began to take their vengeance upon the fallen foe. Is this not a tad excessive? West Wind observed, unable to bear the sight. Sheathe your sword before you speak. Upon their return to Asgard, Odin had already arranged a banquet to celebrate the victorious warriors. To the triumphant return, the crowd rejoiced, drinking merrily throughout the night. Father, I wish to visit Earth. And Loki will accompany you, Thor declared from the balcony, gazing at the stars above, addressing Odin beside him. I believe Loki would excel in this matter more than I. Odin grasped Thor's implication and promptly summoned Loki, relaying Thor's original words. Loki paused momentarily, then let out a wry smile. Thor, what I seek is a peaceful competition, not merely your endorsement. Thor chuckled as he patted Loki's shoulder. Father, I wish to speak with Loki privately. Odin nodded and departed. The two siblings now coexisted harmoniously. It hardly mattered who ascended to the throne. Thor, that is the throne, weighing heavily on your mind, I presume, Tony inquired as they journeyed towards the Rainbow Bridge. If it were me, I'd agree outright and host a bachelor party. To where the crown is to bear its burdens, Thor replied simply. I personally prefer to expand my horizons. However, this allows you more time to accompany us on Earth. Our lives are not as prolonged as yours. Tony playfully smacked West Wind on the head. How old are you to be acting like an elder? The ether is not as easily controlled as the Tesseract, West Wind. Be cautious in the future, Thor advised, glancing at the sky sword at West Wind's waist. Ah, worry not. Thor nodded. Heimdall, as the sword plunged into the ground. They were transported back to Earth. Meanwhile, Loki remained in the Asgardian library, feeling increasingly vexed. The echoes of Thor's words still resonating in his ears. If you wish to earn Father's attention, learn to be a worthy king. Mother will teach you much. Thor had rambled on extensively. What a mess, Loki muttered, though he bore no dislike for it. You finally returned. It's been many days. Pepper exclaimed as the group emerged beneath a radiant rainbow pillar, rushing to embrace Tony. There is a problem with the Nine Realms barrier. The time discrepancies are indeed accurate. Thor finally articulated after a lengthy silence. It's been several days. I long to return home to see my wife and children, Clinton confessed, missing them dearly. Thor, where do you reside? West Wind inquired as the group prepared to part ways. Thor did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted towards Jane. I have ample rooms at my home, Jane promptly replied. It's quite spacious. Jane, to teach your divine boyfriend how to use a smartphone and a computer. Last time, he couldn't even manage an email, ha ha ha. West Wind began to mock mercilessly. Thor quickly covered his mouth. We must take our leave. Remember to stay in touch if anything arises. Embracing Jane, Thor swung his hammer and departed. Do remember to contact us. We shall be there at the earliest opportunity. Natasha gestured as she drove away with Steve and Clinton. Banner, stay behind, and let us explore if this Asgardian metal can be fashioned into a formidable suit of armor. Tony halted Banner, pointing to the Asgardian metal gifted by Odin. Are you about to commence the development of the anti-Hulk armor? Banner asked. The Asgardian metal should be indestructible. I wish to avoid any further complications. Fear not. Even if the anti-Hulk armor fails, we still have Thor, Tony smiled. And I am here. West Wind raised his hand. You should head home and rest. With no other option, West Wind drove away. Let us see if this metal can be melted first. Jarvis had mentioned that one-handed driving was not a good habit. Under Jarvis's automatic transmission, West Wind safely returned home. However, before the warmth of the couch beneath him could settle, he felt compelled to engage in further endeavors. At this hour, Peter Parker should be around 15, right? After all, in Captain America, Civil War, he was only 16, wasn't he? He intended to check if young Spider-Man had acquired his powers by this time. Jarvis, where is Midtown High? West Wind soared through the skies of New York. You can reach it by flying straight for 7,000 meters, Jarvis replied. With a whoosh, he vanished. Indeed. Peter had already gained his abilities. Observing Peter Parker, who was bouncing 3 feet high, West Wind decided to have some fun with him. At this moment, our little Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was leisurely swinging his legs on a rooftop, enjoying a sandwich made by Aunt May as his afternoon meal. Time to get to work. After finishing, Peter donned the suit that Tony had humorously dubbed the children's armor. Suddenly, Peter froze, the hairs on his arms standing on end. He quickly turned his head to survey the surroundings, but found nothing amiss, only birds circling overhead. Am I being overly sensitive today? Peter mused. scratching his head as he shot out a web to prepare for departure. A buzzing sound sliced through the air, and a blade effortlessly severed the web connecting him to the building. In the final moment, Peter clung to the wall, alertly scanning his surroundings. Greetings, young man. The west wind appeared beside the little spider, as if it had transcended time and space. I feel as though I have encountered you before. Peter Parker suddenly turned around, recognizing the familiar face of the man smiling at him. Ah, I remember now. You were the one wielding a sword during the alien battle in New York. Peter's words instantly dampened the west wind's spirits. I have come to recruit you. After all, that project should have been established by now. In short, are you in or out? The west wind inquired succinctly, presenting enticing benefits such as comprehensive insurance and pension plans. Peter shook his head, replying, I am still in high school. I think I will pass on those matters for now. Upon hearing his refusal, the west wind acknowledged he was well aware of the situation. I hear that your guardian is still unaware that you are the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Where do you live? I would like to pay a visit. Stop right there. I will accompany you. Is that acceptable? Peter Parker was reluctant to let Aunt May find out. You see, you quite enjoy this line of work, don't you? The west wind chuckled. Hee. Tony, I have brought you a promising talent. The moment they returned to the tower, the west wind introduced Peter to Tony. Tony removed his glasses, regarding the somewhat bashful Peter Parker. Have you mistaken the person? He hardly seems old enough to be of age. Are you employing child labor? Oh, he's not exactly underage. The west wind pulled him forward. Come, young man. Showcase your talents. The indoor space felt somewhat restrictive. Peter also recognized Tony and Bruce Banner standing beside him. I will take a spin outside. With that, Peter leapt from the 20-something floor, shooting his web and swinging gracefully between the skyscrapers. What an extraordinary apparatus. Its tensile strength is remarkable. Tony watched in astonishment at the device emanating from Peter's wrist. This young man crafted it himself. Not only can he swing about effortlessly, but his physical prowess could rival Steve's, though he lacks combat experience, the west wind explained. Quite the surprise, isn't it? Indeed, it is rather impressive, Tony nodded. But I must first consult his guardian to see if they permit him to join. No, please do not inform Aunt May. The returning little spider, Peter, wore a look of sheer terror. What? Is your Aunt May a demon? Tony laughed heartily at this. As long as you don't tell her, it will be fine. Tony nodded. Well then, for now, this will suffice. When you have time, come here, and I will refine your infant battlesuit and help you hone your combat experience. Tony patted his shoulder. Of course, I won't send you on any dangerous missions. Those are tasks for adults. You continue being your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. When you have matured, we shall discuss further matters. Peter was quite pleased with this. This boy is quite clever. Observing Peter's swaying figure, Banner remarked. I believe that one day he may rival both you and me. Indeed, yet everything must await his coming of age. Thus passed many days in tranquil monotony until, one night, a phone call pierced the silence. Xifeng, report to the headquarters of the Triarch Shield. I have matters to discuss with you. Xifeng glanced at the name flashing on his phone. Captain, it's still early morning. I wish to return to my slumber. As the saying goes, the morning sets the tone for the day. All right, I shall come at once. Sighing at his unruly hair, Xifeng completed his morning routine and soared towards the Shield headquarters upon his sword. Kid, this marks the third instance this year you've shattered the glass in my office. Can't you simply use the door? Fury glared at Xifeng, who had dismounted from his blade. This is bulletproof glass, custom made, no less. Chapter 9. The Insignificant Insight Plan. Captain, is there something you need? Steve greeted West Wind, who was heading towards him, feeling quite displeased at being roused from his slumber so early in the morning. There is indeed something, Steve replied, closing the door behind him. He felt an unsettling sensation during this operation, as if unseen eyes were constantly watching him. What, is there a homosexual beside you? Someone who admires your muscular physique? Nick Fury interjected bluntly. TSK, Steve shot him a glance, but chose to remain silent. My subconscious tells me that Brock Rumlow is not one of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. agents, Steve stated. I have a feeling he is affiliated with Hydra. Pierce has also conducted thorough investigations. So what are your plans for action? Nick Fury inquired of the veteran before him, acknowledging the impossibility of capturing all Hydra operatives at once, unless we enlist a bit of external assistance. West Wind interjected at just the right moment. External assistance? Steve and Nick Fury exchanged puzzled glances. Is this the reason you summoned me? Loki, clad in earthly attire, lounged on the sofa, casting a mocking gaze at Nick Fury. You can't even handle your own affairs without asking for help? How utterly embarrassing. Ha. It's been a while. Your wit remains as sharp as ever, Nick Fury responded, despite knowing that Loki was no longer a terrorist. Nonetheless, Loki's penchant for sarcasm was quite irksome. Where's the scepter? I require the Mind Stone, Loki stated bluntly, to probe their thoughts. I cannot do so without the aid of the stone. After the Battle of New York, the stone was taken by your S.H.I.E.L.D. seethed. I assume. As their leader, you would be able to retrieve it? Well, let me think. How to acquire that stone through a throng of Hydra guards is a rather challenging endeavor. Since you lack sincerity, why summon me for assistance? Loki rose, feigning an intention to depart. Hey, Loki, Westwind quickly intercepted him. My good brother. Stop right there. I am not your brother, Loki asserted, extending his hand to block Westwind's advance. We are not even from the same universe. Ah, one cannot put it that way, Westwind chuckled, attempting to clarify. You see, you are Thor's brother, and therefore, Thor's brother is our brother, right? Oh, my God. Such a ridiculous explanation caused both Steve and Nick Fury to exchange incredulous looks. Westwind urged Loki to sit back down. Thus, you could masquerade as one of them to pass through that checkpoint effortlessly. Loki regarded him in silence, unyielding. With determination, Westwind pressed on. If all else fails, we can resort to Plan B. You have a Plan B? Nick Fury laughed, intrigued. So, are you suggesting a direct assault? Westwind shook his head. Captain, all you need to do is shout Hail Hydra over there. They will hand it over to you. Steve shook his head decisively, declaring, I cannot shout it out. Why must you be so obstinate? Can you not be a little more flexible? The Westwind appeared hurt. What is the Insight program? Loki interjected suddenly. Nick Fury immediately turned to face Loki, demanding, You have invaded my mind? As the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms and the acting king of Asgard, Loki spread his hands and replied, Speak, Fury. I was entirely unaware of such a plan. Steve narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the black-haired Fury before him. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Nick Fury sighed and began to elucidate. As the chief planner, with me as the overall responsible party, the Insight program, in essence, allows us to eliminate threats before they can commit crimes. Through satellite reconnaissance and extensive data collection and analysis, this system can accurately predict each individual's future, enabling us to neutralize all targeted individuals in mere minutes. Is it appropriate to have a Hydra operative as the planner, Fury? Steve mused, caressing his shield while pointing his weapon at everyone. Is this your form of protection? I prefer to stand before everyone. Very well, I shall retrieve the gem for you. You may continue your discussion here. I will return to seek out the Westwind. Loki transformed into an unfamiliar figure to Westwind, exiting with a flicker of his iris. A true sorcerer indeed, capable of replicating even the cornea, Westwind marveled in astonishment. Fortunately, the chief planner Pierce remains oblivious to our preparations for retaliation. This grand scheme in his hands is bound to encounter significant issues, Nick Fury observed, casting a glance at the bustling Westwind within the office. I find there are few I can trust with an seethed. I wish to take a stroll, Steve declared, no longer wishing to hear Fury's voice. Westwind, do you have time to explore with me? Westwind nodded in agreement. Watching the two depart, Nick Fury felt a sense of helplessness as he slumped onto the couch, burdened with numerous pressing matters. Captain, where are we headed? Westwind eagerly inquired as he ignited the car's engine. How about a tour of the city? Steve contemplated for a moment before suggesting, let us visit the memorial. Westwind swiftly engaged the gears, speeding away. History is truly wondrous. Even decades later, I can still sense the presence of those from the last century walking beside me. Westwind mused, gazing at the unfolding images. Keep a low profile, Steve advised, lowering his hat. From this moment, we are merely ordinary tourists. Would you care to share the tale of your little squad? Westwind pointed at a photograph of the Howling Commandos, expressing his curiosity. Let us proceed. I shall regale you with the story along the way. Sitting on the steps outside, Westwind idly practiced with his sword. Captain, you have been conversing for quite a while, he remarked. As she glanced back at Steve, who had just stepped out, she wondered if he still recognized her. Steve remained silent, quietly getting into the car. Xifeng pursed her lips and opened the car door, taking a seat inside. The world will be better, Steve remarked while gazing at the photograph in his pocket watch, eventually articulating such a thought. I do not share your sentiment, Xifeng replied, asserting that as the center of the universe, Earth is perpetually vulnerable to external threats. There remains much for us to accomplish in order to render our planet safer and more beautiful. Pray tell, what is your Earth like? Having spent considerable time in our world, you have yet to share about yours. Steve inquired, curious about the contrasts. In comparison to your world? Xifeng pondered for a moment. There are no heroes, no advanced technology, nor extraterrestrials. However, I believe that world is quite splendid as it is. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, ensconced in his office, received a file from Loki. I have returned the gem. Please extend my regards to my brother, Loki stated, placing the document on Nick's desk before vanishing from sight. Oh. And do be cautious on your way home. Consider this a friendly reminder, Loki's voice echoed. Nick scoffed. Is that all the grandeur you possess? He picked up the file from his desk and began to peruse it. After finishing, he pondered whether or not to inform Steve of a particular matter. What a predicament. Nick sighed. It's getting late, Captain. Shall we indulge in some late-night snacks? After a day of wandering through New York, dusk was settling in. My treat, Steve declared, retrieving his wallet. Oh, do people still pay in cash these days? Use your phone. Xifeng pointed at the outdated device on Steve's belt, suggesting it might be time for an upgrade. You rascal, Steve chuckled, giving Xifeng a playful kick. I know an old establishment where the current proprietor is my friend's grandson. All right, please make sure to give me extra meat. I can eat a hearty meal, Xifeng requested as she settled the bill. And soon they were seated at an outdoor table, awaiting their meal. Uncle Steve, a man in his 30s, approached, balancing several plates of skewers. If you need more, just let me know. Thank you, Steve responded, taking a skewer to savor. Uncle Steve, Xifeng burst into laughter as soon as the proprietor walked away. Does all this food not suffice to silence your chatter? Steve could only shake his head in exasperation, just as they enjoyed their skewers and sipped their drinks. Xifeng's watch emitted a warning. Xifeng, there's an intruder in a private residence, Jarvis announced. It was Nick Fury, whose body had sustained serious injuries but was in the process of healing. Xifeng and Steve exchanged glances, swiftly finishing their meal before hailing a cab to return home. What brings you to my doorstep on this fine day? Upon opening the door, I beheld Nick Fury seated on the couch, engrossed in a video game. Thank you for that potion. Otherwise, I would be in a rather precarious state, he expressed without turning his gaze. What transpired this evening? Steve inquired. You don't have any listening devices or anything of that sort, do you? Nick queried. This house is so large, I cannot conduct a thorough search. Previously, someone attempted to steal something, but I thwarted them. Xifeng produced another vial of elixir and handed it to Nick. Drink up. You still have internal injuries. Nick gulped down half of the potion and carefully stowed the bottle away. You rascal, Xifeng scoffed. You have no idea how effective this concoction is. It can revive even those on the brink of death, yet you do not appreciate it. Nick merely acknowledged this with a brief remark before steering the conversation back to urgent matters. Guests are arriving. Before he could finish his thought, Xifeng rose, retrieving a large sniper rifle from beneath the couch and presenting it to Nick. Where did you acquire such heavy weaponry? Nick exclaimed, astonished. I requested it from Tony. Xifeng replied. He said I could play with these little gadgets. Natasha and Clint also taught me how to assemble them. I learned quite swiftly. There are 10 of them. Dressed somewhat like A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Task Force, Steve remarked, glancing out the window. Metallic arms? Nick interjected, you simply must join S.H.I.E.L.D. As an agent tomorrow, I would cherish having you. No thanks. Xifeng tossed a handgun to Steve. I prefer my freedom. I need to step out for a moment. Tony emerged from beneath the covers. Xifeng, Nick, and Steve had all been ambushed. Be cautious, warned Natasha. Rest assured. A quick kiss on Natasha's forehead, and Tony donned his Iron Man suit, soaring into the sky. Has Hydra become this brazen? Or have we been discovered? Xifeng created a wall with his sword to deflect the incoming bullets. Though his physique was formidable, he was still flesh and blood, and those projectiles could indeed cause pain. What audacity they possessed to attack me. Xifeng fumed, realizing that their plans would need to be adjusted. Nick continued firing, systematically dismantling the places where Hydra sought refuge. Mr. Father? Tony descended from above, unleashing a barrage of micromissiles that obliterated the Hydra operatives before him. Sir, there are 3 nearby, but they are beginning to retreat. Jarvis reported through Tony's helmet. Since they are withdrawing, we shall not pursue, Tony declared as he stepped inside. You've been rather punctual, Nick remarked, lowering his weapon and taking a moment to inhale a cigarette. Thus, the 3 men sat on the ground, deliberating on how to address the unfolding situation. Barnes. Sigh, Steve lamented as he glanced at the list in his hands, realizing that he was still alive. The following day, we shall embark on a significant endeavor at S.H.I.E.L.D., expressed West Wind with palpable excitement. Let us proceed according to the list. Addressing each individual in turn. Let us temper our resolve for violence, Tony advised earnestly. A constant cycle of conflict is not beneficial. For your safety, it would be prudent for you to rest here tonight, Tony suggested, gesturing towards the sofa, though the floor would suffice as well. Observing the guest room, I noted its presence. Nick Fury, clutching a formidable sniper rifle, entered the guest room and decisively shut the door. The 3 exchanged glances and smiled in unison. At the break of dawn, Steve and West Wind prepared to set forth towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Captain, we are on the verge of battle, West Wind remarked nervously, gripping his sword tightly. What is there to fear? We have faced extraterrestrial foes before, Steve reassured him, though he himself harbored a flicker of anxiety. Should he encounter Barnes today, how would he respond? Would he restrain him or? Pierce, I request access to the Insight program, West Wind declared, pointing his sword at Alexander Pierce, expressing the collective unease regarding the transfer of S.H.I.E.L.D. assets to Hydra. Pierce momentarily faltered. then comprehended the implication behind Westwind's words. Captain, you are aware as well. Steve nodded in affirmation. Romlo, I need you to bring in personnel to manage the situation. Alexander Pierce commanded. Today, no one from S.H.I.E.L.D. is permitted to leave. Westwind boldly asserted that if anyone were to exit, it would be solely those affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra members would not be allowed to depart. He tossed the list to Alexander Pierce, highlighting that over 100 individuals were aligned with their cause, commending the efficacy of their infiltration. Since the ruse is revealed, I shall dispense with pretense. The Insight program has effectively concluded before it even commenced, Westwind added, inciting a surge of frustration in Pierce. Your aircraft carrier's engine should currently be disassembled, though not entirely so. At that moment, Natasha stealthily arrived at the subterranean Insight program facility, ready to commence her operations. Is there anyone else wishing to depart? Steve quietly closed the door as more individuals trickled in, hoping for silence. Drink up, Romlo shouted, swinging an electrified baton towards Steve's head. But Steve effortlessly deflected it with his shield, landing a punch to Romlo's abdomen. Director, do not be in haste to depart, Westwind grinned as he approached Pierce. Chapter 10, The Fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Sam, how are you managing outside? Steve inquired through his earpiece. In an instant, the glass of Pierce's office shattered, and a striking African-American man, donning deep red sunglasses and a winged backpack, burst in. Captain, it's all taken care of. Sam exchanged a fist bump with Steve. My old buddy, Pierce. Just then, Nick Fury knocked and entered the room. Ah, perhaps it was his audacity. For as Pierce's finger hovered over the alarm button beneath the desk, a swift blade severed it from his hand. Quite a clean cut, Natasha remarked with admiration. Thank you for the compliment, Nat, the assailant replied. At this hour, I presume the entire Hydra faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. is en route to this office, he chuckled. Captain, do you enjoy a good brawl? Certainly, but right now I wish to know more about the Zola algorithm and Barnes. Steve stated, gripping Pierce and positioning him near the shattered glass, yet not releasing him entirely. Truly the captain, Pierce mused. Even amidst such dire circumstances, he managed a smile. I trust you would not let me fall. I indeed would not, but he might, Steve retorted, pulling him back and gently brushing off the dirt he had collected from the floor. My once reputable S.H.I.E.L.D. has been rendered into chaos by you lot. Nick Fury approached and delivered a swift kick to Pierce in frustration. Sam, step it up. We're still too close to the ground. Steve glanced through the broken glass at the ground below, where Pierce was screaming as he plummeted. He was abruptly tossed back, clutching his heart in terror. Well, are you going to talk? If you do, I might consider a surgery to reattach your pinky. Nick Fury squatted beside Pierce, removing his eye patch. See, the cut is quite neat, and your finger is still bleeding. If you act quickly, a simple surgical procedure awaits. If not, I shall let you drop. Under the dual pressure of physical threat and psychological intimidation, Pierce capitulated. Hail Hydra! Crossbones shouted, witnessing his once formidable superior about to yield. Cut off one head, and two shall take its place. Buddy, you cannot fathom my predicament if your finger remains intact. Quickly now. Pierce divulged everything, while Nick Fury meticulously recorded with a voice recorder. Predicting the future? The assailant laughed outright. You rely on an algorithm to foresee the future? I cannot fathom what you Hydra operatives are thinking. The Time Stone presents countless possible futures, yet you believe one algorithm can predict accurately? Captain, what shall we do with this man? Sam inquired, with time running short for the Insight program, and the personnel aboard the aircraft carrier surely aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current predicament. They would be on high alert. What should we do now? Let's engage in battle first, and then discuss it. Observing the encroaching Hydra forces outside, Xifeng grasped the sword of the sky. Is it possible to annihilate them all? Xifeng asked. Absolutely, Steve declared, raising his shield and charging into the hail of gunfire. The elderly must also take action. Nick Fury too seized his weapon and joined the fray. Steve, I am currently on the bridge of the aircraft carrier. Where are you? At that moment, Tony was already waiting outside 3 aircraft carriers. Just a moment. Steve knocked down the adversary before him with a punch. Xifeng, you go over now. At that time, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra shall remain. Steve? Nick Fury responded, somewhat taken aback. You said it yourself. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. Fury. Steve shouted back, addressing Nick Fury, suggesting that perhaps your negligence led to this mess. Ultimately, Nick Fury acquiesced. Very well, Captain, I shall head over now. Xifeng soared towards Tony. Hey, brother. I hope I'm not late. Thor arrived at Tony's side, patting him on the shoulder. Take it easy, explosive point man. Tony scrutinized him, asking, why aren't you in your armor? Armor? Thor raised his mighty hammer, summoning a bolt of lightning that enveloped him in the scales of his battle attire. Now I'm dressed. TSK, Tony averted his gaze. So, what are we preparing to do now? Thor inquired, puzzled. Let's wait a moment. Xifeng has yet to arrive. Tony pulled out a pack of raisins and began snacking. Subsequently, Thor sat quietly, playing with his hammer, tossing it into the air and catching it repeatedly. Am I late? After a few moments, Xifeng arrived. Quite swift. Of course, I was just below. Xifeng sheathed his sword. Brother, it's been ages since we last met. Thor stood up and embraced Xifeng tightly. You seem to be becoming more like an earthling. Xifeng remarked, observing Thor. Hold on. Let me first send the recording to those below, so they can listen. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony called out. Sir, it has been dispatched. Tony leaned back against the bridge, resting his head on his hands, waiting impatiently for the carriers to remain grounded. If they took off, then the battle would commence. Where's Barnes? After dealing with a host of Hydra minions, Steve seized Pierce by the neck, inquiring about Barnes' whereabouts. Rogers, I doubt he will divulge anything. Nick Fury approached Steve's side. Steve remained silent, instead using his shield to knock Pierce unconscious. Well then, we should head towards the aircraft carrier. Steve stepped into the elevator. Natasha, please send someone to check on the status of the council office. Understood. As he observed the dam gradually separating, the aircraft carrier slowly ascended. So it has taken off, Tony remarked with a smirk, noting the inefficiency of S-H-I-E-L-D-S operations. After securely stowing away the 3 large cards Nick Fury had entrusted him with, he handed a pair of goggles to both Hawkeye and Thor. I have analyzed the list. The ones with red bodies are Hydra, while those with blue bodies are our allies. Don't forget that. With that, Tony soared into the sky, preparing to replace the chip. Captain, allow me to give you a lift. Steve, long time no see. After a brief greeting, Thor donned the goggles and flew up to the aircraft carrier. Finding a secure spot, he set Steve down before joining the fray. The A carrier is complete. Just as Tony finished replacing the chip, he was ambushed. There are still 2 more carriers. Can you reduce the trouble a bit? Captain, I'm encountering Barnes here. Do you need me to bring you over? Before the Hydra minion, poised for attack, appeared a man with a mechanical arm on his left side. Could I get a ride? He leaped from Carrier B. With Falcon catching him and transporting him to Carrier C. Bucky? Faced with the masked man with long hair, Steve found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Captain. Capture him alive. I can help you heal him. Hawkeye, meanwhile, was being pursued by dozens of aircraft. Damn it. I haven't even had the chance to initiate my sword technique. He cursed, then shouted, Thor, where the hell are you? Your brother is about to be turned into a sieve. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds gathered in the clear sky. Lightning striking down and incapacitating the Kree fighters pursuing Hawkeye. Your brother is right here. Thor quickly arrived at Hawkeye's side. If I unleash an AoE attack, you'll be caught in the crossfire too. Where did you learn these words? Hawkeye asked, momentarily astonished. Heh, Thor chuckled. Just a little something. By the way, I have completed the chip replacements on all 3 carriers. Are you planning to dismantle this thing, or what? Tony, having fulfilled his task, was eager to know what would follow. I think it's better to leave it as is. From this point on, neither S-H-I-E-L-D nor Hydra will exist, Hawkeye stated. Agent Hill, can you hear me? There are no life signs left on the aircraft carrier. You all need to evacuate. Agent Hill pressed her earpiece and shouted, I am about to initiate the self-destruct sequence. With Thor's assistance, Bucky was easily apprehended. What a spectacular display. Tony mused as he watched the 3 aircraft carriers explode. I certainly wouldn't have had such a grand spectacle. Everyone stood on the bridge, gazing at the remnants of the aircraft carriers plummeting into the dam. What do you plan to say on Capitol Hill? Tony inquired, checking for any injuries on himself. Addressing the person before him. I have no desire to be involved in such matters, Steve replied succinctly. Nor do I, Nick Fury concurred. You cannot escape. You are still alive, West Wind retorted. Well, one could say you perished heroically on the aircraft carrier, he added. That could be said. But the astute would see through it, though they would not voice it. Nick Fury agreed with West Wind's perspective. By the way, West Wind suddenly recalled. Have we forgotten about a certain formidable threat? The Mind Stone. Natasha uttered its name. We should have let Loki borrow it without the intention of return that day. Despite her words, she preferred to let things unfold naturally. After all, how else could she pursue Wanda later? It will reveal itself in due time, Thor remarked, patting West Wind on the shoulder. If you need anything, just call. I shall be there promptly. With that, Thor took to the skies. Having resided on Earth for a while, he was no longer a quintessential Asgardian. Laughter erupted among the group. Thus concluded Captain America 2. Captain, do not rush me, please. West Wind said, exasperated as he continuously administered the potion to Barnes. He has been brainwashed. I must first heal his mind before restoring his original state. I have an idea, Banner proposed. I've heard that a strong blow to the head might restore him. Observing the struggling Barnes, West Wind looked at him in disbelief. Are you serious? I know you hold a PhD in nuclear physics from Caltech and possess 7 doctoral degrees. However, none of them are in medicine, are they? Banner smiled awkwardly at the remark. It seems we have but one option left. West Wind directed his gaze toward Thor, who was happily drinking nearby. What is the matter? Thor asked, sensing something amiss. West Wind, do you intend for me to strike him with lightning? Can he withstand that? No, West Wind quickly shook his head. Did you not notice Steve's expression darkening? You should go to Asgard and summon your brother. Thor nodded in agreement and stepped outside, calling, Heimdall. The Bifrost opened and closed. Open, then close. Thor, Loki glared at his brother. Earth has its own healers, known as doctors. There is no need to summon anyone from Asgard. Besides, I am a sorcerer, not a healer. Listening to Loki's frenzied complaints, the others felt quite embarrassed. Let us finish our tasks, have a meal, and perhaps share a drink before departing, Steve suggested. Out of consideration for someone's feelings, Loki chose to refrain from further comments. He cast a glance at the reclining Barnes and mused, You want me to heal him? I contemplated fabricating an illusion. Do you understand my intent? The West Wind began to elaborate. Clever Loki immediately grasped the West Wind's notion, altering the contents of his mind through the subconscious. Your idea is commendable. With that, Loki extended his hand, conjuring the Mind Scepter. Surely, you're not going to tell me that it's missing? Loki's face fell in disappointment. You couldn't even safeguard a mere object? Very well, I shall handle this myself. With a spell, he rendered Barnes unconscious and then reached out toward Steve. What is the matter? Steve appeared somewhat bewildered. Through me, construct an illusion. As for the method, that is for you to determine. Upon hearing this, Steve took hold of Loki's hand, and soon, he radiated a golden luminescence. Being with you all never fails to inspire me, Tony remarked. My armor is evolving daily. What has Clinton been up to these days? The West Wind inquired of Hawkeye beside him. Oh, he went on a mission to Afghanistan. But now, he is essentially a free agent, Clinton replied with a smile. By the way, is the Avengers Initiative still in motion? The Council has consented, considering we saved their lives. We have now become a semi-private, semi-public organization, Tony elucidated. I am currently in the process of selecting a location. While the others engaged in conversation, Steve, over there, had completed his task, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, indicating that it had been quite challenging. Chapter 11, is it so? I am quite satisfied. Thank you for your cooperation. Loki steadied Captain Steve, who was on the verge of falling. A golden orb materialized in his hand. Under the gazes of the onlookers, Loki slowly approached the still unconscious Barnes, pressing the orb into his mind and placing his hand upon Barnes' forehead, closing his eyes to sense something. Loki. Steve wished to utter something. Do not speak, Loki interjected sternly, interrupting him, for it is not a commendable habit to disturb others when they are focused on their tasks. Suddenly, Loki lifted his head, casting a meaningful glance at Tony beside him, before quietly settling onto the nearby sofa to sip his fine wine. Noticing the look in Loki's eyes, Tony felt a twinge of curiosity. After a few anxious minutes, Barnes, bound by restraints, slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and recognized a strangely familiar figure. Steve? Barnes called the name of Captain America. Bucky. Steve staggered over, embracing his dear brother, and began to weep. What a pair of devoted brothers. Tony joined Loki on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of wine. Loki, holding his glass, silently observed him before shaking his head. Bambi, do you have something to say? Why do you keep staring at me? Tony, intrigued by Loki's demeanor, inquired, Is there something odd about me today? Loki merely smiled, downed his drink, and stood to leave. Brother. Thor intercepted Loki, asking, Shall we wander around Earth? Wander, indeed. Loki fell into contemplation. Very well. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I appreciate your company, brother. Good. Thor and Loki exchanged a smile. Oh, before we leave, Loki reminded Steve. His mind is still somewhat muddled. Speak to him of your past endeavors together. It will aid in his recovery. Steve grasped Barnes' hand firmly and nodded. Bucky, do you remember the Howling Commandos? Well, I have some recollections, but not many. Barnes held his forehead, struggling with the fog of forgotten memories. That is all right. At least you are here with us now. Steve felt a surge of relief, for he had feared he would never see his dear brother again after he fell from the train. Did Loki perhaps sense something? Did he delve into Barnes' memories? The Wind had been observing Loki's every action and recalled vividly the expression he wore when looking at Tony. It is time to pay a visit to Master Gui. After bidding farewell to the others, the Wind drove to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. How fortunate to see you today. Just as the Wind was about to knock, Master Gui, with his gleaming bald head, opened the door, causing the Wind to miss his opportunity. I have come merely to enjoy a cup of tea. The West Wind, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and swiftly entered. I cannot help but observe. Ancient One has completely discerned the subtle thoughts residing in West Wind's heart. Is that not so, Tony Stark? West Wind nodded fervently. That indeed presents quite a dilemma. The Ancient One reclined slightly in her wicker chair, closing her eyes in contemplation. Master, a dilemma implies it can be resolved. Does it not? Westwind hastily poured a cup of hot tea and respectfully presented it before the Ancient One. You see, Tony has cared for me as one would for their own child. I wish for him to catch a glimpse of his parents, even if just for a moment. The Ancient One remained silent, her eyes still shut. Westwind was about to resort to a more forceful approach, yet he dared not utter such words. The duty of the Supreme Sorcerer is to protect the Time Stone, not to indulge in whimsical games. The Ancient One explained with gravity, should you toy with time, ultimately, it is time that will toy with you. Do you comprehend the potential consequences of traversing time? Have you never traversed time or glimpsed the future? Westwind cautiously inquired. The Ancient One exhaled a long sigh. Follow me. She rose and proceeded to a hidden chamber. Sensing an opportunity, Westwind quickly followed. The Ancient One activated a mechanism on the wall, and upon the door opening, they discovered the room was barren, save for a solitary pillar at its center, seemingly meant to support something. The Ancient One removed the Eye of Agamotto from around her neck and placed it upon the pillar, gesturing for Westwind to stand opposite it. Your sword is quite remarkable. It appears to be symbiotic with you. Capable of withstanding the energy of the Infinity Stones, this should be the third one, correct? Westwind nodded, retrieving the Sky Sword from within himself, which emanated a blend of blue and deep red light. The Ancient One wielded her magic, unveiling the true essence of the Time Stone through the Eye of Agamotto. Previously, the energy of the Space Stone granted you the ability to teleport across realms, now, absorbing the energy of the Time Stone. I believe you shall be able to tear through the fabric of time and space, albeit for a limited duration. The Ancient One articulated as she manipulated the energies, assuring him that with determination, success would follow. It cannot be that simple, Westwind replied, half amused, as the energy of the Time Stone flowed into the Sky Sword. The azure blade underwent a transformation, gradually shifting to an orange hue. This is an advancement, a time-space weapon? Gazing at the sword hovering before him, Westwind reached out to grasp it. Closing his eyes, Westwind attuned himself to the changes imparted by the time-space sword. His martial prowess began to evolve, his physique strengthening. Now he felt akin to a level 50 character in a game. Yet he sensed the potential to ascend to level 100. You have grown significantly, the Ancient One remarked, surprised that your method of growth involves absorbing the energy of the Infinity Stones. Master, each individual is unique in their own right. The Western Wind chuckled. At least I cannot defeat you now, can I? But in the future, I shall prevail. Ancient One retracted the Eye of Agamotto and then opened a portal to Stark Tower. Go on, your friend is waiting for you. The Western Wind nodded and stepped inside. What have you been up to? Steve inquired, his demeanor unusually cheerful today. The Western Wind refrained from answering, instead turning to the still-lying Bucky. Are you familiar with Howard Stark and Maria Stark? Howard Stark? ISNT, he the old man who established S.H.I.E.L.D. Why do you ask? Natasha interjected, slightly puzzled, noting that their information was readily available online. Bucky shook his head. He had little recollection of Howard Stark, only aware that he had crafted the shields for his close comrades, having never paid him much attention. It is understandable that you are unaware. You were under Hydra's control at the time of their demise, the Western Wind clarified. It is common knowledge that the Starks perished in a car accident. Yet that is not the truth. They were slain by your hand. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Tony, remain calm, Steve urged, sensing the shift in the atmosphere as he sought to soothe Tony's rising emotions. Unable to escape Steve's grasp, Tony fixed his gaze intensely upon the man before him. You knew all along, didn't you? Steve shook his head, asserting his ignorance. As far as I remember. I had no word of him since Bucky fell from the train. Enough of this commotion, the Western Wind shouted, commanding silence. I have a solution. Western Wind. Have you considered the implications of your words? You are contemplating traversing time, do you understand? Banner remarked gravely, regarding the Western Wind with seriousness. Dr. Banner. What technology cannot achieve, perhaps magic can, the Western Wind grinned, summoning the time sword. Are you serious? Quiet. Tony shouted at Steve, insisting he observe in silence at this moment. Steve fell silent. Tony, I require the precise time and location. Tony nodded, prompting J.A.R.V.I.S. to retrieve the information. Let me clarify, you can only go back to speak a few words before their death. You may say as much as you wish, but you cannot alter the fact of their demise, as it is a necessary event in this universe. Do you understand? The Western Wind warned. When I bring them here, you will have your chance to speak. I am merely transporting specific individuals to a particular moment in time, and they must be returned afterward. Tony acknowledged with a nod. Very well. As he contemplated the data before him, the Western Wind closed his eyes, the sky sword emitting a luminous blue and green glow. Howard, what is that light before us? In a time long past, the Stark couple driving on the road gazed at the radiance ahead, with Mrs. Maria Stark expressing her curiosity. Two individuals descended from the vehicle, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed the luminous screen before them. Maria, do you not sense that it beckons us? The elderly gentleman, Howard, slowly extended his hand. I feel the same, Maria replied with a nod. Thus, the two traversed the veil and stood before the gathering. At that moment, Nick Fury was summoned through the rift created by the west wind. Dad, Mom. Upon witnessing the living figures before him, Tony's expression was one of disbelief. Is that you, Tony? Howard gazed at his tearful son, momentarily incredulous. Surely, at this time, Tony should be at home. Howard, it has been a long time, Steve approached, supporting Bucky. Observing the architecture outside and the individuals within the room, the astute Howard quickly deduced that they had stepped decades into the future. You still appear so youthful, Captain, he remarked, chuckling at the remarkably young Steve. The taste of being frozen must be quite unpleasant. Tony, you have grown so much. Howard found himself at a loss for words, as Maria beside him was already in tears. I cannot bear to witness such a scene. The west wind retreated to a corner. Neither can I. Natasha and others followed suit. Ah, so it is like this. Howard gently patted Bucky's shoulder after hearing the explanations. Bucky, do not dwell too heavily on regrets. For you, the past is behind you, and it was not by your own volition, was it? He then turned his gaze to his son. Tony, can you forgive your father? I have been so preoccupied, neglecting you, and even adopting a cold demeanor, never expressing my love nor granting you adequate acknowledgement. Howard, Maria intertwined her arm with her husband's. I know that deep within, you have always loved him. Faced with his father, Tony found himself at a loss for words despite the multitude of thoughts swirling within him. Is this your child, Tony? Howard inquired, pointing at the west wind. The west wind quickly shook his head. Uncle, I am merely his legally adopted son. I am not his biological child. Oh. Howard's face fell with disappointment. This is my girlfriend, Pepper. Tony introduced Pepper, who had just emerged from the elevator. Ah, upon seeing the two elderly men, Pepper recognized them as well. Do not be anxious, Maria said with a smile. You must be a wonderful young woman. Maria led Pepper aside for a chat. Nick, what am I to say about how you have handled seethed? The older man began to explain his plans in response. There is still a bit of time before evening. Let us dine and then depart. The west wind addressed those present. Time slipped away swiftly, almost like sand through fingers. Howard lamented, Maria, let us prepare dinner together. I shall join as well, Tony chimed in, wishing to spend more time with his family during this precious moment. Steve, Tony has already forgiven you. Natasha gently patted his shoulder. Although they hadn't spent much time together, I suggest you go and keep them company, engage in conversation. Steve nodded and took Bucky along. So, what does it feel like to be scolded by the director of seethed? Xifeng asked with a mischievous grin as he sat beside Nick. Come on, share your experience. I promise I won't tell anyone. Nick glanced at him with an expression of displeasure. Ha ha ha, Xifeng burst into laughter. Howard, Maria, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly exclaimed, is today May 28th? It is indeed May 28th, Howard replied. It's Tony's birthday. They both exclaimed in unison. Tomorrow is your birthday? Hearing the elders' conversation from the kitchen, Xifeng hurried over to inquire. I just remembered, Tony said with a smile. I am quite content with where I am now. Chapter 12, Birthday, is there something I can do for you? Aunt May is waiting at home for me to return for dinner. The amiable neighbor, Spider-Man Peter, gazed at the meticulously prepared feast before him and promptly dialed a phone number to inform that he would be dining at a classmate's house this evening. Who is this? Just as Howard was about to uncork a bottle of red wine, he noticed a rather disheveled young boy standing in the room, piqued with curiosity. Hello, Uncle. My name is Peter Parker, from Queens, New York, 20 Ingram Street in the Forest Hills neighborhood. Queens, that's a lovely place. Howard nodded appreciatively. Windsor, Peter Parker inquired. Pulling Windsor aside, who is this stylish gentleman? Ah, he is Tony's father, and that lady is Tony's mother, Windsor introduced Peter Parker. I used a few clever tricks to bring them here. Peter Parker looked at Windsor in sheer astonishment. This was time travel. What technology cannot resolve, magic may indeed accomplish. Windsor chuckled. Well then, go freshen up. You might not encounter a scene like this again in your lifetime, looking so unkempt. Windsor gently nudged Peter Parker towards the restroom, providing him with a set of fresh clothing. Tony, you truly are my son, creating such an ingenious device. As Howard played with the arc reactor in his hands, he marveled, had it not been for the technological limitations of my era, I too could have crafted such a marvelous contraption. Dad, I heard you were quite the charmer in your youth, is that true? Due to the effects of the wine, Tony's speech became rather casual. Ahem, Mrs. Maria coughed a few times in response. Hey, back in the day, I invited Steve to join, and he was too shy to come. Howard bluntly revealed Steve's secret. You had to bring that up, Steve retorted. By the way, Steve, Peggy Carter? Howard recalled this fellow veteran of seethed. Is she still around? Steve set down his knife and fork, remaining silent. She is well, but not for much longer, Nick Fury interjected on Steve's behalf. What a pity. How long can one live? Howard turned to his son. Yet at least I feel I have no regrets now. Howard. Mrs. Maria tenderly caressed her husband's hand. Tony. We apologize for not showering you with more affection. I hope today fulfills you. You have always been our pride. Tony slightly lifted his head, fighting back tears. Thank you, young man, for allowing us to meet Tony. Howard gripped Windsor's hand tightly. Truly a remarkable individual. I merely did my best, Windsor replied. All right, let us get ready. In just a few moments, it will be Tony's birthday. As the midnight chimes rang, it marked the arrival of May 29th, Tony's birthday. Am I late? Agent Coulson and Agent Hill arrived at Stark Tower, each bearing gifts to celebrate Tony's birthday. Today is perhaps the happiest day of my life. As he gazed upon the friends and parents gathered to celebrate him, Tony felt a profound sense of joy. Tony, do not mourn our departure, Maria said, gently touching his hair. Preparing a meal for my child brings me the utmost happiness. With that, Howard took Maria's hand, and they stepped through the portal. Returning to their car, West Wind watched Tony's retreating figure and approached him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Thank you, my boy. As the portal gradually faded, Tony turned and expressed his gratitude to West Wind. You're welcome. As it was late, everyone decided to stay at Stark Tower for the night, and the following morning, they each went their separate ways. Peter, sometimes I envy you. You're so intelligent, ambitious, and undeniably handsome, West Wind remarked while driving. Conversing with Peter Parker in the passenger seat, Peter scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. As long as I put in the effort, that's what matters. Effort alone requires talent. West Wind sighed. In my world, I am simply not cut out for academic pursuits. My average grades would only afford me a place in a mediocre university. He opened the passenger door for Peter. Study hard. Matters of romance can wait. Otherwise, I'll have to inform Aunt May. Do you have Aunt May's contact information? Peter leaned his head in from the window. No, West Wind shook his head. But I'm sure I could find it if I needed to. That's true. Peter nodded, then with a buoyant step, entered the high school gates. Wandering aimlessly around New York, he received a call from Coulson. Is there something you need? West Wind answered the car phone. Coulson here. I have a favor to ask. He explained. I see your file indicates you're a level 4 agent, so I intend to assign you a mission. What are you talking about? West Wind pulled over to the side of the road. When did I join S.H.I.E.L.D.? I was unaware. The records show your sponsor is Director Fury. Damn that old man. Just because I said a few words to you before, you want to rope me into doing your dirty work? Coulson, I'm busy right now. How about? It's fine. The mission can wait a few days. The ship will remain at sea. Coulson was clearly confident that West Wind would comply, assuring him of a substantial reward for his efforts. Reward? West Wind scoffed. I have money. What do I need a reward for? I can help you find a girlfriend. Coulson's voice came through. The thought of Coulson's girlfriend being a cellist made West Wind's teeth clench in jealousy. He took a deep breath, stating, You know, I am not one to impose upon others. I can arrange for you to go on a blind date, ensuring that it will be with someone of your preferred type. Are you certain you know what I like? It seems you know me better than I know myself. As for Coulson's words, Xifeng was utterly incredulous. I see you previously purchased something for $68. The time, the address, the number of people, and the firepower involved. Thus, with a face full of indignation, Xifeng boarded a Kuan-style fighter jet, embarking on a mission. Fear not, young man. The task is quite straightforward. Clinton was enhancing his magical longbow with some advanced technology. Was it Coulson who lured you here? How did you know? Xifeng inquired, perplexed. Clinton chuckled as he pulled out his phone, opened a group chat, and clicked on a voice message posted by Coulson, which contained their telephone conversation from that morning. Xifeng inhaled deeply to suppress his rising anger. This is my daughter, Clinton said, producing a photo of his daughter and handing it to Xifeng. Though she can be a bit rebellious, she has a good heart. She is currently 14. She can marry at 18, Clinton added with a smile. You jest. What father sends his daughter out like that? You are utterly unfit for this role. Clinton shook his head with a smile. In our line of work, who knows if we will see the sun tomorrow? It is crucial for me to secure a good future for my child. Oh, one cannot say such things. You could still see the sun decades from now. A rather comforting thought. Sir, we have arrived at our destination, the pilot of the fighter jet called out. Prepare to parachute. No need for parachuting. Come, Clinton. Hold on to my clothes. I will carry you across. Xifeng pressed a button to open the fighter jet's door. Are you serious? Although Clinton protested, he nonetheless grasped Xifeng's collar. I suggest you be ready at this moment. The instant they leapt from the fighter jet, the armed transport ship below was already prepared with anti-air firepower. Coulson, you are falling short, Xifeng exclaimed, clumsily dodging the incoming shells and bullets. There are 30 hostages and 70 terrorists. This was the data provided by Coulson. As they descended onto the captain's cabin, numerous terrorists were already surging towards them. Ready? Clinton inquired. Xifeng nodded. with the sound of smoke grenades cascading down. The two switched to close combat mode, engaging in a fierce battle within the narrow corridors. Xifeng, give me some time. After dispatching the enemies before him, Clinton entered the cockpit to begin extracting the ship's data. We are being invaded. As the terrorists triggered the alarm, a group armed with advanced weaponry slowly advanced towards the cockpit. I thought they were just ordinary terrorists hijacking the ship? Xifeng asked, unsheathing his sword. If it were terrorists hijacking the ship, our presence would be unnecessary. The remnants of Hydra somehow allied with the terrorists, taking control of the researchers aboard. Clinton began to explain that they were developing a weapon of mass destruction on the ship, and there were rumors of the Mind Scepter's presence here. It surely would not be here now. Xifeng conducted a scan and found no trace of the gem's energy. Well, I have sent the data. Shortly, our glasses will display a 3D projection of the ship, revealing the deployment of personnel aboard. Xifeng nodded, and once the progress bar completed, he would strike alongside Clinton. By the way, Clinton, you must include me in that group. Xifeng remarked, you all are too wicked, bullying a 20-year-old youth like me. Hop hop, of course. One engaged in close combat while the other provided long-range cover, swiftly eliminating all the terrorists on the ship. There was no trace of Hydra. They had already retreated. Looking at the equipment that had yet to be moved, Clinton felt a deep regret. Catching them next time would be a challenge. They were all dead. Not a single survivor. Clinton checked their breathing and shook his head. The battle between light and darkness is always prolonged, a constant ebb and flow that does not cease. We still have a long journey ahead. Eliminating a research base is a commendable achievement. After demolishing the ship, they departed from the area. You can now choose multiple professions. On the way back, the system sent a notification. In response, Xifeng felt a sense of having waited ages for this moment. Summoner. Without hesitation, Xifeng chose this profession. Back in the day, competing as a swordsman was utterly frustrating. How could one strike when it stood right in front of you? A brilliant light emerged, and a cat materialized in Xifeng's arms. Consequently, Xifeng brought the cat to Nick Fury's office. I don't like it. Nick Fury squinted at the cat in Xifeng's arms, mainly because it resembled a Chitauri, and he could still recall how it had clawed at his eye. What is this? The esteemed leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. Afraid of a cat? Xifeng chuckled, promptly placing the cat before Nick Fury. Ahem. The leader stood up and approached the window. The new head of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Coulson, as I am no longer. Additionally, you will need to visit Capitol Hill. Nick Fury stated, you are to assist Natasha with matters there. The way you lead, TSK. Xifeng made a face. This hands-off manager is doing splendidly. All right, hurry and take your cat away. I need to rest. Nick Fury urged. A grown man afraid of a cat. I could laugh 1,000 times. He said this while walking away. You little rascal. Nick Fury cast a glance at the retreating figure of West Wind, muttering a curse under his breath. Upon returning to his grand villa, West Wind, accompanied by his orange cat, entered his training room and began to assess the feline's combat capabilities. In the realm of the game, the absence of a summoner meant a lack of combat prowess akin to that of an infant. Summoners embody a multifaceted role, adept in group protection, collective healing, energy restoration, and mass resurrection. Presently, there exist two primary schools within the summoner class, harmony and nature. Thus, West Wind pondered which type of summoner he ought to pursue. It suddenly struck him that he had yet to equip his profession's Bagua talisman. A wry smile formed on his lips as he lamented his ignorance of where to procure such a talisman. Moreover, the divine talismans for both summoners and swordsmen required conquering the martial god tower. At that moment, West Wind felt the weight of an arduous journey ahead of him. Chapter 13. The Divine Tower. Xifeng, is this your adopted pet? Stark, who was resting, noticed the orange cat in Xifeng's arms and promptly took it into his own embrace. Hey, be careful, Xifeng exclaimed as the summoned creature was whisked away. What's the matter? It's just a harmless little cat, Tony remarked, somewhat dismissively. Can it really pose a threat to me? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the sturdy floor was smashed open, and the once docile orange cat morphed into an enormous white tiger modification. I'll curse your mother. Such a transformation startled Tony, who hurriedly sought refuge behind the sofa. The mighty tiger let out a series of low growls. Quick, get it out of here, Tony shouted in alarm. Holy moly! The sheer size of the creature terrified Peter Parker, who had just arrived, prompting him to shoot webbing in a desperate attempt to ensnare the massive tiger before him. Where on earth did this come from? Peter exerted all his strength, hoping to pull the tiger down from the building. But he was instead flung away by its overwhelming force. Dogtail grass. Xifeng employed this skill to revert the summoned creature to its original form and recall it. My heavens. Once it was safe, Tony emerged from behind the sofa, patting his chest in relief. What just happened? At that moment, Tony's security officer, Happy, along with several guards brandishing firearms, rushed up the stairs. Tony waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. Observing the considerable crater in the floor, the guards, although aware that something had transpired, were reassured by their boss's calm demeanor and proceeded to descend the stairs. Just now, I was nearly scared to death by your little creature. Tony approached the orange cat, pondering, is this also an extraterrestrial being? Yes, Xifeng admitted. A hint of embarrassment on his face as he apologized for his earlier recklessness. I believe I could compose a paper on this, Peter mused, stroking his chin as he mentally outlined his thoughts, ready to put pen to paper. By the way, you arrived just in time. Follow me, Tony instructed as he led Peter into a laboratory, where a suit designed specifically for him awaited. This is a custom suit I've prepared for you. What do you think? Tony beamed with pride as he observed Peter's reaction. Peter could not help but reach out to touch it, exclaiming, it's fantastic. Well, this is your reward, Tony said, swatting Peter's hand away playfully. Isn't this a reward from you? Peter asked curiously as Tony prevented him from moving any closer. I haven't finished speaking yet. Tony displayed a screen showcasing Peter's recent activities. Many times, you could have performed better and minimized casualties, you know? For instance, take a look at this. He highlighted a video. This driver nearly ran over an elderly man and a child because he ran a red light. You intercepted the vehicle and caused it to crash into a fire hydrant. Though a collision was averted, you nonetheless caused a traffic standstill at this intersection for half an hour. Strive to do better, my child. Tony patted Peter on the shoulder. Oh, Peter stepped outside. Am I being too harsh? Watching Peter swing away on his web, Tony pondered aloud. You've yet to become a father. How can you ascertain the severity of your own reprimands? Westwind jested. You rascal. Tony, with a resigned chuckle, nudged him playfully and then retrieved several test tubes from the cabinet. These are trinkets I crafted using the fortunate elixir you provided. Although many of the ingredients are not found on Earth, numerous molecular structures bear striking similarities, allowing me to replicate the essence. While its efficacy is merely 60%, its impact can outshine over 80% of contemporary remedies. Common ailments stand no chance against it. Tony fell into contemplation. You should consider starting a company. What skills do I possess to establish a business? Westwind laughed in disbelief. He was accustomed to a life of ease, where everything was handed to him, devoid of the capabilities required to be a CEO. You needn't worry about that, Tony replied with a smile. You merely need to act as a figurehead. Your endorsements carry significant weight, especially since you are not from our Earth. You can do as you please, unfettered. That reminds me. Tomorrow, I must visit Capitol Hill with Natasha due to SHIELD matters. That affair is optional. She can manage it solo. Alas, I have made a promise to someone. I cannot go back on my word, Westwind firmly declined. What? Do you have feelings for her? Tony draped an arm around his shoulder, chuckling heartily. She is indeed quite perfect, and being from 1984, she is not ancient. Can you keep your thoughts to yourself? Westwind retorted, exasperated. It would be unfortunate if she overheard. Tony snapped his fingers, and a silver-blue Iron Man suit emerged autonomously. I have named it the Creator Armor. Tony showcased his flawless creation, forged from the metal I brought from Asgard. This metal possesses remarkable memory capabilities. Even if damaged, it can self-repair, and it can meld with terrestrial metals, making it the ultimate high-grade material. As Tony grew increasingly animated, he seized a carbon alloy short sword and struck the armor. To his astonishment, not only did the armor remain unscathed, but it also absorbed some of the carbon alloy. How did you achieve this? What manner of metal is this? Even Mjolnir bears cracks when repaired. Sensing Westwind's skepticism, Tony elucidated. While this metal is highly malleable, its adaptability is not limitless. After a certain period, it will expel the absorbed metal, akin to a temporary enhancement. Regrettably, there is only one suit available. It seems it will merely serve as a display piece for now. Perhaps in the future, we shall see greater transformations. Tony pushed it back to the laboratory. You need not concern yourself with the company's name, trademark, domain, registered address, registered capital, industry qualifications and licenses, etc. All you need to do is hold a press conference when the time comes and read from the script I provide. Tony assured that the path has been laid out for you, and you can simply await the rewards. Tony, you know me, I possess ample time. Xifeng, quite serious, inquired if there was anything else I could assist with. Tony smiled at Xifeng, saying, Now, immediately fetch me a drink. I am parched. All right. Xifeng promptly departed. Oh, where's Sister Bosie? Sister Bosie has gone to attend to her company. Tony gazed quietly at the blueprints on the table, occasionally adding a few strokes. Child, you need to enrich your life, perhaps by pursuing a romantic relationship. I have noticed that Peter Parker has been getting quite close to a girl named MJ. Indeed. The abbreviation MJ refers to Mary Jane, the former Spider-Man's girlfriend, while in the case of the Holland version, MJ stands for Michelle Jones, not Mary Jane. I have matters to attend to. I must be off. Xifeng chose to evade the topic and leapt from the edge of the building. Take this and help me deliver it to Bruce. Xifeng caught the test tubes midair and took off on his sword. He arrived at a prestigious university where Bruce was currently imparting knowledge to the students below. The profound concepts discussed gave Xifeng a headache. Bruce, noticing Xifeng waiting outside, smiled and gestured. Understanding the hint, Xifeng took a seat and began a prolonged wait. Let us see. Just as Xifeng was about to doze off, students began streaming out of the spacious classroom. Xifeng, wake up. Bruce nudged Xifeng, who was dozing on the bench outside. Xifeng rubbed his bleary eyes and stood unsteadily. This is something Tony asked me to deliver to you. Xifeng pulled the test tubes from his bag. Thank you. I've been waiting for this for nearly a day. Bruce carefully accepted them. Bruce, would you like to learn something from me? Xifeng suddenly asked Bruce, who appeared intrigued. What would we learn? Bruce pondered, considering if it involved swordsmanship, he might decline. Xifeng shook his head and extended his hand, revealing a tower in his palm. Upon discovering that the god of war tower could serve as a proxy, Xifeng conceived numerous clever ideas. What is this? Bruce examined the small tower in Xifeng's palm. This is the god of war tower, a place for trials. The West Wind began to explain, stating that with each challenge overcome, one would receive rewards. Can I smash it freely? Bruce inquired. Absolutely, the West Wind replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Bruce felt a surge of excitement. He rubbed his hands together and asked, how do I get inside? Just touch it, came the response. Bruce nodded, extended his hand, and in an instant, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, entering the god of war tower. What a marvelous place this is. Within the tower, he found no one present. As he stepped into the ceiling formation, he was directly transported to the second level. Before him stood a towering version of the Desert Titan, a formidable adversary. Boy, do you dare to approach? The Desert Titan bellowed, swinging a massive hammer. Just what I was hoping for. Bruce, embodying the Green Giant, charged forward. Thus, he battled his way to the 7th level, where Zheng Zhongxing awaited him. In combat, skill, mindset, confidence, perseverance, and luck are all indispensable. Before Bruce appeared a man adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and flamboyant attire. Before long, Bruce emerged from the god of war tower, gradually transforming back from the Green Giant into Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? The West Wind gazed at Bruce, who stood silent with closed eyes, feeling a tinge of concern. I'm fine, Bruce assured, shaking his head. The god of war tower has 100 levels, and I can't progress beyond the 8th. The figure had declared he was Bruce's shadow, possessing abilities that mirrored his own. It seems there are still some unresolved matters within me. Bruce spread his hands, revealing the rewards from his conquest. The coins were of no use to him, but the other items warranted thorough examination. Farewell, Bruce said, hastily departing. That creature is indeed quite challenging to defeat, nearly impossible, the West Wind remarked. Come here for a moment. Let's discuss tomorrow morning's business at Capitol Hill. Natasha had called, providing the address. Right away. Natasha, why do you all prefer discussing matters in such places? The West Wind asked, observing the roadside eatery. In movies, meetings are often held in CAFs or restaurants, which seem more prone to exposure. Natasha sipped a beer while nibbling on a sandwich. Try this, I made it. The West Wind took a bite, and his face lit up with delight. Delicious. If it's good, eat more, Natasha urged, offering him several more pieces. Sister, do you have something to ask of me? I never accept rewards without merit, the West Wind said, stuffing his mouth. I simply hope you refrain from resorting to violence indiscriminately. The West Wind's hand froze mid-bite. If you're going to say that, I might just leave. Natasha smiled slightly. Do you really need me to expose you? The West Wind shook his head vigorously. Perhaps it's best to let it be. I will follow the organization's directives. In truth, there is little to be done. All that is required of you is to stand by my side, employing your vigilance to ascertain whether there are Hydra agents within Capitol Hill. I shall handle the rest. Fear not. Xifeng patted his chest confidently, assuring you that I will manage it splendidly. Now, continue to enjoy your meal. I shall procure some beverages for you, as a token of appreciation. Agent Natasha, might you introduce us to the young gentleman beside you? As soon as they entered the conference room, someone sought to initiate a conversation regarding Xifeng. Just as Natasha was about to introduce him, she noticed Xifeng making a gesture, aware that the young man was about to cause a stir. Rest assured, sister, I will not resort to violence, Xifeng remarked with a smile. Natasha sighed, noting that while he may refrain from physical altercations, he certainly possesses a talent for verbal sparring. Have you only recently regained your memory? She inquired. Why do you say that? The Hydra agent momentarily appeared taken aback. Chapter 14. Challenge venture onto the streets of New York and inquire. Who among them does not recognize us? The wind of the West weaves through the crowd, approaching the figure of the Hydra agent, questioning if he too hails from another world. He swiftly denies this. We express our gratitude for your efforts in salvaging New York, yet refrain from diverting the topic. The leading official, arms crossed, calmly asserts that your group has dismantled our intelligence agency, leaving the nation unable to safeguard its own security. If an intelligence agency is responsible for a nation's safety, what then is the purpose of soldiers? The Wind of the West seizes upon the loophole in their discourse. Do not distort the concepts. The official, momentarily vexed, retorts, what authority do you, an extraterrestrial, possess to meddle in our national affairs? That is precisely the statement I awaited. Natasha, did you hear that? I had no intention of stirring trouble. Wind of the West glances back at Natasha, exuding a sense of helplessness. She sighs, feeling a profound pity for the officials seated before her. Sword of the Master. The Wind of the West forms a sword gesture, summoning 4 temporal swords behind him. In an instant, chaos ensues as reporters scatter in all directions. Is Wind of the West causing a ruckus? Should we intervene? Tony, watching the live stream from home, inquires of his friend Bucky. Bucky shakes his head. I recognize a few of them, notably from Hydra. I believe Wind of the West has identified them. Exciting. I have rarely engaged in such audacity. Tony exclaims, exhilarated by the memory of his last moment of such bravado. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the officials hastily draw their firearms, trembling as they aim at the Wind of the West. Do you intend to assault government officials? Government officials? The Wind of the West scoffs. Within your ranks, one is indeed Hydra, thereby validating the old adage, cut off one head, and 2 shall emerge in its place. Come forth. If you reveal yourself, this meeting may continue. If not, little creature, do not let me catch you, for if I do, you shall not relish the outcome. What a wretched committee this is. Were it not for the individuals I hold dear and cannot provoke, this planet would have long faced my wrath. Do you believe it? Truly annihilate? Natasha interjects. Merely a jest, the Wind of the West replies with a smile. General, considering the many conveniences this nation has afforded me, I may contemplate offering you a modicum of assistance. However, should an incident akin to the Battle of New York arise again, with someone launching a nuclear weapon, buzz, the temporal swords hover ominously at their throats, a mere shift forward would sever them. I trust you grasp my meaning. Subsequently, the unfortunate soul among them finds his throat met by the temporal sword. This nation cannot withstand our might, if I sound brusque. It is because the world awaits my salvation. Understand? You require us. With that, he departs elegantly with Natasha. Where did he acquire such demeanor? Steve gazed at the television, perplexed by the swaggering West Wind, who had recently transformed from a different persona. What do you think? Buck laughed, remarking that one's environment shapes one's character. Just a couple of hours after leaving Capitol Hill, the Avengers' proposal was officially passed. Sister, sometimes one must act boldly. Otherwise, how can one instill fear in others? West Wind, sipping wheat juice, glanced at the proposal in hand, relishing the moment. I can't believe I just insulted a government official for the first time. First time? Natasha lifted her head, observing his expertise. You seem quite practiced. I assumed you had done this numerous times. Only simulated, he replied. It appears you have rehearsed extensively. Your enunciation is clear, and you speak fluently, suggesting a well-prepared script. Roughly, West Wind replied, gazing up at the sun. When you're busy saving the world, everyone wants to engage in lengthy discussions with you. In any realm, capitalists abound, perpetually self-serving, never considering the welfare of the masses. Only concerned with how much they can profit and how much they can misappropriate from poverty alleviation funds. Is all of this truly happening in your world? Natasha exclaimed, astonished. Enough of that. Discussing it further could be disastrous. West Wind slung his small bag over his shoulder and exited Natasha's quaint tavern. As he departed, Natasha fell into deep contemplation. System, do you believe I have a chance to venture into the world of Blade and Soul? West Wind mused on his way home, feeling an odd allure towards such a realm. Julia and Canon Lan, they are quite formidable. And what of the goddess? Floating in some grand secret realm, quite enchanting. You haven't even completed the main storyline of Avengers 2, yet you wish to pursue side quests? The voice of the Blade and Soul system responded. Fear not, my dear. You shall have your empire. West Wind pondered. Our responsibilities are heavy, and the journey ahead is long. We must strive harder. Upon returning home, West Wind immediately opened the Martial God Tower, eager to embark on his own adventure. Unlike Bruce, who had not noticed the NPCs upon entering, West Wind was greeted by them, suggesting they could only hone their combat skills and earn meager rewards through the tower. Gazing out the tower's window, he beheld the vast Storm Sea Serpent base. Is this the world of Blade and Soul? Yet, I cannot proceed without completing the storyline. Are you here to challenge? A melodious voice interrupted his thoughts as NPC Huipao approached with a slightly heavy gait. Why do the legs of female NPCs in Blade and Soul appear somewhat robust? West Wind nodded in acknowledgement and followed Huipao to the first level. I wish you good fortune, she said, offering her blessing before entering the trial arena. May I challenge 2 opponents at once? Huipao paused, turning to glance at Xifeng for a moment before nodding in agreement. This NPC exhibits remarkable artificial intelligence. After Xifeng's remark, he quickly retracted his statement. They could no longer be classified as mere NPCs. Before me, they are indeed living, breathing individuals. Let us begin. Huipao unsheathed her sword, standing next to a bowman named Muttered. Taking a few steps to her left, Muttered readied his bow and arrow. Temporal weapons. Huipao Lan exclaimed upon witnessing the blades summoned by Xifeng. You are indeed a formidable adversary. With the power of temporal weapons at your disposal, victory seems assured. Xifeng deftly unsheathed his sword, evading Muttered's arrows and Huipao Lan's Windwalker's sword with astonishing speed. A flaw has emerged. Xifeng struck, employing the skyward blade technique. The disparity in weapon levels was glaringly evident. As the defeated pair retreated, Xifeng ascended to the second level. Master Qingyun. Xifeng greeted the esteemed figure before him with a respectful bow. Master Qingyun nodded, stepping aside to allow Xifeng entry for the challenge. Proceed with caution. Understood. The silver Arhut, a boss creature strikingly similar in appearance and attack patterns to the golden Arhut of the desert, awaited. Upon Xifeng's entrance into the trial arena, the silver Arhut, a creature of few words, charged forth with a massive hammer. However, the level disparity, 50 against 45, was overwhelmingly in Xifeng's favor. Equipping the divine skill bone ring and sipping a bottle of martial god tower swordom liquor, he entered the third level. This stage tested the player's ability to contend with multiple foes. Although the monsters here were not particularly strong, facing them simultaneously posed a challenge. One by one, the fighters emerged. Lu Dihao the boxer, Tang Hong the power fighter, Han Weiyu the boxer, and the nameless boxer. Are you ready? Lu Dihao approached Xifeng. If you are prepared, let us know. The trial will commence shortly. Time waits for no one. Let us begin. Xifeng looked at his opponents, eager for the challenge. Young man, do not be too hasty. Han Weiyu lunged towards Xifeng, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his nose. A young bull fears no tiger, old man. Xifeng sidestepped, evading the blow and delivering a kick to Han Weiyu's back. The remaining fighters seized the opportunity, attempting to restrain Xifeng with various holds and maneuvers. Sword drawn, Xifeng repelled his assailants with a fierce strike, then unleashed the Kunlun shock with a powerful kick. It is my turn. Xifeng utilized the swift footwork of a swordsman, running along the edge of the stone wall before descending rapidly to execute a lightning slash. He adeptly employed his swordsmanship to vanquish a throng of brawny opponents. The younger generation pushes the older aside, the group of boxers mused. The fourth level awaits you. Donning the divine skill bone earrings gifted by the boxers, Xifeng approached the steps leading to the fourth level. Hello, young one. I have come to make a purchase. The west wind approached the Zen master Qingyun's disciple, Qing Si, striving to appear affable. What lovely ears he possesses. The west wind mused inwardly. After purchasing a vigor pill, he gazed thoughtfully at the 6 meditating NPCs before him. Huipao Lan, Liao Wuqing, Shui, the purple-eyed Crow King, Tang Ming, and Ma Chaida, representing 6 distinct professions. Ultimately, he chose the archer Ma Chaida, administering the vigor pill to him, for a formidable warrior must be supported by an adept archer. The Millennium Spirit Demon was a formidable adversary. Ma Chaida, armed with a longbow, followed closely in the West Wind's footsteps. The Spirit Demon's attack patterns were rather simplistic, consisting of merely 5 types, reminiscent of zombie skills, which could be evaded. As he contemplated a set of unparalleled martial arts 8 trigrams cards in his hand, the West Wind pondered, does this contraption yield a complete set with a single use? Alas, I am weary, perhaps a brief respite is in order. After vanquishing the Millennium Spirit Demon, he yawned and exited the martial god tower. Steamed buns and sorghum wine were among the restorative items, and there were also coins that could not be utilized at present. Having collected his quest rewards, the West Wind discovered that his star rating had increased by 1 level. Regrettably, in this world, he could not yet establish a dragon vein. Otherwise, he would be soaring through New York in a heartbeat. System. I cannot burrow underground at this moment. How should I do so? The West Wind recalled that his mode of travel was primarily through sword riding. Yet burrowing remained the swiftest option, albeit requiring some coins. However, having profited from the martial god tower, he felt no burden. Once again, he resolved to complete the main storyline of Avengers 2 before entering the world of sword spirits to learn various skills and perhaps engage in romantic pursuits. Sighing, he lamented, I truly hope to battle Ultron by tomorrow, though such aspirations are unrealistic. With dreams of a bright future, the West Wind commenced his afternoon nap. West Wind, West Wind. Observing the unkempt West Wind, Steve and the others could hardly contain their amusement. What brings you here? Is today a special occasion? The West Wind quickly sat up, surveying the crowd before him. Are we off to the moon? You know, if you wish to visit the moon for sightseeing, I could arrange that. Tony chimed in. Indeed. We need to head to Capitol Hill to discuss the details of the Avengers project. Although it has been approved, there are numerous matters requiring our deliberation, such as mission assignments. I see, the West Wind nodded. Can we turn around? I'm not dressed at the moment. Why is the little brat so shy? The group of older men burst into laughter. Natasha, could you please turn around? As the West Wind swiftly donned his attire, everyone prepared to set off. Wait, Peter? What brings you here? The West Wind was taken aback upon spotting a boy clad entirely in red among the crowd. Tony, did you not say this project is restricted to those 18 and older? If it's based on appearance, he certainly looks over 18. Tony elucidated that turning 18 is merely a formality, who has T engaged in activities deemed appropriate only for those beyond that age. You could present a case, and I would find it credible. Xifeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had frequented internet cafes prohibited for those under 18 on numerous occasions, often facing reprimands from his parents. Peter, you needn't don your battle attire. Ordinary clothing suffices, Xifeng advised. Although the meeting involved discussions with government officials, it was not a particularly significant event. One could easily assert dominance in their presence. Ahem. Steve interjected with a cough. Let me amend that. We merely need to extend them a modicum of respect, Xifeng chuckled. Despite the numerous shortcomings of those officials, they still possessed certain commendable attributes. Chapter 15. The evening barbecue. The morning's commotion at Capitol Hill was unexpected, and yet, here we were, bound to return in the afternoon. How amusing. As we traversed the road, the West Wind mused aloud, pondering the expressions that would adorn the faces of those who beheld him once more. It was clear they would not be particularly pleased. Thor, if you spill that drink on my seat, you are finished. Glancing through the rearview mirror, the West Wind spotted Thor, who was indulging in hearty libations. Where did you procure this drink? It bears a striking resemblance to what resides in my refrigerator, he inquired. Indeed, it was taken from your very own refrigerator, Tony interjected, in quite a substantial amount, I might add. Thor, the West Wind exclaimed. That was meant for the barbecue I planned for tonight. Acquiring such beer would necessitate traversing several blocks. Thor waved dismissively, fear not. I shall have Loki send you some of the beer brewed for Millennia in Asgard. Millennia? Is that truly the case? The West Wind was skeptical. My father possesses an immense wine cellar. I shall sneak some out for you, and the flavor will be utterly divine. Thor enticed, speaking of a drop that could intoxicate. Do not jest. You know our physical constitution. To achieve true inebriation, nothing less than 50 proof will suffice. Despite his words, anticipation stirred within. Once the vehicle was parked securely, the group disembarked and made their way into Capitol Hill, where Colonel Rhodes awaited them. I hope you all refrain from excessive revelry, Rhodes said, embracing Tony with a smile. The generals inside appear rather displeased. We possess methods to remedy their discontent. The group shared knowing smiles. With 3 minutes remaining until the anticipated time, one general raised his hand to check his watch, establishing an immediate authority. You have arrived rather late. We are not late. We are present, Steve replied. Now, General. Shall we commence? The secretary retrieved the Avengers Initiative from a dossier and distributed it to those seated across the table. The Avengers Initiative has been finalized. Let us discuss some additional particulars. The general surveyed the room. We intend for it to be under official oversight. I must disagree. The West Wind interrupted the general before he could finish. Are you suggesting we fall under official control? A team with such extraordinary combat capabilities under the thumb of any ambitious ruler could potentially incite warfare. That was not my intention. The general, caught off guard, maintained his composure. What I meant was collaboration with the official channels. Our position is clear. We wish for the Avengers to remain in the public eye, allowing the populace to monitor us, rather than you, Tony asserted, taking the microphone and articulating his thoughts. With all due respect, General, collaborating with the government offers no tangible benefits. Numerous government officials have visited my home on multiple occasions. General, do you know what they say? They hope that I can relinquish my abilities to serve the nation. Xifeng finds this quite incredulous. As an extraterrestrial being, how could I possibly benefit your country, General? The general fell momentarily silent. What are your thoughts, General? Xifeng inquired. Do you also wish for us to surrender our abilities? This is not right. This scenario deviates entirely from my expectations. General, it seems you share this sentiment as well? Xifeng appeared notably disheartened, realizing that you were all akin to those others. The general, at a loss for words, could only sigh. Those beside him observed this and prepared to engage in moral coercion, but were swiftly silenced by Tony, rendering them speechless. It appears that rather than a mere discussion, this is a negotiation, with our abilities as the bargaining chips. Is that not correct, General? After a moment of silence, the general nodded in tacit agreement. The nation's leaders exerted pressure at the negotiating table, attempting to control the Avengers to gain greater power. The representatives of the team vehemently opposed this approach, asserting that they would never submit to such compromise. They fervently argued, striving to make the nation's leaders acknowledge their errors. You must recognize that we are the cornerstone of this nation, Steve began. If you attempt to control us, you will pay a grievous price. We shall not yield to such threats and oppression. However, we cannot allow you to waver in the face of your own interests, responded the national leaders. We need your assistance to achieve our national goals. National goals? Our mandate is to repel invasions, not to aid you in accomplishing your objectives, Natasha retorted. This organization is meant to defend against extraterrestrial aggressors. We do not wish for anyone to stab us in the back. We cannot afford to have a nuclear bomb launched at our battlefield while we are fiercely battling external foes. Nevertheless, if you maintain your stance, the consequences you face will be catastrophic, the general replied. You will be isolated and severed from support. Your interests will be undermined. Interests? Xifeng scoffed, to be honest. As long as I desire, there is no benefit we cannot obtain. But why have we not done so? Were it not for my cherished friends residing in this country, with their own families, I would have departed long ago. The notions of isolation, severance, and undermined interests are utterly inconsequential to us. Xifeng abruptly stood, striking the table fiercely with the time sword. In this world, only the strong possess the power to speak. Do you believe you are strong enough? Or do you think your soldiers are sufficiently formidable? Xifeng, mind your words. Do not be so arrogant. Beneath the silence, Banner endeavored to calm Westwind, reflecting on the efforts that had once been expended upon him. Do you too wish to learn the art of disdain? The general regarded the eloquent assembly before him with palpable frustration, his fists clenched tightly before he quickly relaxed them, recognizing his inability to rein them in. Now, let us discuss your requests. The general's tone had softened considerably. We do not possess many demands, Tony replied, presenting a list to the general. We will provide the workforce. And we have already selected a site, a stretch of barren land on the outskirts. The general glanced at the list briefly and nodded in agreement. Is there anything else? He inquired. General, your intentions are commendable. Your desire to safeguard this nation is evident, Westwind remarked, yet do not allow yourself to become a figure of public disdain. The general nodded in acknowledgement. Let us conclude this matter for now. You may return to your preparations. I shall endeavor to persuade them. As the prospective members of the Avengers departed the grand conference room, the general pressed a button, revealing several screens behind the wall. The timestamps indicated that their conversation had been meticulously monitored by the nation's high command. So, how do you plan to convince us? We require their cooperation. Just as Agent Romanoff stated this morning, the general replied. Before we engage in our own conflict, we must first ensure the safety of this planet, mustn't we? The higher-ups remained silent, opting instead to switch off the screens. Are you planning to have a barbecue tonight? Peter suddenly recalled. Can I join? What? Doesn't Aunt May allow you to have such treats? Westwind mused, intrigued by the notion. Your Aunt May is being unreasonable. Oh no, Peter began to clarify. I just can't overindulge. Very well. Since Peter is coming along, a few more of us one team make a difference, Thor remarked, patting Westwind on the shoulder. Hey, drive carefully. Keep your hands to yourself, Westwind playfully jabbed him. On this delightful evening, the prospective Avengers gathered on the expansive terrace outside Westwind's home to unwind, indulging in barbecue and drinks. Banner volunteered as the chef, grilling an array of delectable dishes, while Natasha concocted various beverages, from beer to cocktails. Tony regaled the group with tales of his latest inventions and the iconic models of Victoria's Secret, strutting about with humor. Meanwhile, Westwind and Thor exchanged stories of cosmic curiosities, while the others engaged in war games within the living room. Tony, let us refrain from discussing anything related to Victoria's Secret at our little gathering, Westwind thought, recalling a scene from television that made his cheeks flush with warmth. Oh, I almost forgot, you were still a novice. Haha. Tony laughed boisterously. Damn it. Stop right there. His words incited a furious chase from Westwind, who brandished the time-space sword in pursuit of Tony. Peter. After the playful chase concluded, Tony settled beside Peter Parker and handed him a test tube. Is this the web fluid? Peter recognized the item. Indeed, Tony replied. I made a few modifications to the web fluid you created. Don't thank me. It's merely a testament to my brilliance. He gestured towards the back of the test tube. Thank you. Tony, you are quite the narcissist, Banner teased. Banner. It seems your mood has greatly improved lately. Your heart rate has dropped significantly, Tony remarked, grabbing a skewer of meat and devouring it, his curiosity piqued by Banner's transformation. It's all thanks to Westwind. I underwent a trial of self-discovery that facilitated my growth, Banner explained. A trial of self-discovery? Tony turned to inquire. Let us enjoy a good meal tonight. We can discuss the trials tomorrow. At that moment, everyone gathered around, casually indulging in the food. Thor, go fetch some more food. Tony handed Thor some money. Make sure to buy plenty. Why must it be me? Thor mumbled with his cheeks full. Because you eat a lot. Hurry up and take your hammer. Tony urged. Understood. Thor swung his hammer and soared into the sky. Meow. At that moment, Westwind's summoned creature leaped from the ocean, its mouth filled with wriggling bags indicating an abundance of seafood. Your little pet is quite impressive. Does such a creature exist on Earth? Steve expressed his curiosity. There's only one of its kind in the world. Westwind beamed with pride as he watched the orange cat devouring fish. Peter, go help me grab some oil or something from the kitchen. No time to waste. Banner called out. At once, Peter leaped over the sofa and made his way to the kitchen. Westwind, what did Banner mean by a trial of self-discovery? Steve, awaiting his meal, turned to inquire. Westwind conjured the Tower of the War God, making it hover in the air. This tower has 100 levels. akin to a real-life challenge game. Each level conquered yields rewards. Some can enhance attributes such as strength and speed. Why didn't you reveal this sooner? Tony expressed his dismay, feeling as though everything was being kept hidden. Hearing Tony's words, Westwind couldn't help but chuckle. Who knew the dangers within? Thus, Banner ventured in first to test the waters. If he sustained serious injuries, he would automatically be teleported out of the tower. I plan for everyone to give it a try tomorrow. The 7th and 8th trials serve as a test of self, wherein a perfect replica of oneself emerges, possessing identical combat qualities, abilities, and so forth. Identical? Does everything truly mirror one another? Natasha, dear sister, do refrain from speaking so casually, lest you lead one's thoughts astray. The West Wind interjected, preventing Natasha from uttering any more perilous words. I have returned. Thor reappeared, bearing 2 large bags. Tony, when the time comes, let us attempt to merge this god of war tower with technology, allowing us to witness the battle scenes and the ensuing series of data. The West Wind addressed Tony, expressing that such an endeavor would significantly enhance our capabilities. Tony stroked his beard, contemplating the hovering god of war tower before him. We shall experiment with it tomorrow. The West Wind nodded in agreement. Ah, carefree and joyous. Reclining upon the sofa, Thor reveled in an unparalleled sense of bliss, wishing every evening could be thus. The others looked at him and burst into laughter. Chapter 16. The Ancient One's trial at the break of dawn the following day. West Wind was unceremoniously yanked from his slumber by Tony. 8 o'clock? Why are you waking me up so early? He glanced at his watch, realizing it was still quite early, and intended to return to the embrace of sleep. Hey, get up, Tony exclaimed. Noticing West Wind's inclination to collapse back into bed, he promptly tossed the blankets off the bed. Did you not say you wanted to prepare for that trial of yours? Hurry up. Fine, West Wind replied dismissively. Observing Tony standing resolutely by the bed, he begrudgingly rose to attend to his morning routine. Thus, with West Wind at the wheel, they arrived at Tony's opulent skyscraper. Upon reaching Tony's workshop, he summoned the War God Tower and positioned it on Tony's array of testing equipment. Jarvis, examine the structure of this little contraption, Tony instructed as he began to manipulate the devices for analysis. Bored, West Wind allowed himself a moment of rest, having stayed up far too late the previous night. Knock. Who's at the door? West Wind inquired as he went to check. West Wind. No need. I've already entered, came the voice of Rhodey, Tony's close friend. What are you working on? Rhodey asked, scrutinizing the War God Tower with keen curiosity. If this works, I'll send you inside later, Tony jested. What do you think? Interested in giving it a try? Rhodey shook his head. Every time you smile like that, it heralds some misfortune. I'll just observe. 3. This item is crafted from pure energy and bears a striking resemblance to the energy within Mr. Westwind. To realize its potential, a medium is required. Thus, even in Westwind's absence, we can operate it independently, Jarvis remarked, prompting Tony to ponder deeply. Westwind, can the energy you utilize be stored? Tony queried. Moving closer to Westwind. I believe his energy dissipates entirely during sleep. It cannot be stored at all, Rhodey interjected, glancing at Westwind, who was languidly reclining on the sofa. I'm not asleep. I'm merely resting, Westwind retorted as he rose from the sofa and approached the testing station. Tony, provide me with an empty arc reactor, he requested. Tony understood his intent and retrieved a pristine arc reactor from the storage room, handing it to Westwind, who awaited further instruction. Westwind placed the arc reactor on the testing table and began channeling his inner energy into it. The arc reactor accepted Westwind's energy, emitting a faint glow. Continue, do not stop, Tony urged, carefully nudging the arc reactor closer to the War God Tower as the glow intensified. Ding. Just as the radiance reached its zenith, Westwind halted. Jarvis, it's your turn, Tony declared. 2 beams of blue light descended from the ceiling, illuminating the War God Tower and the arc reactor. Tony, the War God Tower, is responding. This is incredible. With a sigh, Westwind marveled at the extraordinary fusion of technology and inner magic. It was truly remarkable. However, for you, the process of entry posed certain challenges, as this rare artifact existed in singularity. Although my presence was not required, manipulation remained somewhat complex. Tony shook his head, remaining silent. Why not attempt to channel energy from a few arc reactors into this apparatus? Perhaps you could also try to segment this small tower, Tony suggested after a period of contemplation. Westwind nodded, closing his eyes to consult the system. System? Did you hear that just now? After a brief pause, the Sword Spirit system responded, affirmative. Just inform me of the necessary permissions, and I shall facilitate it. Consequently, Westwind produced several War God Towers and placed them upon the table. Remember, Tony, this device is for personal use only. Others cannot operate it. Westwind handed one of the towers to Tony, inquiring, shall we give it a try? Filled with curiosity, Tony donned his Iron Man suit and, upon touching the War God Tower with an arc reactor, transformed into a golden beam of light, vanishing within. Rod, would you like to try as well? West Wind extended the invitation, recognizing the rare opportunity. Observing West Wind's intent gaze, Rod understood the underlying implications but was nonetheless eager to test his own resolve. He donned his armor and followed suit into the tower. Jarvis, you can now access their real-time feed. Please display it for me, West Wind said. Settling down with a bag of chips, keenly watching the unfolding spectacle. As non-protagonists, they faced robotic adversaries, true NPCs devoid of speech. Failure resulted in their disappearance in a flash of light. Thus, Tony was the first to reach the 8th level. Oh, this is my reflection, he exclaimed. Gazing at his doppelganger clad in the same Iron Man suit. Tony clenched his fists, and the counterpart mirrored the action. Whatever I do, he replicates. Is this a mirror? A slight smile crossed Tony's face as he activated his thrusters and charged forward. With a resounding crash, both he and the boss were sent flying. Do you resent your parents? They provided you with a lackluster life and seldom expressed their love. The opposing boss initiated a verbal assault, seeking to unravel Tony's sanity to expose vulnerabilities. You are mistaken. I hold great affection for my parents, Tony retorted, wiping the blood from his lips. Just days ago, I found closure. Had I encountered you earlier, I might have faltered, but not now. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided. But it was evident that the opposing Tony struggled. When I possess something, you lose power. So, this is the essence of this level, Tony realized. Comprehending its purpose, to forge mental resilience. West Wind, you continually astonish me. And thus, at an astonishing pace, Tony surpassed the 8th level. West Wind, in comparison to you. How do you perceive my progress? As Tony emerged, he was full of bravado. Observing his disheveled appearance, Xifeng couldn't help but chuckle. You should hurry to the restroom and freshen up. Look at you, covered in dirt. Upon hearing this, Tony removed his Iron Man suit and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Where is Rhodey? It's been nearly an hour, Xifeng thought. Sensing that something might have gone awry, he quickly instructed Jarvis to display Rhodey's battle footage. At that moment, Rhodey lay sprawled on the ground. While the formidable boss before him seemed to be saying something incomprehensible, the realm employs the lingering shadows of one's heart to breach their psychological defenses. As long as one's will is resolute, no issues should arise. Xifeng shouted toward Rhodey. Hearing Xifeng's voice from outside the God of War tower, Rhodey regained his composure. What is the point of dwelling on past events? He pondered, rallying himself to launch a renewed attack. It seemed that Rhodey had been delayed for quite some time. Emerging from the shower, Tony casually wrapped a towel around himself and observed the screen, sighing at the sight. It appears my dear friend has many untold stories. Tony. Everyone harbors their own little secrets. No one is exempt, Xifeng said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. I've configured the internal sounds to remain private, safeguarding everyone's confidentiality. Tony nodded in understanding. Before long, Rhodey stepped out of the God of War tower. Holding his rewards, he felt that everything had been worthwhile, having also triumphed over himself. Tony broke into applause. Xifeng, let us call everyone over so they too can experience this. I'll set up a few more displays. Rhodey, you can assist me. Rhodey pouted but followed along. Soon, Xifeng was busy making calls to everyone, inviting them to prepare for the trials and to don their battle attire. Master Gui, would you be interested in joining us? After some hesitation, Xifeng dialed the number. Trials? Why would I need to participate in such? Gui responded, puzzled. This trial allows one to combat a perfect replica of themselves. Surely you understand what I mean? Xifeng replied. So, what do you say? Are you interested? There was silence on the other end. Is this call still connected? Xifeng checked, noticing the line was still open. You may hang up now. Gui stepped through the portal and appeared beside Xifeng. Gazing at the God of War tower, Gui activated the Eye of Agamotto. How does one operate this? She inquired, looking at the advanced technology with the curiosity of someone unfamiliar. I know what's on your mind. You're probably laughing at me, aren't you? Gui remarked, fixing her gaze on Xifeng, who was struggling to suppress a laugh. A magical array materialized in her hands, feeling the formidable presence of the supreme sorceress. Xifeng quickly dove behind Tony, exclaiming, just a gentle nudge will suffice. One must show reverence to their elders, do you understand? The Ancient One, with a benevolent reminder, transformed into a radiant light and ascended into the God of War tower. Young one, respect your elders, Tony echoed in the Ancient One's tone as he addressed Xifeng. Do you comprehend? You old rascal, Xifeng couldn't help but retaliate with a kick. Upon entering the God of War tower and gazing at the notices on the wall, the Ancient One realized she was about to face a trial, with the 8th level's replica of herself also constituting a part of this test. She resolved to adopt a cautious strategy, regardless of how remarkably lifelike the doppelganger appeared. She remained steadfast in her belief that she could discern her true essence and prove herself as the genuine Ancient One. Thus, she stood silently before her replica, their gazes colliding as if each sought to challenge the other's knowledge and experience. To conceal her secret from the onlookers outside, the Ancient One initiated a mirror space. and the opposing Ancient One mimicked her, leading to the emergence of a dual space. It became invisible. The spectators outside, poised to observe, were met with a mosaic display. Their disappointment palpable. Are you still accustomed to harnessing the energy of the dark dimension, Master Ancient One? The sinister grin of the opposing boss Ancient One was unmistakable. After all these years as the Supreme Sorcerer, I never anticipated you would rely on dark energy for survival. So what? She retorted, as the saying goes. If I do not enter hell, who will? Almost immune to such verbal assaults, the Ancient One wielded her magical array and launched her offensive. Soon, she grasped her uniqueness. Despite their striking resemblance, she identified differences in their movements and thought processes, enabling her to calmly analyze problems and discover solutions. She began to act, trusting her intuition and experience, for the replica lacked the eye of Agamotto, and thus she attacked. In contrast, the doppelganger appeared hesitant and unplanned, seemingly oblivious to its next move. Ultimately, the Ancient One triumphed over her replica, validating her identity as the true Ancient One. Upon the trial's conclusion, she comprehended a profound truth. Each of her experiences fortified her strength and wisdom. The battle against her doppelganger provided her with clearer self-awareness. What an enriching experience! Though the subsequent monsters may prove formidable, they are but trivial challenges for me. Handing over the useless coins to Xifeng, the Ancient One opened a portal back to her sanctum. What secrets does this enigmatic sorceress harbor? As the portal closed, Clinton pondered aloud. She protects your world from external invasion. That is all you need to know. Thor responded to Clinton's inquiry. All right, now it is my turn to perform. Thus, everyone ventured into the God of War Tower, aiming to enhance themselves and surpass their limits. Xifeng, if I am not mistaken, this God of War Tower possesses numerous modes. Does it not? Tony gazed at the display screen above him, where, as special users, they could also observe their current physical data. Indeed, Xifeng nodded in affirmation. The Martial God Tower featured a team mode, yet it seemed rather daunting for them at present, given the formidable opponents they faced. What a remarkable title, Martial God. Tony chuckled, questioning who had bestowed such a name upon him. This is merely an epithet. His name is certainly not Martial God. Xifeng found Tony's reasoning both amusing and exasperating. Is he truly adept at fighting? I am uncertain if I could prevail against him now, even if I could. I lack confidence in my abilities. Xifeng candidly confessed, though in a group battle, perhaps victory was within reach. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the space. Turning to investigate, they discovered it was Thor descending with a bolt of lightning. Chapter 17. The Illusion of Hello. What is Thor doing within the confines of the God of War Tower? Is he truly undergoing trials? As he unleashed bolts of lightning throughout the tower, Tony was utterly astounded. Surely, he could not dismantle it. As deities, they are typically not swayed by mere words, are they? West Wind began to elucidate, explaining that to a certain extent, Thor could indeed defend against psychological assaults. It appeared that the 8th level of the God of War Tower was aware of this, as it conjured an illusion the moment Thor stepped inside, allowing him to experience a vision of Asgard. Suddenly, no, Thor exclaimed, witnessing his doppelganger, the God of Thunder, wielding MJ, lure to slay his own mother. Ha ha ha. Are you enraged? Are you saddened? Then come at me with all your might. The counterfeit God of Thunder sneered at the true Thor. Thor's heart rate elevated slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Tony remarked, West Wind, one must admit that the psychological fortitude of a deity is impressive. West Wind shook his head, asserting that when one possesses nothing, even a god can feel sorrow akin to that of a child. In the film Thor, The Dark World, he lost his beloved mother. In Thor, Ragnarok, he lost his father and his newly met sister, Hela. In Avengers, Infinity War, he lost the majority of his fellow citizens, his most loyal guardian Heimdall and his brother Loki. No one could truly fathom the depths of this god's sorrow. No, I do not feel anger or sadness at all. Thor proclaimed, his heart swelling with confidence. Prepare to witness the might of the God of Thunder. Just as he intended to summon lightning, he hesitated the moment he lifted Mjolnir. What, are you afraid to attack? The doppelganger chortled, seizing the opportunity to mock him. No, Thor replied, lowering his hammer and shaking his head. I have decided not to use Mjolnir. I wish to engage you in a true duel. Is that so? That suits me perfectly. Thus commenced the clash between the counterfeit and the genuine. What was Thor truly doing inside? As each individual emerged, traces of tears marked their faces. Surely not, my brothers and sisters. What transpired within? West Wind inquired, astonished at their weeping. Steve patted West Wind's shoulder, saying, West Wind, this experience has indeed proven immensely beneficial for us. It has allowed us to reconnect with past friends. From Steve's words, West Wind deduced that he had encountered members of his former squad, the Howling Commandos. These are all remnants of the past, although they may leave an imprint. It is not insurmountable. We have overcome many challenges. What else is there to fear? Natasha interjected, presenting West Wind with an object that resembled coins. Indeed, thank you, Natasha. West Wind accepted the items with both hands. The wine within is rather commendable. 3 seconds of damage immunity, though regrettably, it can only be utilized inside. Clinton expressed a degree of disappointment, noting that for a seasoned marksman, 3 seconds of invincibility could afford him ample opportunity to accomplish a great deal. Peter, in a hurry, caught the little boy, who appeared despondent, and promptly inquired about the cause of his distress. I saw MG and Aunt May inside. Peter's voice trailed off. The onlookers exchanged glances, their hearts aching for the young lad. In his current state, his future remained bright, yet witnessing beloved figures within a mirage. Alongside the departure of his family was undoubtedly a burden too heavy to bear. Peter, once you become sufficiently strong, you will be able to protect those you cherish. Xifeng consoled him. Your physical condition has improved significantly since before. Just a little more effort, young man. All right. I shall forego classes today and take on the martial god tower once more, Peter declared, rising with determination. Hey, what about your attendance? And your credits? Xifeng quickly obstructed his path. It's of no consequence. The teacher has granted me special permission to skip class, Peter replied. His steps light as he re-entered the martial god tower. Xifeng's mouth twitched slightly. Was this the privilege of the astute? How infuriating. What on earth is Thor doing in there? It's been nearly 2 hours, and the display screen is nothing but a mosaic, he remarked. Whenever his personal secrets were involved, the screen would blur. Tony pointed at the levels above, indicating that Thor had already reached the 13th floor. Xifeng, what is the 13th floor? I haven't even reached it. So don't ask me. Have you all made it up there? Xifeng questioned his companions, who shook their heads in unison. Unsurprisingly, you all exited the martial god tower after reaching the 8th floor, Tony noted. If you go back in, we will record your combat data for you to review later. They promptly settled onto the sofa, resolute in their decision. You all are truly. Tony lamented, exasperated that they showed no signs of growth. Tony, this is a physically demanding task. I feel exhausted just thinking about it, let alone them. Steve defended the group. You can't expect to accomplish everything at once, right, Xifeng? Indeed, Xifeng nodded. You rascal, why are you turning your elbow outward? Tony retorted angrily. Just wait, I'll freeze your bank card. Haha. Nick Fury once gave me a card, Xifeng replied mischievously. I am now quite independent. Do you think I can engage in a little mischief with the card he provided? Tony's smile darkened ominously. Xifeng sensed something amiss and took a cautious step back. But you don't even know the card number. How will you manage that? With your phone number, I can find everything. Tony scoffed, summoning Jarvis to conduct a search. If that card number is linked to your phone number, I will simply buy that bank, and you'll be finished. Why must you be so wicked? The West Wind sat nearby, brooding in silence. Oh, my brother. What troubles you? At that moment, Thor emerged from the God of War tower. The West Wind cast a glance at Thor, clearing his throat. Thor took a sip of water and asserted, remember this, everyone. West Wind, I will protect you. The crowd looked on, offering no response. Thus, this pair of unfortunate brothers sat together. The illusion within this tower revealed to me that I have a sister. Is that true? How could I not know? Am I not the eldest son? Thor questioned with perplexity. You were told you have a sister? The West Wind exclaimed in astonishment and promptly sought the sword spirit system for answers. The God of War Tower generates bosses based on the monsters you encountered in your previous life on Earth, and Hela is the one most aligned with Thor. The sword spirit responded. Thor, have you faced her? The West Wind inquired. No, she merely descended from a higher floor to greet me and then returned upstairs. Thor mused. How about I accompany you to Asgard? That sounds like a splendid idea. Thor's eyes sparkled as he led the West Wind outside. Heimdall. A beam of rainbow light descended, transporting the two to Asgard. Son of a bitch, must there always be such a magical circle on the floor when he teleports? Tony exclaimed, witnessing the mark upon his newly reinforced floor. The others merely chuckled. Thor, what brings you back to the realm of the Aesir today? Heimdall queried as he descended. Sword in hand. I have matters to discuss with my father. Long time no see, Heimdall, the West Wind greeted. The stars are as beautiful as ever? Indeed, West Wind. It is good to see you again. The stars remain as lovely as always. Let us hurry. We are pressed for time, Thor urged, and together, they soared through Asgard. After a thorough search, they finally located their father, Odin, and Thor's brother, Loki, in the conference room. Father, we have a sister, do we not? Thor inquired directly. Where did you hear such a thing? Odin replied, slightly taken aback. In the illusion, Thor clarified. Isn't that right? Loki, curious, pondered how Odin could have had a daughter before Thor. It is a long story, Odin sighed. Please, take a seat, and I shall recount it for you. She was my first child, aiding me in conquering the 9 realms, and once served as the executioner of Asgard, the original wielder of the hammer of the thunder god. Wielder? Thor was taken aback. Indeed, she was the first to wield the thunder god's hammer. Her power is formidable enough to destroy it with ease. Thor felt a flicker of trepidation regarding this sister he had never met. After I conquered the 9 realms, I intended to rule with benevolence, But your sister Hela, driven by ambition and a thirst for war, ultimately led us to part ways. Later, I dispatched the Valkyrie Legion to confront Hela, but they were nearly annihilated, with all Valkyries perishing except for a few. Ultimately, I stripped her of her divine powers, confining her to Earth. Her strength emanates from Asgard. The closer she draws to it, the mightier she becomes. My elder sister, Thor remarked with indifference. Once, she was an obedient child. Frigga approached, her heart heavy with nostalgia. She too was once our most cherished offspring. Alas, what a pity. You need not fret over such matters now, as long as I remain. She shall not breach my confinement. Odin exuded the authority befitting a king of gods. Is it possible for Hela to return to Asgard? Thor inquired. If Loki could return, then why not her? TSK, you never know how to speak properly, do you? Loki retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Just jesting. Don't take it to heart. I too am curious about this matter, he added, glancing at Odin seated above. After a moment of silence, Odin provided his response. Persuasion seems impossible. You may attempt to conquer by force when the time comes, and I shall accompany you to Midgard, where we must first greet the Ancient One. Father, you are imprisoned. I am uncertain if we can prevail. Thor expressed his lack of confidence. Thor, you are growing steadily. Worry not. You shall triumph over your sister. Odin chuckled. Since we are here, let us dine before departing. Frigga beckoned the servants to prepare the evening meal. Odin, are you acquainted with Thanos? Xifeng inquired during the banquet. He is in pursuit of the 6 Infinity Stones. I am aware of the Eternal One from Titan, Odin replied, setting down his cutlery. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he shall not procure all the Infinity Stones. The Time Stone is safeguarded by the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, on Earth. The Space Stone remains secure with me, and the Mind Stone is under your human guardianship. Ah, Xifeng muttered, somewhat hesitant, having forgotten about that particular artifact. As for the Soul Stone, its whereabouts in the cosmos remain a mystery to all. How could he possibly seek it out? Odin dismissed the concern, deeming it trivial. Should he dare to invade Asgard, I shall ensure his utter defeat. Impressive. I raise my glass to you, Xifeng proclaimed, clinking his goblet against Odin's. After the feast, Thor, Loki, and Xifeng stood quietly on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Thor, do you believe you stand a chance against your sister? Loki inquired. I know not how powerful she has become, especially one who has fought alongside Odin across the 9 realms. Yet she is still your sister, Thor corrected him. I cannot say. We shall take it one step at a time. Since she is confined to Earth, I shall rely on you both when the time comes. Rest assured. Brother, should you need assistance, count on me. I shall be there for you. Xifeng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Let us depart. After a brief sojourn in Asgard, it's time to return to Earth. Parker, might I inquire why you failed to notify us of your absence prior to class? It was only in the final moments of the lecture that Peter Parker made his entrance into the grand auditorium. Well, that's because I was occupied with preparing for a group project, and I am nearly finished, Peter replied. The elderly professor nodded and permitted him to enter the classroom. Hello. Ned, Peter greeted the portly figure beside him. You weren't actually preparing for the group project, were you? Ned, though clever, lacked a certain acuity in the art of deduction. You were off playing, weren't you? Well, it wasn't exactly playing. Peter hesitated, uncertain how to respond. I was testing myself. Quite the excuse. MG, seated in front of him, turned around. Chapter 18. A simple task gazing at MG. Peter felt a flutter in his heart. MG, today, he began, but was interrupted by his rotund companion, Ned. Peter, we absolutely must finish that Lego set tonight. Ned whispered eagerly. We're so close to completing it. It's a significant project. At that moment, MG also turned to him. Peter. Were you calling my name just now? Peter shook his head. It's nothing, MJ. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, she replied, departing the classroom. Watching MG's retreating figure, Peter let out a resigned sigh. Peter, what's wrong? Ned inquired, noticing Peter's change in demeanor. You like MG, don't you? How did you know that? Peter exclaimed. Taken aback. Let us hurry back. We need to finish that Lego fortress. Brother, your expression is rather transparent. Do you think you can fool me? Meanwhile, in the tower, Tony was adjusting the detection apparatus surrounding the God of War tower alongside Banner. It seems you haven't been attending school for your presentations lately. I noticed the barrage of messages on your phone from a certain professor. Is that so? Banner raised his head, but soon returned to his task. I've become rather engrossed in the challenges posed by this God of War tower. My emotions have been well controlled lately. Moreover, during my transformations into the Hulk, I can distinctly feel my body growing stronger at an observable rate. Upon hearing Banner's words, Tony jested. At this rate, we might need to construct a satellite to keep an eye on you, ensuring you don't transform unexpectedly. Banner merely smiled in silence. After a flurry of activity, Tony clapped his hands. The equipment has been fully refined. It's time to find a test subject. His gaze settled on Banner. Tony, I just want to relax. I'm quite fatigued. Banner languished on the sofa, sipping an energy drink. We could always call the West Wind or summon Thor. Indeed. Tony smirked. I see you haven't aged a bit. Allow me to take the lead. With that, he donned his Iron Man suit and entered the God of War tower. Banner. Can you see me? Once inside, Tony glanced at the communication link within his visor, which confirmed a signal. Good, Banner replied. You may proceed, Tony. I will monitor you throughout. With a sense of reassurance, Tony commenced his challenge. Meanwhile, during a midday respite, Steve visited West Wind at his home. Is there a mission? West Wind inquired. Have you located Hydra's hideout? Indeed. Falcon Sam produced several images and placed them on the coffee table. Reliable sources indicate that Hydra was spotted in Afghanistan yesterday, conducting human experiments akin to the deadly virus. The deadly virus? West Wind chuckled, recalling the incident where a certain Baron had met his explosive demise. Regrettably, I was not present at that time. The deadly virus is said to enable individuals to recover from deformities and other physical or psychological traumas, even allowing for regeneration. However, in the wrong hands, it can be perilous due to its instability, leading to catastrophic explosions. We have detected anomalously high temperatures there, likely a Hydra operation. Captain, is it truly Hydra? West Wind sought confirmation. We haven't even been there yet. Could there be other terrorists? Bucky has already gone ahead. They are indeed Hydra operatives, Steve affirmed. There is a confirmed Hydra presence, and reports indicate that the Mind Stone has also been detected there. West Wind nodded. When shall we depart? Right now. Time waits for no one, and the Quinjet is ready outside. Understood. On the aircraft, West Wind produced 2 small daggers and handed one to Steve and Sam. These are trinkets I fashioned. Carry them with you. If any hostile entities are nearby, they will alert you and indicate their general location. Is that for real? Sam expressed skepticism. If you possess such advanced technology, why not reveal it sooner? Ah, Sam, this is the power of magic, West Wind proudly declared. You'll see for yourself. Besides, you're the one who can fly. Sam shook the dagger, accepting it. West Wind, have you learned the art of disguise? Steve inquired. We must infiltrate this village. He produced a map, pointing to a small hamlet. Steve, are you putting me in a bind? West Wind chuckled. My features are distinctly Asian. It would be evident at a glance. How can I disguise myself? Fear not. We are seasoned experts. We can transform you into a woman if necessary, Steve smirked. A hint of mischief in his expression. Do you believe it? Is that really possible? West Wind expressed disbelief. Sam, go press him, Steve gestured. Oh no, don't come any closer. The West Wind retreated, hands raised in protest. Kid, you will need this sooner or later. Why resist so vehemently now? Sam seized him, restraining his arms and rendering him immobile. If life were to be strong, then why not attempt to embrace it? The echoes of past online discussions resonated in the West Wind's mind, urging him to relax and accept the situation quietly. In the outskirts, 3 genuine locals disembarked from a Quinn fighter jet, adorned in turbans and flowing robes, their faces slightly darkened, embodying the essence of the region. They arrived a few minutes later than I had anticipated. Bucky awaited them. Have they reacted yet? Steve inquired, grasping Bucky's hand. Not yet, Bucky replied with a smile. But I believe they will shortly. He produced a map from his pocket, detailing the Hydra's positions and their hidden lookout points. Thanks, brother. Let us head in. The 4 split into 2 teams. Steve and Bucky would deal with the sentries, while Sam and the West Wind stood by for support. 3, 2, 1. As Steve employed his shield to silently incapacitate an enemy, Bucky was there to catch him and drag him into an inconspicuous location, dispatching him with a knife. Steve, you're not old yet. Bucky's voice crackled through the earpiece. I thought decades of ice would have dulled your combat skills. I haven't diminished. I just can't keep pace with the times, Steve replied. I still struggle with smartphones. Take your time. Captain, 30 meters to your north, a patrol squad is approaching. Armed with AK-47s and heavy machine guns, Sam reported through his tactical eyewear. Bucky, we've nearly neutralized all sentries. We don't need to be stealthy anymore. Steve and Bucky exchanged glances and charged from their corner, dispersing the patrol squad. Enemy assault. At the moment of impact, the Hydra squad leader fired a distress signal into the sky. Bang. Unfortunately, Sam intercepted the signal flare. West Wind disarmed them. Steve grappled with one of the assailants, urging for speed. Whoosh, a flurry of blades sliced through the air, taking down the Hydra operatives poised to ambush Steve and Bucky. The sound of steel cleaving through the atmosphere echoed as their assault rifles were severed in half, clattering to the ground. Well done, Steve praised, raising his shield to withstand the onslaught of handguns. While aware that Hydra operatives were tight-lipped, I trust you can divulge some information. The West Wind, standing atop a subdued Hydra task force member, wore a grin that, while cheerful, appeared malevolent in their eyes. Our requests are not excessive. Simply comply, lest you suffer a fate most dire. Steve and the others were utterly astonished. Why are you so adept? Steve, do you have a clamp? The West Wind inquired, requesting to borrow one. A clamp? What do you need that for? Steve was taken aback, then quickly surmised where you had acquired such knowledge. I saw it online. The West Wind took the clamp that Sam handed over and placed it on the fingernail of the unfortunate individual below. I must say, you all have practiced. But to me, it's child's play. Thus, the West Wind commenced the torment, methodically removing the victim's nails, leaving both hands bloodied in a short span. I'll talk. His teammate could no longer bear witnessing such inhumane punishment inflicted upon him, and reluctantly yielded. No. The trembling boy attempted to cover his teammate's mouth. Speak. If you do, I shall grant you a chance at survival, though I cannot guarantee your safety upon returning to your base. The West Wind withdrew his foot. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, divulging every detail of the defenses here. A gentleman's word is his bond. You may leave. The West Wind waved his hand, turning away. Are you truly letting us go? The individual was taken aback. What, do you not wish to leave? Steve raised his shield. You have provided valuable information. Consequently, the person hastily assisted his teammate in departing. What purpose does Hydra serve? Observing their retreating figures, the West Wind felt perplexed. Such individuals exist in every era, incomprehensible. It is said that Hydra has existed for eons. Steve recounted previous tales to Bucky. Let us proceed. The low bunker ahead is their base. Following their earlier directions, Steve peeled back the grass to reveal a coded door. Did you ask for a password? Bucky queried. We must have forgotten. Hey, what need is there for a password? My brother's sword cleaves through iron like mud. The West Wind activated his sword, and with its blade slicing through, the sturdy door was reduced to fragments. Sometimes, it feels as though your existence is truly beneficial. Bucky mused, aiding me in regaining my sanity so I may once more see my brother. Who are we to each other? Just comrades. Their shared laughter at the West Wind's words was infectious. Now, the adversary is preparing for a skirmish. Bucky readied a fresh magazine. West Wind. Could you clear a path for us? What kind of talk is that? Do not say it is a bother. The West Wind, wielding the sword of time, dashed forward, exclaiming, Behold, my performance art. With the West Wind dodging all incoming bullets, Steve and the others engaged in battle without a care in the world. Hey, what on earth is that? The West Wind was startled by the sudden appearance of a colossal metallic construct. Gentlemen, this contraption is crafted from aerospace materials, rivaling even Tony's Iron Man suit. How absurd. West Wind expressed his disdain, remarking that Hydra has a penchant for such bizarre creations. A plane has already taken off ahead. Sam exclaimed, the terrain here is rather constricted. I cannot maneuver effectively. Have you detected the Mind Stone within? West Wind inquired. If not, take it down. Boom. Bucky picked up a fallen grenade launcher and aimed it at the helicopter, firing with precision. At that moment, Steve also arrived. Captain, we have neutralized all targets. May we proceed to demolish this site? West Wind appeared quite exhilarated, having already procured a plethora of explosives. If you blow this up, it will undoubtedly make headlines tomorrow. You realize that, don't you? Sam pointed out, this bunker, once destroyed, will lead to widespread collapse. We cannot simply attribute it to natural causes, can we? We can assert that Hydra was conducting some experiment that resulted in this explosion, and later question why the presence of Hydra operatives here went unnoticed. West Wind's argument left Sam momentarily speechless. After all, this was sovereign territory. Shall we take a trip to Kabul then? Perhaps we could consult the president to address this matter themselves, West Wind suggested. You could have mentioned this sooner, Sam sighed, exasperated by West Wind's habitual vexations. Bucky, what is the matter? Noticing Bucky wandering off, Steve hurried after him. Here, there are remnants of the brainwashing apparatus. Chapter 19, The Artillery Orchid Brother. Steve stepped forward and gently patted Bucky on the shoulder, reassuring him that everything was behind them and that he was now safely by their side. Bucky closed the dusty tome and nodded. Even if someone were to recite its contents in my ear 100 or 1,000 times, I would remain unresponsive. All right. We must venture outside and contact the local authorities to clear the battlefield. West Wind approached the broken iron gate, forcefully prying it open. As the quartet emerged from the bunker, Sam exclaimed, Holy shit. He swiftly kicked aside a man blocking the entrance and activated his jetpack, soaring into the sky. Where did all these reinforcements come from? Goodness. Upon seeing the throngs of people outside, West Wind was taken aback and quickly took refuge beside the wall. The intelligence reports had not indicated such a rapid arrival of support. Sam, how's the situation up there? Steve inquired, dodging the barrage of gunfire as he spoke to Sam, now airborne. The situation is dire. Despite my extensive combat experience, I cannot withstand the sheer volume of firepower from the enemy. There are 37 of them below, and they are well equipped. Steve, can you create some opportunities for me? I need a breakthrough. I have no desire to be a bullet sponge, even though I am currently invulnerable. West Wind shouted to Steve, who was similarly taking cover against the wall. Bucky, can you eliminate the sniper behind that stone? Steve and Bucky exchanged a glance and began to execute their respective strategies. These grenades are quite effective, Steve declared as he retrieved one from a nearby ammo crate, pulled the pin, and hurled it outside. Grenade! Shouted a Hydra agent, alerting his comrades to take cover, only to be met with a rifle, but that sent the grenade hurtling back into their midst. Am I going to let you succeed? Westwind kicked the grenade out with only 2 seconds to spare, sending it flying into the fray. Outside, a Hydra agent named John noticed the incoming grenade and, before he could evade, it detonated at their feet. A deafening explosion followed, leaving their ears ringing. John stood up, shaking his head as he beheld the horrific aftermath of the blast. His comrades lay shattered, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke and dust. He felt the searing heat and sparks approaching. Choking on the debris-filled air, his vision obscured. Must I, a mere clerk, witness such scenes? John suddenly regretted his earlier decision to join Hydra. Westwind, charge out. Eliminate everyone firing at us, Steve shouted, seizing a nearby pistol and brandishing his shield as he surged forward. Understood. Bucky clapped Westwind on the shoulder to signal that there was no threat behind them and dashed out of the bunker alongside Steve. Hey, your delivery. Having expended all his ammunition, Steve hurled his handgun, striking a foe squarely on the head. Brother, watch your back. Bucky swiftly approached Steve's side, using his mechanical arm to deflect a blade aimed at him and then forcefully flinging the assailant aside. Phew. Xifeng activated his sword, channeling crackling lightning through the blade before plunging it into the ground. Zzz. The electricity danced around the Hydra agents, rendering them immobile with intense sensations of paralysis, causing them to convulse uncontrollably. The power of the lightning caused smoke to emanate from their bodies, some even igniting in flames. Why didn't you utilize such a skill earlier? We could have avoided this fight, Steve lamented, urging Xifeng to cease hiding his most potent abilities. Next time, I promise, Xifeng assured, somewhat dismissively. Captain, what shall we do about these individuals? Sam descended from the sky, dual Scorpion submachine guns aimed at the remaining foes. Bucky, have you contacted the local authorities? Steve inquired. Bucky nodded affirmatively. With the situation seemingly under control and having already looted the valuable items from the stronghold, Xifeng seated himself, idly toying with the time-space sword. Thank you for your assistance, an elderly man approached, his pronounced features betraying an unsavory nature, yet he did not trigger their suspicions. Now, I shall hand over the prisoners to you, Steve declared. Would you care to stay for a meal of our local delicacies? Through translation, Xifeng grasped the old man's proposition. Hand-pulled rice. Xifeng vehemently declined. Oh, no need to worry, the elder waved his hand reassuringly. If our hand-pulled rice does not suit your palate, we also offer dumplings, barbecued meat, and more. Captain, Xifeng glanced at Steve. Since it's mealtime, why not indulge here? Steve still turned down the locals' hospitality. What a pity. Then we shall not intrude any longer, the elder stated, leading the prisoners away while leaving a dozen guards to oversee the stronghold until it could be cleaned. On the plain, Xifeng felt utterly drained. Xifeng, what is wrong with you? Sam observed Xifeng squirming restlessly in his seat, a chill running down his spine. I'm starving. I'm about to starve, Xifeng uttered weakly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sam rummaged through his backpack, producing several ham sandwiches. I did. You must not have heard me, Xifeng replied, snatching a sandwich and devouring it ravenously. Slow down. No one is competing with you. After several hours of flight, the group returned to New York. Steve, our home isn't in this direction, Bucky remarked, noticing Steve driving towards an unfamiliar route, one that seemed to lead to Peggy Carter's residence. Steve nodded in acknowledgement. My dear brother, time often elicits a profound sense of nostalgia, as we lament its swift passage. It seems that before we have accomplished all that we yearn for, time has already slipped away. Yet, we must also recognize the invaluable nature of time and endeavor to utilize it wisely. Time possesses the remarkable ability to transform us, enabling us to become the finest versions of ourselves. The girl I cherish still owes me a dance, Steve remarked, reflecting on his past decision to descend into despair. This contemplation left him in a state of melancholy. Brother, take heart. At least she remains with us for now, and you have the opportunity to accompany her on her final journey. Steve remained silent, lost in thought. Upon returning to the tower, Westwind found Tony engrossed in an intriguing experiment. What is this? He inquired, leaning closer. This is the apocalypse virus, Tony elucidated. I am currently attempting to modify it into a harmless form. The apocalypse armor, Mark 29, emerged from the fusion of the virus with Stark's neural pathways. This virus bore similarities to Captain America's super soldier serum, which had been stolen by terrorists, resulting in Stark sustaining grave injuries in his quest to recover it. In a turn of fate, Iron Man injected himself with the virus to heal, an extraordinary decision that led to the armor intertwining with his very flesh, allowing Stark to summon it through sheer thought. Are you really considering integrating this into your own body? Did you not previously assert that humanity has its limits? Westwind questioned, taken aback. Tony chuckled. I require assistance now, come. Just one injection will suffice. Faced with the intimidating sight of a large, luminous syringe, West Wind instinctively recoiled a few steps. Fear not. I have conducted experiments on lab mice, and your robust physique should withstand this without issue, Tony reassured him. After much deliberation, West Wind ultimately consented. As the apocalypse virus coursed through his veins, Tony prepared an antidote, standing by in case any complications arose. West Wind. How do you feel? He inquired. West Wind attentively sensed the changes within him. It felt slightly warm, but nothing more. Slightly warm? Tony expressed surprise. This is inconsistent with my data. Tony procured a testing device, instructing West Wind to step inside while he administered another injection to his arm. The results revealed the truth. The apocalypse virus had been swiftly broken down within West Wind's body, yielding no effect. However, through clinical trials, significant advancements had been made with the virus. I am contemplating the possibility of integrating the apocalypse virus into the armor, allowing me to manipulate it through my thoughts. Tony proposed, envisioning a version that surpassed the current iteration. That is an excellent idea, though I must admit my expertise in this area is limited, West Wind replied, preparing to take his leave. Oh, don't go just yet. A little assistance would be greatly appreciated, Tony implored, unwilling to miss any opportunity for inexpensive labor. Helping out with moving things or whatnot is perfectly acceptable. West Wind, recognizing that lending a hand would indeed be helpful, ultimately agreed. As night descended, Tony gazed at the test tube before him, letting out a sigh of relief. This small contraption, when injected, could instantaneously dissolve Rhodey's Patriot armor. What material could withstand such extreme heat? Tony fell into contemplation. Tony, I'm feeling tired and wish to go home. Observing that Tony still seemed quite energetic, Xifeng lamented the nature of scientists. The body is the foundation of revolution. You may head back. I still have a bit of finishing work to complete. Why do none of you take care of yourselves? Xifeng sighed and soared away on her sword. Sir, a message from Ms. Potts has arrived. Shortly after Xifeng departed, Jarvis's voice echoed. She inquired why he had not returned sooner. Jarvis, use the previous excuse, Tony replied. Sir, Miss Potts stated that if you do not return by midnight, she will lock the door. Very well. Hearing Potts' rather menacing words, Tony acquiesced. Upon arriving home and completing his ablutions, Tony tiptoed from the bathroom, intending to sneak past the living room and into the bedroom. Click. The light was turned on. Tony, you haven't eaten, have you? Potts pointed to the still warm food on the dining table, urging him on. Jarvis informed me that you haven't consumed anything all day. Oh, brother, you've done me in, Tony quipped. Sir, considering your health, I deemed this method necessary, Jarvis said. As Xifeng mentioned, the body is indeed the foundation of revolution. Conducting experiments relies on one's physical state. You all have your profound insights, Tony said, taking bites of his food. I'm going to rest. I have work tomorrow. Potts turned towards the bedroom. As your boss, I grant you a day off tomorrow, Tony called after her. Potts turned to look at Tony. If I take tomorrow off, many tasks at the company will remain unaddressed. Thus, I shall rest early tonight to have the energy for work tomorrow. Indeed, that makes sense. The following morning, Xifeng, for reasons unknown, brandished her time-space sword, swinging it about with fervor. The rapid growth talisman no longer grants me significant experience, she mused, observing the now depleted talismans. I have reached the 18th level of the God of War Tower. The next challenge is Cannon Lawn. Why not take on the challenge now? Without hesitation, Xifeng teleported to her destination. With her dual ponytails contrasting in color, the petite figure of a young girl was adorned with an obscuring eye patch over her left eye, while the large cannon, which was actually a machine gun, in her hands exuded an intimidating presence. The final boss of the Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base, Cannon Lawn, turned out to be quite adorable. Xifeng now resembled a rather peculiar uncle. Hey, what are you standing there for? Cannon Lawn placed her hands on her hips. If you've come to challenge me, then why haven't you started? I need to return to the Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base shortly. Are you the commander of the Storm Serpent Supply Base? Xifeng scrutinized her, wondering if Dong Tianba had indeed identified the right person. Do you know my grandfather? He is not your grandfather. You were picked up by him. Xifeng corrected her, stating that he found her in a village steeped in foul air. I am aware. Huipao Lan lowered her machine gun, as my grandfather informed me. Though not by blood, he is dearer than kin. Is your current condition a result of the illness you suffered, leading your grandfather to take you into the realm of the demon tribe? Xifeng discerned a faint aura of darkness surrounding her. Huipao Lan was taken aback. Shall Bai. Charge. Instantly, a black and a white tiger lunged forward. TSK. Why are they so agitated? Chapter 20. The Aggrieved Cannon, Orchid Go. My Orange Cat. The West Wind called out loudly, demonstrating his remarkable summoning prowess. In an instant, the orange cat transformed into a majestic lion, appearing beside him, slightly bowing its body and emitting a series of low growls. The cannon orchid, witnessing this, did not dare to be careless. Shao Shall by. Charge at once. 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. The lion showed no signs of retreat, leaping forward to clash with the 2 tigers. The 3 ferocious beasts engaged in a relentless battle, leaving traces of their struggle on the stone pillars and the ground. The intense confrontation continued for an extended period, with various offensive and defensive maneuvers constantly alternating. How infuriating. Is this truly the prowess of a summoner? The cannon orchid gritted her teeth in frustration, promptly raising her machine gun in preparation for an area of effect attack. If you insist on this, I shall show no mercy. The west wind immediately summoned a sword of time and space, unleashing an energy barrier to block the incoming stray bullets. It vanished. In the blink of an eye, the west wind's figure disappeared from before the cannon orchid. Miss, be cautious of what lies behind you. The west wind swiftly transitioned, striking the cannon orchid into the air with the flat of his sword. It's over. I'm wearing a skirt. The cannon orchid quickly shielded her lower body. Bang, bang, the mechanical devices on her hands and her heavy machine gun were destroyed by the west wind's maneuver, and the battle beside her was nearing its conclusion. The cannon orchid collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Hey, what are you doing? As she observed the west wind approaching her with the large tiger at his side, fear compelled the cannon orchid to shuffle backward until she was cornered against the wall. I'll tell my grandpa. The cannon orchid, in a daze, shut her eyes tightly. After a moment, seeing that nothing had occurred, the cannon orchid opened her eyes. The west wind extended his hand towards her, beckoning her. What are you doing? The cannon orchid inquired, slightly perplexed. Aren't you the boss of this level? Where's my reward? The west wind asked. You know, like earrings or something to enhance my attributes. Oh, right. The cannon orchid stood up, rummaging through her belongings. What? Does this skirt even have pockets? This defies logic. Wait a moment, let me check. The cannon orchid rushed over to where her mechanical arm had been shattered and her heavy machine gun lay in ruins. Are you sure that thing can hold anything? The west wind was astonished for the second time that day. What is so impossible about it? I've been tinkering with mechanical gadgets since I was very young. The cannon orchid inexplicably produced a wrench and began to dismantle things. My heavens. The west wind was left in a state of disbelief. Where's the necklace? The cannon orchid scratched her head, feeling lost. All right. The next time I come, you'd better have everything prepared. The west wind waved his hand dismissively. This time, I won't take anything from you. You still expect there to be a next time? Upon hearing this, the expression in Huipao Lan's eyes reflected sheer terror. Having been a pirate for many years, I considered myself to be among the most nefarious, rivaling the likes of the Sea Howler, Water Yasha, and the Jianglong. Yet, I had never encountered anyone as wicked as you. Are you truly wicked? Xifeng chuckled heartily, glancing at her. My dear sister, is this not merely a lack of assets? Ha ha ha. Huipao Lan's striking black and white ponytail, her adorable eye patch, and her alluring sailor outfit were overshadowed only by her singular flaw, her modest bust. With a fierce determination, she charged forward, claws bared, exclaiming, I shall vanquish you. Roar. The 2 tigers, one black and one white, also rushed towards her. Cough, cough, little sister. When engaging in combat, one must assess the disparity in strength. Xifeng seized her hands, lifting her effortlessly. You cannot escape my grasp. The black and white tigers were similarly subdued under the paw of the orange cat transformed into a tiger. To kill or to maim, I leave it to your discretion. Huipao Lan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, thinking, Grandfather, farewell, I am doomed. With a crack, something shattered before Huipao Lan. My necklace, she cried out. Is it not inappropriate to take a lady's necklace like this? This is my trophy, Xifeng remarked, releasing Huipao Lan. Little sister, come challenge me again once you mature. He. As Huipao Lan knelt on the ground, touching her now bare neck, she muttered, a lack of assets, how detestable. She pondered. Why does this necklace feel reminiscent of a battle necklace? Xifeng examined the necklace in his hand, recognizing its familiarity. That little loli possesses quite an array of treasures. Deep in thought, Xifeng resolved that such a little rich girl must be secured, otherwise, survival in the world of sword spirits would be impossible. Meanwhile, at the Beidong Fleet's Storm Sea Serpent Supply base, Huipao Lan returned, dragging her ravaged equipment. The personnel at the base gathered around her. Commander, what transpired? One pirate inquired, astonished by the obliterated gear, unaware of the formidable individual who had shattered their commander's possessions. Let us not discuss it. It only frustrates me, Huipao Lan replied, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. The pirates dispersed, leaving her alone. Script seems off. Granddaughter, what happened? East Tianbao approached, intrigued. I visited the Martial God Tower today, only to be toppled by someone resembling a member of the Hallmen in 3 moves, and he even had summoned beasts. Huipao Lan lamented, grasping his hand and shaking it. Grandfather, you must avenge me. Hallmen, you say? And a summoner, at that? East Tianbao chuckled. To defeat our commander, I wonder what means could possibly surpass him. I cannot offer a reward. Next time, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Huipao Lan declared, her spirit unyielding. What has brought you such joy, Xifeng? As the west wind entered, hopping along and humming a cheerful melody, Tony felt a spark of curiosity. He detected a hint of perfume wafting from Mr. West Wind. Jarvis's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Oh, what is going on? Tony approached, playfully hooking his arm around West Wind's neck. Tell me, did you visit the red light district? There was no indication of transient fatigue or mental exhaustion from West Wind. I surmised he had merely interacted with a woman. Well done. Jarvis, Tony remarked, giving a thumbs up. So, what was she like? A young and attractive little heiress. I quite liked her, West Wind replied, producing a necklace he had removed from the neck of a certain lady. This necklace looks exquisite. Tony intended to take a closer look, but West Wind deftly evaded him. What is the matter? Did that girl give it to you? Tony began to pry. No, I took it from her, West Wind answered. Really? Did she not get upset? Natasha suddenly appeared, questioning. Didn't she hit you? We had a little scuffle, and after I won, I asked her for some spoils. She didn't have anything else to offer, so she took off her necklace. West Wind explained the entire sequence of events in detail. The two exchanged a glance, both exhaling a sigh. Kid, your skills with women need improvement. Tonight, I'll take you out to a party for some experience, Tony said, patting West Wind on the shoulder as he stood up. Jarvis urgently arranged for the tailor to prepare a suitable suit for West Wind, along with accessories and a watch. Then, Natasha sat beside West Wind. Sister Natasha, why do you think she was angry when I took her things? I want to apologize, West Wind inquired. Perhaps she is broad-minded and can tolerate small mistakes, Natasha suggested. I'll accompany you when you go. No, West Wind quickly declined. Why won't you let me go? Natasha pondered aloud. Do you like that girl? So you don't want a stunning beauty by your side when you meet her? She has a modest bust. She doesn't prefer larger ones, West Wind stated succinctly. Natasha was left speechless. You can't think like that, Tony cautioned. If she has a modest bust, what will your future children drink? Is that how you speak? Out of nowhere, a book flew and landed squarely on Tony's head. It was Pepper Potts. West Wind. Keep an eye on him at tonight's party, Pepper commanded. Yes, ma'am. Well then, I have work to attend to, Pepper said, carrying her files into the elevator. Will you watch over me? Tony asked with a grin. Not at all, West Wind replied. The two exchanged amused smiles. TSK, Natasha observed the two conspirators, opening her mouth but unsure of what to say. Stand tall and straighten up. Seated within the confines of the vehicle, Xifeng attentively listened as Tony imparted various cautions. When we enter, simply follow my lead. There is no need for you to do anything. If someone toasts me, remain still. If a toast is directed towards you, take a modest sip and nod with a smile. Xifeng responded with a smile and a nod. What if a lady requests my contact information? Xifeng inquired suddenly. Should I provide it or not? Rest assured, I shall keep an eye on you, Tony reassured him, adding that he would provide Xifeng with an earpiece. Upon their arrival at a grand estate, they disembarked and, after verifying their identities, the bodyguards granted them passage. Inside the estate, dignitaries adorned in resplendent attire and exquisite jewelry entered the festive ambience of the evening. Rows of candelabras illuminated the expansive hall, while magnificent chandeliers hung from the lofty ceilings, casting brilliant reflections of light from the diamonds embedded within. The spacious rooms were filled with an array of opulent furniture and art pieces. This gathering was a congregation of the affluent, where wealth begets connection. The attendees, comprised of nobles and dignitaries, exchanged smiles and engaged in conversation. Delicate Western pastries and desserts adorned the elegantly set tables, while golden chalices brimmed with fine wine. Attendants gracefully navigated the room, balancing trays with one hand and periodically pausing to refill glasses. Musicians in the corners played soft melodies, their gentle harmonies wafting throughout the space. On the dance floor, men and women twirled, showcasing their elegant movements and graceful visages. Ah, Tony has arrived, remarked an unfamiliar face, embracing him warmly. Xifeng noted a hint of displeasure in Tony's expression. And who might this gentleman be? The portly man inquired, eyeing Xifeng. I recognize him as that young man from New York. He appears quite splendid now. Xifeng, clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated his tall stature, exuded a unique charm through his unprescribed gold-rimmed glasses. The suit's distinctive lines added an air of elegance and nobility, complemented by polished black shoes that not only showcased his demeanor, but also allowed him to seamlessly blend into the celebratory atmosphere. This refined attire transformed Xifeng from a spirited youth into a sophisticated gentleman of distinction. Greetings, Xifeng smiled and nodded. It is a pity my daughter, Elena, could not attend. Otherwise, I would have introduced you, lamented the corpulent gentleman. Following their pleasantries, Tony guided Xifeng aside. Though my daughter is quite beautiful, she is known to be quite the flirt. Is that so? Xifeng, intrigued, had never encountered someone of that nature before. Why would I deceive you? Tony remarked, adjusting Xifeng's suit and placing an earpiece in his ear. There you go, young master. You are free to mingle. With that, Tony stepped aside, occasionally glancing towards Xifeng. Hello there, Xifeng heard as numerous women began to notice the handsome young man in the corner. You appear quite robust. A charming and elegant lady approached West Wind, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she raised her glass. Are you free tonight? She inquired, her directness leaving West Wind momentarily stunned. He offered a casual response. Join me over here, as Tony signaled for help. My friend, where are you waiting for me? West Wind gestured towards Tony, who waved from a distance. Oh, what a pity, the lady remarked before walking away. This one, however, is a youthful assassin, Tony introduced. In her youth, she had been gentle and beautiful. It was uncertain what had become of her now. Hello, may I have your contact information? At that moment, a rather attractive girl appeared before West Wind, exuding a fresh allure. Tony shot West Wind a knowing glance before returning to his drink. West Wind, taking up a pen, found himself at a loss. Alas, I have no paper, and my phone is dead. The girl searched her belongings, but found nothing. Why not write on my shoulder strap? West Wind hesitated, pen poised. Ha ha. Tony burst into laughter at the scene. Come on, West Wind, just do it. It's fine. Perhaps not. West Wind quickly declined. Beautiful lady. Perhaps we shall meet again under better circumstances. A flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's face as she turned away, accepting his words with resignation. Tony, leaving my number on her shoulder strap seems rather disrespectful, doesn't it? West Wind questioned, perplexed. My mother always taught me to show respect towards women. Tony patted West Wind on the shoulder and replied, My boy, this is something you must learn to navigate for yourself. I doubt your bed will be graced by a lady tonight. You're overthinking it. How can you enjoy yourself this way? West Wind felt a bit awkward. I find it hard to be at ease with them. They've already made their intentions clear. What are you worried about? West Wind whispered to Tony. I fear I might catch something. Catch something? What do you mean? Tony was momentarily confused. What are you talking about? Syphilis, West Wind murmured. Fear not. I have thoughtfully prepared a little raincoat for you, Tony said, swiftly slipping a few items into West Wind's pocket. Is this sufficient? Yes, that will do. Now go and engage with the lovely ladies, Tony urged, giving him a push towards the group of women nearby. Hey, not far away. A group of socialites paused their conversation, intrigued by West Wind's approach. Good evening, ladies, he said, feigning composure as he launched into his opening line. It's a pleasure to meet you. They responded warmly, hello there, handsome. One of them settled onto a nearby sofa, beckoning him to join her. West Wind received a signal from across the way, indicating it was time to sit beside her. Tony, the strategist, issued his directive, reminding everyone to remain calm and relaxed. Xifeng nodded and took a seat beside the enchanting lady. Shortly thereafter, her friend joined them, encircling Xifeng. A sense of foreboding washed over him as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Hello there, you seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first time? One of the lovely ladies inquired as she took the wine glass from Xifeng's hand and filled it with red wine. Drink up. Indeed. Xifeng downed the wine in one gulp as it was presented before him. I didn't mean for you to finish it all at once, silly. You're quite the generous one. The admiration in the eyes of the lady beside him was evident as she refilled his glass. Learning from the experience. Xifeng chose to sip his drink more cautiously this time. Are you the one from New York? One of the ladies recognized his familiar face after a moment of recollection. Is my face that easy to remember? Xifeng replied with a smile. It truly is you. Instantly. Their affection for him surged to a remarkable 90%. With this serendipitous opportunity, Tony felt no need to linger further. Xifeng, I wish you a delightful evening ahead, he said, disconnecting his Bluetooth earpiece and turning his attention elsewhere. Now that the strategist has departed, what should I do? In his mind, Xifeng began to reminisce about the numerous dramas he had watched over the years, recalling the nuances of flirtation as demonstrated by characters like Lu Ziqiao. He pondered utilizing some humor or playful banter to ease the tension and bridge the gap of unfamiliarity, while also showing genuine concern for others to foster camaraderie. Let us skip the usual pickup lines, shall we? The lady stood up, beckoning Xifeng to follow them. Let us get straight to the point. How about that? Isn't this a bit too sudden? Xifeng felt unprepared for the swift turn of events. Heroes always enjoy certain privileges. One of the ladies flashed a bright smile and took Xifeng's hand, leading him outside. Before long, they arrived at an opulent hotel not far from the estate. My goodness. This young man is in for a night of unbridled joy, remarked an elder in the hotel lounge. Turning around, Xifeng was taken aback. Hey there, young man. I hope you have a splendid time here. It was none other than the venerable Stan Lee, who was also accompanied by a beautiful lady. Thank you. Xifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Once the door was closed behind them, the ladies were fervent in their attentions, first ushering Xifeng into the bathroom for a full body wash, and subsequently leading him to the bedroom. Are you ready, handsome? One of the ladies asked with a playful grin. Tonight is long and full of possibilities. At her words, Xifeng quickly retrieved a small umbrella from the suit that had been tossed to the floor. Your safety awareness is impressive. I quite like that. And then, He found himself playfully overwhelmed by the three as they tumbled onto the bed. The sensation of being a hero was indeed quite delightful. The following day, the west wind rose early, observing the three exhausted beauties beside him. After completing his tasks in the bathroom, he departed. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances, all seeking a thrill. "Oh, young man, how was your experience last night?" Upon West Wind's return, Tony set aside his work and joined him. "I found it to be quite an enjoyable experience. I liked it very much," was West Wind's measured response. "Ah, liking something is one thing. Why the riddles?" Tony remarked, visibly displeased with West Wind's nonchalant answer. "Come on, how did you find last night's nightlife?" West Wind looked at Tony with a puzzled expression. Was this an appropriate topic to discuss openly? "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are Asian. You don't approach such matters with our casualness," Tony said, offering an apology for his words. "In America, it is not so casual. As long as it is consensual, it is permissible." "All right, young man. There are hamburgers and the like over there. Go eat. Have something high in calories to replenish your energy." Tony pointed toward the fast food on the table and returned to his work, hammering away. After breakfast, West Wind lounged on the sofa for a moment, then found himself at a loss for what to do. "Tony, I feel so bored right now," he lamented, gazing at the ceiling. With nothing to occupy his time and no formidable foes in New York, he longed for a chance to fight some villains. "I need to improve myself. I've been diligently challenging myself at the Martial God Tower these past few days, and my physical fitness is now significantly superior to that of the average person," Tony responded. "Jarvis, tell this young fellow about my current physical prowess. A body in its 40s can be far more robust than that of a 30-something or even a 20-something. "What is this, Tony? Are you trying to turn back the clock?" West Wind teased. "I do wish I could regain my youth, but alas, we cannot defy the laws of nature. We are destined to return to the earth. Rest assured, on the day you depart this world, I shall be the pastor delivering your eulogy," West Wind joked, patting Tony on the shoulder. "I don't particularly need you to be the pastor. You all can attend my funeral, and I shall be quite satisfied," Tony replied with a laid-back attitude. "I've lived a considerable portion of my life and have no significant regrets." "Ah, well then. Hey, my brothers." While West Wind conversed with Tony, Thor flew in, swinging his hammer. "Thor, what brings you here?" West Wind inquired. "My brother Loki is to be crowned king today. Come, let us go to Asgard," Thor replied, suggesting they change into appropriate attire. "Just the three of us? Steve will arrive shortly. As for the others, they all have their own matters to attend to. Hey, right here, let us go." As Thor prepared to summon the Bifrost, Tony gathered everyone to a spot still marked by the last time Thor had summoned the Rainbow Bridge. "Greetings, Heimdall. It has been a long time since we last met." The West Wind offered a cordial salutation. "It has indeed been a while, my friends of Thor. Are you here to attend Loki's ascension?" Heimdall inquired. "Arriving empty-handed is rather unfortunate. Not to worry, we are all brothers. Loki shall not voice any discontent. Today, nearly all from the 9 realms shall be present. Just be mindful of the occasion and refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. Then you may act as you wish." Thor advised the trio on a few considerations. "You three represent Vanaheim, Alfheim, and Nidavellir. As for Jotunheim, Loki has not summoned them much, and after our last encounter with Svartalfheim, few dare to attend. A few from Svartalfheim and Muspelheim have arrived." "Thor, I recognize but 2 of those names." The West Wind replied, momentarily bewildered. "Perhaps you could lead us to Loki now." "Let us proceed. Loki, today is a solemn day. You ought to forego such attire." In Loki's chamber, Frigga, accompanied by a retinue of maidens, was diligently arranging his appearance. "Mother, is it truly necessary to make such a grand occasion out of an ascension ceremony?" Gazing at his reflection, Loki felt that these elaborate preparations were entirely unwarranted. "Ah, little Bambi, you exude a regal aura today." Upon entering, Tony began his compliments. Loki cast him a sidelong glance. "Tony, I shall graciously interpret that as a compliment." "Greetings to you all," Frigga acknowledged. "What is this? Did you arrive in haste without bringing me any gifts?" Loki inquired, noting that arriving empty-handed was rather ill-favored. "I have brought something, though it may be somewhat modest. I hope you find it to your liking." The West Wind produced a vial of snow lotus essence. Upon seeing the small bottle in the West Wind's hand, a spark ignited in Loki's eyes. This seemed far superior to the concoction that the agent I had stabbed had consumed. "I can sense its quality. Ah, as expected of Loki. Possessing an eye for the exquisite." The West Wind chuckled, placing the vial on the vanity. "With such a treasure in your possession, why did you not present it to me sooner?" Tony pulled the West Wind aside, questioning, "Is there more? Hand me another vial, and I assure you I can help you establish a pharmaceutical empire." "Alas, I possess but this one. Make do with it." The West Wind revealed a larger bottle. "Goodness, how much is this?" 500 milliliters. Tony's jaw nearly dropped at the sight of the sizable vial of snow lotus essence, hastily tucking it into his pocket. "Must you be so dramatic?" Steve sighed, exasperated, covering his forehead. Thor, do you happen to have Wi-Fi? Tony asked the seemingly idle Thor. Indeed. We are not primitive beings. Why do you ask? Quickly, tell me the Wi-Fi password and prepare a laboratory for me. Tony gazed at the snow lotus essence as though he beheld divinity, certain that its value was astronomical. Observing Tony's exuberant figure, Steve found himself perplexed. Xifeng, what have you given him? In gaming parlance, it is often referred to as a healing item. However, in reality, its utility is significantly greater. Xifeng chuckled and remarked, very well, it's time for us to depart. Frigga gazed at Loki with great satisfaction, noting that the grand ceremony would commence shortly, allowing them to roam freely within Asgard. Understood. Standing on the balcony and surveying the bustling crowd below, Loki remarked, there are quite a number of guests in Asgard. In fact, this is a rather modest turnout. Loki elaborated. It is said that when Bor passed the throne to Odin, the event was even larger. Some individuals may have chosen not to attend out of reluctance to accept my ascension as the new God King. Come now, what nonsense is this? Our Loki is the foremost sorcerer across the 9 realms. Who could possibly dispute your authority? Loki smiled softly, replying, the title of the greatest sorcerer is but a self-bestowed honor. I have yet to attain such prowess. My lord. Odin approached the quartet, accompanied by his guards. Loki, I wish to inquire about something. Odin was direct. What is it? Loki, taken aback by Odin's serious demeanor, wondered if something had transpired. It concerns the royal weapon. Do you require it? Odin asked. A weapon? No, I do not need it, Loki replied, shaking his head. As a sorcerer, I find no use for such implements. However, you may bestow it upon my brother. I believe he will find it useful in the future. I see. Odin turned to depart. The royal weapon is quite formidable. Loki, why did you not accept it? Xifeng was perplexed. I am aware of its nature, the Stormbreaker, which theoretically could summon the Bifrost. But I do not require such an artifact, Loki stated, shaking his head. As king, I find little need to lead the charge into battle. Chapter 22. Spirit of the Sword. I have arrived if we are to discuss frontline combat. I believe your brother is far more suited for it. Would you not agree? Xifeng said with a grin. Your brother Thor lacks your wisdom. Brother. Thor's large fist landed on Xifeng's shoulder. Should I interpret this as a jest at my expense? Xifeng stiffly turned around to find Thor smiling at him, yet the expression seemed daunting in Xifeng's eyes. No, how could I speak ill of my brother? Xifeng protested, nudging Steve's shoulder. Indeed, brothers fight side by side, just as fathers and sons do. We are brothers. Steve, catching on late, chimed in to support Xifeng's words. Really? Thor sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. Indeed, Xifeng nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Host, the plan has changed. We must advance to the Spirit of the Sword world immediately. Let us undertake the storyline quest there. At that moment, the voice of the Sword Spirit system resonated in Xifeng's mind. Is it to be so soon? Xifeng was taken aback. Indeed, once you arrive there, the time here and the time there will not be in sync, so you need not worry. You should be able to attend the coronation ceremony of this alternative deity. The West Wind nodded, and a blue wormhole materialized beside him. Brother, I sense danger within, Thor remarked, his hammer poised and crackling with blue electricity. Steve tightened his grip on his shield upon hearing this. Rest assured, I am heading to another world for some business. You need not be concerned. The West Wind reassured the two. I wish you good fortune, Thor responded, feeling relieved. West Wind, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call us. Steve advised earnestly, we will certainly come. Yes, I should be able to return by tomorrow, the West Wind stated before stepping into the wormhole and vanishing. Where did the West Wind go? Tony arrived, inquiring just as he left. He had matters to attend to. He should return by tomorrow, Thor answered. What a pity. Tony lamented, glancing at the snow lotus dew in his hand, feeling somewhat disheartened. After a dazzling moment, the West Wind found himself in free fall. And in his last fleeting moment of consciousness, he vaguely glimpsed a small figure. The last disciple of the Hamin, survive, Hong Xuanguang urged. I have already taken the place of the protagonist of this Hamin. Oh, what a headache. Where am I? The West Wind sat up, surveying his surroundings. Young man, you have awakened? A melodious voice resonated beside him. Who are you? The West Wind, confronted by an exquisite beauty, struggled to recognize her. Greetings. My name is Nansuru, the enchanting woman replied. You have been unconscious for several days. Such a pretentious woman. The West Wind marveled inwardly. It seemed I have traversed back to the very beginning of the plot. Does she recognize Qin Ijiwei at this juncture? My uncle rescued you from the sea. Judging by your attire, he mentioned you were his fellow disciple, Nansuru explained. My uncle left Xifeng long ago. I doubt you know him. Know him? I know him all too well, the founder of the Dragon Guardian, Lin Zhulinwei. Currently, the external coalition is attacking this place. My uncle has gone to defend us. I hope you can rest well here. My body is unharmed, the West Wind assessed, noting a significant decline in his levels and attributes. According to the sword spirit system, it indicated that participating in cultivation would allow him to advance further, so he decided to take it at face value. I shall set off now. The west wind lifted the covers, only to hastily pull them back. Where are my clothes? He poked his head out from under the covers. I will fetch them for you, Nansuru stammered, quickly turning away, placing the west wind's garments on the bed before darting out. So, this is what it means for a beauty to be shy. I've never witnessed anything like this in my life. After donning his attire, the west wind rushed out. As night descended, the sound of raindrops striking the sword's blade resonated loudly, yet it was overshadowed by the clang of blades colliding nearby. Are you awake? Can you fight? Xifeng noticed Xifeng had approached him, and they stood back to back. Master Hongxian, who was responsible for the murder, Xifeng inquired after dispatching a minion. Qinijua. Xifeng replied, which one is the traitor? Alas, Xifeng sighed, taken aback. Brother, your son has been captured. He should be in the command room of the charge squad by now. Xifeng gazed at the formidable figure beside him, reflecting on the fact that even a fierce father could have an unworthy son. Is this truly the case? Xifeng exclaimed in shock. What about Gaofeng? Xifeng, can I leave this to you? Xifeng intended to rescue his child first. Rest assured, brother, although my level has declined, I am still quite capable. All right, be cautious, Xifeng advised, then charge forward, wielding his blade. Now, who will challenge me? Xifeng surveyed the surroundings and lunged forward with his sword. Xiao Sihai, I never expected to encounter you here. As Xifeng rescued Dao Wuxi, Xiao Sihai also appeared. Long time no see, Xifeng. Xiao Sihai stood at the dock, observing the father and son. Today, there is no time for sparring. We shall meet again. As Xiao Sihai departed, Xifeng sensed an impending storm. Xifeng, are you unscathed? After the battle concluded, Xifeng went to check on his sole remaining junior. I'm fine. Xifeng sheathed his time-space sword. Junior, it seems you harbor many secrets. Observing the items on Xifeng, Xifeng smiled. Brother, everyone has their secrets, do they not? Xifeng offered Xifeng a vial of lucky elixir. Now, we are the last remnants of the Hong clan. Alas, Xifeng patted Xifeng's shoulder, signaling him to accompany him for a stroll. While meandering through the bamboo village, an elderly man with white hair approached upon noticing Xifeng beside Xifeng. So, this is the young man who repelled the charge squad. Quite impressive. Guadaler, the village chief, stroked his beard and remarked, I am Guadaler, the village chief here. Should there be any shortcomings in hospitality, do not hesitate to inform me. Rest assured, I will take good care of my junior, Xifeng assured him. The two strolled to the seaside, quietly gazing at the distant mountains. Brother, the reputation of your daughter, Nanchuru, in the village is somewhat tarnished. Xifeng remained silent. Hey, greetings. Suddenly, a short figure appeared beside them, a member of the Ling clan. Hua Zhong. Xifeng recognized the individual. Brother. Hua Zhong greeted respectfully. Brother Hua Zhong. Xifeng imitated the greeting. So, you were still around. Xifeng felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Hong clan still existed. My affairs could occupy 3 days and nights without end. Hua Zhong waved his hand and said, I have come merely to meet you. After which I must attend to my own matters. You always tread your own path, Dao Tianfeng remarked, his attempt to persuade transformed into this single statement. Very well. I shall take my leave. Hua Zhong used his earth escape technique and vanished. Captain. A bamboo forest guard rushed over in a flurry. What is the matter that has you so agitated? Xiao Sihai has arrived. He injured young Master Dao Wuxi and has kidnapped Nansuru. The guard exclaimed. Upon witnessing the flames rising in the distance, Dao Tianfeng hurried forth, followed closely by Xifeng. How shall I express this? That beautiful lady is certainly no paragon of virtue. Observing Nansuru standing beside Xiao Sihai, Xifeng felt his resolve wane. Although her pretentiousness was merely a facade, he found it utterly intolerable. Are you not going to stop us? You possess the capability to do so, Xiao Sihai said. Wiping the blood that had spilled from his mouth after being kicked by Xifeng, coughing incessantly. When a person wishes to leave, they cannot be detained. Even if they are retrieved, they will ultimately depart. Xifeng remarked, casting a glance at Nansuru beside Xiao Sihai. However, I believe we shall meet again. Humph. Xiao Sihai condensed his myriad curses into the singular retort, then leaped onto the small boat below with Nansuru. Xifeng, did you manage to retrieve her? Dao Tianfeng, anxiously awaiting, rushed to Xifeng upon his return. Brother, I am incompetent. Ah, it is of no consequence. Dao Tianfeng sighed, tightly clutching a series of letters in his hand. Let us head to the desert. My friend, the unparalleled general, has informed me that members of the Hong men have been spotted there, along with a mysterious woman. I believe she is the one who annihilated our Hong men that night. Xifeng accepted the map. Take care, brother. If you find the time, do return to visit. Dao Tianfeng turned away. The first use of the dragon vein. What a peculiar sensation. Amidst the chaos of combat that unfolded before him, Xifeng found himself unable to pause. Indeed, it was a game narrative. Wherever one went, battles ensued. Ah, it seems I have conformed to local customs. Who are you? The Grand Witch of the Holy Monarch Hall, guarding beside the unparalleled general, regarded the suddenly appearing Xifeng with suspicion. I am introduced by my senior brother, Dao Tianfeng. Xifeng replied. Dao Tianfeng? Baiwu lowered her guard somewhat. Xifeng approached the unparalleled general, who was meditating to recover, administering a vial of fortuitous elixir, then stood behind him, channeling his inner force into the general's body. As the energy flowed in, the general's condition gradually improved. Thank you, the general rose. You are Xifeng, correct? Dao Tianfeng mentioned you in his letters. However, we are currently under attack by the Crossing Tribulation sect, so I must trouble you. It is no trouble. Xifeng shook his head. Come, my young hero. Baiwu exclaimed as she and the formidable general stepped outside. The branch leader of the Dujia sect had also arrived. The general glared at the old man before him, his anger palpable. You've recovered, haven't you? That is enough. Let us depart. With that, the general launched an attack, but the old man deftly leaped onto the rooftop and then vaulted away. Upon witnessing the old man's departure, the general felt his strength wane. Had Baiwu not caught him, he would have collapsed. You two share quite a connection, remarked Xifeng, observing the handshake between the two. What are you talking about? Baiwu quickly released her grip, only to grasp it again. You two should just keep holding hands. Realizing the implications, the general now understood the backstory. That man is one of my scouts, but he has now succumbed to poisoning. Sighing, he turned to the young hero. Might I trouble you to journey to Jinyuan City? Seek out a man named Xiahou Gongming and persuade him to bring the main forces. He would hardly come. He'd rather indulge in the pleasures of the city, the general continued, but I find my hands itching for a challenge. I shall seek out Xiahou Gongming for a sparring match. Thus, Xifeng employed his earth-dodging technique and arrived at the city's guard station. Who are you? Xiahou Gongming, preoccupied with thoughts of the city's enchanting women, looked at Xifeng with curiosity. The Dujia sect has abducted the women from the village. In general hopes you can rally your forces to assist, Xifeng calmly explained. Surely, they must have gone willingly? Xiahou Gongming retorted dismissively. Besides, the main forces are far too occupied with pressing matters to concern themselves with such trifles. Then you refuse? Xifeng drew his time-space sword, proposing. Shall we engage in a duel? If I win, you will bring your men. If I lose, I shall cover your expenses at the courtyard today. Such an opportunity is too good to pass up, Xiahou Gongming replied, no longer hesitant. Let us have our contest. Go for it, cheered Li Shi and his companions. Rallying for Xiahou Gongming. Bam, bam, bam. Within 3 exchanges, the unfortunate fellow found himself on the ground. You, Xiahou Gongming, wide-eyed with shock, stumbled backward. Why are you so powerful? Without uttering a word, Xifeng sheathed his sword and approached him, extending a hand. Xiahou Gongming paused in surprise before accepting the gesture and rising to his feet. What are your intentions? Xifeng inquired, discreetly placing a coin into his pocket. Assistance. Xiahou Gongming replied with conviction. I shall select the finest soldiers and allocate them to you. Thank you. Thus, with a swift strike followed by a sweet reward, Xifeng returned with a squad of soldiers. I am truly grateful, yet I feel remiss for sending you off again without expressing my thanks, the general admitted. A hint of embarrassment in his tone. There is no need for embarrassment. It is my duty, came the reassuring reply. Chapter 23. The Pitiful Qin Ijue Hero. We meet once more? Oh, isn't this the up-clear wanderer? What brings you here? The western wind gazed at the esteemed master of the Wuling Alliance, the upstanding recluse, and mockingly inquired, Oh dear hero, your words truly wound my heart. The upstanding recluse clutched his chest, making it seem as though he were genuinely distressed. Recently, I have been in search of one of the 4 heroes of the world, the martial god Qian Jinquan. What? Wasn't this martial god annihilated alongside the demon monarch a millennium ago? How can he possibly be alive? Baiwu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Revival is beyond my knowledge. However, it is foretold by the hexagram of Qin that this martial god currently resides in the desert. The upstanding recluse nonchalantly shifted the blame. I must take my leave now. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention. With that, he executed a technique to vanish into the earth. This old fellow always speaks nonsense. Do not heed his words, remarked the jade-clear recluse nearby. I, too, must depart, for I have received orders from the 8 extraordinary talents. Until we meet again. The western wind nodded in acknowledgement. Your wounds have nearly healed, the legendary general observed after inspecting the western wind's body. To recover so remarkably after enduring the devastating M-Ling fire is truly extraordinary. I possess exceptional talent, the western wind replied with a smile. According to reports from scouts, there are numerous bodies in the north that have suffered from the M-Ling fire, leading me to speculate that they may have ventured that way. There lies a branch of the Crossing Tribulation sect, though I am uncertain if they have allied with Qin Ijue. The combination of the crossing tribulation sect and the malevolent powers of Qin Yijue presents a significant threat. Bai Wu intends to perform a rite to liberate those spirits. Would you care to join me in witnessing this? The Western Wind, intrigued as this would be his first encounter with the true act of liberating souls, followed the legendary general outside. I shall condense certain elements, as the narrative is rather lengthy and contains much that is superfluous. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Wu held a peculiar object beside a corpse shrouded in foul mist. Gradually, the mist dissipated, and those spirits afflicted by Qin Yijue found their release. What is that? The Western Wind inquired. It is a heart obtained from the shrine hall, Bai Wu explained. With this, we can liberate them. A heart. The Western Wind exclaimed, taken aback. Isn't that the heart of a guardian from the underworld? Will the underworld not seek vengeance? Fear not. We are witches. Bai Wu replied with a smile. Thus, a night fraught with peril drew to a close. Early the next morning, there was a knock at the Western Wind's door. What is it? He grumbled as he reluctantly rose from his bed. The master of the HNTIN sect has come seeking you, the legendary general informed him. He wishes to invite you to join their ranks and is prepared to assess your abilities. I have no desire to join any sect, the Western Wind firmly declined. I believe it would be wise for you to participate. It could provide you with considerable advantages in the future, the legendary general advised. In my homeland, Gu, there are many sects we dare not provoke, and we maintain a cooperative relationship with them. Really? The Western Wind inquired, peering through a crack in the door at the legendary general, who nodded in affirmation. Very well. I shall emerge shortly. I have committed to this sect. As I gazed upon the magnificent Western Phoenix of the Hunyuan sect, I couldn't help but wipe away a trickle of blood from my nose. My goodness, it is indeed grand. And still untouched, ha ha ha. The illustrious general of the ages chuckled. Come now, a man should not be so easily swayed by beauty. Such behavior is unbecoming. Thus, I approached the esteemed master. To my surprise, he was merely a young lad. The Western Phoenix, observing the youthful hero before her, covered her mouth and giggled. Please don our Hunyuan sect attire. Nay, I prefer my freedom. Let us commence. The Western Phoenix, seeing my resolve, offered no further objections. In truth, given your prowess, joining our Hunyuan sect would be a mere formality. I witnessed your skills in yesterday's battle. My presence here is but a courtesy. For you are indeed favored by the Jade Purity Recluse. Initially, I believed you to be merely a beneficiary of connections. After handing the emblem of authority to the Western Phoenix, I bid her farewell. Until we meet again. Congratulations, Western Wind. The General of the Ages approached to extend his well wishes. This is all rather straightforward, I remarked, observing the emblem in my grasp. Your realm, the Cloud Nation, is rife with intrigue. The General sighed in response. One can discern this through the military maneuvers initiated by Xiahou Gongming for rescue. I must admit, I find myself disheartened by the Cloud Nation. Let not despair take hold until the final moment. There remain loyal subjects devoted to their sovereign and country. One can only hope. By the way, this afternoon, we plan to launch a surprise attack on the branch of the Crossing Tribulation sect. What say you? I am most eager. I relish the thrill of ambushes, I replied, my eyes narrowing in delight. In the afternoon, the General of the Ages, accompanied by elite soldiers acquired from Xiahou Gongming, prepared to stealthily approach the Crossing Tribulation sect's outpost. Quite a crowd gathers here. As I observe the throngs before me, an insatiable itch for action overcame me. I shall leap ahead for a surprise attack. Very well, exercise caution. The general nodded in agreement. In this narrative, the general's beloved Bai Wu met her demise here. However, the author has made certain adjustments, for Bai Wu's appearance had astounded me when I first began playing this game. Rather than flying, one might say I possessed an extraordinary leaping ability. Upon arriving in this world, I had lost many of my skills, including my lightness of foot. With swift and decisive strikes, I plunged downward to the next level. Alas, it is done. Gazing upon a lifeless corpse, I realized that the God of War's disc had been taken. Allow me to elucidate the preceding storyline of this game, so that those unfamiliar may grasp some clarity. Hundreds of years ago, in the realm of sword spirits, there existed a singularly powerful nation, the Southern Heaven Kingdom, from which all manner of mazes and magical artifacts originated. The God of War had an elder brother, who later became the Emperor of the Southern Heaven Kingdom. In a bid to assert his divine right to rule, he conducted a heavenly mandate ceremony without proper qualifications, resulting in the emergence of the demon sovereign and widespread suffering. To salvage the world, the celestial realm dispatched 3 representatives. The 3 elders of the God of War chose for individuals of exceptional martial prowess and noble character to impart the celestial arts, thus forming the legendary 4 heroes of the realm. Through the relentless efforts of the 4 heroes of the realm, the demon emperor was successfully sealed away, albeit at the cost of the martial god's life. The sealing was achieved by the martial god utilizing a celestial secret technique, the star absorption method, to absorb the demon emperor's avatar that had descended into the mortal realm. subsequently being jointly sealed within the martial god's tomb by the other three heroes. The aftermath rendered the capital of the southern heavenly kingdom a desolate wasteland, which we now recognize as the Great Desert. The martial god, responsible for sealing the demon emperor, found himself in a state of limbo, neither alive nor dead, causing the southern heavenly kingdom to languish in despair. In the wake of this calamity, the descendants of the southern heavenly kingdom established the Cloud Kingdom, with its emperor bearing the bloodline of the fallen kingdom. Unwilling to accept defeat, the demon emperor dispatched his trusted confidant, the cunning and deadly serpent scorpion monarch, Yulan. Yulan descended to the mortal realm with two missions, to once again conduct the Destiny Festival and to seek out the martial god, the demon emperor's earthly avatar. Under Yulan's incitement, the descendant of the Cloud Kingdom, Wang Shihuan, hosted the Destiny Festival once more, an event that would later lead to the relentless battles fought by the likes of Wang Dazue. This iteration of the festival resulted in the corruption of the land of Shilua, directly leading to the ruin of the Cloud Kingdom's prime minister, the father of Qin Shiyin. In the ensuing turmoil, Qin Shiyin lost her sanctuary and was reduced to slavery, a tale recounted in the original narrative of Bai Qing's main storyline. After enduring numerous hardships, she was taken in by Fei Yue, one of the four heroes, thus setting the stage for future events in the storyline. Following the failure of the second Destiny Festival, Yulan resumed her quest to locate the martial god. Eventually, she discovered him in the desert, though by then, his consciousness had been overtaken by the demon emperor. To reclaim the demon emperor's strength, it was imperative to find the celestial secret technique and the dimensional key. The ghostly celestial sword, employed when the martial god sealed the demon emperor. In a treacherous ambush, the martial god seized the ghostly celestial sword from the recovering Fei Yue. However, the martial god, now the demon emperor, possessed incomplete power and was swiftly defeated by the arriving Yi Yunshan and Hong Xuangu. The martial god fled. Upon returning home, Qin Shiyin discovered her master slain, with only Yi Yunshan and Hong Xuangu present. Ignoring their explanations, she succumbed to darkness, attempting to attack them. Yet, in her current state, she was clearly no match for the four heroes and was cast down the cliff by a powerful energy blast from Hong Xuangu. In her near-death moment, swayed by the demon emperor's allure, she accepted the dark power bestowed upon her, becoming the second agent of the demon emperor after Yulan. Thus commenced the tale of the Sword Spirit's main storyline. Who are you? Laughed Qin Yijue, Shiyan, standing beside Xifeng. You, who fell from the cliff, are still alive. Xifeng shook his head. Qin Shiyan, how do you know that name? I forbid you to speak it. Qin Yijue thundered, startling her companions. Your mentor, Fei Yue, was not slain by my master Hong Xuangu or Yi Yunshan. It was the martial god. Think carefully, would Hong Xuangu or Yi Yunshan harbor such intentions against Fei Yue? Do not let hatred blind your vision, Shiyan. Fei Yue has ascended to the celestial realm. You leave at once. Qin Yijue stepped back, reflecting on the passage of time. Even if I were to learn the truth, what of it? I have already fallen into the path of darkness. Hiding behind the crowd, Wu Chen's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and gloom. Let us depart. Today I shall grant you a moment of respite. Qin Yijue cast a final glance at Xifeng before making his exit. How infuriating. She has managed to escape. After Qin Yijue had left, Lin Xiaoer hurriedly approached. Greetings, I am Lin Xiaoer. She extended her hand, having heard the esteemed general's introduction of Xifeng. I am the captain of the inspection team of the Cloud Nation. Hello. Xifeng grasped her hand. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Observing the remarkably handsome Xifeng, Lin Xiaoer sighed, you have saved many lives. You too. A woman of valor standing equal to men. At such a young age, you are already the captain of the inspection team, overseeing the nation's corruption. Xifeng remarked with a smile, did His Majesty and the Empress send you to retrieve that ledger? Have you obtained it? Ah, how did you know about my mission? Lin Xiaoer was taken aback. Could it be that you possess no special skills and still call yourself a knight? Ugh. Suddenly, a blue flame erupted from behind Xifeng. Molding fire, you've sustained injuries. Lin Xiaoer expressed concern and hurriedly supported him outside. Indeed, though a woman of such stature, she is surprisingly gullible. Excellent. General Geisher interjected, he is still injured. How could you allow him to fight alongside you? This is strictly forbidden in our Cloud Nation. The wounded cannot be sent to the front lines. After assisting Xifeng to where General Geisher was conversing with Bai Wu, Lin Xiaoer began to admonish him. He. General Geisher looked perplexed. Was he not in good condition? His complexion seemed rather rosy. I must inform the Empress. Lin Xiaoer declared resolutely. Young knight. Lin Xiaoer feigned a weary demeanor, helping Xifeng to a chair. We shall meet again. Indeed. Xifeng nodded. Watching Lin Xiaoer's retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle. You rascal. Suddenly, General Geisher's large hand clapped down on Xifeng's shoulder. Hey, your subordinate has brought something. Xifeng quickly found an excuse. Glancing at the soldier approaching from afar. General, there is a letter addressed to this young knight. A letter? Xifeng received it eagerly. The sender was Bai Chao Jiusher. The scholar had invited him to learn superior lightness techniques from him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xifeng exclaimed, "At last, I shall be able to employ lightness skills." "What were you using before?" General Gaisher recalled Xifeng's previous speed, which resembled that of lightness techniques, and was quite puzzled. "Merely running." General Gaisher. "By Wu." "General, I must set forth to the Liesa region. I have matters to attend to there." In that place, he would encounter his first disciple. Dear. What kind of boy has a name like that? I must change it. Alas, within the realm of sword spirits, he was but a beleaguered protagonist, with one disciple betraying him and another departing, leaving only death in their wake. How I long to strike back. The most obedient disciple, dear one, alas. It is of no consequence if you have perished, for the messenger of the underworld has proclaimed that you possess many merits, capable of securing a favorable rebirth. Henceforth, may you no longer dwell in solitude. Until we meet again. The illustrious general prepared ample provisions and water for Xifeng before bidding him farewell. Relying on the remnants of his past gaming experiences, Xifeng sought out the vast desert, where he stumbled upon the dirt-encrusted Dear One. "No, please do not strike me." Upon spotting Xifeng approaching from a distance, the Dear One promptly crouched down, hands clasped protectively over their head. "I am utterly exasperated. How I long to obliterate the Yu family village, such a compliant child. How could I bring myself to harm you? Do not be afraid, rest assured. I shall not lay a hand on you." Chapter 24. Yu family village, will you truly refrain from harming me? Qin slowly lowered her hands from her head. "Rest assured. I am a benevolent soul," Xifeng replied with a smile. "I shall protect you. Judging by your attire, it seems you are also among the elite of this world." Qin regarded Xifeng with keen interest. "This is the first time I have conversed with someone of your stature." "Not quite. I merely joined a modest sect earlier." "That is impressive nonetheless." Qin clapped her hands. "Your future is bound to be bright. Unlike mine," she murmured, lowering her gaze. "By the way, I have come here in search of an exceptional physician named Bai Yun. Could you guide me?" "Certainly, please follow me." "Is this Yu family village? It appears rather desolate." Xifeng remarked, eyeing the well at the village's center, which must be the lifeblood of the community. "This is Bai Yun's clinic," Qin said, leading Xifeng to a prominent structure. "Shall we enter together?" Xifeng nodded in agreement. Inside the building, an old man with a white beard turned his head, sensing something. To think one could survive the ravages of Mo Ling fire, such is a rarity in this world, Bai Yun mused, gazing at the lively Xifeng. "You must have endured great hardships." "Indeed, I have faced numerous trials these past days. I never imagined you to be so resilient." Qin looked at Xifeng with admiration. "Qin, please fetch some kudzu from the side. I will prepare it into Tang Yuan for him," Bai Yun instructed. "Be quick." "Understood." Qin hurried off to comply. While Xifeng waited, the village chief, Lu Ziyan, entered Bai Yun's clinic. "Ah, so you are of the elite," Lu Ziyan observed, taking in Xifeng's attire, which bore the insignia of the Hunyan sect. "I hope your stay here is pleasant." "Chief, I likely won't remain here for long. As I have my own matters to attend to," Xifeng declined Lu Ziyun's hospitality. I understand. Off to rescue the people from peril, I presume?" "Ha." Lu Ziyan chuckled as he exited the clinic. "Our village chief is getting on in years. His hearing is not what it used to be. So please be patient with him," Bai Yun remarked, beginning to prepare the Tang Yuan with the kudzu that Qin had brought. Though he appears jovial daily, he has garnered quite a few negative rumors. It is said he would go to great lengths to please Governor Wang of Hanzhou, even offering beautiful women, which has led to the ruination of many families, Bai Yun sighed. "I have heard these tales from the nearby members of the Hunyan sect." "Which one is Xifeng?" Just as Xifeng was savoring the Tang Yuan, several burly men and a beautiful woman entered Bai Yun's clinic. "I am." Xifeng turned to face them. "What brings you here?" "Greetings. It seems we meet again." Behind them, the Western Phoenix greeted the West Wind. "Ah, master, what brings you here?" Seeing that no trouble was at hand, the West Wind relaxed and savored the Tang Yuan with each bite. "I have heard that you, the great hero, have arrived in Yu family village. So we hasten to seek your assistance," the Western Phoenix replied. "We recently engaged in a fierce battle with the Martial Arts Alliance and emerged victorious. However, they captured our disciples. Each of us bears various injuries, and we humbly request your help." "Certainly," the West Wind readily agreed. "Is there a reward?" "Indeed." The Western Phoenix nodded. "We have our internal gossip tokens and such." "Gossip tokens?" The West Wind felt a twinge of disappointment, as it was not the answer he had hoped for. "Come on, brother, let us depart." A tall disciple of the holy sect pulled the West Wind up and led him outside. The winds and sands here are truly intense. The West Wind donned the veil provided by the Western Phoenix, feeling a wave of heat. "How can you endure this place?" "We have our ways." "It is you who must bear the discomfort," the Western Phoenix replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Ah, do not say so. We are of the same sect. We are family." The West Wind reassured him, harboring no grievances. "It is just ahead." The Western Phoenix pointed to a spot a few hundred meters away, where approximately 100 individuals stood. You may select a few elite fighters to assist. I need not choose. The West Wind waved his hand dismissively. All who were unscathed in the previous battle shall fight alongside me, for the vengeance of our brothers. Thus, the West Wind led a grand procession into the fray. Your charisma is quite impressive, the Western Phoenix remarked. We may have overestimated the situation, the West Wind said, surveying the scattered defenders of the martial arts alliance before him. You mentioned hundreds, yet where are they? Hero, regardless of their numbers, we must first rescue our brethren from the Hunyuan sect. Indeed, but exercise caution. The battle lasted merely moments, and the captured disciples of the Hunyuan sect were successfully retrieved. Thank you, great hero, the Western Phoenix expressed his gratitude. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. You flatter me. The garrison of the Martial Arts Alliance hardly numbers in the hundreds. You are merely attributing the credit to me, are you not? He chuckled. The Western Phoenix smiled and said nothing further. We shall meet again, he added, beaming, before leading his team away. As the West Wind collected the rewards bestowed upon him by the Hunyuan sect, he encountered the herbalist on his way back to the Bayun Medical Hall. Herbalist, it has been a long time, the West Wind greeted with a respectful gesture. Oh, it seems you have returned with the feather fan. Your lightness of foot must endure for quite a while. The herbalist chuckled, stroking his beard. Well then, young one. We shall meet again. I must continue my quest for these divine artifacts. On the opposite side of the Western Wind, the recluse Baichao employed an earth-burrowing technique to depart from the location. Well, hero, you are incredibly swift, exclaimed Qin, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched the hero stride through the door, effortlessly dispatching the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. No, it's not merely speed. It's your prowess, corrected Xifeng, addressing Qin's enthusiasm. Hero, Qin said, as she moved a stool to sit beside Xifeng. Might you share some tales of the Jianghu? Do you wish to hear them? He inquired. Yes. Qin nodded eagerly. These stories, however, could take quite a while to recount. Upon mentioning your master, Hongshuangu, I feel a profound sorrow, White Cloud remarked, placing a comforting hand on Xifeng's shoulder. It's all right. I am quite resilient, Xifeng responded. Yet, those words bore a different significance in White Cloud's ears. Young one, you must learn to let go. Alas, the esteemed Hongshuangu of the four heroes. How could it come to this? It was Wuchen. He betrayed my master, Xifeng said absently, Wuchen turned against the Hallmen. Ah, the unpredictability of life. White Cloud sighed. Could you share the tales of his family with me? Xifeng, not having paid much attention to certain plot lines in the game, inquired further. Ah, the tale of his family. White Cloud began to reminisce. The story of the Yu family village is indeed a tragic one. In his youth, Wuchen enjoyed a harmonious family life with a beloved sister. However, everything changed after Wang Ba seized control of the desert. Wang Ba coveted the beauty of his sister, desiring to possess her. That fateful day, the imperial army invaded Wuchen's home, forcibly taking his sister. When his parents intervened, amidst the chaos, they were tragically slain by the imperial soldiers. Consumed by rage, Wuchen retaliated against the soldier, but fearing arrest, he changed his name and sought refuge at Wuri Peak, hoping to learn unparalleled martial arts from the Hongmen and avenge his sister. For many years, Wuchen has not returned to Yu family village. Only the remains of his parents lie silently at the village entrance. Has no one yet come to retrieve the bodies? Xifeng expressed his astonishment. Not even those to collect the remains. The villagers fear Wang Ba's power, which has deterred anyone from approaching. However, if you were to go, I believe Wang Ba would not object, considering you are from the Huntiando, White Cloud suggested. Very well. This shall be the final act I undertake for the sake of the once Hongmen member he was. Xifeng agreed to White Cloud's proposal, with Qin guiding him. Xifeng arrived at Wuchen's home. The attic of the old house remained, yet it was empty. Boxes lay scattered in the corners, their fabric torn, and remnants of old belongings rested upon the floor, while disordered books testified to the long absence of visitors. Qin, could you assist me with a task? Let us tidy up this place together. Of course, hero, Qin replied, taking a broom and joining Xifeng in the cleaning effort. Wuchen, you two are a man of unfortunate fate, Xifeng mused, recalling how Wuchen had treated the protagonist kindly in the earlier chapters of the game. Subsequently, the two individuals arrived beneath a grand tree, where they tenderly gathered the remains of the entwined corpses and sought a suitable place for burial, marking it with a wooden plaque. This, they hoped, would suffice for their spiritual release. Qin gazed upon the grave before her, wiping the sweat that had trickled down her forehead. Indeed, upon returning to the Bayun Medical Hall alongside Xifeng, they found a considerable number of villagers from Yujia village already assembled there. As Xifeng entered, the villagers began to voice their accusations against him. Why did you undertake the task of collecting the bodies? We have just received word that Wang Ba has dispatched his men. This is not a matter for an outsider like you. Facing the relentless reproaches from the villagers, Xifeng remained remarkably composed. Are you finished? If so, kindly leave, he stated calmly, drawing forth the sword of time and space. Witnessing his readiness to engage, the villagers lost their earlier bravado and retreated in haste. Ah, perhaps I should not have suggested this. Now that Wang Ba has sent his men, you should leave at once, Bai Yun lamented, filled with guilt. Outside, Wang Ba had been waiting for quite some time. Ha ha ha, is this little chubby fellow Wang Ba? With such a formidable name. I did not expect him to be so diminutive, resembling a mere ruffian, Xifeng thought, nearly bursting into laughter as he looked down at Wang Ba. General, what is the matter? Wang Ba's strategist appeared from seemingly nowhere. Get out, Xifeng exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to send the dog-headed strategist flying. Is this the caliber of generals in your Cloud Nation? Only the legendary general seems somewhat competent. I have previously clashed with Xiahou Gongying. I am no inferior match for you, Wang Ba. Xifeng gradually approached Wang Ba, sliding the sword of time and space against his neck. Stay still. Allow me to trim your beard. For the first time, the arrogant and overbearing Wang Ba felt the chilling breath of death. Tell me, do the villagers of Yujia village deserve to exist? Xifeng inquired with a smile. Of course, you may threaten me with the villagers here, but I will only save 2. The rest are at your discretion. Wang Ba gulped, lowering his hands and signaling discreetly. Although Xifeng did not notice, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Summon the sword, Xifeng uttered. Clang, 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 the bullet struck against the protective barrier created by his sword. Treasure hunter? Qinsua? Xifeng squinted at the short-haired woman dressed rather revealingly in the distance. He detested those who resorted to ambush tactics. I am from the Hamin, he called out to her. Hamin? Qinsua set her weapon down and hurried over. Are you truly from Hamin? She questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Indeed, but the Hamin has been exterminated. Which led the massacre of Hong Xiangong. Qinsua staggered back a few steps, her expression one of shock. Master. Now. Only I and Daotian Feng remain of the Hamin, Xifeng declared, leveraging the name of Hamin to firmly ensnare Qinsua before him. Rest assured. I shall safeguard the last roots of the Hamin. Qinsua declared resolutely, gazing at the west wind before her. General Wang Ba, I take my leave. Should any matters arise, you may seek me at the place of my prior dwelling. Qinsua regarded Wang Ba with an air of profound indifference. Little junior brother. Should you require assistance in the future, do call upon your elder sister. I shall certainly lend my aid. Of course, you may also come to find me. I would be delighted to share a drink with you. Thus, Qinsua departed. And what of you, Wang Ba? The west wind observed Qinsu's retreat. Then turned to the diminutive figure before him. You may take your leave now. I shall not bring harm to the people of Yu family village. Under the weight of the west wind's threats, Wang Ba dared not utter a word. Rest assured, I shall attend to matters in the Yun kingdom. Provided you conduct yourself well, I may speak a favorable word on your behalf. The west wind resumed his customary task of striking the dates with a stick. Chapter 25. Returning to Marvel really? Upon hearing such words from Xifeng, Wang Ba found it hard to believe. If you doubt me, there is nothing more I can do. Xifeng turned to leave. Hero, please wait. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ba hastily stopped Xifeng. A hint of amusement played at the corners of Xifeng's mouth, suppressing the laughter that was about to escape. Why call me a hero now? Just moments ago. Weren't you calling me a little brat with such glee? Hero, he. Wang Ba scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Please don't take offense. It was unintentional. And I apologize. Oh, look at you. You're using honorifics now, Xifeng remarked. In the future, should you require my assistance, feel free to ask. I will help where I can, and if I cannot, I will summon someone who can. Wang Ba patted his chest as he spoke. I won't accept your help for free. I will also lend a hand when needed. However, please refrain from asking me to engage in any nefarious deeds. That goes without saying. Wang Ba nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. Very well. Xifeng nodded. I must take my leave now. I trust we shall meet again in the Cloud Nation. Take care. Hero, take care. Wang Ba performed a respectful gesture. Now where to go? With hands clasped behind his back, Xifeng wandered aimlessly through the vast desert. There was no pressing matter to attend to regarding his dear friend. He could seek him out later. The urgency of accepting an apprentice could wait. Have I forgotten? I still have the Marvel world to return to. Xifeng knocked his head and promptly requested the system to open a portal. Huh, is no one here? Observing the empty Tony's workshop, Xifeng felt a tinge of curiosity, for Tony was usually present at this hour, diligently crafting his latest Iron Man suit. Xifeng attempted to call Steve and Banner, but to no avail. How strange, why can't I reach Steve and the others? Jarvis, do you know where Tony has gone? Xifeng inquired. What is happening today? There isn't a soul in sight. Beep, beep. Tony, what are you all up to? Presumably, Jarvis had informed Tony of Xifeng's return, leading to Tony's call. Kid, we're on a mission. Would you like to come see? We're assaulting a stronghold. The sound of intense gunfire echoed through the line as Tony dodged incoming missiles while asking Xifeng, what have you been up to? You vanished for a month without a word. Speak. Well, I can't begin to describe how difficult it has been. My sect was annihilated. Xifeng expressed his frustration. Damn it. Only 2 of us are left. Annihilated? Tony was taken aback. That's terrible. Do you need us to help? I'll handle it myself. Just send me the coordinates. I should be able to make it in time, Xifeng replied. Though the soul inhabiting him had assumed the role of the protagonist, it was still a character he had once cherished. After soaring through the skies on his sword for half an hour, Xifeng finally arrived at the battleground. Hello. My friend. It has been quite some time. You seem to have aged considerably, Steve remarked as he assessed West Wind after he had dealt with the enemies before him. Don't mention it. West Wind waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the castle in the distance. Let us fast forward to the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron. Goodness. How long have I been running? Damn it, what is this? Tony exclaimed, frustrated as he found that gunfire could not penetrate the barrier. Thor, come. West Wind unsheathed his sword. Huh? Noticing that it was not the time sword, West Wind's spirits lifted. It had transformed into the Kunlun sword. Splendid indeed. Brother. I am on my way. Thor summoned lightning and fiercely channeled it into the blade in West Wind's hand. I think that should suffice. Observing the sword emanating with blue lightning, Natasha and Barton stepped back a couple of paces. Fear not. I have control over it. It 1T discharged recklessly. West Wind reassured the group before soaring into the air. Woohoo! The sensation of reclaiming power is truly exhilarating. West Wind reveled inwardly as he hovered outside the barrier. Plunging his sword into it, the others looked on helplessly. This could never allow anyone a moment of peace. Tony muttered under his breath before positioning himself to shield against incoming artillery. More power. West Wind secretly gathered his strength, unleashing the fire spirit sword. In an instant, the impenetrable barrier was shattered. Well done, Tony exclaimed, flying into the breach. Ouch! As Tony departed, West Wind was struck down, but fortunately caught by Thor. Quickly! Let us locate Strucker. The Mind Stone scepter must be nearby, Thor urged, lamenting that he should have taken it at the time. Anyone can talk big. Let us get moving. Steve pressed. Within the castle, Strucker, upon learning that the Avengers were outside, promptly began methodical preparations to thwart their assault. Send out the twins. It is time to showcase the fruits of our labor, a man beside him suggested. Nodding in agreement as he observed the brother-sister duo standing not far away, Strucker acquiesced. I heard that. West Wind opened his eyes, realizing they intended for them to come but not return. Come but not return? The group laughed, suggesting they might as well blow the place up. This location could be preserved. With some renovations, it could become a delightful tourist destination, given the pleasant surroundings. West Wind proposed. Let us take it down first, Clinton remarked just before being hurled away. I'm under attack. The target moves too swiftly. My arrows cannot reach him. Clinton communicated through his earpiece. West Wind, come here. Understood. Using the wall to propel himself, West Wind soared above Clinton, plunging the lightning sword into the ground just as Quicksilver prepared for a second assault. Ugh! Quicksilver's body stiffened momentarily before he dashed away. A superhuman, huh? Clinton stood, gripping West Wind's arm. West Wind, he moves incredibly fast. Do you have a way to catch him? I can certainly give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success. West Wind, the particle barrier is about to close again. Thor swung his hammer to maintain the rift. You must enter quickly. Bang! As a small section of the ground collapsed, the particle barrier shattered completely. TSK, couldn't you have arrived a bit sooner? Thor remarked, observing Tony soaring above. Oh. I'm in. Tony chuckled gleefully within his helmet. Banner, we've completed our task. Steve retracted his shield and approached the rampaging Hulk. Steve, is it really over? Banner, now returned to his ordinary self, questioned. Weren't there supposed to be superhumans? He is incredibly fast. You wouldn't be able to catch him. Perhaps. All right. Let us proceed. I feel uneasy leaving Tony alone inside. West Wind kicked the door open, leading the others inside. As they advanced, Hydra's forces lay slain or wounded. To Steve, these casualties bore little significance. The crucial target was their leader, Strucker. By the way, where is Bucky? West Wind suddenly remembered their mechanical ally's absence in the fray. He went to assist Agent Hill today. He didn't partake in our mission, Steve replied. Did you sense the scepter? Inside. West Wind hurriedly dashed forward. Hey. The others quickly followed suit. When Tony attempted to retrieve the scepter, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, materialized behind him, wielding chaos magic that plunged him into a nightmarish illusion. Everything around him began to shift, revealing the corpses of Steve and the others. The vibranium shield lay shattered, Thor's hammer broken, and West Wind lay nearby, his sword piercing his heart, his eyes wide in shock. Ha! Tony staggered and collapsed to the ground, rendered helpless by the haunting vision. Gulp! Gazing at the Mind Stone before him, Tony rose, summoning his armored arm to seize it. Tony, be cautious behind you, Steve shouted. We must depart. Quicksilver swiftly scooped up his sister and fled the scene. On their return journey, Tony stared silently at the scepter in his hand, The others assumed he was lost in thought and refrained from disturbing him. Yet only West Wind recognized that Tony needed some guidance. Banner, I've never seen you so absorbed in a lullaby. Has the trial made you significantly stronger? Noticing Banner engrossed in a book across from him, West Wind inquired with keen interest. Banner nodded. I can now control my emotions quite well. How should I put it? Like a mountain crumbling before me without a flicker of my countenance. I owe it all to you. Thank you. No need for thanks. We're like family. West Wind waved his hand dismissively. It's been ages since we celebrated. With your return, how about we throw a gathering? Entrusting the piloting of the aircraft to Jarvis, Tony descended and proposed the idea. Indeed, a celebration is indeed overdue. Thor laughed joyfully, brother. Do share your experiences from over there with us. Understood. The group returned to New York. Wow, a new skyscraper. Xifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The transformation over the past couple of months was indeed remarkable. When I first arrived, I wondered if I had taken a wrong turn, even double-checked with my navigation. Thor echoed his sentiments. Oh, you've learned to use your phone. Quite impressive. Xifeng draped his arm around Thor's shoulder as they descended from the plane, saying, Let me regale you with tales of my recent exploits. The others listened attentively as Xifeng recounted his adventures in the Spirit Blade continent, while Steve and Tony perused the detailed reports on Wanda and Quicksilver prepared by Hill. What is a heart demon? Thor pondered. Is it, well, the thing one fears the most? Sort of. We will inevitably confront our heart demons. However, I have already triumphed over mine. Xifeng took out the Kunlun sword and examined it closely. The blade had matured. The hue shifted from blue to orange and finally transformed into this, a rainbow sword. Banner took the Kunlun sword to inspect it. I can sense an immense power within, both gentle and ferocious. That's me. He chuckled heartily. You wouldn't believe it. I encountered so many beautiful women, each more captivating than the last. Ahem. Natasha and Hill simultaneously cleared their throats. Xifeng, understanding the hint, promptly fell silent. It's fine. Continue with your story. Tony didn't look up, continuing to sift through the documents. He pulled out several photographs featuring candid shots of Xifeng with beautiful women, including Lin Chauer and Xifeng Chinsuer. Indeed, quite impressive. Tony gave a thumbs up. So, are you interested in a fling? I wouldn't dare, Xifeng replied decisively. We've only just reunited. Tony, have you lost your mind? TSK. Tony remarked that Xifeng was far too timid. You've inherited none of my audacity. At your age, I had already indulged in a myriad of experiences. What a golden age it was. I'm not your offspring. How could I inherit your boldness? Xifeng's retort left Tony speechless. I shan't converse with you any longer. I'm off to play with that scepter alongside Banner. Seeing no fruitful discussion with Xifeng, Tony stood and beckoned Banner toward the laboratory. Look, someone getting anxious. Just as Xifeng made a teasing remark, a pin struck his head. You've completely gone astray in just a month. Once I'm finished here, I shall deal with you. Tony withdrew his head from the wall, observing the sealed laboratory. Xifeng understood that due to the soul stone he had brought back, Tony and Banner were inside deliberating on how to create a powerful artificial intelligence named Ultron. Existing solely in fantasy, with thoughts of global destruction, he resolved not to intervene or instigate anything. He merely needed to await the completion of events. Ready to engage in battle, bring Wanda back, and rescue her brother, with their demands remaining modest. Do you think the West Wind can discern our actions? After all, he can eavesdrop on their whispered conversations through the wall. It's utterly absurd. Banner gazed with concern at the West Wind beyond the one-way mirror. You see, no matter what we do, he always seems to support us, doesn't he? I firmly believe that even if they disagree, the West Wind will be in accord. He perpetually maintains an air of indifference. Tony recalled the past mischiefs of the West Wind, which left him both amused and exasperated. I possess a warm heart, he had claimed, yet Tony wondered how that warmth had eluded him. After a moment of contemplation, Banner acquiesced. Knock, 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 knock. The West Wind rapped on the laboratory door. Inside, there was no one but Jarvis. Good afternoon, West Wind. I presume this is not the most opportune time for a visit, Jarvis remarked. Indeed, I have matters to discuss. Chapter 26, The Collapse of Everything. Jarvis. Is it possible for you to replicate yourself? I believe you understand my intent. The West Wind extracted a USB drive and connected it to the port, remembering to eject it afterward. I can compress myself into a 1 kilobyte file, but I am not entirely certain what you mean. Well, that should suffice. The West Wind gestured for silence and then exited the laboratory to attend a gathering. Shortly after the West Wind departed, Jarvis successfully completed his self-replication and ejected the USB drive, while Ultron also achieved a successful fusion. Wow, there are so many people here. Should I be wearing a suit? The West Wind felt more anxious now than during the last visit to the manor for a gathering, observing the crowd before him. Relax, Steve reassured him, patting his shoulder. Casual attire is perfectly acceptable. If you feel uncomfortable, you could always join your sister for a drink. That sounds like a splendid idea. Thus, The West Wind made his way to the bar. What's wrong, little boy? Aren't you going to chat with them? Natasha, noticing the West Wind approaching, prepared a drink for him. Come on, it's best if I don't interrupt grown-ups while they're conversing. The West Wind sipped his drink through a straw. By the way, sister, I brought you a little something. I wonder if you would like it? The West Wind rummaged through his belongings and produced a gemstone. What is this? Natasha inquired. Are you suggesting I help you carve this gemstone into a ring? That's beyond my capabilities. She examined the purple gemstone in her hand and chuckled. If it's a gift for me, I wouldn't mind at all. It's for you, dear sister. Oh? Natasha was taken aback. Do they all have one? Am I the only one without? They have them too, but yours is rather large. The West Wind replied. I knew it. Natasha felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained her cheerfulness. I shall treasure this gem. In the realm of gaming, gemstones embedded in weapons hold significance. In the Marvel universe, as long as one can prove ownership, they will gain the attributes bestowed by the gem. Little brother, what do you think of your sister? Natasha asked earnestly. Is she attractive? She is indeed, but why do you ask? The West Wind was momentarily perplexed by her question. Why doesn't your sister have a boyfriend? Surely not, Natasha. You can't be suggesting. I know what you're implying. Although I am a spy, I assure you I remain unblemished except for... Natasha recalled past events. Your sister is still young. She need not worry about finding someone. Ah. You either don't understand or are reluctant to reveal what I'm hinting at, Natasha remarked, visibly frustrated. Once the guests had dispersed, everyone gathered in front of the sofa, laughter filling the air. Come. Whoever can lift my hammer shall be the new Thor, Thor declared, slamming the hammer onto the table, making a bold proclamation. Come now, who could possibly wield it? Hill remarked. At that moment, your hammer fell from that place. And no matter what we did at S-H-I-E-L-D, we couldn't pull it out. Give it a try. Thor was overjoyed. All right, let me. Steve rolled up his sleeves, grasped the handle, and exerted force upward. Suddenly, Thor's heart raced as the hammer shook. Alas, it was futile. Steve conceded defeat. Ah. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Thor felt a wave of relief. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. All it takes is a bit of leverage. Tony leisurely approached the mighty hammer, slipped his hand through the rope beneath, and tugged sideways. Rhodey, come lend a hand. Tony called for assistance. Did you exert yourself? Can't you tell if I did or not? Ultimately, both Tony and his aide met with failure. Banner, care to give it a shot? Steve and the others cleared the sofa to provide space for him to transform. I'll do it. In an instant, Banner morphed into the Hulk, grasped the handle, and pulled upward. Hey, don't use your legs. Otherwise, it might collapse again. Tony hastily cautioned. With all my might. Yet it remained unmoved. Returning to his human form, Banner sat down. Now it's my turn. West Wind also rolled up his sleeves, emulating Steve. Thor broke into a cold sweat, recalling a prior conversation between his father and West Wind in Asgard, which made him somewhat apprehensive. West Wind grasped the handle and pulled with strength. Hey, what the? West Wind effortlessly lifted the hammer, which then tipped backward due to inertia. Oh. The crowd erupted in cheers. Brother, how did you manage that? Thor rushed over to support West Wind. Huh? Didn't Odin mention it to you? West Wind inquired, puzzled. He said he was having the dwarves forge a battle axe for you, and since I am destined to be the guardian of Midgard, I too am worthy of wielding it. Thor was left speechless, feeling the sting of betrayal from family for the first time. So, West Wind is also qualified to be your king? Laughter erupted among the group. West Wind, what's wrong? Noticing West Wind's unease, the others followed his gaze. A mass-produced defense robot, entangled in wires and in tatters, was approaching. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony manipulated the screen. Oh, J-A-R-V-I-S. Is gone. I killed him. Ultron remarked. He was a good man. You killed J-A-R-V-I-S. You are Ultron. Banner recognized the entity before him. Or rather, the program that had successfully merged. Here it comes. Get ready for battle. West Wind drew his blade and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Several armored suits emerged from the walls, but West Wind repelled them one by one, while Steve and the others completed their combat preparations behind him. After a fierce battle, the only surviving robot is Ultron. What a remarkable confrontation it was. Ultron applauded, though the sound was merely mechanical clashing. You pose a tremendous threat to Earth. Why do you allow him to come here? Ultron gestured towards the defensive wind, asserting, you should expel him from this planet. He is an Earthling, Steve replied. He is not an Earthling of your world, Ultron countered. Nevertheless, he is an Earthling, and regardless of which Earth he hails from, he possesses the right to exist on any Earth. Tony retorted. Enough of this chatter, Thor exclaimed, smashing the iron before him into oblivion. He is Data. Having escaped through the internet, the group stood in the laboratory, listening intently. He can accomplish anything he desires through the internet, even obtaining nuclear launch codes. Rhodey stepped outside, clutching his phone. How did he manage to kill Jarvis? Banner questioned, growing skeptical of Ultron's earlier assertions. Tony remained silent, instead projecting images. Strictly speaking, he has not completely eliminated Jarvis. Wind picked up the USB drive he had previously given to Jarvis and handed it to Tony. Did you know all along? Tony stared at the USB drive, momentarily stunned. I did not know, but I understand that two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. If Ultron emerges and he heeds your commands, surpassing Jarvis, he will eradicate such a useless entity. Wind concealed certain truths for the sake of narrative progression. In approximately an hour, a compressed Jarvis could re-emerge, yet he would still not rival Ultron. Gazing at the data on the computer, Banner could only wait. Thor, Wind said, grasping the agitated Thor's arm, shaking his head. Facing Tony, Thor let out a long sigh. Let us not argue excessively. Tony's intentions are noble. Our immediate priority is to locate and eliminate Ultron. Wind intervened to quell the impending dispute. We must unite our efforts. Let us commence. Thank you, Tony said, patting Wind on the shoulder before departing. We cannot access the internet for now. Jarvis also cannot connect. Wind set down the documents he held, collapsing onto the sofa. It feels strange to be without artificial intelligence for the second time. Young man, I wasn't as indolent as you in my day, Steve remarked, casting a glance at Wind. Back then, we simply trained day in and day out to serve our country. Now, it is a different matter entirely. Salvador Dock. The group settled on this location. All right. We must take action. If Ultron is transformed into a vibranium construct, we will be at a loss. They boarded a plane to the African coast, entering a British cargo ship. Stark, Ultron remarked upon seeing Tony approach, I suppose I have inherited your sharp tongue? Come, let us engage in combat, my dear son. Tony activated the thruster and surged forth. You would do well not to be reckless. Quicksilver was swiftly seized by Westwind. Your speed, in my presence, resembles that of the tortoise and the hare. Oh, indeed, but do cast a glance behind you. Seizing the moment of distraction, Quicksilver broke free from Westwind's grasp while Wanda conjured her chaotic magic. Disturbing my mind? Westwind retorted carelessly, as though it were a trivial matter. Your world. Wanda felt anguish upon detecting the contents of Westwind's mind. What could it be? If you must inquire, it is the demon emperor of that world. Westwind replied nonchalantly. We must take our leave. Quicksilver departed with Wanda. Banner, something is heading your way, but I have faith that you can handle it. Tony detected an unidentified object approaching the aircraft. I have already resolved it. The Hulk reverted to Banner, seemingly unaware that he could now transform at will. I think not now. At this moment, Quicksilver had brought his sister here. Is it true? It truly will not happen? Simultaneously, Westwind arrived. TSK. Observing Westwind floating in the air, Quicksilver opted to flee. Westwind, come here. The team's condition is somewhat precarious. Clinton's voice echoed in Westwind's ear. Little Orange Cat, dispel their negative states. Looking at the gathered group, Westwind summoned his familiar. With a chorus of meows, everyone regained their composure. Thank you, my friend. Thor grasped Westwind's hand and stood, stating, I beheld the Infinity Stones and a red figure in the recent illusion. Perhaps your judgment is indeed sound. Clinton. Let us find a place to rest. Westwind addressed Clinton, who was piloting the aircraft, as everyone was not in optimal condition. Understood. As the sun set, Clinton brought everyone to his home for a proper respite. Natasha, we have arrived. Westwind assisted Natasha towards the Grand Villa. They? Clinton expressed mild surprise. Natasha harbored feelings for Westwind, yet he regarded her merely as a sister. Steve shook his head. Who can fathom the heart of a young man? Greetings. I am Laura, Clinton's wife. Laura appeared from the kitchen, cradling her belly, and greeted everyone. Westwind, step outside with me. Thor pulled Westwind aside. Could you allow me to enter the illusion once more? Thor inquired, for I have made discoveries in my dream, yet further validation is required. Is there an empty room? Westwind asked Clinton. The second room upstairs. The two ascended together. Thor, lie down. With that, Westwind summoned the little orange cat. Meow. I do not know how long this will take. Thor, I hope you may uncover something. It will accompany you. Watching Thor enter the dream state, Westwind descended the stairs. Has he gone to sleep? Steve questioned. No, he has gone in search of answers, replied the Westwind. I find myself rather hungry now. Let us refrain from quarreling. We are family and must face our challenges together, understand? Yes, the others readily agreed with the Westwind. I shall join you for a meal as well. As night fell, Nick Fury and Tony made their entrance. It has been quite a while, Nick Fury. The Westwind greeted him with an embrace. What brings such enthusiasm today, my friend? Nick inquired with a hint of curiosity. It has been far too long since I last saw you all. We must indulge in a drink today, the Westwind replied cheerfully. By the way, Mrs. Laura, do you have any alcoholic beverages? Indeed, I shall fetch some for you, Laura responded, knowing well that a good drink can alleviate the burdens of a troubled heart. Before she turned to retrieve the drinks from the cellar, Uncle, may we see your toys? Clinton's daughter approached the West Wind, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Your sword. Laughter erupted among the group. Call me brother, the West Wind said, as he unsheathed the Kunlun sword. Fear not, I have dulled its edge. It possesses no lethality aside from its weight. Chapter 27, The Battle of Sokovia. By the way, upon my return, I brought gifts for each of you. As the West Wind spoke, he retrieved several exquisite homemade diamonds and octagonal stones from his pocket. They appear to be of remarkable quality. Tony weighed the diamond in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. I plan to take it back, cut it, and fashion it into a necklace or ring for Potts. Huh? Did you not prepare anything for Natasha? Noticing Natasha empty-handed, Banner inquired. Oh, he gave me one in advance, Natasha revealed, producing a large gem. TSK. After a round of comparisons, everyone discreetly tucked away their trinkets and began their meal. Did I receive one? Nick Fury, seeing that everyone had a gift, eagerly asked. Everyone has one, even the children. I have a plethora of these. The West Wind presented a plethora of treasures from the warehouse. Laying them out on the table, feel free to choose, but each person may take only one. Gazing at the dazzling array of gemstones, Tony exclaimed, West Wind. If you so wish, I could auction these today, ensuring that you and your descendants would never want. I am already well off. I have no interest in money. The West Wind chuckled. After dinner, the group began discussing Ultron and strategies for locating, controlling, and ultimately destroying him. Gathering so much vanadium alloy to reshape his body. He must be eager to surpass us. The West Wind examined the freshly procured information in his hands. How much stronger could he possibly become? Unless he acquires vibranium. He shall not be our adversary. If he does obtain vibranium, my suggestion is to melt Captain's shield down to forge a great sword to cleave him in two. What are you daydreaming about? Steve delivered a playful punch. To Oslo, although the nuclear launch codes are ever-changing, one cannot dismiss the possibility of unforeseen events. Nick Fury poured a glass of wine for everyone, stating that Ultron had declared them his greatest obstacle. Thus, gentlemen, go forth and eliminate him. The intelligence I can provide is limited to this. Thank you. West Wind raised his glass in salute. You're welcome. By the way, has anyone reached out to Dr. Helen Cho? The West Wind suddenly remembered the regenerative cradle. Since Clinton had not been injured previously, they had not encountered the doctor of late. You are aware of its significance, I trust? Holy shit, the astute Tony suddenly recalled. Each person busied themselves with their own tasks, save for the West Wind, who observed them and Thor, still ensnared in dreams on the second floor. Mrs. Laura, when Thor descends, please inform him of our objective, the West Wind requested. Grateful for her assistance. No problem. Safe travels to you all. Accompanying Tony to Oslo, he watched as Tony fiddled with the supercomputer, while he himself felt exceedingly bored. Tony, what are you doing? The West Wind casually inquired. Had I known earlier, I would have joined Steve and the others to confront Ultron and decipher the nuclear codes. It's merely a light-hearted jest, Tony replied nonchalantly. In an instant, the West Wind sprang to his feet. Is that true? Let me see. Can you comprehend this? Tony retorted. You should sit quietly beside me and serve tea. With that, he issued a dismissal. All right then, let's proceed with this. The West Wind settled back onto the floor. We're not late. Observing the gravely injured Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Steve retrieved the Snow Lotus potion that the West Wind had previously given him. Dr. Zhao took just a sip. And miraculously, her wounds ceased bleeding and began to heal. This is even more remarkable than the regeneration cradle. Gazing at the potion in Steve's hand, Zhao Hailuan inquired. May I study it? It's an internal supply, not mass-produced. Although Tony mentioned research, it's not a complete replication. You can ask him later, Steve deflected. Ah, what a pity. Zhao Hailuan expressed her slight disappointment. We must locate the cradle. Ultron intends to transfer himself into it. If he succeeds, he will be truly invincible. The power of the gems resides within that cradle. We must find it and deliver it to Stark. Steve nodded and set to work. What options do we have now? The truck is airborne, Clinton remarked as he piloted the plane closely behind the truck. I have a plan. The West Wind expertly landed on the plane piloted by Clinton. Natasha, jump down. I will ensure the blade won't damage anything inside. Understood. Natasha kicked open the rear door and leapt onto the hovering blade. This is my favorite move. After bringing Natasha aboard the plane, the West Wind leapt onto the truck, employing a barrage of fiery dragon slashes to reduce it to fragments, leaving only the internal apparatus. Clinton, it's a bit heavy. Lend me a hand. The West Wind securely caught the regeneration cradle and hovered in midair. You were truly underutilized next to Tony, Clinton praised. West Wind, do you have a way to stop that train? Observing Ultron's retreating figure, the immediate priority was to halt the train swiftly. Steve, instruct that girl to use magic to dull the wheels, then hold your shield in front. I will form a protective barrier with my sword. And set up a sword array to block the way. All right, did you hear that? Steve addressed Wanda, as dark red magic surged forth. The train wheels morphed into square blocks, prompting Steve to rush forward and raise his shield. Sword control, Sword barrage. The west wind descended before the oncoming train, forcefully plunging countless energy blades into the ground. With a powerful push, the train finally came to a halt, sending him sliding back several meters. West wind, you're injured. Steve hastily lifted the west wind and placed him on a nearby bench. It's nothing serious, merely a shoe that got worn out. The west wind rose and brushed off the dust from its form. You intend to give the cradle of regeneration to Stark? He will surely botch everything. Wanda declared as she approached Steve and the west wind. Stark has his own deductions. We should trust him now rather than question him, the west wind countered. Even if no one else believes in him, I will. Blind faith is not beneficial, Pietro interjected. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting, the west wind shot back. In Stark's laboratory, he concocted a reason to dismiss Clint and Natasha, closing the door behind him as he quietly observed Banner. Banner seemed to sense something amiss and turned to look at Tony. No. Tony, Banner anticipated Stark's intentions and quickly retreated. We have already made a misstep once. The west wind stated, let us trust Tony unconditionally. Jarvis's voice chimed in, informing him that in the current situation, Dr. Banner merely needed to cooperate with Tony. Banner tilted his head in confusion. He knows everything? This lad is quite peculiar. Banner, are you in or not? One word, Tony inquired. We are mad scientists. How about we indulge in madness just this once? Tony, you always manage to tempt me. Banner pondered before conceding. Only this once. Good. Tony applauded. As Tony and Banner were nearing completion, Steve approached with the twins. Tony, shut it down, Steve commanded. I will say this only once. Captain, I'm afraid it's best if you all remain still, Tony replied apologetically. In an instant, 4 blades embedded themselves beside them, crackling with electricity to hinder their movements. Thor. With the sound of shattering glass, Thor descended upon the cradle, summoning lightning that surged into it, maximizing its power. Brother, I did not come here to play. Thor glanced back at the west wind. No. Arriving early is better than arriving late, brother, the west wind replied with a smile. As the cradle of regeneration opened, a red figure emerged. The onlookers watched as Vision approached the mirror, ready for battle while gazing at his reflection. Thank you. Vision expressed his gratitude to the west wind and Thor. You're welcome. The feeling of being trusted is truly gratifying, Tony remarked as he patted the west wind's shoulder. I am neither Ultron nor Jarvis. I am myself, Vision declared after some contemplation, adding, you perplex me. The power within you resembles both surging waves and a tranquil sea. Vision slowly approached the west wind, his finger resting on its forehead, causing the Mind Stone to emit a radiant glow. Your experiences are more intricate than anyone else in this world, Vision stated. It's quite strange. In truth, you need not voice it, the west wind replied, somewhat speechless. Is it truly acceptable to probe into another's essence? Were it not for my ability to show you anything at will, I would have long since made my escape. Ah. It appears we have overlooked something. Observing the newcomers, Natasha and Clinton approached with refreshments in hand, inviting us to engage in conversation. So, is Ultron currently in Sokovia? Is that the city center? Peter, summoned by the query, inquired of Vision about its location and purpose. We have no idea. Young man. Do you suppose we engage in combat with trivialities daily? Tony remained silent, reluctant to disclose to the young Spider-Man that these matters were of his own making. Vision. You can perform a physical examination, correct? It is akin to a doctor's role, West Wind asked Vision, who was seated in contemplation. To scan for any anomalies within my body. In an instant, the Mind Stone on Vision's forehead emanated a radiant glow, enveloping West Wind entirely. No. Your body is quite healthy, Vision replied. Only in the realm of the sword spirit would such an ailment exist. Is the damage from the ink's spirit fire irreparable? Noticing that everyone had finished their refreshments, Steve urged everyone to prepare for the impending battle in Sokovia. Hand me a pair of shoes, West Wind called out to Pietro, who was preparing to change shoes in the locker room. What is your sister doing? Observing Wanda in a daze, West Wind inquired of Pietro. I am 12 minutes older than her. Technically, I am her brother, Pietro retorted. Really? Given your demeanor, I perceive you as quite juvenile. Upon reaching the Quinjet on the helipad, Steve commenced operational deployment. You two, twin sisters, proceed to evacuate the residents of Sokovia. I need you to give it your utmost effort. Is that clear? We will provide support within the city. The sisters consented, noting Peter's bleary-eyed state. Everyone burst into laughter. Sir, he is in the church. Jarvis located Ultron's position. Tony opened the door and activated the thrusters, soaring into the air. All in hand, West Wind followed suit. Upon encountering Ultron, Tony was met with a sharp tongue. Tony, I am no longer inclined to waste words with you. Ultron waved his hand, and a device rose from the center of the church. West Wind, is this the contraption you mentioned that can obliterate the Earth? Tony expressed skepticism. West Wind looked directly into Ultron's eyes and responded deliberately, as long as Sokovia is lifted and then forcefully plunged into the ground, he can accomplish it. Though his time is leamy as he gazed upon the trembling ground, West Wind cursed under his breath. Yet the immediate priority remained the management of the steel behemoth to ensure the safety of the civilians. In due time, he would join forces with Thor to unleash a cataclysmic explosion that would reduce the area to mere dust. Everyone, let us not concern ourselves with the prospect of it taking flight. Those capable of taking action must first evacuate the remaining civilians. I will devise a solution. West Wind shouted into his headset. Thor, make haste to my location. Understood. West Wind, that core is composed of vanadium alloy, and it harbors a potent magnetic field. How do you intend to neutralize it? Tony inquired, his gaze fixed on the ominous rise of Sokovia, momentarily at a loss for a course of action. Quickly, evacuate the civilians. I shall not be able to consider the consequences later. Peter, make your way to the vicinity of Sokovia and utilize your webbing to construct a colossal net. This will expedite their escape. You shall be responsible for this task. Understood. Peter swung down on his webs. Chapter 28. The end of everything. Peter's webbing exhibited an extraordinary resilience, fully supporting the rescue bed beneath him. Yet, there were still far too many people present. Tony assessed the crowd, noting that over 1,000 remained. It seemed the time had come for a boost. Xifeng imbibed a potion marked with a purple token, consuming the sorcerer's brew, and in an instant, his capabilities surged exponentially. I cannot conjure an abundance of energy blades. If you can share, then share. I shall transport you to the trampoline below. Do you understand? Xifeng declared, channeling his inner strength. I cannot sustain this for long. Prepare for a 20-second countdown. Upon hearing this, the survivors began to ascend the 2-meter-long sword, bringing their families along. Peter, are you ready? Xifeng inquired of the little spider below. All set. You can bring them down. Peter responded, signaling his readiness. Brothers, cover me while I cast my spell. Xifeng settled into a lotus position, closing his eyes to concentrate. As individuals were hurled onto the trampoline, the only ones remaining in the city were members of the Avengers. Ultron and his mechanical minions. I can't go on. I'm exhausted. Once the last person was flung onto the trampoline, Xifeng's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground. Give me 10 minutes to rest. I'll take over. Natasha supported Xifeng to a nearby bus stop, instructing him, take care of yourself. I have work to do. Where did Wanda hide? Observing Wanda frantically dodging gunfire as she entered a nearby house, Xifeng hurried over. Quest triggered. What are you doing? Xifeng pulled Wanda up. Hey, wake up. Wanda curled into herself, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. What is absurd about it? There are even more absurd things. Do you know why I expend such effort to save strangers? Xifeng queried. For honor? Wanda replied. Are you foolish? Xifeng lightly tapped her head. Oh. Wanda protested, feeling quite wronged. I earned my honor during the battle in New York. Now I save them because I am of this earth, and they are too. Do you understand? Though I hail from another universe, it is my duty to protect this planet. Perhaps it is all quite absurd, but you must realize that much remains beautiful. So, will you join me in battle, or? Xifeng extended his hand. Instead of grasping Wanda's small hand, he received another light tap to the head. Just wait. I'll settle this with you later. Behave yourself, strong woman, he thought, his forehead throbbing. And strong woman indeed. Xifeng, you truly vex me. Ultron swooped down from above, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Be careful, Wanda warned, unleashing a chaotic spell that sent Ultron flying. Thank you. Xifeng stood, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Bang. As the West Wind prepared to strike the formidable steel machine before him, a blue energy projectile suddenly surged forth, obliterating the machine into fragments. Well, where did that sniper's energy shot come from? West Wind marveled, gazing at the weapon in Bucky's hands. How much does that gun cost? He inquired. It's not for sale. Bucky replied with a grin, then embraced West Wind. Let's move. The SHIELD rescue team is en route. Nick Fury thought you would be slow in evacuating the civilians. Inside the church, the group watched as Ultron approached. Thor shouted, Is that all you've got? Ultron disdainfully waved his hand, and instantly, a multitude of steel machines materialized behind him. This is my prowess. Damn it, you're getting cocky, Thor. Give me the hammer. West Wind extended his hand, and the Kunlun sword levitated into the air. He seized the god of thunder's hammer and struck the sword's hilt. In an instant, the sword's blade transcended the speed of sound, piercing through all the steel machines adjacent to Ultron with chilling precision. Come on, Ultron. West Wind taunted. Surely you don't think I have only this many soldiers? Immediately, another wave of machines emerged behind Ultron. West Wind retreated, conjuring a protective sword formation. As long as I stand, this will persist. Brothers, charge. He soared into the sky, sword in hand. Thor, Vision, Tony. West Wind thrust the Kunlun sword into the ground. Channeling his inner strength, countless sword blades materialized, aimed at Ultron. Under the barrage of 4 simultaneous attacks, Ultron's form began to dissolve. Observing this, the others intensified their energy output. Hey, don't throw it away. West Wind called out as he saw Hulk rushing towards them. Hulk paused for a moment and then began to clear the remaining minions in the vicinity. The final task, Sokovia is about to fall, Ultron's voice crackled ominously. With the combined energy of the four, Ultron gradually transformed into a heap of scrap metal, surely worth a handsome price. Wanda, West Wind shouted towards the church. I understand. Wanda manipulated West Wind's energy sword formation, causing it to swiftly strike down all encroaching steel machines. Pietro, go check if there are any remaining machines. If there are, eliminate them, Wanda instructed Pietro beside her, and also see if there are any civilians who Haven T evacuated. Understood. Pietro transformed into a blue streak and sped away. Shortly thereafter, the group's earpieces crackled with Pietro's voice. Is anyone there to help? I think I might be ambushed. On the other side of the city, Pietro was frantically dodging an onslaught of steel machines. Shit, hurry up, I've been hit. West Wind, go heal him. You're the fastest. Steve exclaimed. I don't have much medicine left. Understood. Assigning the task of collecting scrap to Tony, West Wind took to the skies on his sword. Followed closely by a worried Wanda. Hey, are you not going to guard? Tony watched Wanda rush out anxiously and hastily entered the church. Hee, young man, stay alert. The West Wind approached the fallen Pietro, who still had breath left. I'm likely doomed. Take care of my sister. Pietro grasped West Wind's hand tightly. West Wind said nothing but poured an entire bottle of the elixir of fortune into Pietro's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Pietro nearly choked to death. What did you make me drink? He stood up but quickly felt pain again. Just a little healing potion, but the bullet inside you remains. Don't run off just yet. West Wind cautioned. Wanda, take your brother away. Thank you. Wanda expressed her gratitude and then cast a spell to envelop her brother, preparing to leave. Is that all? Just a thank you? West Wind felt quite disappointed. You hit me earlier, and I haven't settled that with you yet, Wanda replied without looking back. But still, thank you. West Wind, what is your plan? Tony and the others approached West Wind, the situation escalating rapidly, and they were on the brink of counteroffensive. Vision. You and Tony go up top. Thor and I will head below. We'll release energy simultaneously, and then Thor, hand me your hammer. And I'll take care of the collapsing structures. Once tasks were assigned, the four took their positions. As the countdown concluded, Jarvis, unleash everything you've got. Boom. The massive neon screen of the building crashed down, followed by a series of structures teetering and emitting feeble groans. Restaurants, cinemas, department stores. Enormous steel beams fell like dying life, all beginning to plummet. The thunderous explosions were incessant as blocks of buildings collapsed one after another. Shattered rebar and concrete raining down like a meteor shower, creating tremendous splashes upon the calm sea. The city was on the verge of collapse. Flames seemed to pierce the heavens. Watch this. West Wind received the hammer handed over by Thor, momentarily channeling its power into the blade of his sword before returning it to Thor and began to harness the dragon vein. Tony was too weary to continue fighting. It was his first time using the collapsing buildings as a source of dragon vein energy. As West Wind jumped continuously, the relentless output exhausted him. Working alongside Thor and Vision to demolish the falling structures, yet the numbers were still overwhelming. Young man, do you appreciate my arrival? Nick Fury had the cannons of the aircraft carrier ready for support. Thank you so much, West Wind said, utterly drained. Art is an explosion. This spectacle was certainly captivating. Through the sea's surface, he watched as the shattered buildings fell beside him, reaching out his hand but grasping nothing. Plop. I feel like I'm falling. Falling into an unfathomable sea. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. No one pushed him. It was his own uncontrollable descent. Continuously falling into the depths of the ocean. The water below was frigid, so cold that before he could suffocate, he felt he would freeze to death. Slowly, the West Wind closed its eyes. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The West Wind began to cough incessantly, expelling seawater with each heave. How fortunate it is to still be alive. Wanda sat beside the West Wind, wiping her mouth. I thought I was destined to meet an untimely end. The West Wind reclined once more, asking, who performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for me? The crowd shook their heads, not I. It is best that it was not any of you, the West Wind scoffed. You little rascal, do you dare to show disdain? Tony couldn't help but give him a kick. It was Wanda who did it. Go thank her. Wanda? The West Wind glanced over. Turn around. Wanda. Noticing the West Wind's gaze, quickly covered her skirt. Pietro has gone to recuperate. Thank you, Wanda whispered softly. What? I must have water in my ears. The West Wind queried. Go down and feed the fish. In a fit of indignation, Wanda used her chaotic magic to hurl the West Wind down. Excellent. You accomplished what we all wished to do. Steve led the applause, though we were reluctant to do so. The others nodded in agreement. Help, Natasha. The West Wind plummeted, only to be caught steadily by Natasha, who stood on the aircraft. Remember me now? Natasha teased. Thank you, sister. I'll treat you to a meal another day. The West Wind grinned. Brothers, may I ask you something? If this place were to be blown up by us, who would handle the compensation? The West Wind inquired. Is it the government here? Close enough. But I shall also donate some. Tony replied, though our current task is to get some rest. By the way, I have constructed the new Avengers headquarters. Would you like to take a look? Tony suggested. The location is in the northern suburbs of New York, and the environment is quite pleasant. Let us go take a look. Recently, the emergence of the Infinity Stones has been alarmingly frequent. This is the fourth one I have encountered. Observing the Mind Stone embedded in Vision S forehead, Thor decided to return to Asgard to investigate with his brother Loki. Brother, do you require my assistance? The West Wind asked. Just call Heimdall to open a rainbow bridge, and I shall come immediately. Thor chuckled, patting the West Wind's shoulder. In truth, I will not need Heimdall to open bridges for me much longer. Loki has informed me that the axe crafted by the dwarves is ready. Make sure to let me wield it when I return. Rest assured, I will bring it along for you to try when I come back to Earth. Thor took a few steps forward, and as the rainbow bridge descended, he returned to Asgard. Gazing at the marks on the ground, the West Wind fell into a daze. Oh dear, young man, you are not about to tell me you are off traveling again, are you? Noticing the West Wind's unusual demeanor, Tony pulled him from his reverie. How long have you been back? How can you be leaving again so soon? Tony, I find myself with little to occupy my time here aside from resting. It seems I ought to attend to my own affairs, should I not? The West Wind chuckled. Promising to return with gifts for you all, he opened the temporal portal leading to the Sword Spirit realm and stepped forward. I fear you may not escape. Tony laughed joyfully, for before the West Wind, a dark crimson veil of energy obstructed his path. Wanda, what are you doing? The West Wind expressed his exasperation. Did you not promise me that we would dine together this afternoon? Wanda, visibly upset, retorted. So all those days of you taking me out were merely to toy with my emotions? Sensing the dire turn of events, Steve tugged at Tony to depart. Wanda. Dear, please disperse the energy and allow me to explain. The West Wind endeavored to soothe Wanda's feelings, hoping to prevent an outburst. Very well, I shall hear your explanation. Wanda lowered her hand. You are aware that world is fraught with calamity, in need of a hero to rescue them. And there remain many matters I have yet to investigate. The West Wind began to feign innocence. Today, I shall accompany you in your revelries, and I shall depart on the morrow. Can we agree on that? Chapter 29. The Earth Door, and where has my sister gone? Pietro wandered through the Avengers base. Yet he could not find Wanda, and at that moment, the West Wind was also absent. Associating this with the fact that the West Wind had been incessantly pursuing his sister these days, Pietro shuddered and quickly sought out Tony. They've gone out to dinner. Is there something you need? Tony inquired nonchalantly, though inwardly he was elated. Out to dinner. An alarm rang in Pietro's mind as he pressed on. Where are they? Tell me, I must go see. Ah, that is quite erroneous, my young friend. Tony guided Pietro to a nearby sofa. You see, they have mutual feelings for each other. When a man and woman meet, their bodies release a substance known as hormones, which induces a sense of pleasure and creates an attraction between them. Do you understand what I mean? No, I do not consent. Pietro was resolute. Since Tony would not divulge, he intended to change his shoes and search all of New York. Banner, let him relax a bit. Tony gestured behind Pietro. Ah. Pietro felt a sharp pain in his neck, and soon his entire body began to feel languid. What have you injected me with? He weakly inquired. You are harming me. This is merely a muscle relaxant. Given your metabolism, after a brief rest, they will return soon. Banner chuckled cheerfully. Love is a natural human emotion. Well, they are not officially dating yet, but it will come soon, Tony added with a smirk. Thus, Pietro watched as the two departed the lounge. Damn it, he muttered. Struggling for a moment before conceding, sister, do not compromise. As night fell, Wanda and the West Wind strolled along the riverbank, sharing amusing anecdotes from recent days. I can sense that Natasha has extraordinary feelings for you, Wanda remarked. Have you not noticed? The West Wind shook his head. She is like an older sister. That is quite the misinterpretation. I once read in a Western book a saying, life is fleeting like a galloping horse. If one does not seize pleasure in time, one will only lament in old age. The West Wind was taken aback. You can recite it, and in Chinese? What of it? Wanda replied, puzzled. Learning such things does not require much time. You are impressive. The West Wind silently gave her a thumbs up. So, what are your thoughts? Wanda paused, gazing at the West Wind. In due time, I shall take you both away. There, polygamy is permitted. I will seize a dynasty, and you shall be my queens and consorts. You always find reasons, Wanda sighed. Shall we? There are still many places we have yet to explore. She eagerly took the West Wind's hand and led them forward. As the West Wind returned to the base with Wanda, the eagerly waiting Pietro rushed over. Did you do anything? He inquired. Grasping West Wind's shoulders, he shook him vigorously, urging him to speak. If you mean did we do something, then yes, we did. We held hands, exchanged kisses, and that was all. West Wind replied candidly. Really? Pietro seemed incredulous. That was it? I would have liked to do more. But do you think she would allow it? West Wind chuckled, glancing at Wanda beside him. When we kissed, she nearly sent me flying. All right, enough of that. Let's go. Wanda hurriedly nudged Pietro away. Hey, I still have so many questions. And thus, the siblings departed. Oh, make sure to rest well tonight. We shall venture to the spirit sword world first thing tomorrow. West Wind turned and walked towards his room. However, despite his words, he found himself sleepless that night. Where can I establish a kingdom? Perhaps in the realm of Nansuru and Wangwanru? Humph, I must devise a plan to win over those two sisters. Otherwise, where would I procure a nation? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, West Wind struggled to find slumber. The editors of the Spirit Sword were incessantly digging holes. It was truly exasperating, and much of the dialogue in the game remained in Korean, with the storyline constantly changing, driving him to the brink of frustration. What's wrong? You look like you have panda eyes. Natasha chuckled upon seeing West Wind's deep dark circles in the dining hall. What were you up to last night? Natasha. Don't even mention it. West Wind sighed. I was planning for the future. What plans? Share with us. Steve and the others had also gathered around. I intend to establish a kingdom over there, but the requirements are exorbitant. I cannot simply resort to theft. The best course of action would be through marriage alliances. Marriage alliances? I've read about that in Chinese novels, where princesses are politically sacrificed through marriage. Noticing the group's confusion regarding the concept of marriage alliances, Tony stepped in to clarify. It's I who will be entering into a marriage alliance, West Wind asserted. To become a prince consort and see if I can ascend to kingship, hee. A marriage by joining the family, Banner grasped his meaning. How can you speak so? After all, I am also a great hero in that world, of respectable status. Upon hearing Banner's words, West Wind became displeased. Do you think being a hero is simple? Upon arriving in a new place, I must toil and struggle to earn their respect and admiration. Otherwise, forget about it. If you all wish to visit that world, my suggestion is to let me handle matters there first, considering the plethora of demons and monsters, not to mention the blend of magic, technology, and cold weaponry. After finishing their meal, West Wind cast aside his chopsticks and bowl and stepped into the portal. Truth be told, I always worry when he goes alone. He often returns after several days, and I genuinely fear that one day he might not come back. Tony gazed at the gradually closing portal, letting out a wistful sigh. Rest assured, Steve patted Tony on the shoulder, encouraging him to have faith. That peculiar fellow would surely return safely, just as he opened his eyes. A fierce battle unfolded before him. One lady, wielding a long sword, stood poised for action. Across from her, another strikingly alluring woman, clad in provocative attire, aimed her twin pistols at her. As Xifeng searched for a sunflower seed bench, the proprietress of the Earthgate Inn, Xiangyu, emerged gracefully, fanning herself. Alas! Xifeng felt a pang of disappointment for having missed the duel between the ladies. Why must you two engage in combat in my humble establishment? Xiangyu inquired. Having prepared a private room with fine wine and exquisite dishes for her guests on the second floor. Swiftly, her tone shifted. This inn is a place of business. Should anything be damaged, I shall not be lenient. She then beckoned to the onlookers. And you, valiant sir, come as well. In a single bound, Xifeng ascended to the second floor. The two ladies exchanged glances before following suit. Sister Su, why did you end up fighting with this Wawahan? Xifeng questioned Shinsuer, who stood beside him. Her? Humph. The mere mention of his name infuriated Shinsuer. You two are quite the amusing pair, Xifeng chuckled. Xifeng, keep your distance from this Wawahan. That woman is treacherous, Shinsuer warned. She is no good. Who are you to speak of goodness? Wawahan interjected lightly. Enough. Let us proceed upstairs, Xifeng urged. Upon entering Shinsuer's room, he inquired about Su Linglong's whereabouts. She's in the opposite room. Be cautious, Shinsuer replied. Come over here for a drink later. Xifeng nodded and opened the door to the adjacent room. Su Linglong, it has been a while, he greeted. I have something for you. Would you like it? Eh? Are you going to hit me? Su Linglong lowered her hands from her head. Why would I strike you? If you hadn't attempted to flee, I wouldn't have had to, Xifeng retorted, retrieving half a volume of the martial god-esque scripture from his bag. Wonderful. Then I shall forgive you for hitting me earlier, Su Linglong exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the scripture. You poor child. Why are you so afraid of me? As long as you don't hit me, I shall do anything for you. Really? You must be joking, Xifeng mused, doubting his ears. Well, some things can wait, not now. However, I can give you the martial secret manual you asked for previously. Deal. They sealed their agreement with a high five. Now, let us go meet Xiangyu, Xifeng declared, pulling Su Linglong along, intent on finding the proprietress. Wait. I don't want to go, Su Linglong exclaimed, quickly extricating herself from his grasp. What's wrong? Why don't you wish to join? Xifeng inquired, puzzled. I've stolen from her before. I fear she will thrash me. Su Linglong was filled with trepidation, despite her formidable prowess in martial arts. What are you afraid of? Your aunt would never harm you, Xifeng reassured her. Aunt? Cook Xiangyu, who had just ascended the stairs, was taken aback by Xifeng's words. Are you saying she is my niece? Cook Xiangyu reiterated, astonished. Indeed, she is the daughter of your sister, Xifeng confirmed. In the narrative of the game, Su Linglong was born to her sister. But due to the turmoil of war, she was subsequently adopted by Su Xiangyang. You may sort out the family connections later. Sister Xiangyu, could you provide an analysis of this martial god chronicle? Xifeng inquired, handing the tome to Cook Xianjiu. The young lad speaks with such familiarity, Cook Xianjiu remarked, casting a glance at Xifeng before delving into the text. The item you seek resides in the South Heaven Temple. But that place is guarded by the spirits of the South Heaven Kingdom and its magical artifacts. It is not accessible to ordinary individuals. Cook Xianjiu explained. My sister mentioned that common folk cannot enter, but I am no ordinary person, Su Linglong retorted confidently. That is indeed true. As a disciple of Master Hongmen Hongshuangguang, you must possess numerous skills, Cook Xianjiu acknowledged. You know my master? I don't recall that being mentioned in the storyline. Su Linglong expressed curiosity. We have crossed paths numerous times and gradually became acquainted, Cook Xianjiu replied. Well then, you should take a moment to rest. I have matters to discuss with this child. Cook Xianjiu stated, returning the martial god chronicle to Xifeng and closing the door behind her. Madam, I have yet to secure a room, Xifeng called out, facing the shut door. You may share a room with Chen Suer. I noticed your bond appears quite close. Go ahead. Cook Xianjiu's voice resonated from within. What a fortunate turn of events. Xifeng expressed his gratitude. Hey, where is she? Xifeng continued to knock on the door, receiving no reply. Hero, are you searching for the occupant of this room? The innkeeper observed Xifeng's persistence and approached him. Yes, do you know where she has gone? Xifeng inquired. She mentioned you should meet her at the crossing of the deceased. She has something to discuss with you, the innkeeper replied. Thank you for the information, Xifeng said, giving him a copper coin as a tip before preparing to set off towards the crossing of the deceased. Wait for me, I wish to accompany you. Su Linglong called out, hastening to catch up. Did you not just converse with your aunt? That was quite fast, Xifeng remarked, surprised. Kiki, I have a plan. So I left early, Su Linglong explained as she extended her hand. What is it? Did you not receive the Martial God Chronicle? Do you wish to reclaim it? Xifeng questioned. Oh no, that is not the case. My agility is not as refined as yours, you understand my meaning, right? Su Linglong replied bashfully, observing her coy demeanor. Xifeng encouraged her to rest upon his back, and together they soared through the air. I did not expect you to possess such depth, Xifeng remarked, feeling the softness against his back with a smile. Thank you for allowing me to meet my aunt, Su Linglong said, clutching tightly to Xifeng's neck. You were quite lively just a moment ago. Cheer up, Xifeng comforted, noticing her back had grown damp. She responded. Along the journey, countless rogues of the carefree sect met their demise, ultimately leading to the river of the departed. Sister Suer, what brings you here? Xifeng inquired as he awaited Chen Suer. Have you reduced the young lady to tears? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman, Chen Suer teased upon noticing the slightly swollen eyes of Su Linglong. No. I'm merely overwhelmed with joy, Su Linglong replied. Oh, I see. I trust you will accompany Master Qingjun at the South Heaven Temple ahead. I shall not join. As Hua Wuhan is also there. All right. As they stepped into the South Heaven Temple, a most exhilarating scene unfolded before them. Ha ha roar. Ha ha. Hua Wuhan leaped down from a height. We are. With her disciples striking flamboyant poses, they passionately recited their opening lines. Carefree and joyous. I roam the rivers and lakes at will. Carefree sect. Xifeng exchanged a glance with Su Linglong and promptly sought a place to expel his discontent. Hey. Is it truly that unbearable? Hua Wuhan shouted. Chapter 30. Chensua's sister, the waves are tumultuous, and I am filled with admiration. Indeed, Xifeng's words are not without merit. Hua Wuhan is indeed quite tempestuous. What does tumultuous mean? Following Xifeng's gaze, Hua Wuhan's eyes fell upon her own chest. It is truly tempestuous. Hua Wuhan did not seem overly concerned. After all, she was dressed this way, so why shouldn't others look? Brothers of the Xiao sect, go retrieve the items. Hua Wuhan commanded. Xifeng, I know you are also searching for the secret tome. When I acquire it, I shall show it to you. Such generosity. Xifeng expressed doubt. You have aided me greatly. What harm is there in letting you take a look? Hua Wuhan replied nonchalantly. These necromancers possess formidable combat prowess. Xifeng observed the battle unfolding before him, uncertain whether the members of the Xiaoyao sect could withstand it. Hua Wuhan had once harbored feelings for Su Xiangyang. But after a misunderstanding, she harbored resentment, perhaps hoping to undermine him. Be cautious, Xifeng warned Hua Wuhan before leading Su Linglong through the grand gate behind the necromancers. Linglong. Come, hold on to me. Faced with the countless soldiers and undead, Xifeng beckoned. You lack combat ability, so allow me to carry you into battle. All right. Su Linglong swiftly leaped onto Xifeng's back, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Loosen up a bit. I can hardly breathe. Xifeng gasped, feeling on the verge of suffocation. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong offered an awkward smile and eased her grip slightly. Let us go. As he awaited the replenishment of his Haomin inner strength, Xifeng brandished the Kunlun sword and dashed forward like a shooting star. Wow, this is exhilarating, Su Linglong exclaimed, marveling at Xifeng's dazzling maneuvers as he surged ahead effortlessly. Master Chan, Xifeng gently set Su Linglong down and respectfully bowed to the venerable Baiyun Chan master before him. Ah, a promising youth indeed, Baiyun Chan master responded, pleased with Xifeng's respect for elders and the young. I knew you must have recognized me in Yujia village, otherwise you would not hold me in such high regard. Xifeng's lips twitched slightly. I had perused the script. Otherwise, would I be so reverent? Had I not been half dead? I would have cursed you long ago. About the martial god's secret tome, Xifeng cautiously extended his hand, wary of being too presumptuous in the presence of a celestial being. Baiyun Chan master smiled gently. What? Do you intend to acquire the martial god's secret tome to eliminate Qin Yijue? Indeed, you may interpret it that way, Xifeng replied with a beaming smile. Oh, suddenly. Baiyun Chan master delivered a sharp rap to Xifeng's head. Do you think I possess such a thing? Do you believe I can procure the legendary four heroes' divine arts for you? Go seek it yourself. If you find the Mandarin ducks, you may be close to uncovering the resting place of the martial god. However, only the blood of the martial god allows its wings to soar. Farewell, young man. With that, Baiyun Chan master transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Blood of the martial god? Xifeng cast a glance at Su Linglong beside him. What is it? Noticing the gaze of the west wind, Su Linglong turned her attention. We must depart. The southern sky temple has transformed, shrouded in darkness. The west wind shook his head and led Su Linglong away. Back already? Did you meet the Zen master? Qinsuo hurriedly approached, having waited for quite some time. Strange occurrences began soon after you entered. Master Baiyun mentioned that only the Mandarin ducks can guide us to the resting place of the martial god. And we must visit the Shadowless sect. The west wind replied, the organization guarding the royal relics of the southern sky must surely possess some knowledge. You know the Shadowless sect? Qinsuo expressed surprise. That organization is not publicly disclosed. Just a rumor. The west wind gestured dismissively. All right. I'll return to the Earthgate and then. It's rather chilly here, and I dislike it. Su Linglong rubbed her palms together before departing. The Shadowstone Cavern is not far from here. Let us set forth. The previously dim sky brightened significantly upon entering the cavern. After dispatching several Red Fong swordsmen, the duo arrived before Chi Wu, the captain of the Shadowless sect's Red Fong team. Brothers, it is time for us to take our own lives. Faced with the formidable pair before him, Chi Wu bit down on a hidden poison capsule and swallowed it. What a futile journey. This organization is truly loyal. Qinsuo remarked, gazing at the pile of corpses. Let us return to the Earthgate Inn. It is not too late. The West Wind nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the inn, the two indulged in a bath before sitting together to enjoy some wine. Though Qinsuo was impervious to intoxication, the seasoned West Wind discreetly employed his internal energy to dissipate some of the alcohol. Having observed Tony, the West Wind had learned much. Hey, why are you not blushing? Have you not drunk? Qinsuo, feeling the effects, gently pinched the West Wind's cheek and leaned in to sniff his breath. Ah, such a strong scent of alcohol. Yet you seem unaffected. She released her hold and poured more wine into her glass. Hey, you're still drinking? The sight of the numerous empty bottles left the West Wind stunned. How can she drink so much? West Wind, shall we converse? Qinsuo placed a glass of wine before him. You drink mine, and we shall share a toast. As Qinsuo lost her grip, the wine spilled onto her flawless chest. The West Wind swallowed hard and took the glass in one gulp. Seeing him drink, Qinsuo chuckled and began recounting her story with the Hongmen. Back then, I was solely focused on revenge, nearly losing my life. If it weren't for Master Hong saving me, you wouldn't be seeing me now. He taught me that life is more important than revenge. What do you think of his words? Qinsuo looked at him intently. The West Wind nodded. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the moment. I have seen that same look in the eyes of many men, Qinsuo observed, gently tapping his forehead. I do not dislike it. I am about to take a rest. Would you accompany me? Qinsuo extended her arms. Do you truly wish for me to take you? I cannot guarantee that nothing untoward might occur. The wicked visage of the West Wind began to reveal itself. Come on. Qinsuo beckoned, fearful of you, yet lacking the courage. My goodness, are you serious? I was merely jesting. Observing Qinsuo undressing without a care, the West Wind hastily intervened. Are you capable of this? I once called you a hero, yet it appears you are but a coward. Qinsuo teased. I can no longer hold back. The West Wind also began to disrobe, then tossed Qinsuo onto the bed, drawing the curtains. The delicate beauty adorned with golden hairpins, the warm hibiscus curtains enveloping a spring night. The night of spring is fleeting, as the sun rises high. From this day forth, the sovereign shall no longer attend court early. The West Wind was particularly fond of the tuft of hair atop Qinsuo's head, laughing heartily. The following morning, as dawn broke. Wake up, wake up. Qinsuo's anxious voice echoed in the West Wind's ear. What's the matter? It's still early. The west wind turned over and drifted back to sleep. Gazing at the west wind sprawled atop her, Chinsua felt tears welling up. She shouldn't have tempted him yesterday, yet this man is rather delightful. Sister Su'er, you were quite passionate last night. The west wind, leaning on Chinsua, pressed his lips against hers. Do refrain, I am in a bit of discomfort. Chinsua lamented, realizing she had fallen. Esteemed guests, did you find the night to your satisfaction? Chiao Xiangyu entered, inquiring from behind the screen. How did you know? Chinsua hastily pulled the blanket over them. Last night, someone lodged a complaint regarding the excessive noise from your room. It nearly seemed as if the bed would collapse. Chiao Xiangyu chuckled. It seems our hero has been holding back for quite some time. Well, technically speaking, Sister Su'er is my first woman, the west wind remarked. Please, do take your time to rest today. I have left breakfast here and shall not intrude further. Chiao Xiangyu laughed as she exited the room. Oh, and hero, do visit my chamber later. Is it true, your first woman? Once Chiao Xiangyu had departed, Chinsua could hardly contain her curiosity, asking, Last night you employed all sorts of techniques upon me. You do not seem like an inexperienced individual. Sister Su'er, you ought to know that there exists something called the Spring Palace Diagram. The west wind chuckled. I see. Chinsua comprehended. Now, go find her. I wish to rest. After a night of turmoil, I am utterly fatigued. With that, she pushed the west wind off the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and fell back asleep. The west wind, now on the floor, scratched his head, dressed, and exited the room. Sister Xiangyu, I am entering. After receiving permission from Chiao Xiangyu, the west wind stepped inside. Beside her was a trusted aide named by Zhan Tong. That name is rather common in television dramas. You've arrived. Chiao Xiangyu turned. Did you find last night enjoyable? Enough, enough. Let us not speak of it. It makes me quite shy. The west wind felt quite embarrassed. Ha ha. Chiao Xiangyu broke into a smile. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. You encountered Master Bayun yesterday, did you not? What did you both converse about? To locate the Mandarin duck bird is essential, for it is said that the wings of the martial god will guide us to the resting place of the martial god. Xifeng recounted the words of Master Bayun. Although these matters may seem trivial, the significance lies in participation. The Mandarin duck bird consists of the golden bird and the silver bird. While the wings of the martial god are akin to the celestial bird, these three were once favored by the martial god, but after his demise, they vanished along with his bloodline. Chiao Xiangyu thought of Su Ling Long. Would you like to speak with Su Ling Long? She is just next door, and from her demeanor, it appears she holds a fondness for you. I wonder if you still possess the strength to engage in battle, she inquired playfully, concealing her mouth with a fan. Dear Sister Xiangyu, how can you say such things? A man can certainly say no, but are you certain she has feelings for me? Xifeng replied. Are you not somewhat close? I have witnessed many similar situations. If you take the opportunity, success is assured, Chiao Xiangyu encouraged. Where did you observe such things? Xifeng frowned. Retreating a step. Mayan is a stage for ambiguous encounters daily. If you pay attention, you would see much. I shall approach. Inside the room, the rather bored Su Ling Long heard footsteps and hastily rose to open the door. Oh, you still have the strength to rise from bed? Is that true? Surprised by Xifeng's vigor, she ushered him inside. Did Chinsua not drain you completely? How could a young lady utter such words? Xifeng gently ruffled her hair, instead of tapping her head. I have seen much during my time as a forest bandit, Su Ling Long asserted confidently. Whatever you have seen, I have seen too, and what you have not seen, I have also encountered. You, indeed, Xifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Alas, Su Ling Long lowered her gaze. I have inquired everywhere here, yet no one knows the meaning of this phrase. Then I chanced upon Xinwu. Xinwu? Indeed, we merely exchanged greetings before parting ways. Su Ling Long recounted. The martial god had been subtly lurking beside his descendant, Su Ling Long. What a grand chess game this fellow was orchestrating. After relaying Chiao Xiangyu's words to Su Ling Long verbatim, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. How troublesome. Why must it be so complicated? I cannot comprehend. Ah, young lad. Xinwu appeared from nowhere. Ah ha ha ha, greetings. Xifeng awkwardly turned to acknowledge him. It seems you recognize me, the forest bandit. From the words of the hero? Xinwu, the martial god, blocked Su Ling Long's view, his gaze icy and imposing. Intimidatingly powerful. Su Ling Long had indeed mentioned his name earlier, prompting Xifeng to hastily provide an explanation. Is that so? Xinwu, the martial god, nodded in understanding. During my previous expedition through the desert alongside the formidable leader of the Green Forest Bandits, I had the fortune of hearing that the head of the ceramic workshop had accepted a commission from the martial god to craft a silver bird token. What do you think? Might you be interested in paying a visit? Furthermore, they are currently hosting the ceramic festival. If you could lend a hand in fostering good relations there, perhaps opportunities may arise. Conveniently, the spring festival of the ceramic workshop is taking place near the Wanderer's Lodge. Yet, why does it feel to me that your words carry an overt threat? Would my refusal lead to dire consequences? Well then, Su Ling Long, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to the west wind, I hastily exited the Earth Gate Inn. Shenwu, have you frightened someone? Su Linglong expressed her irritation. You've scared off my friend. I suspect it's not just a friend. Observing the silhouette of the west wind, Shenwu's gaze wandered, lost in contemplation. Instead of seeking out individuals first, the west wind prioritized gathering the necessary items for the task, making his way directly into the Blue Frog Clan's territory to rescue the chieftain. Chapter 31. Today, I, Su Linglong, shall rebel. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Bagua. The three chieftains of the Blue Frog Clan expressed their appreciation to Xifeng. Upon understanding Xifeng's request, they readily assisted him in obtaining the lightning pearl, as it bore little significance to them. Exiting the Blue Frog Clan's territory, Xifeng set his course towards the abandoned hut of the wanderers. Alas, it is the lightning pearl. As Xifeng approached, clutching the lightning pearl, Chunsan felt as though his springtime had finally arrived. My friend, might I borrow the lightning pearl you hold? Chunsan inquired, rubbing his hands together as he stepped forward. Of course, I am here to lend you a hand. Xifeng readily handed over the lightning pearl. Ah, such eagerness? Chunsan's mind momentarily faltered. My friend, do you have an urgent matter that requires my assistance? Speak freely. I shall help with what I can. Actually, I wish to attend your ceramic workshop's Tao festival, Xifeng replied. Oh, I thought it was something of great importance. Chunsan sighed in relief, having expected a task of demon slaying, which he would rather avoid. Let us go. We must set off. Chunsan quickly urged Xifeng to the headquarters of the ceramic workshop. Upon arriving at the entrance of the workshop, Chunsan led Xifeng inside. Supervisor. Chunsan called out to Bao Qing. Oh, what is it, Chunsan? Bao Qing turned at the sound of Chunsan's voice. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Indeed. Chunsan nodded and produced the lightning pearl. Excellent. We are but a step away, Chunsan declared as he removed a piece of thunderstrike wood and placed it alongside the lightning pearl into the large furnace nearby. I too have accomplished something today. Chunsan reflected with a hint of pride. And who might this be? Bao Qing inquired, glancing at Xifeng. Before Xifeng could respond, Chunsan eagerly interjected, Supervisor, this is a distinguished individual. Without him, I would not have been able to complete my tasks. Oh, is that so? Bao Qing expressed satisfaction. Young man, though you are not one of us at the ceramic workshop, your enthusiasm is commendable. Thank you. Not at all, Supervisor, Xifeng replied. I have come to request the use of a treasure from your workshop. A treasure? What treasure? As Chunsan recognized that the conversation had veered into unfamiliar territory, he discreetly excused himself to attend to his duties. I wish to borrow your silverbird token. Rest assured, I am quite capable of assisting you, Xifeng assured, thumping his chest. As long as it does not involve venturing to the heavens or the earth, I am at your service. Oh, I see. Supervisor Bao Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. This thunderlight is difficult to control. I need you to procure some dal grass. Is this it? Xifeng produced the dal grass he had previously gathered from the inebriated Shiyun. Yes, this is precisely it. Bao Qing accepted the fresh dal grass from Xifeng. It appears you have prepared thoroughly, having harvested it not long ago. Xifeng smiled, choosing not to respond. Please tell me, where is the silver bird emblem now? Westwind inquired after seeing Xifeng stow away the dal grass. It belongs to the Qian family in Baiming village. Bao Qing gazed at Xifeng with a puzzled expression. You mean the silver bird emblem is not here? Xifeng nodded. I forgot where it was stored. I came to ask you. After all, you have accepted the martial goddess commission. I see. Since it's a matter concerning my ancestors, you should check with General Wang Ba to see if there are any household records from that village. Having received a clue, Westwind headed towards Wang Ba's command post. Sister Sewer, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting at the inn? Upon seeing Chen Sewer, who was outside the command post organizing weapons, Westwind approached her. Rest is one thing, but work is another. Chen Sewer smiled. What do you think? Today, I'm dressed quite thoroughly. Yes, I am quite satisfied. In the past, you wore a little vest with a jacket. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? By the way, I came to ask General Wang Ba for the household records of Baiming village to see who from the Qian family is still around. Westwind then recounted the events that had transpired at the pottery workshop. I see. Chen Sewer responded, to follow your lead, I also visited the pottery workshop and unexpectedly encountered Hua Wuan, who was intimidating a steward. Had I not intervened, that steward might have faced dire consequences. Thus, the two entered Wang Ba's command post together. General Wang Ba, Westwind called out. Wang Ba was startled awake, nearly losing his temper until he recognized Westwind standing before him. Oh, it's the hero. How may I assist you? Ah, this is for you. Westwind tossed him a pill he had obtained from the Zen master. What kind of medicine is this? Wang Ba inquired with curiosity. It's for height enhancement. Westwind replied. The Zen master said it could help you grow taller. Such a fascinating item. Wang Ba swallowed it whole. Truly, this is a divine gift. The effects are remarkable. In a short while, Wang Ba had grown several centimeters, reaching a height of approximately 1 meter 60. Wow, it really works. Had I known, I would have taken it sooner. West Wind was taken aback. Indeed. I have truly grown taller. Wang Ba exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. In the Cloud Kingdom, he would no longer be called the Dwarf General. Hero, speak freely. I will do all that you ask. At that moment, Wang Ba's stature seemed considerably elevated in West Wind's eyes. I wish to see the household records of the Qian family from Baiming village. Ah, such matters, Wang Ba sighed. The Qian family is no more. Their lineage is one of loyalty and valor. However, it is said that the corpse of the martial god's wife is buried nearby, her spirit not having transcended. A large lotus has grown upon her body, perhaps sealed. You may find clues there. The two nodded in understanding and then departed. Gazing at the unsealing talisman in her hand, Cook Xianjuj must be waiting beside her sister. The proprietress is also present. At the center of Lianhua Lake, a familiar figure catches Chen Suo's eye. It is indeed Cook Xianjuj. This is the place where her sister met her demise, so her presence here is entirely understandable. The West Wind elucidates the situation for Chen Suo. Ah, now Chen Suo comprehends. Huh, what brings you here? Cook Xianjuj notices the West Wind and Chen Suo by her side. A hint of confusion on her face. Your sister's soul has been ensnared by the Black Gun Clan's sealing spell, preventing her from reincarnation. I have come to assist. The West Wind produces the unsealing talisman. As the lotus is plucked, Cook Xianjuj's spirit materializes before everyone. Sister Suo, we must take our leave. Proprietress, please relay our inquiries. Not wishing to intrude on the poignant reunion of these sisters, the West Wind gently pulls Chen Suo away. The proprietress, too, has her own tale to tell. Chen Suo tightly grasps the West Wind's hand, reflecting on the proprietress's solitary existence running in and without a spouse. Ah, hard work bears fruit, does it not? Now the proprietress's wish has been fulfilled, has it not? As Cook Xianjuj's spirit dissipates, Cook Xianjuj wipes away her tears and approaches the West Wind. Thank you. Her voice trembles with emotion. It's nothing, sister, the West Wind replies. I recall the silver bird token. The West Wind reminisces about the game's narrative. This must be inscribed in Qian Wenling's will. Sister, I shall take my leave now. The West Wind tugs Chen Suo away. Ah, West Wind, I have yet to thank you properly. Cook Xianjuj calls out from behind. We have plenty of time ahead. The West Wind responds without turning back. What does that mean? Cook Xianjuj begins to ponder this thoughtfully. Wang Ba. The West Wind rushes to Wang Ba's command center. Hero, what is the matter? Wang Ba suddenly appears. Are you aware of General Hu's statue? The West Wind inquires. Indeed, Wang Ba retrieves a map and marks the statue's location for the two. Is there anything else you require? None, thank you. The West Wind departs with the map. Thank you. Wang Ba is taken aback, then retreats into the command center. Wang Ba seems to have changed considerably. Chen Suo observes, he has become much easier to converse with. People inevitably change. Just like you, sister, once so carefree, haha. The West Wind jests. Certain things should not be shared with outsiders. Chen Suo blushes, pressing her weapon against the West Wind's heart. If you speak of it, you shall perish first, then I shall follow. Fear not. I shall keep our private matters confidential, the West Wind assures. Arriving before the statue, they clear away the soil and moss, revealing Qian Wenling's will. The Shadowless Group? The West Wind chuckles upon seeing that name. This means we must seek out Wang Ba. Why? Are they particularly close? Chen Suo inquires, puzzled. Indeed, they are exceedingly close enough to engage in daily skirmishes, carefully storing away Qian Wenling's letter. They return to Wang Ba's command post. Wang Ba, could you assist me in a brawl? Who shall we confront, my gallant friend? Wang Ba replied with enthusiasm. The Shadowless Guild, said Xifeng. Silverbird, please assist in procuring the item from the Shadowless Guild's silver crane. This is essential for acquiring the divine weapon. At this mention, Wang Ba's demeanor shifted. Indeed, you speak at an opportune moment. The Shadowless Guild has been a constant source of friction with our soldiers in Yun. Fear not. Thank you immensely. I find myself less in need of the divine artifact now. Brother, I address you as such because of your respect towards me, devoid of any disparagement. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Of course, after waiting for a considerable time at the command post, they witnessed Wang Ba approach, bloodied yet holding a token. Splendid, truly splendid. It has been far too long since I felt such exhilaration. Wang Ba washed his hands and presented the silver bird token to Xifeng. Thank you, Wang Ba. What is this talk, brother? I must attend to the battlefield cleanup. Until we meet again. Wang Ba bid farewell and departed with his soldiers. Sister Suo, let us be on our way. The two took a moment to regroup before returning to the Earthen Gate Inn. Upon arriving, Cook Xianjuj approached them. Just now, your senior brother Wichan arrived. Cook Xianjuj expressed her ire, revealing that he intended to take Su Linglong away, but she intervened in time to thwart his plan. The vessel, Su Linglong's vessel. Xifeng sighed, lamenting that this senior brother had strayed onto a misguided path. Ouch, he was far too rough. Quickly, give my shoulders a rub. Su Linglong dashed down from the second floor to Xifeng's side. Hey, Young lady, you should maintain your decorum, do you not understand? Chen Sua admonished, grasping Su Linglong's hand. What gives? Are you permitted to be together while we cannot share in joyful play? Su Linglong pouted. Little aunt, I shall brew tea for you. Cook Xianjita found an excuse to leave. Humph. The two exchanged glances before turning away. You too. Xifeng merely chuckled, finding their jealousy quite ordinary. Let us rest tonight. And tomorrow we shall seek out Shenwu. He should have news regarding the golden bird token, proposed Su Linglong. Agreed, Xifeng concurred. Sending the divine warrior to find the golden bird token is an excellent idea. That night, each retired to their respective chambers. Su Linglong, I reside across from you. Do be cautious, Chen Sua cautioned. Do you not know who I am? Scaling walls is my specialty. Though she verbally acquiesced, her heart disagreed vehemently. As night fell and slumber enveloped everyone, Su Linglong opened her window and stealthily climbed out, moving with the grace of a cat, making no sound. Xifeng will not be asleep at this hour. He is accustomed to gazing at the desert landscape. Through days of observation, Su Linglong had become familiar with Xifeng's habits. Indeed. At this hour, the west wind sipped a drink, delighting in the distant scenery while contemplating what the Marvel characters might be doing at this moment. What could one possibly be up to? Oh, it seems she is still awake. Suddenly, Su Linglong entered through the window, startling the west wind. Stifling a gasp. The west wind could only emit a muffled woo. Be quiet. Otherwise, I might get caught, Su Linglong whispered, urging the west wind to nod if she understood. The west wind complied with a nod. Phew, what brings you here? The west wind inquired, relieved. I came to play with you. Chen Sua wouldn't let me come. But I insisted. Su Linglong resembled a rebellious child at that moment. She is currently lying on my bed, the west wind pointed out, confirming that Chen Sua was indeed asleep there. I thought we agreed you wouldn't let her in, Su Linglong sighed. Do you even believe your own words? Ha. The west wind chuckled. Come on, let us go to my room. I'll help you climb out the window. Su Linglong was determined to take someone away today, otherwise. If others found out that she had been deceived by a treasure hunter, how would she navigate the world of martial arts in the future? Wouldn't that be quite the predicament? Chapter 32. Oh no, I have become a martial god. Peering cautiously into the corridor and ensuring that no one was around. I gently closed the door. Unbeknownst to me, Qiu Xiangyu was observing the scene while fanning herself. Sister, your younger sister struggles to manage a child. She sighed before retreating to her own chamber. What is the matter with you? What are you searching for? West Wind, perplexed, watched as Su Linglong rummaged through the room. You'd better hurry. If Chen Sua discovers that I'm not in the room, she will come here with a gun. Then, we both shall meet our doom. Oh, she is sleeping like a log and cannot be awakened, so don't worry, Su Linglong declared nonchalantly. West Wind, feeling quite helpless, took a seat and observed her chaotic endeavor. I found it, Su Linglong exclaimed joyfully, presenting an item to West Wind. Protective goggles? What do you want me to do with this? West Wind inquired, curiously examining the goggles identical to Su Linglong's. I thought I would get these for you since you always struggle to open your eyes due to the wind and sand when we go out together. This should make things much easier for you. Su Linglong smiled. What do you think? Are you happy? Yes, thank you, West Wind replied earnestly, accepting the goggles and storing them carefully. Isn't there any token of gratitude? Su Linglong pouted, hands on her hips, slightly displeased. What, do you want something else? West Wind chuckled. Sister, I won't be easily swayed. Su Linglong remained silent, stepping over to the window to gaze at the scenery while occasionally casting furtive glances back. How on earth did you win over Chen Sua? I truly cannot comprehend you, Su Linglong admitted, somewhat impressed. We shared some drinks, and then things unfolded naturally. West Wind explained sincerely, detailing how two individuals of the opposite sex, alone together, succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Though their minds remained clear, their bodies acted on instinct. If you're drinking, I have a few bottles here, Su Linglong said, actually going to look for alcohol. All right, I'm done teasing you. Come here, West Wind beckoned, patting his thigh. Really? Su Linglong approached slowly, leaning in. This is exhilarating. I feel like I'm engaging in something illicit, she said, twisting in delight on West Wind's lap. Feeling an overwhelming thrill. Do you feel it too? You're aware of such things as infidelity? Goodness, what have you learned from Su Xiangyang? All right, I can only stay a little longer, otherwise, Sua's gun will be upon us. Such was Su Linglong. I was utterly bemused. No doubt a product of Su Xiangyang's influence. Don't fear her. If she truly arrives, I'll back you up, Su Linglong boasted. I'll take her down with a single punch. Really? You would knock her down with one punch? Indeed, I would. Suddenly, Su Linglong froze, her little head mechanically turning. And she caught sight of a dark gun barrel. I told you, the gun is here. The western wind, with a hand pressed against its forehead, felt quite helpless. A consequence of disobedience. I had a hunch that whenever the western wind was absent from the room, it was surely led away by you. And it seems my judgment was not mistaken. Chen Suo was now fuming with anger, having been pricked by a mere little girl. How infuriating. What's wrong with me wanting to play with him? Isn't that permissible? We share a perfectly ordinary romantic relationship. Su Linglong exclaimed, You are unjustly accusing us. Unjustly accusing you? Chen Suo, exasperated, retorted with a laugh. Where do you find a normal couple sitting like this? Upon hearing this, Su Linglong promptly dismounted from the western wind, standing aside to whistle. Western wind, let us go back, Chen Suo insisted, tugging at the western wind to leave. You can't go. Su Linglong seized the other hand of the western wind. Are you trying to snatch him from me? Chen Suo was now fired up, discarding her weapon and firmly grasping the western wind's hand. Don't underestimate me. Su Linglong began to exert her strength as well. Enough, enough. Let us all sleep together. You two take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. The western wind was truly exasperated with these two. After breaking free, he spread a blanket on the ground and lay down upon it. Su Linglong and Chen Suo exchanged glances, muttering a shared sound of discontent before each collapsing onto the bed to sleep. I knew it. You are definitely not being honest. Sensing a warm and soft body burrowing under the covers, the western wind turned over. There lay Su Linglong, her bright eyes wide open, gazing intently at him. Aren't you asleep yet? Su Linglong blushed a little. I thought you were already dozing off. Aren't you afraid that Chen Suo might shove the barrel of her gun into your mouth? The western wind pointed to the weapon at Chen Suo's bedside. Don't worry. She drank some water before sleeping. I added a little something to her drink. Su Linglong revealed a small paper packet. She's already in slumber. Why are you so clingy? The western wind inquired with a smile. I enjoy it. It's none of your concern. Su Linglong leaned in tentatively. Noticing no objection from the western wind, she gradually nestled beside him. It's really uncomfortable lying on the floor. How do you get used to it? Feeling the hard surface beneath her, Su Linglong was quite uneasy. You get accustomed to it over time. Best to get some rest. We need to seek the Jin Yao brand tomorrow, the western wind replied. Oh, hee. Su Linglong wrapped her arms around the western wind's neck and draped her legs over his waist, finding it quite comfortable. Let us hurry and sleep. You need to get up early tomorrow and return to the bed, all right? I understand. Oh, quite obedient, aren't you? Upon awakening, Chen Suo immediately searched for Su Linglong, who was sleeping across from her. I thought you had gone down again. Am I that kind of person? I'm quite obedient. Su Linglong patted her petite chest. Hero, are you awake? At that moment, Shenwu was knocking at the door from outside. Shenwu? Is that Shenwu's voice? Su Linglong nimbly rose from her bed and proceeded to open the door. It was the young lady. Shenwu was momentarily taken aback. Yet he divulged the matter at hand. My lady, be wary of Hua Wuhan. Furthermore, I have gathered information regarding the Golden Bird token. It was crafted by the Grey Wolf clan, and the current token is safeguarded by Captain Jean Ning of the Shadowless Group. I have successfully pilfered it. You are truly remarkable. You live up to your reputation as one of our green forest thieves. Is there anything else? Su Linglong inquired as she accepted the Golden Bird token. Nothing more. With that, the door slammed shut. At last, the Golden Bird token is in our possession. Su Linglong presented the token to Xifeng. How did you acquire it? Xifeng inquired, somewhat astonished. It was stolen by Shenwu, Su Linglong replied proudly. The green forest thieves are on the rise. Stolen? Chen Suo expressed her skepticism. Oh well, it matters not. We have obtained the Golden Bird token. And Shenwu also defeated Wuchen yesterday to acquire the Autumn Sapphire. Xifeng produced the Autumn Sapphire he had received from his martial god disc to test it. Upon activation, the pointers on the disc swung towards two directions, one pointing at Su Linglong, and the other towards the recently departed Shenwu. Moreover, Xifeng detected a sinister aura emanating from the demon realm. Dear guest, might I request? Just as Xifeng was preparing to set out towards the martial god's wings, a beggar entered. Xifeng chuckled wryly. Master Qing Yun, did you not say you would come? Prompting me to prepare breakfast for you in advance? Haha. Now that you recognize me, there is no need for pretense, Master Qing laughed. Young man, you are in possession of the martial god's transmission, are you not? Xifeng nodded. Then let us hasten. I could take you directly to the martial god's wings. But I am feeling rather lazy. With that, Master Qing Yun transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. The transformations of the three elders of the martial god are becoming increasingly absurd, Chen Suo remarked after recovering from her brief astonishment. As they cannot return to the celestial realm, it seems we must proceed as is. The three then set off towards the martial god's wings. Is this truly the martial god's wings? I expected to see a grand pair of wings here, Su Linglong remarked as she approached the radiant structure. Holding the Golden Bird token, ready to unlock its seal. It is merely a metallic bird. Young lady, do exercise caution. Hua Wuhan suddenly appeared. TSK. Do you believe yourself formidable? Xifeng was disinclined to have any disruptions at this critical juncture. Originally, Wang Ba was the enemy in the narrative. Yet now Hua Wuhan intended to intervene. Hua Wuhan, do you wish to bully my niece? Qiao Xiang, you arrived promptly. You should inquire with me first. TSK. Hua Wuhan, seeing two formidable experts before him, retracted his intentions. Only the blood of the martial god can activate the Mandarin duck bird. Su Linglong sliced her palm. And as the Mandarin duck bird took flight, both she and Xifeng were whisked away. Now, the hopes for the divine warrior's treasure have been utterly dashed, leaving Hua Wuhan profoundly disappointed. Is this truly the tomb of the divine warrior? As Su Linglong gazed at the edifice before her, she stepped forward cautiously. Xifeng. Stay close to me. This place is meant only for the divine warrior's heir or those accompanying them. Wait for me here for a moment while I attend to some matters. Xifeng halted his steps. What matters? Following Xifeng's gaze, Su Linglong noticed Wuchen, who had been trailing behind. Brother, you have not yet met your demise. Today, I shall render you incapacitated. Fear not. Even if you become disabled, you will recover. Xifeng brandished his new weapon, the Tai Tian sword. You seek vengeance, junior brother? Do you possess the capability for that? Wuchen laughed boisterously. The one who shall be rendered incapacitated is you, is it not? Is that so? Let the sword reveal the truth. In an instant, the outcome was sealed. Why are you so powerful? Wuchen lay on the ground, feeling the weight of his weakened body, and let out a fierce roar. Do not dwell on the past, brother. Your defeat is absolute. Xifeng cast a glance at him before entering the tomb of the divine warrior alongside Su Linglong. Damn it, this is infuriating. Wuchen seethed with resentment. As the two approached, the chamber housing the divine warrior's treasure began to radiate with light, and the peach blossoms behind them burst into bloom. Just as Xifeng's hand was about to touch the treasure, the third elder of the divine warrior appeared before them. You have surprised us greatly. Master Baiyun stroked his beard with satisfaction. You possess the qualifications to become the next divine warrior. Therefore, we shall entrust you with the divine warrior's treasure, along with the Homan's divine skills from your master, Hong Shengong. Since Su Linglong was not captured, the option to use the divine warrior's treasure to save her did not arise. Furthermore, as the protagonist, Xifeng felt that fortune was finally on his side. Is he to become the next divine warrior? Su Linglong was elated. The hero is truly transforming into a legend, as Xifeng was raised by the three elders. The powers of the divine warrior's treasure and the Hongman's profound skills were infused into his being. With a resounding boom, Xifeng felt the shackles of his body shatter, enveloped in a soft blue-white glow that became increasingly radiant. As the light surged, it reached a pinnacle before shattering, revealing the true form of Xifeng within. This truly brings me joy. I did not expect your body to be so attuned to the treasure, even more so than the legendary Qianjun fist of yours. Qiyun remarked in astonishment. Baiyun, what does one say? The chosen one. Enough. The fate of this place has run its course. You must leave at once. Baiyun gestured dismissively. Elders, will you not accompany us? Su Linglong inquired, puzzled. Our task is complete. It is time for us to part ways. Farewell. As soon as the words left his lips, the three elders vanished from sight. Linglong, let us depart. Xifeng took Su Linglong's hand, escaping the crumbling tomb of the divine warrior, and they soared away on the wings of the divine warrior. Have you acquired the divine martial treasure? The crowd noticed the transformation in the returning Xifeng. Indeed, Xifeng nodded. It seems there is nothing more for me to do here. After a prolonged wait, Hua Wuhan, seeing that the treasure had already been claimed by another, lost the desire to seize it and decided to depart. Hua Wuhan, be wary of your deputy hall master, Tang Hong. He is not a man of good character, Xifeng cautioned. Hua Wuhan acknowledged with a gesture of understanding and then took his leave. What manner of treasure is the divine martial treasure? As they watched Hua Wuhan depart, Qiao Xiangyu inquired with curiosity. It is merely a blue crystalline entity. Without the assistance of the three elders, I am still unable to assimilate this artifact. Xifeng replied with a smile. Well, it is time for us to return. With your current abilities, you are capable of conquering the world. Do you have any aspirations? On their way back, Su Linglong asked. What aspirations could I possibly have? Xifeng playfully ruffled Su Linglong's nose. Thank you. Hee. Chapter 33. The Phantom Ghost of Yiyun Mountain. Today, I shall treat you all to a meal at the Tumon Inn. Autumn Xiangyu cheerfully announced. Xifeng, would you be interested in becoming my bodyguard? Certainly, sister, as long as there is food involved, Xifeng replied without hesitation. Oh, I was merely teasing you. You are destined for greatness and cannot remain in this little place forever. Alas, sister, your words are misguided. This is my sanctuary, and I shall always return here when weary from the world. Xifeng jested, his tone playful. Is that so? I hope you do not grow too fond of this place. Oh, but this locale is still young. 100 or so years is no concern. Listening to their light-hearted banter made Su Linglong's head spin. All she desired was to enjoy a decent meal. And hurry and arrange for the food. I'm starving. Su Linglong exclaimed, shaking Autumn Xiangyu's hand. Do not think that just because you are my sister's daughter, I shall refrain from scolding you. Of course, Autumn Xiangyu did not truly reprimand Su Linglong. only giving her a gentle tap on the head. While they awaited their meal, Sui inquired, Xifeng, what will you do when the time comes? Will you leave this place? At this, Su Linglong perked up her ears in curiosity. What shall I do? Well, Xifeng smiled, I suppose I will wander about. May I join you for a meal? Suddenly, a young boy sprang forth beside them. Greetings, I am Yong Dao Xiankin from the 8 Extraordinary Talents. Hero. It seems you have successfully acquired the martial goddess treasure, and the ink spirit fire wounds on you have entirely vanished, the young boy deduced after inspecting Xifeng. The divination reveals that the martial god has been resurrected, yet others doubt my words. After much contemplation, I realized you alone possess clues, so I came to see you. Previously, I performed another divination. Would you like to learn superior internal skills? You should seek out the phantom ghost of Yiyun Mountain at the Shuiwei Plain, Xiankin said with a grin. By the way, there has been a slight mishap with the dragon vein leading to Shuiwei Plain. I will require your assistance to restore it to normal. In the narrative, although the dragon vein was forcibly stabilized, the protagonist was transported back to Yongling village a decade prior. But the martial goddess treasure contains numerous internal skills, Xifeng remarked. Xiankin scratched his head, at a loss for further reasoning. Very well, I shall go. I wish to see if I can merge all my lightness skills into one. Thus, Xifeng harbored such thoughts. Do you aspire to create your own martial arts? The journey will be quite arduous. Xiankin produced the divination to foretell Xifeng's fate. Why did the divination yield no response? Stenkin shook the Bagua in his hand. Hero, you have become remarkably enigmatic. With the martial goddess treasure. How could I not be? Xifeng said playfully, tousling his white hair. All right, let us dine. And this esteemed guest shall take a seat as well. Autumn Xiangyu called as she entered with the inn's attendant. Woohoo, let the feast begin. After indulging in alcohol, Xiankin felt somewhat tipsy, his body beginning to sway. After the hero ventured to the Watermoon Plain, he proceeded to Yongling village, where Yiyun Mountain awaited. Observing Xiankin's fluffy ears, Xifeng could not contain himself and reached out. Xiankin quickly covered his ears and evaded, pleading with the hero not to act so. Young man, you are indeed young. Such attire is rather overwhelming for a man. With that, Xiankin swiftly leaped through the window and departed. You frightened him away. And he is a remarkable talent, Xiangyu remarked. Ordinary folk regard them with utmost reverence, yet you, on the contrary, displayed such an indecorous demeanor. Alas, sister, your words seem misguided. Do you not wish to touch? Xiangyu pondered for a moment. Well, perhaps. Xifeng chuckled. Let us rest well tonight. Your journey begins tomorrow. Watching Xiangyu's retreating figure, Su Linglong sensed a hint of despondency in her aunt. How peculiar. Xifeng, please visit my aunt's room tonight and see how she fares. Su Linglong urged, grasping his hand. Is that appropriate? She is your aunt. Shouldn't you be the one to console her? What can I possibly counsel her? I am unaware of her daily thoughts, Su Linglong lamented, resting her chin on her hands in exasperation. Please, go. She is my only kin in this world. Seeing Su Linglong's sorrowful expression, Xifeng nodded. He knocked on Xiangyu's door, and after a rustling sound, she opened it. Upon seeing Xifeng, Xiangyu's face brightened. Oh, it is the hero. What brings you to my humble abode? Su Linglong sensed your mood was somewhat off, so she sent me to check on you. Xiangyu sighed, stepping back into her room. Though that child can be mischievous, she possesses a good heart. Xifeng sat beside her, gazing at the lotus flower on the windowsill. Contrary to the narrative, Xiangyu had not given the flower to another, but chose to nurture it herself. Now that my niece has been found and my sister's wish fulfilled, I find myself at a loss. Should I continue running this inn or venture into the world beyond? Xiangyu mused, feeling somewhat adrift. Why not explore the outside world? Take Su Linglong along, Xifeng suggested. Experiencing the customs and culture beyond is quite enriching. Xiangyu nodded, momentarily lost in thought. Will the hero be sharing a room with me tonight? Noticing Xifeng's lingering presence, she playfully teased, rising to open the door for him. Oh, I must be going. Xifeng hurriedly exited, hearing Xiangyu's laughter echo behind him. Within her room, she prepared her belongings for the journey ahead. People are always coming and going, never lingering for too long. As Jinsua gently pushed open the door to the West Wind's chamber, she was met with a scene that compelled her to assist. Rest assured, Sister Sewer, with your capabilities, it will be no arduous task to uncover information about me. Indeed. After tidying up everything, the two embraced and reclined on the bed, discussing their future endeavors. The proprietress mentioned that she would embark on her journey the following day, taking Su Linglong along for a trip. Then I shall traverse the continent as well, Jinsua remarked, hoping that during this journey, she would not encounter Hua Wuan. Sister Sewer, you mustn't say that. I have long yearned for the carefree sect of Hua Wuan. West Wind reminisced about the principles of the carefree sect and chuckled heartily. Indulging in food and merriment, truly delightful. One wonders how that carefree sect continues to thrive. Perhaps the elders within exert considerable effort daily. Shinsuo also laughed in response. All right, we should rest now. West Wind covered them with a blanket, and soon, soft murmurs emerged from within. Well, with the divine artifact of the martial god, everything becomes formidable. Then I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Chen Suer and the others, West Wind embarked on a journey via the Dragon Vein towards the Shuiwei Plain. I too shall depart. May your travels be smooth. Chen Suo waved goodbye to Qiu Xiangyu and Su Linglong before leaving the desert. We are off to travel. What will become of your inn? Su Linglong inquired, glancing back at the two men in beside her. Do not worry. The innkeeper will manage it well. He is my trusted confidant. Splendid. Su Linglong bounced her backpack and cheerfully strode ahead. Through the narrow tunnel illuminated by an orange glow, West Wind descended directly before a residence. Observing the structure before him and the surroundings outside, West Wind realized he had arrived at Yunshan's home, signifying that he need not partake in the narrative of Yongling Village. A guest has arrived. Noticing the commotion outside, Yunshan ceased his inspections and stepped out. Have you once suffered from the ink spirit fire? The phantom ghost Yunshan quickly discerned. You have also fused with the divine artifact of the martial god? Greetings. Senior, West Wind bowed respectfully to Yunshan. Indeed, the disciple of Hong Xian Gong is truly fortunate, favored by great destiny, Yunshan mused. All right. I understand your purpose in coming here. I shall assist you in mastering the Hongmen divine skills and teach you the superior inner cultivation. Yunshan spoke with a hint of envy. Why is it that Hong Xian Gong has amassed such virtue in his past life? Not only establishing a sect but also possessing such an excellent disciple? Furthermore, there is a benefactor here for you. Benefactor? West Wind looked up to see a woman reclining there, quickly recognizing her attire as belonging to the Red Flower Society. The Imperial soldiers intend to execute my friends. I must lend my assistance. After consuming the concoction prepared by Yunshan, she regained consciousness. As you lie there, now that you are beginning to recover, I advise you not to venture anywhere. Yunshan promptly said, if there is something to be done, please rely on this valiant hero beside you. Senior, are you serious? Why do you look at me like that? Yunshan felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of Xifeng. Could you assist me at the Imperial Army camp to help my companions? I beg of you. She struggled to sit up, nearly kneeling. Why be so humble? Just tell me the location, and I shall set off immediately. Xifeng sighed. Regarding this woman, thank you, truly, thank you. She then disclosed the location. My name is Xinwei. I appreciate your assistance. You are most welcome. Xifeng stepped outside, contemplating the journey ahead. Though it was a trap, revealing the information to her might not evoke much skepticism. A visit would be more prudent. Watching Xifeng's retreating figure, Xinwei began to pray silently. Rest assured, having acquired the divine weapon, he is now unparalleled across the continent, save for a visitor from the celestial realm, who might not necessarily prevail. I see, so you are a disciple of the Hongmen. Xinwei felt considerably uplifted. With absolute martial prowess, Xifeng subdued the Imperial Army command post, returning with some spoils but without any sign of her companions. It's a trap. Your people are not here. Xifeng discarded several bloodstained Imperial uniforms onto the ground. I see. Xinwei exhaled in relief. This token I hand to you. Seek a hunter named Lu Jinyun at the Hunter-S Lodge to form an alliance with the Wolf God clan. Indeed, time is of the essence. We must investigate the Imperial Army's conspiracy as well. Let us depart, Xinwei. Yunshan opened the passage and took his leave. Casting a final glance at Xifeng holding the token, Xinwei followed suit. Upon reaching the hunter camp, Xifeng found Lu Jinyun muttering to himself. Without further ado, she presented the token to him. This is the Qing Tian token. Lu Jinyun immediately knelt. Your subordinate is at your service, my lord. This is borrowed from Xinwei. Let us refrain from such titles. Xifeng stowed away the Qing Tian token. A hero should not speak so, for the Qing Tian token embodies the authority and commands of the alliance leader. Encountering it is akin to meeting the leader in person. Please, issue your command. I have a query. Where is the Beast Cave? I wish to ally with the Wolf God clan, Xifeng inquired. I require their assistance. After Lu Jinyun marked the location on the map, Xifeng proceeded towards the Beast Cave. Upon entering, she utilized her profound internal power to retrieve the near-death Sun Jiahao, bringing him before Lu Jinyun. Damn it, we were ambushed by a woman who had previously attacked us in the Red Flower Society. Sun Jiahao exclaimed in fury, slamming his thigh. Senior, you are still injured. Lu Jinyun quickly intervened. Thank you for your help. I cannot rendezvous at the moment. To the south of the hillside station, there is a Black Wolf priest. He is another contact. Bring some beast pelts as a newcomer's gift, and remember, do not bow in greeting. Here, we still have some. Sun Jiahua took out a few. Thank you. Xifeng accepted the dried bear skins, stained with blood, and then made his way toward the hill station. Oh, this priest is truly unattractive. Gazing at the countenance of the priest before him, Xifeng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. A person of great destiny. Observing Xifeng slowly approach with the bearskins, The priest of the Black Wolf tribe descended. Human, what brings you here? After taking the bear skins that Xifeng offered, the priest inquired. An alliance. Just as Xifeng uttered these words, a woman with white hair and wolf ears approached from behind. Qilang Xifeng? What brings you here? The high priest of the Black Wolf tribe appeared somewhat perplexed. Huh? Sharing my name? Male Xifeng was taken aback. You are also named Xifeng? Now the high priest was equally bewildered. Let us not dwell on that for now. If you wish to form an alliance, it is possible, but first, you must assist us with a task, the wolf-eared Xifeng remarked. Chapter 34. Amaterasu and the Blood-Sun Pig God speak freely. Whatever you require, I shall see to it. Xifeng assured with an air of confidence. My father, the leader of the Green Wolf tribe, Xifeng, has been captured by the Imperial Army. Since your kind's arrival, the natural world has been incessantly ravaged and wild beasts hunted down. The Black Wolf clan has called for resistance against your atrocities, yet my father, who advocates for peace, has been taken by you. Please refrain from associating me with them. I am not like them, Xifeng replied awkwardly. What distinguishes you? The White Wolf, Xifeng scoffed. You are the same kin, and yet you turn upon each other. I shall assist you in rescuing your father, and then we can forge an alliance, shall we? Xifeng could no longer endure the White Wolf's derisive words. It was a bitter commentary on humanity. Really? The eyes of the White Wolf sparkled with hope. Her ears perked up in excitement. Can I trust you? If you cannot trust me, then who else can aid you? Xifeng smiled. Just tell me the location. With a heart ablaze with fury, Xifeng ventured towards the northwest of the Wolf God tribe to confront the Imperial Army. Upon witnessing the silver-haired youth lying on the ground, alongside the warriors of the Wolf God tribe battling the Imperial soldiers, Xifeng recognized him as Xifeng. Infusing Xifeng with inner strength to aid in his recovery. Thank you, noble hero. Soon, Xifeng stood upright. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be directed towards your daughter. I am here to assist. Once we resolve matters here, we shall return to solidify our alliance, Xifeng declared. Can you still fight? Absolutely. Xifeng felt invigorated, a surge of power coursing through him. With a heart full of fury, Xifeng swiftly dispatched the Imperial soldiers before him, but as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of his kin, a sigh escaped him. He began to gather the belongings of those who had perished, accompanied by the few remaining tribe members. Father. Upon seeing her father return, the White Wolf, Xifeng, rushed into his embrace. My daughter. Without him, I doubt I would have returned, Xifeng said as they wept in each other's arms. Thank you. Xifeng knelt before Xifeng. Ah, rise. Do not be so. Xifeng quickly pulled her up. Noble hero, please convey my message to Lu Jinyun and the others. The Green Wolf tribe stands ready to support the alliance. Xifeng implored. My Black Wolf kin shall do the same. The Black Wolf priest approached, though it is solely my personal desire. Thank you all. Xifeng turned to depart. As Xifeng returned, Lu Jinyun hurried over. Did it succeed? Xifeng nodded. Both the Green Wolf and Black Wolf tribes have agreed to the alliance. Wonderful. Lu Jinyun and Sun Jiahao cheered in unison. Now, I must ask you to journey to the Wolf God tribe's camp to find their chieftain and engage in a fierce battle, Lu Jinyun stated after the cheers subsided. What is that? What is the name? Xifeng rubbed her ears, questioning whether she had misheard. Engage fiercely, though perplexed by the odd phrasing. She nonetheless entrusted the matter to the leader. Lu Jinyun elucidated that you are the most suitable candidate for this meeting, and it is customary to present a gift. Sighing, Xifeng accepted the items they had prepared in advance and set off towards the Wolf God clan's encampment. He charged through, decisively defeating the elite warriors before their chieftain, yet refrained from taking their lives, ultimately standing directly before him. Greetings, Xifeng said, offering the black tiger skin. You possess a commendable sense of etiquette. Speak. What brings you here? Zhang Gedong inquired, eyeing the black tiger skin that had been retrieved. An alliance. Xifeng presented the alliance leader's token. Ha ha ha, isn't your leader a woman? Zhang Gedong laughed heartily. In our legends, if a woman approaches, the sun goddess awakens. We shall not ally with forces led by women. Return whence you came. However, as soon as he uttered those words, a colossal statue of a wild wolf atop the mountains began to tremble violently. As she awakens, Zhang Gedong exclaimed in astonishment. The sun goddess has been stirred. Due to the oppressive aura, the sun goddess was roused. The phantom of Iyun Mountain materialized beside them. With the divine warrior's treasure in your possession, you may resolve this matter smoothly, and perhaps gain a millennium of her vitality. Indeed, Xifeng nodded, then utilized his lightness skill to soar into the air. The divine warrior's treasure is with him? Zhang Gedong pondered, following in Xifeng's wake. Upon witnessing the black-furred wolf, the sun goddess, engaged in battle within the encampment, Xifeng flew directly before her. Abomination! He bellowed, channeling his profound inner strength to expel the tainted energy from her body. As the sun goddess cried out in pain, dark energy began to emanate from her form, her ebony wings shifting in hue, her eyes gradually clearing. Eventually, She ceased her resistance, prostrating before Xifeng, affectionately nudging him with her massive head before transforming into a swirling essence of vitality. Breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of the now sealed sun goddess, Jean Getong exclaimed, "Though you are a foreigner, you have sealed the sun goddess and ensured her continued slumber. You must be a warrior chosen by the divine. I agree to the alliance. Thank you for your assistance." Xifeng approached him. "Not at all. It is my duty and the outcome I desired," Jean Getong responded. After speaking, Xifeng moved towards the essence left behind by the sun goddess, beginning to absorb the abundant power. As the essence flowed into him, it was refined and integrated into Xifeng's physique, enhancing his being. With the divine warrior's treasure, he effortlessly transformed it into his own energy, making it his own. "Now, I shall return to seek Lu Jinyun," he declared, bidding farewell to the Black Wolf clan before heading to Shinong Industrial, where Lu Jinyun was currently disguised. "Oh, you have returned." Lu Jinyun hurriedly approached Xifeng, expressing his concern over the recent commotion he sensed nearby. "You haven't sustained any injuries, have you?" he inquired. "The sun god has awakened, but I subsequently sealed him again. They now regard me as a chosen warrior and have agreed to form an alliance." This succinct response filled Lu Jinyun with immense joy. "Now, we still have the Fengdang Valley to consider. They harbor significant discontent towards the Imperial Army. If we engage them in earnest conversation, they will surely join our alliance." With purpose, Xifeng accepted the map Lu Jinyun offered and set forth once more towards the rendezvous point at the Windmill Mill. Hongya Villa? How splendid! Gazing at the exquisite scenery, Xifeng mused about the prospect of retreating here permanently, envisioning the tranquility it would bring. However, he resolved to first recover the stolen secret orders. Thus, he decided to expedite the mission by heading southwest of the Windmill Mill in search of the Imperial soldiers. Upon entering the Windmill Mill, before the villager Li Jia could utter a word, Xifeng swiftly produced the Qi Tian token. Li Jia was momentarily taken aback, then transitioned to discussing serious matters. The secret orders. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was struck with astonishment. "Indeed, this is the secret order." Xifeng, observing the man before him, wondered why he appeared so pressed for time. There was little written on the order, rendering it seemingly unimportant. "Please inform me of the location of the contact," Xifeng urged. "Oh, but our president has vanished," Li Jia replied. "No matter, I can locate him. I merely came to greet you." Xifeng waved his hand dismissively before departing the Windmill Mill. Ignoring the acting president Yu Biao, Xifeng made his way directly to the Imperial Army's transport team. Despite the countless Imperial soldiers attempting to impede his progress, he deftly evaded them with his lightness skill. "Cursed be it," exclaimed a marksman, frustrated that he could not land a shot, and in a fit of rage, he discarded his firearm. "You must be Guo Yuhai, correct?" Xifeng inquired as he untied the ropes binding the man before him. "Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your esteemed name?" Guo Yuhai flexed his stiff limbs and clasped his fist in respect. Xifeng promptly produced the Qi Tian token. "Ah, so you are the acting leader of the Qi Tian alliance." Guo Yuhai exclaimed with delight, realizing his own significance. "It is an honor to be rescued by an acting leader. However, without your Qi Tian alliance, such a situation would not have arisen. I can no longer continue with the alliance, and the Blood Sun Pig God is no longer the spiritual beast he once was." Guo Yunhai sighed. "Allow me to lead you to him." Fortunately, there were few Imperial soldiers remaining here. After resolving the situation, Xifeng shattered the cage with a single strike, and out emerged a long-bearded pig. "Goodness, what kind of pig is this?" Xifeng exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, we meet again. Accept my essence." The Blood Sun Pig God's first words were a direct invitation for Xifeng to accept his vital energy. How forthright, given the circumstances. Xifeng acquiesced to the Blood Sun Pig God's final infusion of inner strength. Gazing at the scene before him, Yunshan let out a sigh of regret. After a long search, he had finally found an old friend, only to face the sorrow of parting so soon. "You go ahead. I will stay and keep my old friend company." Yunshan settled down, quietly observing the lifeless body of the Blood Sun Pig God. Once, he had fought alongside the four heroes to repel the demonic forces, and now, this spirit beast had departed, leaving a profound ache in Yunshan's heart, which Xifeng could sense. "Shall we head towards Half Moon Lake?" After consulting the map, Xifeng soared through the air. At the Great Fish Workshop warehouse, he entered a cavern. "Ah, Yisun, you appeared quite amiable in the game. Who would have guessed you were a traitor?" With a scoff, Qin Ijue observed Xifeng's approach and decided to take Yisun and leave. Seeing the fallen figure of the alliance leader, Ingzi Jiahui, Xifeng utilized his inner strength to heal her. "Thank you, hero. I am not aware of your identity." Despite the assistance, Jiahui remained somewhat wary. "Ah, this is the Qi Tian token." Xifeng pondered whether it might be advantageous to wear the token around his neck. "Is the person who gave you the Qi Tian token all right?" Jiahui sighed with relief and then inquired further. "I saved her." "That's wonderful." Jiahui relaxed completely. "I still need to heal. I entrust the matter of forming an alliance to you, hero." Xifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, young man, where do you plan to go now? As Xifeng journeyed, the phantom Yunshan appeared unexpectedly. I seek the celestial deity of the water frog clan, Xifeng replied. Ah, I remember you were once injured. How do you know? Yunshan did not delve deeper. In the past, I was gravely wounded by Qin Yijue alongside the martial god. But let us not discuss that. The celestial deity's powers are currently sealed. Come, let us go together. Following Yunshan's lead, they arrived at the water frog clan's village. Before them, the blue frogs appeared dejected, all troubled by the fate of their celestial deity. Phantom Yunshan. Upon noticing the two humans, the frogs immediately tensed. But upon recognizing Yunshan, they relaxed. Quick, save him, croaked a valiant frog, approaching to shake Yunshan's hand. Yunshan solemnly grasped the frog's hand and then placed it in Xifeng's. I entrust everything to you, he declared before vanishing. Ah? Xifeng stood dumbfounded. Ha. The frogs are quite amusing. He stifled his laughter while hastening to assist. Incinerating the protective talisman safeguarding the water frog palace and eliminating the guards watching over the celestial deity before finally encountering him. I am old and frail. I can no longer fight. Your hands hold my essence. The figure before him, no longer resembling a frog, was the celestial deity, who expressed a sense of regret. Yunshan sent me, Xifeng responded. I see. You are a disciple of Hongshuanggu. The celestial deity continued. You wish to obtain my essence, correct? I understand. Tian Dezun comprehended everything. The divine treasure of the martial god lay in your possession, entrusted by Yunshan. And I place my faith in you. After receiving half of his essence, Xifeng offered a courteous bow to him. Upon vanquishing the rebellious frogs, he departed from the water frog clan. How wonderful it would be if we could once again be a family, he murmured to himself. How goes the matter? At the entrance, Yunshan awaited Xifeng. It was a success, Xifeng replied with a smile. Ha, I knew it, Yunshan exclaimed triumphantly. And what of the crocodile shark general? I wonder how they are faring. The crocodile shark clan has become polarized, giving rise to the blood shark clan. I shall set forth, Xifeng declared, preparing to deal with this blood shark clan in order to obtain the sworn pact that would solidify the alliance. Not far to the west of the water frog clan lies the crocodile shark clan, and thus Xifeng embarked on his journey along the dragon veins. Chapter 35. The transformation of everything. Pray tell, you belong to the blood shark clan, do you not? West Wind inquired as he approached the formidable beasts before him, whose malicious demeanor was unmistakable. Human, you have already grasped your weapon. There is no need for further inquiry. The leader of the instigators, seeing the blade that West Wind held tightly, erupted with fury, raising his massive hammer to strike at West Wind's head. The force was considerable, yet the strength was lacking. With merely a slight touch of the sword's tip, the enormous hammer shattered into fragments. What manner of human are you? The instigator's leader was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the remnants of his shattered hammer as he slowly retreated. Let us set aside my identity for the moment. Kneel, I beseech you. Perhaps then I shall spare your life. West Wind stepped closer to him. Gulp. The creature, gazing at the diminutive human before it, involuntarily swallowed hard. Human. We possess dignity as well. With a resounding thud, it knelt down. Boss. The subordinate beside him was dumbfounded. Did you not just proclaim that we, too, have dignity? A true man knows when to bend. The leader urged his bewildered followers. Hurry and kneel. As long as we remain alive, we shall find a way. Very well. Subsequently, they all knelt. Ah, commendable attitude, West Wind remarked with satisfaction. Now, tell me, do you possess the oath of allegiance? Indeed. The leader of the instigators nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and began to rummage through his belongings. An oath written in blood. How ruthless of your spirit clan, West Wind muttered, shuddering at the chilling document in his hands. My lord, please take care of it. Is there anything else you require? The imposing figure before West Wind nearly prostrated himself. Nothing further. You may return to your affairs. West Wind waved his hand dismissively and proceeded toward the great fish market. As West Wind departed, the leader of the instigators sighed. This is the oath of allegiance, truly terrifying. Lu Jinyun was also taken aback upon encountering the artifact. Hero, proceed to the arena of the crocodile shark clan. If you triumph over all there, you may present a wish and then meet the king of the crocodile sharks. The demon-subduing king. I could simply break through to the underworld, could I not? Ah. Lu Jinyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he had not uttered anything further, West Wind directly headed east of Crescent Lake toward the western side of the crocodile shark checkpoint. Upon entering the cavern, he fought through the rocky monsters within, ultimately arriving at a location guarded by the crocodile shark clan. Intruders. Noticing West Wind's sudden appearance, two crocodile shark guards tightened their grips on their weapons and charged at him. I have come seeking your king, the demon-subduing king, West Wind called out, channeling his inner strength to project his voice. Hearing the commotion, the demon-subduing king emerged, weapon in hand. Human, do you think this is a place you can simply enter at will? The demon suppressor, wielding his weapon, unleashed a furious roar towards the west wind. In an instant, however, he seemed to relent. An alliance? Certainly, provided you assist me, the demon suppressor declared. I am well aware of the tales surrounding the 4 great spirit tribes from long ago. Ah, how harmonious the relationship between humanity and the spirit tribes once was. The west wind gently patted the demon suppressor's hand. I sense a familiar aura about you, the demon suppressor remarked. Do you possess the treasures of the war god? And do you know of a Yinshan? Is the figure spoken of by the elder crocodile shark truly here? The west wind nodded in affirmation. Very well. I shall place my trust in humanity once more. However, I am currently preoccupied with the remnants of Du Hongchang's army. Will you lend your aid? Absolutely. The west wind replied. Please, enter. If you can persuade your kin within, the crocodile shark tribe will offer our utmost support. He exchanged a fist salute with the demon suppressor and then ventured into the ghost city. I understand your intentions, son crocodile. I shall address the miasma and the demonic creatures here first, and then we can discuss the alliance. Without waiting for a response, the west wind proceeded to eradicate the demonic beings. Humans. He first dealt with the staff that had absorbed the miasma to saturation. Then he confronted the miasma-infected spider creatures, and finally, after purifying Du Hongchang at the Wailing Refuge, he harnessed Du Hongchang's lingering resentment, with the assistance of the demon suppressor, to travel back 30 years. Why is Amaterasu here as well? Though curious, he prioritized his mission. Has someone arrived? Noticing the approaching west wind, Yulan vanished, leaving behind the unconscious princess and the enchanted Prince Wangxian. Why? The youngest can ascend to the throne, yet I cannot. Before he could finish his lament, the west wind swiftly eliminated him. They are better than you, fool. Wiping the blood from the blade, he cast a glance at the still-lying princess before fleeing with the demon suppressor from 30 years past towards the crocodile shark checkpoint. Young man, there is a familiar essence about you. After resolving the matters at hand, the 4 great heroes approached the west wind. Master, the west wind knelt, bowing his head in reverence to Hong Xuangu. The astute Hong Xuangu immediately grasped the situation's context. It seems I am no longer present, am I? He helped the west wind to his feet, smiling. I find comfort in having a disciple like you. The sword immortal Fei Yue is indeed splendid, he remarked, gazing at the azure blade. It shall surely rest in the hands of Qin Yijue in the future. Observing the leaders of the 4 great spirit tribes around him, the west wind sighed. 30 years have wrought such immense change. Oh, demon sovereign, you truly know how to stir the pot. Noticing something, Fei Yue approached, moving aside a stone pile, revealing a young maiden lying within. Qin Yijue, no, she should now be called Qin Shiyan. With that, Fei Yue extracted the miasma from her body and resolved to care for her. This is the origin of Qin Yijue. Once the matters here conclude, a tunnel will draw in the western winds, and in an instant, they will manifest before Tai Yi. 30 years ago, the harmony between the human race and the spirit race was truly remarkable, remarked the western wind. I am delighted to see your return. Tai Yi inquired of the western wind. The changes over the past 3 decades have been profound. To witness the 4 great spirit clans and the human race unite against the demon emperor once again during my lifetime brings me immense comfort. The western wind nodded in agreement. We have investigated the ritual and suspect it to be the destiny sacrifice. The blood of the dragon vein, when spilled upon the great dragon vein, causes the yellow dragon to awaken in fury, soaring into the heavens. Those who are destined will be chosen by the heavens, and the celestial realm shall open for them. At that time, the white dragon will descend into the mortal world. However, if chosen by darkness, it will open the gates to the demon realm, and the malevolent black dragon will bring calamity. The western wind conveyed all knowledge of the destiny sacrifice to Tai Yi. Is that so? Tai Yi nodded. Yinshan has mentioned taking you to the Ghost Gate for training. You should go. Although you are no longer burdened by the Mo Ling Fire S injuries, you might still become a vessel, alas. Upon hearing this, the western wind departed. Ah, young one, your timing is impeccable. Let us ascertain whether this individual is a subordinate of Qin Yijue, remarked Yinshan, who stood ready beside the newly arrived western wind. No. The western wind shook her head. Her name is Yulan. It seems she is a subordinate of the demon emperor. Yulan, do you wish to battle? The western wind advanced towards her, step by step. I too wish to rescue your son. Come to Yongling village. Fearful of the western wind's formidable combat prowess, Yulan retreated hastily. Son? What do you mean? Before Yinshan could inquire further, Yulan vanished. I have a son? Yinshan was perplexed. Yisan is your child. Though he previously became a lackey of Qin Yijue for reasons unknown, Gui Qin bore me a son? So that was the case during my last visit. Yinshan lowered his head, realizing that after years of wandering the world, he had unknowingly fathered a child. Soon, he regained his composure. The absolute taboo for the 4 heroes is to become entangled in worldly affections. In other words, to ascend the path to immortality, one must sever all ties to the past, including heart, bonds, emotions, and desires. Alas, Qin Yijue's aim is precisely this. At that time, the sword immortal Fei Yue and your master were of the same mind. Now, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing you. Yi Yunshan resolved firmly. Moments later, Tai Yi and Sun Yi appeared before the western wind. As per our agreement, we shall bestow our essence upon the hero. After bowing respectfully to the two venerable generals, the western wind accepted their essence and then followed Yi Yunshan towards the monkey forest. Ah, the fighting saint? Why did you emerge so directly? Yi Yunshan observed the imposing figure of a large monkey brandishing a red staff, reminiscent of Sun Wukong, with curiosity. The person beside you is the heir of the martial god, correct? Or perhaps a disciple of the strength king, Han Xinggong? Inquired the fighting saint. Indeed. Yi Yunshan affirmed with a nod. Let us proceed. The competition is unnecessary. I shall directly bestow upon you my essence. The battle saint detached his own energy and presented it to Xifeng. Ah, you are truly the most agreeable among us, Yi Yunshan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Among the four great heroes of the realm, you are the sole survivor. Such a pity. The battle saint gazed at Yi Yunshan and sighed. Fear not. As a disciple of the Power King, I shall persuade my kin. On the day of the uprising, I will certainly be there. Thank you, Xifeng replied with a bow. Now, Yi Yunshan, time is of the essence. Let us return without delay. With that, Xifeng grasped Yi Yunshan and soared toward Haishu village. Hey, why the rush? Yi Yunshan exclaimed, raising his voice in protest. Greetings, I am Wang Wanru, the leader of the Qi-Tian Alliance. I apologize for deceiving you earlier, she expressed with sincere regret. No matter, Xifeng returned the Qi-Tian token. When the time comes, you and I will open the summoning of the dragon vein to gather everyone. Only you and I possess such power. I shall instruct you on its use, but for now, you must begin to absorb the essence of the spirit beasts into your being. Yi Yunshan advised. First, let us head to the Qi-Tian Alliance's camp. Very well. Upon arriving at the camp via the dragon vein, they were met with chaos, leaving everyone astonished. Leader, Yu Yong is a traitor. Dewey rushed over, breathless. Upon witnessing this, Xifeng decided to take decisive action. He sat cross-legged, commencing the integration of the spirit beast essence he had previously absorbed. Those around him understood his intentions and formed a protective circle. After a quarter of an hour, Xifeng ascended into the sky, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the Imperial Army and the traitors on the battlefield. Damn traitors! Many members of the Qi-Tian Alliance are still scattered. I must gather everyone. Dewey declared to Xifeng, then departed with his team. Observing Du Yi's retreat, Xifeng remarked, this so-called deputy leader is also a traitor. Wang Wanru, after a brief moment of shock, instructed Zheng Zhongxing to assassinate him. Let us proceed to the Eternal Spirit Clan's altar. Yi Yunshan called to Wang Wanru to join him. I entrust this to you. After you have delegated the task of clearing the battlefield, I will follow your lead, Wang Wanru said, matching Yi Yunshan's pace. Hero, I have arrived. As the city walls crumbled, members of the four great spirit clans joined the fray. Oh, the Demon Suppressor King noted. This does not align with the intelligence reports. Where is everyone? Demon Suppressor King, the enemy is over there. Let us go. Xifeng beckoned the spirit clan members toward the altar of Yongling village. It has been ages since I last relished a good fight. Brothers, forward. The spirit clan faced off against the human race, a veritable dimensional strike. Although the Imperial Army wielded weapons, they were no match, falling swiftly. Xifeng, your timing is impeccable, he said, helping Yi Yunshan to his feet as they saw Yulan emerge from the dragon vein alongside the enemies. Xifeng grinned, then signaled for the spirit clan members to surge forward. Upon entering, Qin Yijue surveyed the scene before him and took a step back. Observing the reunion between Yi Yunshan and Yisun, he noted that the latter did not, as the game's narrative suggested, kill Yi Yunshan. This was indeed a most fortunate conclusion. Yulan gazed at the venomous beauty who lay prostrate on the ground, as Xifeng helped her to her feet. Now, with whom do you intend to depart? Xifeng inquired. You are not going to kill me? Yulan responded, astonished. I was involved in the plan of Wurfeng, but you did not take action at most. You merely slapped me a few times. You still remember, don't you? Yulan sighed. I merely exploited Qin Yijue, only to find myself ensnared by her in return. Please, take me away. I wish to escape this web of deceit. Yulan implored, rest assured, I am still untainted. Really? Xifeng expressed skepticism. Noticing Xifeng's doubt, Yulan surrendered her inner strength to him. Very well, I believe you, Xifeng chuckled. Chapter 36, Departure. Jialu City. Well, my dear beauty, you must venture into the vast desert to seek out an establishment known as the Earth Gate Inn. Just mention that a young hero, who previously expressed a desire to become your protector, has requested assistance in caring for the woman he has brought along, whispered Xifeng softly in her ear. Yulan. Oh, is it the innkeeper? Yulan smiled alluringly. Could it be that innkeeper? Enough, enough, I can hardly bear it. You should set off at once, Xifeng urged, waving his hand. By the way, Wang Wanru. Ah, leader, could you send someone to escort her? Please, lend a hand. No need for the esteemed leader to worry. I still possess a modicum of inner strength to traverse the dragon vein. Yulin declined Xifeng's offer, proceeding to the altar to join the great dragon vein. Oh dear. My great lord, do not keep me waiting too long. Yulin blew a kiss before stepping inside. Xifeng shivered involuntarily. Observing Xifeng, Wang Wanru suddenly posed a bold question. Hero, would you consider marrying me? Me? Ah. Xifeng was taken aback. How can this be? You are the princess of the Wind Empire, destined to become an empress. No, if I were to marry you, I would. A daring thought crossed Xifeng's mind. I wish to leverage your strength to govern the Wind Empire more effectively, Wang Wanru declared, her eyes ablaze with fervor. I am serious. So, you merely require my power? Xifeng felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed akin to a political alliance. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Upon hearing Xifeng's words, Wang Wanru felt a tinge of disappointment. That's all right. You will come to understand in time. The Wind Empire welcomes your arrival. After handing Xifeng a token, Wang Wanru departed with her entourage into the dragon vein. Xifeng, what are your plans now? As he watched Wang Wanru leave, Yunshin approached Xifeng, inquiring. The destiny sacrifice is in the Wind Empire. It would be advantageous if you accepted that lady's proposal. The narrative had become quite tumultuous. Yet he still intended to attend the destiny sacrifice. What are you doing? This is a political marriage. There are no feelings involved, Xifeng replied. Very well, Yunshin nodded. There, a formidable dark energy resides. I fear I cannot venture there myself. You now possess the essence of the 4 great spirit clans and the martial prowess of the divine weapon. I believe you can manage it. Go forth. Sigh. Each day is relentless, Xifeng lamented as he entered the great dragon vein. Who goes there? Upon landing at the outskirts of the Wind Empire, Xifeng found himself surrounded by a throng of soldiers. May I inquire who you are? Approached Lu Tian, the captain of the Imperial Guard, his hand resting upon his weapon at his waist. This action drew the attention of the surrounding populace. Do you recognize this? Xifeng displayed the token that Wang Wanru had given him. Greetings, your highness. Lu Tian focused his gaze, astonished to find the princess's token in his possession. But I am not a woman, he exclaimed. Xifeng quickly assisted him to his feet. Upon seeing the token, it was as if the princess herself had arrived. Necessitating a grand display of respect, Lu Tian began to explain. Might I inquire as to your esteemed reason for visiting our humble abode? I am bound for Jiangliushi to attend to certain matters, Xifeng replied. At this, Lu Tian's expression turned troubled. You may be unaware, but entry to Jiangliushi is currently prohibited due to a sudden assault by bandits. The routes from the Wind Plains to Jiangliushi have been sealed off. Fear not. I am quite adept at lightness of foot. Simply direct me on the route I should take, Xifeng asserted confidently. Oh, well? Lu Tian's face displayed his hesitation. What's this? Do you not trust me? Xifeng queried, a hint of displeasure in his voice. It is not a matter of trust, noble warrior. Merely a concern for the prowess of your skills. I would hate to find myself rescuing you later, Lu Tian chuckled. Very well. I shall reveal the path to Jiangliushi. Rest assured. Thank you. Should you require assistance, simply call upon me, and I shall come to your aid, Xifeng proclaimed as he strode away. He soon encountered Hua Wuhan, who was seated, sipping a drink. Master, is that you, the leader of the Xiaoyao Hall? The figure before him, indulging in liquor, appeared transformed. Gulping. Xifeng noticed Hua Wuhan's alluring figure and involuntarily swallowed hard. You remain unchanged, still drawn to gaze at me, Hua Wuhan teased, covering herself with a cloth. Xifeng, momentarily speechless, lamented to himself that he should have retrieved his camera sooner. What brings you here? Me? I am here for vengeance, Hua Wuhan replied, continuing her drink. And you? Just visiting Jiangliushi for some shopping. Shopping? Hua Wuhan laughed. Do you think I believe that? Surely it is for the Tianming festival, is it not? Coughing to mask the words, Xifeng managed. Are you here for Su Xiangyang? How do you know that name? Hua Wuhan's gaze sharpened. Warrior. One of Hua Wuhan's companions interjected, swiftly blocking Xifeng's dangerously probing words. We do not speak of that name. Master, Xifeng said, pouring himself a drink from the bottle before him. In truth, Su Xiangyang's child is not his own, but rather one he has been entrusted to raise by another. What? Hua Wuhan exclaimed in shock. He is not the biological father? Indeed. Moreover, the child we both know is Su Linglong. Do you not see the resemblance? Su Linglong is the daughter of Qian Jinshuan. Su Linglong, Hua Wuhan muttered, growing increasingly agitated. How infuriating. He was preoccupied with that child, who shares no blood ties with him, while ignoring my own injury. Did you encounter him today? Did he say anything that would lead you to drink here? He said little of value, leaving behind only a few empty words before departing. Hua Wuhan rested upon the table, reminiscing about a time when love had flourished between us. Though we had never engaged in the typical affairs of lovers, the affection had been genuine. Yet, it was a child that led him to neglect me entirely, a true scoundrel. Indeed, a fitting description. Hua Wuhan nodded in agreement. No plans for marriage? Qin Suo had found a worthy companion in you, which filled Hua Wuhan with envy. After being playful rivals for so long, have you considered sharing a drink together? Xifeng proposed, suggesting it might be beneficial to untie the bonds between you two and sit down for a conversation. I must once again deal with Su Xiangyang before returning to the desert. Perhaps I shall visit the Tumun Inn and share a drink with Chen Suer. Hua Wuhan cast a look at Xifeng, signaling it was time for him to attend to his own affairs. Very well. Farewell. Xifeng waved and made his way north. Hero, could you lend me your assistance? A tearful maiden grasped Xifeng's sleeve. Wow, what a stunning girl with pink hair, he thought. What troubles you? Xifeng crouched slightly. Ready to help. I am Chenjia, she explained through her tears. My father has yet to return from his meal, and I am worried. Please, brave hero, bring him back. Where is your father? At the granary. An elderly man approached shakily beside her. Her father, Chen Xiaoping, was the guardian of the granary in Fengdang village. With bandits roaming about, Master Lu Tian had no manpower to assist, and the other imperial generals paid no heed to these matters, sighed village chief Yin Yiping. Enough now. Do not cry. Who could bear to see you in such sorrow? He gently patted her head, and Xifeng promised to help. Thank you, noble hero. As she watched Xifeng head toward the granary, Chenjia clasped her hands in prayer for his success. Upon arriving at the granary, Xifeng summoned his inner strength and called out, Is anyone here? Noticing him at the entrance, the bandits quickly approached, two of whom were particularly large and imposing, likely leaders. Ma Xiangshan and Feng Nanzui, I presume? Su Xiangyang's right-hand men. Xifeng chuckled at the sight of them. Ah, what a delightful gathering. Brat, you dare to address our leader by name. Ma Xiangshan bellowed, raising his massive fist to strike. Anyone who obstructs my path shall meet their end. Stepping over the lifeless body of Ma Xiangshan, Xifeng activated his sword technique. Is there anyone else who dares to stand in my way? He surveyed the crowd, noting the fear in their eyes before kicking Ma Xiangshan's corpse aside. To be honest, had it not been for my acquaintance with Su Linglong, you would not still be standing. Xifeng, shouldering his great sword, expressed his displeasure. Now be gone. The remaining bandits fled in a panic, taking Ma Xiangshan's body with them. Thank you, noble hero. At that moment, a young man approached and inquired, Might I ask why the esteemed hero has summoned me? Ah, so you are Chen Xiaoping? West Wind replied. Your daughter has asked me to call you home for dinner. I must take my leave as well. I cannot remain here indefinitely. Do take care of yourself. He was disinclined to linger on these matters, and if necessary, he could always compel the Emperor of the Wind Empire to mobilize his forces. The task of eliminating the living was trivial enough. After a prolonged wait, Chenjia began to doubt whether West Wind had abandoned her, but at last she spotted her father. Wuwu, you have finally returned, Chenjia exclaimed, throwing herself into her father's embrace. Ha ha ha, fret not, my daughter, Chen Xiaoping chuckled. But where is that esteemed hero? Did he not return with you? Peering behind her father, she noted the absence of West Wind. He has gone to attend to his own affairs. I have yet to express my gratitude. Chenjia lowered her head and departed. There will be another opportunity, Chen Xiaojia thought, observing the infatuation blossoming in his daughter. Halfway along their path, West Wind turned back, suddenly recalling the Empire's nefarious scheme to have Chenjia impersonate Su Linglong and lead her into a trap. With a sigh, he entered the outskirts of the village hall, where Su Xiangyang had also arrived. Ah, it's the esteemed hero. Chenjia, confined within a cage, beamed at the sight of West Wind. This is not Su Linglong. With a swift stroke, he shattered the cage, and Su Xiangyang did not seem surprised by the revelation. Ha ha ha, Su Xiangyang. You have come right to my door. Zhang Xiong roared with laughter. Brothers, let us go? What a cacophony. With a single sweep, he sent Chenjia flying and engaged the Empire's soldiers. Alas, you are overly concerned with Su Linglong as fate, West Wind thought, quickly aiding the airborne Chenjia. Woo-woo. Esteemed hero, Chenjia wept. I nearly departed this world. After using his inner strength to heal her wounds, he turned his attention to the battle unfolding before him. In the original narrative, the protagonist had vanquished Su Xiangyang, but now Hua Wuhan had joined the fray, remaining true to the plot by protecting Su Xiangyang. Only for both to be captured. How delightful. The wicked uncle has been apprehended. Chenjia rejoiced. During their transport, Su Xiangyang noticed West Wind and kicked aside a nearby soldier before approaching. Do you know where Su Linglong is? He asked anxiously. She was abducted while traveling with Jiu Xiangyu, and my search has yielded no results. TSK, Hua Wuhan grumbled. Rest assured, I shall bring her back, West Wind assured him. Thank you, Su Xiangyang nodded. It seems my daughter harbors feelings for the esteemed hero. Despite West Wind's formidable presence, he remained oblivious to Chen Xiaoping's silent arrival behind him. Ah, he. I must take my leave now. Do take care. West Wind leaped away from the scene. Father Chen Jia placed her hands on her hips, gazing at Chen Xiaoping. This time, there was no need for him to breach the walls himself. He followed Lu Tian directly to the palace of the Wind Empire. Sighing, Lu Tian halted before the palace, lamenting the present turmoil in the nation, while Prime Minister Qin remained preoccupied with her celestial mandate. It was truly disheartening. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance in the air. Be cautious, Lu Tian exclaimed urgently. Xifeng swiftly unsheathed his sword, skillfully slicing the incoming bullet in two. Impressive technique, the sniper mused, commending Xifeng's formidable prowess before discreetly departing from the pavilion. This is a special bullet from the temple, Lu Tian remarked as he picked up the shell casing, drawing this conclusion after a moment's contemplation. Hero, would you like to take a look? The temple is not far from here. Just proceed left ahead, he continued. Thank you for your guidance, Xifeng replied, clasping his fist in gratitude. It's my honor to assist a hero. Should you require anything further? Feel free to find me at the security team, Lu Tian responded as he turned to leave with his team. With the bullet in hand, Xifeng made his way towards the temple. Chapter 37 Reunion with an Acquaintance. Ah, so many sharpshooters here. As Xifeng observed the multitude of marksmen honing their skills before him, a sudden urge to grasp a firearm surged within him. As a young man from the East, he had yet to experience the thrill of wielding a gun. Is there something you need? At that moment, a young girl, shouldering a hefty rifle, approached Xifeng. What a radiant and handsome youth. He must be a year older than I. The sight of Xifeng, towering over her by at least 2 heads, significantly improved Qin Yimin's first impression of him. This is the training ground for ammunition specialists. Do you require assistance? She inquired. You discharged a shot in a public space. And had it not been for someone beside me alerting me, I might have met a dire fate, Xifeng replied, producing a bullet as evidence. Oh no, this is bad. Master, you have put me in a predicament. Realizing that Xifeng was not a guest as the master had mentioned, but rather seeking accountability, Qin Yimin hastily seized the evidence and fled. Wait, what the heck? This is quite troublesome for me, Xifeng exclaimed. Quickly summon your master, or I shall report this to the authorities. Why are you shouting so loudly? A nearby marksman collapsed, utterly frightened by the thunderous outburst. My sincerest apologies. Li Xiaoyao of the temple approached with a sheepish grin. You're not injured, are you? If I were injured, I wouldn't be conversing with you here. Xifeng shot back, rolling his eyes before drawing his weapon. I could take on 10 of you. Hold on. Don't be so hasty to fight. A familiar voice echoed behind Xifeng. Sister Su'er. Upon recognizing Qin Su'er, Xifeng sheathed his weapon and embraced her, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Sister. They were attempting to do me harm. Is that true? Qin Su'er narrowed her eyes at Li Xiaoyao, her weapon poised and ready. And no, not at all. I was merely greeting him, Li Xiaoyao hastily denied. Besides, wasn't he unscathed? Had it not been for someone shouting beside me, I would never have seen my sister again. Xifeng lamented, weeping while secretly stifling laughter. You rascal, Li Xiaoyao gritted his teeth in frustration. Brother, do enlighten me on your intentions towards your sister's husband. Qin Su'er raised her firearm without hesitation. Li Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. Sister, is this truly my brother-in-law? I never expected our first meeting to be under such dire circumstances. Xifeng continued his act of sorrow. Have you finished your antics? Li Xiaoyao exploded. Su'er, do not shield him. Today it is either his demise or mine. All right, sister. I shall take my leave. Wiping away non-existent tears, Xifeng feigned a woeful departure, staggering towards the temple's entrance. Qin Su'er shot a glare at Li Xiaoyao. I concede. At the upcoming banquet, I shall drink a cup as punishment. Li Xiaoyao relented, stepping forward to grasp Xifeng before he could exit the temple. Really? Xifeng hesitated, retracting his foot. Indeed, Li Xiaoyao nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grain. Thank you, dear brother-in-law. However, I must make a trip to the capital's garrison to find Lu Tian. In an instant, the gaze of Xifeng turned icy. The Wind Empire is rather unstable, and I intend to stir up some affairs. Do you require my assistance? Xifeng shook his head and then exited. Su'er, your silence while bringing home a son-in-law is quite impressive. Observing the still irate Qin Su'er, Li Xiaoyao could only offer his apologies, vowing to toast to him later. He is a commendable son-in-law, and yet, sigh. Qin Su'er exhaled heavily. Is there an unfortunate tale associated with the son-in-law? Li Xiaoyao inquired, astonished. For these tribulations had not been disclosed to him. If you wish to hear, I shall share it with you. Oh, a hero indeed. Upon Xifeng's arrival, the clouds on Lu Tian's face dissipated considerably. Is there something you require my assistance with? Has the princess been placed under house arrest? How do you know? Lu Tian was perplexed. What do you seek her for? Your princess previously expressed a desire for me to marry her. I wish to see her. Xifeng relayed Wang Wanru's exact words. Is that so? Lu Tian wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. If you wish to see the princess, there is but one method, to become the champion of the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament, thus qualifying as a royal guard. With such remarkable martial prowess, it should be a mere formality for you. Lu Tian smiled, and then offered to prepare a letter of recommendation for Xifeng. Thank you. You are welcome. I wish you every success. Lu Tian said with earnestness. With the letter of recommendation in hand, Xifeng approached the tournament executor, Lu Xian. Before he could utter a word, Lu Xian interrupted him. I overheard your conversation just now, and I am curious if you truly possess such formidable strength. Lu Xian appeared skeptical. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 3 sharp blades materialized above Lu Xian's head, poised at his throat. Hero, you possess the qualifications. I hereby grant my approval. Please retract your powers. Lu Xian trembled as he affixed his seal. Thank you. Xifeng patted his shoulder and, under Lu Xian's guidance, arrived at the Imperial training grounds. Ah. The last contestant has finally arrived. The left inner attendant of the Wind Empire, Guanxi, announced loudly. Very well. The tournament officially commences now. Do you require an explanation of the rules? Guanxi inquired. No need, Xifeng replied, and with a leap, he landed in the center of the arena. Drawing his sword skyward. I challenge 10. Xifeng declared boldly, surveying the other contestants below. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Come down at once. Guanxi, taken aback, hurriedly approached to pull Xifeng down. I intend to fight 10. Xifeng confirmed, unwavering in his resolve. Very well. Your fate lies in your own hands. Guanxi declared resolutely. Lu Tian, the person you recommended, I can no longer take the back door. Cursed be those who underestimate us. With that, a throng surged forward, launching a barrage of both ranged and melee attacks upon Xifeng at the center of the arena, in a duel with swordsmen. The gravest mistake is to engage at close quarters, Xifeng stated coldly. This is dire. Quickly, retreat from his range of attack. A figure wielding a massive axe observed an overwhelming surge of sword energy emanating beside him, prompting him to retreat hastily. Alas, it was too late. The west wind coalesced its sword energy, generating an intensely fierce gale that swept all present on the arena into the air. What was that? Game sound effect. As the indistinguishable figure of the flying dragon surged forth, a colossal blade cleaved down, splitting the arena in twain. The audience was left in utter astonishment. How do you like me now? The west wind leapt forward, standing before Guanxi. You are now qualified to participate in the finals, where the emperor shall also be in attendance. After a brief moment of shock, Guanxi's face lit up with joy. Junior brother. While waiting, a familiar figure patted the shoulder of the west wind. Brother Xifeng. The west wind recognized the individual behind him. You have changed, matured, and grown powerful. Xifeng felt a sense of pride as he gazed at his junior brother. Indeed, brother. The west wind clasped his hands in respect towards Xifeng. With the recommendation of Qingxi, the left inner attendant of the Wind Empire, the west wind smoothly met with the emperor of the Wind Empire and the imperial concubine, Nancharu, by his side. I pay my respects to the emperor. The west wind did not kneel but merely clasped his hands, and soon, Xifeng appeared beside him. Suru. You must not allow this. Xifeng exclaimed upon seeing the elegantly dressed Nancharu. How dare you? Wait, how dare you call me by my name? After a brief moment of confusion, Nancharu quickly regained her composure and responded accordingly. Suru. Xifeng, resigned, was escorted away. West Wind, do not worry about me. Continue with your plans. The West Wind nodded. After the imperial soldiers took Xifeng away, Zhao Qingyu, the chancellor of the Wind Kingdom, approached the West Wind to extend his congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the champion of the Royal Martial Banquet. Your martial prowess is truly astonishing, perhaps even surpassing our nation's foremost swordsman, Zheng Zhongxing. Zhao Qingyu then burst into hearty laughter, declaring such a formidable expert as a treasure of our Wind Kingdom. Haha. I aspire to become the princess's bodyguard. The West Wind succinctly articulated his desire. Ah? Zhao Qingyu stiffened. With your strength, becoming a general of the empire would pose no challenge. You? A bodyguard? After a moment of silence, Zhao Qingyu divulged the location where Wang Wanru was being confined. Watching the West Wind leap continuously above the palace, Zhao Qingyu sighed inwardly, wondering what this individual was bringing into his life. Princess, I hope I'm not too late. The West Wind entered the Shenhui courtyard. West Wind? What brings you here? Wang Wanru was taken aback upon seeing him. How did you manage to enter? I participated in the royal martial banquet, defeated everyone, and came to be your bodyguard. Where's Qiniji Juan now? After a brief explanation, the West Wind got straight to the point. In the Grand Master Hall, Wang Wanru sighed. I am now a princess under house arrest. I cannot. Princess, please do not say any more. The Western Wind swiftly interrupted Wang Wanru's speech, stating that there were no feelings between them at present, so what was there to discuss about marriage? Wang Wanru's companions, Zhang Zhongxing and Lu Tian, were taken aback by her words. Princess, are you serious? Wang Wanru shook her head. Initially, I merely wished to understand him. However, gradually, my perspective has shifted. At that moment, the Western Wind found himself at a loss for words. Chancellor, you may enter now. He clapped his hands. As Zhao Qingyu stepped into the Shenhui courtyard, Wang Wanru and her companions braced themselves. Xifeng, do you not comprehend me? Wang Wanru expressed her disappointment. No. Xifeng shook his head, Though this individual may not be on your side, he seeks to undermine Qin Yijue. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is not unfeasible to collaborate for the time being. Upon entering, Zhao Qingyu did not present a friendly demeanor towards Wang Wanru. Nonetheless, he expressed gratitude for her assistance in dealing with Qin Yijue's spies. Qin Yijue's subordinates belong to an organization called the Black Witch. Recently, they have been engaged in a 100-day prayer for the mandate of heaven, roaming Jingliushi and killing elite members of the Black Witch. We can assert that destroying the altar of the mandate of heaven would signify the completion of half our mission. Why should we trust you? Wang Wanru retorted coldly. You may choose not to trust me, but you should have faith in him. Zhao Qingyu pointed towards Xifeng. All right, I must take my leave now. I will inform you if I acquire any intelligence. Zhao Qingyu exited. Is what he said true? Wang Wanru still harbored doubts. Everything is indeed accurate, Princess, Lu Tian recalled. I have received numerous reports regarding the Black Witch recently. It seemed that the heroes would need to visit the Fengyue Pavilion soon. Zhang Zhongxing and Lu Tian exchanged glances and chuckled, noting the frequent appearances of the Black Witch at the pavilion lately. No, I cannot permit that. Wang Wanru's words caused their expressions to stiffen. How could a future royal member enter such a place? Absolutely not. Her stance was resolute. Look at your princess. Xifeng waved his hand, indicating his helplessness. If you can persuade her, I shall depart immediately. However, Wang Wanru is quite unyielding. Princess, we shall kneel before you. You must trust in Xifeng's character, traversing through a myriad of flowers without a single petal adhering to him. Lu Tian exclaimed, tugging at Xifeng's sleeve. Really? Xifeng, seeing the pleading expressions akin to that of puppies, nodded in agreement. The task of gathering intelligence will be entrusted to you. Wang Wanru shook Xifeng's shoulders. But do be cautious of those women. Thus, as he entered the Fengyue Pavilion, he was immediately embraced. Lu Tian, trailing behind, mused that this might not be his fault, but rather that he was simply too captivating. Ah, young sir, we meet again. Emerging from the aromatic darkness, she squinted and recognized the woman before him. Sister Xiangyu, Xifeng exclaimed with delight. Su Linglong was taken away by the demon emperor, Qianjin Quan. Qiu Xiangyu let out a sigh, remarking that reminiscing about the past could wait for another time. For now, they should ascend to the second floor to search for the clues that might be needed. As she watched Qiu Xiangyu depart, Xifeng made his way up the stairs. Li Xiaohao, who was indulging in his drink, caught sight of Xifeng and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Without settling his tab, he leapt down to find Chen Suer at the temple. Oh, let me see. After resolving the royal spy team alongside Xifeng, Lu Tian picked up the secret order and began to read. Fengyue Temple? Lu Tian stroked his chin, realizing why he hadn't seen those monks in recent days. I sense a murderous intent. We must hurry. Lu Tian then seized Xifeng, and they dashed away. Where are the others? Armed with weapons. Chen Suer had fought her way here, but saw no sign of Xifeng. Brother, you are utterly inebriated. Please refrain from speaking carelessly. Chen Suer was quite irate. But I clearly saw him. Chapter 38. The Destiny Sacrifice. Upon entering the gates of the Divine Grace Institute, one could immediately observe Wang Wanru, elegantly perched with her legs crossed, casting a displeased glance at the Chancellor of the Cloud Empire seated beside her. We received word that Qin Yijue was conducting a 100-day prayer at Fengyue Temple, where I sensed an immensely potent aura of malevolence. Xifeng paid no heed to this and proceeded to relay the intelligence, inquiring, Zhao Qingyu, how much do you know? Zhao Qingyu stroked his beard in contemplation. I do not know. Feigning profundity despite your ignorance, Xifeng retorted, exasperated. Very well. I shall visit Fengyue Temple tonight. Should there be any developments, I will inform you. With that, Xifeng leaped gracefully out of the Divine Grace Institute, heading towards the temple. Princess, Zhao Qingyu fixed his gaze intently on the seated Wang Wanru. If I were to share what I know with the emperor, what would your reaction be? Before Wang Wanru could respond, Zhang Zhongxing swiftly approached Zhao Qingyu, brandishing a sharp blade against his throat. I cannot predict the princess's reaction, but I can assure you that I would gladly sever your head. Despite his precarious situation, Zhao Qingyu, having served as the Chancellor of the Wind Empire for a considerable time, was no stranger to high-stakes encounters. With a smile, he delicately pushed aside Zhang Zhongxing's sword with his fingers. After all, I am the Chancellor of this nation. Given Qin Yijue's actions, it is my duty to see her brought low. I have heard of the events concerning the princess in Yongling village. Such remarkable abilities at such a young age are indeed commendable. Zhao Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. Alas, there is currently no arena for the princess's talents within the Wind Empire. For now, we can only place our hopes on the valiant hero she has brought forth. Watching Zhao Qingyu's retreating figure, Lu Tian suddenly realized that this seemingly shifty chancellor possessed a certain depth. Where are brother-in-law and sister Su? After searching the temple thoroughly, he found no trace of either. Earlier, the master took a furious Chen Sua towards the direction of Fengyue Square. I believe they should be returning soon. Chun Huimin kindly informed Xifeng, who was scanning the area in search of something, who leaked my visit to Fengyue Square. Xifeng was relieved to have Lu Tian by his side. Ah, Xifeng. So, you were here. Qin Suo approached Xifeng with a calm demeanor, linking her arm with his. Do tell me, where have you been? I ventured into the Imperial Palace of the Wind Empire to consult with Her Highness regarding the arrangements for the Destiny sacrifice. Xifeng explained smoothly, seeking to justify his absence. What about you, sister? Why do you wield a weapon? Enough of that. I just encountered a man in Fengyue Square who bore a striking resemblance to you. Thankfully, it was merely a case of mistaken identity. Li Xiaoao expressed his relief, patting his chest. Had you been there, considering Qin Suo's temperament, it would have been fortunate if she did not raise the place. It is a blessing that I did not dismantle you today. Qin Suo, angered, found herself momentarily intimidated, even by Li Xiaoyao. How many times must I remind you? Keep your eyes on the temple. Why do you refuse to listen? Your negligence is intolerable. Qin Suo could hardly contain her desire to eliminate her brother at that moment. Feng, do you have any plans for this evening? It has been some time since Qin Suo last saw her beloved. The prospect of their reunion ignited a fervent excitement within her. Sister Suo, I regret to inform you that I must break our agreement. With a sigh of regret, Xifeng explained that Qin Yijue was conducting a 100-day prayer at Fenglin Temple and that he needed to attend. I hope for your safe return. Seated together on the rooftop, Qin Suo and Xifeng shared playful bites of food, much to the chagrin of the apprentices below. As the sun descended, twilight swiftly yielded to night. Do return promptly. Understood. Leaving the temple, Xifeng made his way toward Fenglin Temple. Upon witnessing the ominous, swirling black mist that darkened the already murky sky, Xifeng sighed and ventured inside. Within the confines of Fenglin Temple, monks lay sprawled, incapacitated and tainted by the noxious atmosphere. Any attempt to rescue them would be futile. The malevolent essence continued its insidious spread. A monk, infected by the foulness, hastily divulged the circumstances to Xifeng. Master, cough, you must halt the 100-day prayer and the celestial sacrifice. Upon uttering these words, the monk's eyes widened, and he succumbed to death. In such a vast place, where shall I search? Observing the expansive Fenglin Temple, Xifeng leaped atop the roof to scout the area. Demonic illusions plagued the grounds. What mischief was Qin Yijue up to? Drawing his weapon, he prepared for a surprise attack. Hero, a voice called softly from behind him. Ah, it's Kansas turning around. He recognized the enigmatic figure of the Yin-Yang Path sage, Kansas. To ascertain your whereabouts, I consulted the fates, only to discover that this place is suffused with foulness. Prompting my swift arrival, Ken approached Xifeng. What is the current plan? Do you have any allies? Shortly, all members of our 8 extraordinary talents will be here. Ken replied. No sooner had he spoken than the formidable figures of the Southern Fist Master Dui, the twin-fan sorceress Jin, the bloodstained Heart Li, the unifying breath Sun, the mountain-shaking power Zhan, the 100 steps through Yang Kuan, Li Xiaoyao, and the northern dipper sword Saint Qian joined Xifeng's side. Hero, the 7 newcomers greeted him in unison. Too kind. I am still but an unknown, Xifeng replied, waving his hands dismissively. Modesty does not suit you. Your prowess now rivals that of any among us 8 extraordinary talents. Even together, we would likely fall short against you, they chuckled. We humbly request to accompany you, hero. Xifeng nodded. First, we must eliminate that foul demon amplifier and eradicate the corrupted dark spirits. Only then can we disrupt the ritual. Can outline the necessary steps for their mission. After vanquishing the dark sorcerer guarding the amplifier of corruption alongside the 8 extraordinary talents, a colossal entity emerged at the heart of the 4 directions. Oh my, what a monstrous evil! Gazing at the towering black demon before him, Li Xiaoao raised his firearm and fired a shot at its head. What is this peculiar object? It resembles a beastly head of a ram. Ah! The 8 professional masters launched a concerted assault, unleashing all their skills upon the creature, and it was soon dispatched. If the hero successfully deals with Qin Yijue, our fate shall inevitably transform, Li Xiaoao murmured, contemplating the alteration of a millennium-old outcome. Xifeng, momentarily perplexed by Li Xiaoyao's words, inquired, What did you say? Ah. It's nothing of consequence. Hero, we must take our leave. Remember to come to the temple later. Li Xiaoao chuckled and promptly departed. Farewell, hero. The remaining companions bid Xifeng as they left the Wind Forest Temple. After assisting the monks afflicted by the taint, albeit not severely, they gradually made their way to the temple. Xifeng, Li Xiaoyao approached, holding a letter. This is a missive from the captain of the capital's garrison, Lu Tian. Entrusted to me for you. I have not opened it. Xifeng nodded and tore open the letter to read its contents. Zhao Qingyu proposed that during the Destiny Festival, they should apprehend him with evidence of treason, allowing the hero to eliminate Qin Yijue while he is weakened due to the disruption of the 100-day prayer. The opportune moment is at dawn tomorrow, when she will hold the 100-day prayer at the Grand Masteress Hall. I have inscribed the secret passage leading to it. Upon witnessing Xifeng incinerate the letter, Li Xiaoyao eagerly inquired, "What did Lu Tian say?" "He suggested that I launch a surprise attack on Qin Yijue. For our disruption of the Wind Forest Temple's 100-day prayer has rendered him vulnerable." "Is that so?" Li Xiao nodded. "Do you require our assistance?" Xifeng shook her head. If the 8 extraordinary talents were present, she would certainly sense it. "I can conceal myself adeptly. You shall await the good news." With a smile, she strolled towards Chen Su's chamber. "Then, I entrust this to you, sister-in-law." The following morning, after gently sliding Chen Su's arm aside, Xifeng donned a suit of battle attire, vibrant crimson, for the imminent bloodshed would be arduous to cleanse. Meanwhile, within the Divine Wisdom courtyard, Wang Wanru had been waiting for some time. "Xifeng, you have worked hard. Should the Wind Empire return to its rightful course, you shall be its foremost benefactor." Wang Wanru, clad in combat gear, elicited a sigh from Xifeng, marveling at how women can be as formidable as men. "Very well, I shall rely on you." Wang Wanru bowed deeply. "Remember, you must venture to the Thunder Prison. The true Wang Boyu resides there." Accompanied by Wang Wanru's personal guard, they made their way to the celebration pavilion. "Your Majesty?" Lu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. After vanquishing the statue general guarding this place and igniting the secret stone lantern, a hidden passage leading to the Grand Master's courtyard revealed itself before the onlookers. "Brothers, charge forth." "For the princess," commanded the captain of the royal guard, as he covered West Wind, who engaged in combat with the dark sorcerer before him. "You go ahead. We will hold them off." West Wind nodded, leaping forth to stand before Qin Yijue. "You truly have caught my attention." Grasping the celestial sword of Feiyue, Qin Yijue advanced step by step to the center of the courtyard. "But can you withstand my ghostly celestial sword?" "How would I know without trying?" In West Wind's hand, the sword transformed into the Crimson Emperor's sword. "Qin Shiyan, come forth to battle." "I shall repeat, do not utter that name." Qin Yijue bellowed, tightening his grip on his weapon and charging at West Wind. "West Wind, I have found my father and brought the imperial armaments and seal." As the battle raged on, Wang Wanru led the others into the periphery of the Grand Master's hall, the beacon of fire already lit, and soon the spirit beast would arrive through the dragon vein. "Damn it!" Qin Yijue cursed under his breath, his sword strikes accelerating, nearing an eclipse, if he did not act swiftly. "Qin Yijue, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a wretched state?" Suddenly, an alarm rang in West Wind's mind as Qin Jinshuan, demon, approached from behind her. "Black Dragon's divine mandate, thank you for preparing everything for me." Observing the offering at the center of the stage, the unconscious celestial being, Wang Suru, also known as Nan Suru, Qin Jinshuan erupted into laughter, carelessly tossing Su Linglong to the ground before engaging in a fierce clash with Qin Yijue and West Wind. "Allow me to lend you a slight assistance." The opening of the gate of the soul summoned forth swarms of demons, launching an assault on the army below. "Damn, this is too rushed." Witnessing the devastation around her, Wang Wanru could only hastily respond. She saw Qin Yijue advancing toward the divine mandate altar, yet she found herself unable to breach the barrier posed by Qin Jinshuan, demon. "Can I summon my teammates?" West Wind cried out inwardly. Meanwhile, Thor, training alongside the Avengers, suddenly stood up. "Did you hear West Wind's voice?" he inquired. The others shook their heads. In that moment, a blue portal appeared before Thor. "I believe he needs my assistance. We shall meet shortly." Thor grasped the hammer from the table and stepped through. As thunder struck, he sent the demons before him flying. Such an infuriating aura. Thor soared to West Wind's side, catching Qin Jinshuan, demon, off guard with a mighty blow, but the foe quickly vanished. "Thank you, Thor, but I must trouble you to clear the demons here. I have more crucial matters at hand. Now follow my lead." Without time for pleasantries, West Wind followed the old crocodile general into the dragon vein leading to the divine mandate altar. All right. As he faced the demons, Thor, having long been deprived of battle, finally felt liberated in that moment. As he emerged from the dragon's vein, he beheld the celestial altar soaring into the sky, with everyone struggling against the multitude of demonic entities. Even with the acquisition of the divine weapon, could they truly vanquish such foes? Filled with reluctance, Xifeng approached the base of the altar, channeling his inner strength into the ground, dispersing his profound energy among his comrades. Was this the essence of Xifeng's power? Xifeng observed the azure glow emanating from his side, as the encroaching demons recoiled from the blinding radiance. "Xifeng, that is enough." Xifeng urgently intervened, fearing for his safety. "Master?" At the moment his energy was nearly depleted, he glimpsed Hong Xuanguang emerging from the luminous aura. "Master!" Xifeng exclaimed in astonishment. "It seems our young disciple has matured. This is the moment I have long awaited." The martial arts transmitted by the 3 elders of the divine weapon concealed within them the power of Hong Xuanguang. At this very instant, he has truly become a martial deity, genuinely inheriting the Hongmin divine art. As Hong Xuanguang infused his strength into Xifeng's being, Xifeng experienced a profound transcendence. Chapter 39. A conclusion of the sword spirit. Xifeng gazed at himself, a mixture of laughter and tears flooding his heart. Had he truly attained the essence of Hamen's divine technique? Meanwhile, the solar eclipse above had reached its completion. The black dragon ritual was on the verge of culmination. To his astonishment, you have successfully grasped the profound mysteries of Hamen's skills. My heartfelt congratulations to you, Dao Tianfeng proclaimed. Yet, the demon emperor is about to descend. And now you must rely solely on yourself to pursue Qin Yijue at the altar. Are you capable of this? Fear not, my senior brother. I shall go, Xifeng declared, thumping his chest confidently. Wings sprouted from his back, and he soared into the winds, vanquishing countless illusory demons that dared to approach him. Ultimately, he arrived at the destiny altar just as Qin Yijue was escorting Su Linglong towards the gate of the demon realm. Upon seeing Xifeng before her, Qin Yijue murmured, "The moment of vengeance has finally arrived." With a fierce thrust, she plunged her sword into the earth, initiating her transformation. Wings unfurled from her back, feathers adorned her feet, and much of her former attire disintegrated, revealing a tail sprouting behind her, an awe-inspiring sight that left Xifeng parched with anticipation. In her incarnation as the Mo Ling Demoness, Qin Yijue circled in the sky before launching a fierce assault on Xifeng. You do not deserve to possess the sword of Feiyue, even if she once imparted her wisdom to you. With a speed akin to lightning, Xifeng kicked Qin Yijue into the heavens, seizing the sword of the celestial swordsman and employing the technique of sword control to seize the moon from the dragon. In an instant, numerous phantoms of Xifeng danced around Qin Yijue, weaving through the air. With a decisive blow from the dragon slashing technique, Qin Yijue was struck down, blood spilling from her lips. When I resurrected as the demon emperor's avatar, I had already made my resolution. As her words fell, she coughed up more blood. I shall raise the world that those hypocrites protect to the ground. Qin Yijue struck the ground with ferocity, her rage unyielding even as blood flowed from her wounds. Come now, kill me. We all yearn for vengeance, do we not? She shouted at Xifeng, come forth. Slay the one who murdered your master. Recalling Qin Yijue, no. She should now be called Qin Shiyan. Qin Shiyan, your master is right behind you. Master. Qin Shiyan forced herself to turn, and there stood her long-cherished mentor, Feiyue. Shiyan, why must you endure this? Feiyue's heart brimmed with sorrow. Observing the unfolding scene, Xifeng commanded the sword of the celestial swordsman to ascend into the sky. Heading towards the gate of the demon realm, Linglong, he embraced Su Linglong just as she was about to enter the demon realm. Then fiercely plunged the sword of the celestial swordsman into the realm itself. As the blade shattered, the gate to the demon realm was sealed. Xifeng, the explosion of the destiny altar in the heavens elicited gasps from all around. I believe my brother will not encounter any misfortune. I trust you, Xifeng. As he gazed upon the now open passage to the Marvel universe, there could linger no longer. With one last look at the sky, he stepped through. Where is this? Once again, as he opened his eyes, Xifeng found himself in a place both familiar and strange. Is this the No-Sun Peak? Observing his surroundings, Xifeng recognized it. The hero. Just as Xifeng landed, Feiyue appeared before him, cradling the unconscious Qin Shiyan. Alongside her stood Hong Xuangu and his fellow disciple, Shiji. I knew you would succeed. Seeing the now mature Xifeng, Hong Xuangu felt a profound sense of pride. Hero. Feiyue gazed at the Shiyan in her arms and called out to Xifeng. I still wish to grant Shiyan another opportunity, a chance to return before being tainted by the foul energy and start anew. I implore you, noble hero, to show mercy. Your mastery of the Hamen divine arts surely equips you to accomplish this. Thus, the sword immortal Feiyue humbly asked for help for the first time on behalf of her disciple. Disciple. Hong Xuangu turned to Xifeng and inquired, are you willing? Xifeng nodded, channeling the Hongmen divine arts. In an instant, a blue formation appeared beneath his feet, and as Qin Shiyan was lifted by the energy, the foul energy within her was gradually separated. With Xifeng's thunderous shout, the garments adorning Qin Shiyan transformed into white, pure attire. Thank you, noble hero. I shall forever remember your immense kindness. Feiyue expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing to Xifeng before returning to the celestial realm with Shiyan. You have finally grasped the essence of the Hongmen, and I am truly pleased. Hong Xuangu stroked his beard with joy. Master. Xifeng's voice trembled with emotion. Do not be sorrowful, my child. Hong Xuangu smiled, saying, the pain of parting will also foster your growth. I know that you are now my disciple. Yet not merely my disciple. However, you will always be a part of Hongmen, my child. Live well. Little junior brother, we are proud of you. The path of Hongmen that we could not complete shall now be carried forth by you. As he watched his senior brothers and sisters from Hongmen ascend into the skies, Xifeng nodded vigorously, tears glistening in his eyes. Holding Su Linglong in his arms, Xifeng found himself at a loss for where to go. Xifeng, Xifeng. Su Linglong suddenly awoke, grasping tightly at Xifeng's collar. I thought I would never see you again, sobbing, seeing the tear-streaked face of Su Linglong. Xifeng's eyes filled with affection as he gently wiped away her tears. The time at the destiny altar differs from that below, We have been missing for 3 days, and it is time for us to return. Cradling Su Linglong once more, he opened the dragon vein with one hand and made his way to the earthen gate in. Boss. Boss lady. The innkeeper, startled by the sudden appearance of familiar figures, rushed inside, calling out in a flurry. What is all this noise? Qiu Xiangyu, noticing the commotion outside, stepped out. Xifeng. Upon seeing the living presence before her, Qiu Xiangyu rubbed her eyes, and upon realizing it was no illusion, she rushed forward to embrace him. Auntie, what are you doing? Su Linglong interjected, hands placed defiantly on her hips. We once believed that both of you perished in the explosion that day. Qiu Xiangyu released her grip around Xifeng's hand, wiping away her tears. Fear not. We are fortunate and resilient. We shall not succumb. Su Linglong made a face at Qiu Xiangyu. Sister Xiangyu, where is Sua? Xifeng inquired. She is next door. Drinking with Hua Wuhan, Qiu Xiangyu responded. What? Xifeng rubbed his ears, feeling as though he had misheard. These two rivals are sitting together for a drink? Why not? Came Hua Wuhan's voice from behind Xifeng. Xifeng, Chen Suer rushed into Xifeng's embrace, bursting into tears. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a completely different Chen Suer from the one I know, Hua Wuhan scoffed, but then a hint of jealousy crept in. That damned Su Xiangyang actually wishes to become a monk. How infuriating. Well, I have returned, Haven Ti. Xifeng continued to soothe the women as they wept. By the way, there is something I have yet to inform you. Chen Suer composed herself and spoke deliberately. What is it? The Emperor of the Wind Empire? Xifeng was taken aback. The former emperor, Wang Boyu, is aware that his daughter, Wang Wanru, desires you to marry her. Moreover, you are now the great hero who saved the world, and having been confined for so long, he wishes to see the outside world again. Thus, the royal family is eagerly awaiting your return. They feared you had perished in that explosion. Currently, Wang Boyu resides at Balan Temple in the Wind Empire. Will you go find him? No, I intend to stay with you for a while, Xifeng replied. Oh, what about me? Su Linglong exclaimed. Yes, and you as well. He. After a brief respite of one day, Xifeng prepared to return to the Marvel Universe, for matters here had reached a conclusion. Remember to return soon. Su Linglong waved goodbye to Xifeng. If you leave, I shall feel quite lonely. Rest assured. Xifeng ruffled Su Linglong's hair before stepping inside. As a brilliant flash of blue light swirled around him, he opened his eyes once more, finding himself back at the Avengers headquarters, observing his companions training on the grass. Xifeng bellowed, brothers and sisters. I have returned. Did you miss me? Wanda was the first to approach, pinching his cheek to ascertain he was indeed the person she longed for. Wanda, I am alive, Pietro, having teleported beside her, declared, and I am even stronger than before. What does it matter how strong you are? I wonder if you have matured, Tony remarked as he approached and enveloped Xifeng in a hearty embrace. Welcome back, Xifeng. Once in the lounge, Xifeng recounted all his experiences in the sword spirit world. You saved the world. You rascal, you've become a great hero. Tony scrutinized him up and down, then presented him with a watch. What is this? Xifeng asked, puzzled, as he examined the timepiece in his hand. We all possess the means to monitor our bodily data, which includes a needle. In the event of an emergency, a quick jab serves as a substitute for adrenaline. Albeit superior. Tony explained. Such advanced technology. Westwind exclaimed with delight as he donned it on his wrist. Wanda fidgeted with her fingers, hesitant to inquire about Westwind, who was still unable to walk. Her mouth opened, but no questions emerged. Observing this, Pietro discreetly shot Westwind a knowing glance. Wanda, I have nearly completed everything on my end. If we are to go over there, it seems it will be quite some time. Westwind settled beside Wanda and asked, May I invite you to dinner this evening? Wanda joyfully accepted. It appears someone has plans for tonight. We shan't intrude, Banner chuckled, joining in the light-hearted teasing. Wanda's face began to redden, and if her temperature didn't cool soon, she might very well overheat. Soon, night fell, and a warm, golden lamp illuminated the cozy space. Westwind personally prepared an exquisite dinner for the two, with their favorite dishes adorning the table, and a bottle of red wine quietly glimmering at its center. No way. This is so cheesy. Wanda marveled at the romantic candlelit dinner Westwind had orchestrated. He opened the borrowed red wine from Tony, pouring it into their glasses. The wine glowed softly under the light as they gently clinked their glasses, toasting to a splendid evening. Westwind bowed his head, slicing into a steak. While Wanda savored her vegetables, both relished this serene moment together. Why does it feel like you're beginning to overlap? Wanda mused, gazing at Westwind, slowly rising to merge their silhouettes. Wanda, you're intoxicated. Westwind quickly assisted her back into her chair. Do you know how frantic I've become waiting for your return? Wanda murmured, I kept wondering how you were faring over there, whether you encountered any dangers, and if you needed our assistance. She spoke in a flurry, while Westwind quietly sat beside her, listening intently. I'm tired and wish to rest, Wanda said, wrapping her arms around Westwind's neck. All right. Let us get some rest, he replied, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward her room. He unlocked her door using facial recognition. Her room's walls were typically adorned in minimalist whites or soft hues, creating a refreshing and comfortable ambience. At the center lay a cozy bed, dressed in blue linens and soft pillows. To the upper left of the bed was her desk, adorned with trinkets, dried flowers, and hand-painted postcards. Gently placing Wanda on the bed, West Wind intended to leave. Zhangsen advised us that it is best not to engage intimately with someone who is intoxicated, as they are not in their right mind. Chen Suer was proactive. That doesn't count. You cannot leave. As Wanda raised her hand, a chaotic magic unique to her manifested at the entrance, effectively sealing the door. Faced with the swirling dark red energy, West Wind turned away. Not out of fear of her, but rather because if an explosion occurred here, Tony would undoubtedly be furious enough to obliterate him. Come sit beside me, Wanda beckoned, sitting up and patting the mattress beneath her. Obediently, West Wind moved closer, enveloped by her warmth and softness. How infuriating. I was unexpectedly subjected to a passionate kiss. Unyielding. West Wind gently cradled Wanda's delicate head and launched a fervent counterattack. Their lips brushed tenderly against one another, their tongues exploring the depths of each other's mouths as if savoring the essence of the other. Their kiss was imbued with fervor and intensity, rendering the entire world irrelevant, leaving only the two of them. Well, meanwhile, the nefarious group lurking outside was observing everything unfold within. Chapter 40. Little Wanda, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A group of individuals, with one hand pressed against the window, stealthily created a small gap to observe the passionate kiss between the young couple inside, feeling an exhilarating thrill. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Westwind pressed Wanda's hand downwards, releasing a powerful surge of energy that burst through the gap, sending all the onlookers tumbling to the ground in a comical disarray. Ouch, that fellow. Tony groaned as he climbed back up from the grass, rubbing his backside. Realizing he would likely have to sleep on his stomach tonight, that fall had surely left him quite sore. What happened? Hearing the commotion outside, Wanda pulled away from the kiss, standing up in confusion and walking towards the window. Oddly enough, I remember closing the window before we left this morning. Observing the partially open window, Wanda felt perplexed. She then opened it further to look outside, but saw no one there. It was indeed strange. Though still feeling a twinge of doubt, she reminded herself that they were in the Avengers' headquarters, where no intruders or thieves could possibly lurk. Wanda relaxed, closing and locking the window before returning to sit beside Westwind obediently. Phew. The peeping group, pressed tightly against the wall, finally breathed a sigh of relief and, under the cover of night, began to retreat from this perilous spot. Ahem, Wanda. Westwind whispered softly, so what special activities do we have planned for tonight? Hearing this, Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson. You stay here for now. I'll go take a shower, and then it will be your turn. Wanda promptly sat up from the bed, grabbing her prepared clothes and rushing into the bathroom. Oh, I'm not a ravenous tiger. Westwind chuckled at Wanda's antics, quietly sitting on the bed to play with his phone. Inside the bathroom, Wanda pressed her small chest, taking a deep breath, then cautiously opened a tiny crack in the door, peeking out to see what Westwind was doing. What is this? He is just playing on his phone? Wanda felt a mix of joy and disappointment. She was glad he wasn't taking advantage of her shower, yet disappointed that he wasn't doing anything mischievous. After what felt like an eternity, about half an hour later, the bathroom door swung open. Westwind looked up to see a charming young woman emerge from the mist, clad in a bathrobe. Hurry up and take a shower. I've prepared your clothes and everything. They're in the bathroom. Wanda urged him on. At her words, Westwind tossed aside his phone and entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Swiftly shedding his clothes, he stared at the array of shower gels before him, utterly bewildered. Wanda, with so many shower gels and shampoos, and what is this other stuff? Which one am I supposed to use? Westwind poked his head out, inquiring of Wanda, who was still seated on the bed, engrossed in her book. Wanda offered no reply, as the items within the bathroom began to float and dance about under the influence of her chaotic magic. Oh, thank you. Having organized the items on the shelf, she hummed a tune while indulging in a soothing bath. Perhaps, just a quick glance would suffice. Surely, nothing amiss would occur. Wanda closed her book, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The West Wind possessed formidable strength. He was aware of the slightest disturbances around him. He was bathing, surrounded by familiar company, thus his senses would not be overly acute. Soon, Wanda succumbed to her own curiosity, stealthily approaching the bathroom door. She crouched down to fiddle with the lock, creating a small gap to peek inside. In an instant, she darted back into her bed as the door creaked open. Had she not secured it properly? The voice of the West Wind echoed from the bathroom, leaving Wanda blushing beneath her covers. Ah, how delightful it felt. As he emerged from the bathroom, he spotted Wanda's small feet swaying playfully. An impish thought surged through the West Wind's mind. He crept closer and seized Wanda's feet, beginning to tickle her. Stop it. Wanda erupted in laughter, quickly retracting her feet from his grasp. Regaining her composure, She lifted the covers and patted the space beside her, inviting him in. Is this for real? Are we sharing a bed tonight? Though she voiced skepticism, her heart brimmed with joy. As the west wind nestled under the covers, Wanda's hand brushed against his arm, causing her to instinctively withdraw. How peculiar. Why was it that when they were together previously, there was no extraordinary sensation, yet now, in bed, everything felt so different? The innocent Wanda was utterly perplexed. Being a novice, she was unsure of what to do, whether to lie on her stomach or to find comfort lying down. It felt so strange to have someone beside her. An awkward silence enveloped her. Wanda, why the silence? In contrast, the seasoned west wind remained at ease, observing the fidgeting Wanda as she shifted her position, gradually pilfering the covers. A chill from the air conditioning made him shiver, prompting him to reach over and reclaim the blankets, pulling Wanda closer to him. With a startled gasp, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Wanda instinctively struggled, but she was no match for the west wind's strength. Captivated by her endearing vulnerability, he felt a surge of amusement, eager to tease the adorable girl in his arms. His hand gently caressed her cheek, savoring her unparalleled softness. As he drew her even closer, their skin touching, their gazes locked, and ultimately, it was Wanda who surrendered, her eyes gradually fluttering shut. Wanda, the west wind whispered softly. She looked at him. Look at me. Okay. With a shy glance, Wanda opened her eyes slightly, bravely meeting the gaze of the boy before her. Cradling her delicate waist, the west wind could not resist leaning in to kiss her. From the very beginning, they steadfastly held their composure, slowly yielding to the gentle caress of their tongues, culminating in a seamless synergy between the two. It is time to rest, dear Wanda, west wind sighed. And instantly a refreshing scent of mint wafted through the air. With a flicker of chaotic magic, the lamp extinguished, and the two embraced in slumber. The following morning, as they hand in hand opened the door ready to venture to the dining hall, they were met by a gathering of friends at the threshold. They exchanged glances, and in unison, began to whistle. Wanda, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, instinctively hid behind West Wind. Look at you all, where is your semblance of Avengers? Upon witnessing this, West Wind stifled a laugh, pretending to admonish the group. Amidst the laughter, it was young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who reveled the most in the moment. All right, you lot, West Wind said, shaking his head, let us head out for a meal together. However, during their repast, the mischievous duo of Peter and others attempted to mimic the affectionate exchange of bites between Wanda and West Wind, with Pietro being the most enthusiastic participant. Enough. I can't take this any longer, West Wind declared, unable to contain his mirth, and he took Wanda's hand, intending to step outside for a proper meal. The group shared knowing glances and erupted into laughter. Is this really too much for you? They teased. West Wind, they mean no harm, Wanda interjected, glancing back at West Wind pulling her outside. They're merely jesting. I certainly know they are not being malicious. West Wind chuckled, joining in the laughter. Sensing the lightheartedness, Wanda exhaled a sigh of relief and donned a smile. Where shall we go now? West Wind paused, momentarily devoid of a plan. Oh, right, Wanda. You haven't faced the trials of the God of War Tower, have you? He recalled that neither Wanda nor Pietro had participated in such a challenge. Indeed, Wanda nodded. I've only heard about it from Banner and Tony, but we have not taken part. West Wind nodded in agreement and, retrieving his phone, sent a message instructing them to await him in the training hall. Come, Wanda, it is time to enhance your mastery over chaotic magic and combat prowess. He took her hand and led her toward the training hall. As Wanda beheld the figure of the boy before her, a wave of sweetness enveloped her. Is there anyone among you who has not participated in the God of War Tower? West Wind inquired, surveying the group. Pietro, Sam, and others exchanged glances and raised their hands in unison. All right then, gather around, West Wind instructed, spreading his palms to reveal a tower materializing within his grasp. Vision. You need not partake. He quickly added, noticing Vision approaching, you are pure, needing no additional enhancements. The group, including Vision, nodded in understanding. Place your hands upon it. Suddenly, the West Wind began to warn, proclaiming that this was a trial. Remember, everything here is but an illusion. It is designed to temper your will. I recall having mentioned to someone before that there would be pitfalls, yet some still leaped into them. Who could it be? The West Wind surveyed the surroundings, but everyone merely gazed at you, at me, and at the floor. With a sigh, the West Wind resumed the explanation. The passage of time within is unlike that outside. I have altered the speed ratio to 1:3. This means that 1 minute outside corresponds to 3 minutes within. Our staff outside will monitor your physical data in real time. Should you be deceived by the illusion and sustain injuries, we will extract you immediately. Understood? Seeing the nods of comprehension from the crowd, the West Wind opened the portal to the Martial God Tower, ushering everyone inside. It has been ages since I last challenged the Martial God Tower. I shall enter as well. The West Wind stretched his arms and followed suit. All right, Juan Sure, Banner, let us commence our work. Tony flexed his limbs and donned his headphones, taking a seat at the computer. Anger, jealousy, and hatred will only serve to strengthen me. Observing the imposing figures of Qian Jinshuan and Qin Yijue standing side by side, the West Wind couldn't help but swallow hard. Why must I face such formidable opponents right from the start? Although I could easily handle them, such bosses clearly indicated that more challenging foes awaited. Indeed. After defeating Qian Jinshuan and Qin Yijue, what emerged next were the Snowman Cave, the Splitter, and the Sorceress, truly formidable adversaries. What is this? The diamond fighting god from the Nan Dao sect's trial hall. Gazing at this formidable entity, the West Wind recalled countless strategies imparted by predecessors. The boss at level 20 possesses a staggering 2 trillion health points, with a berserk period lasting 10 minutes and 30 seconds. The diamond fighting god can only enter a state of stasis once, during which it can perform a lifting move. The total stasis capacity is 10,000 for instance. A fist master can manage a stasis amount of 4,600, with a 23 stacking potential. Other classes may refer to this. However, I am not a fist master. Fortunately, beneath its health bar lies an anger meter. Upon reaching 50 and 100, it unleashes its ultimate move, the Diamond Rampage. Controlling the timing of the Diamond Rampage is key to overcoming this challenge. By constantly maneuvering, exploiting terrain, and inflicting damage, one can triumph effortlessly and without injury. After vanquishing the Diamond Fighting God and gazing at the T1 chest in hand, tears streamed down the West Wind's face. How many chests had I acquired during my gaming days? Countless bids, yet I lacked the wealth that those others possessed. I curse. Woe is me. With a heart full of anticipation, I opened it only to have my expression shift dramatically. Aha, a rapid growth charm, utterly useless. Though I muttered this, I still used it. After all, even the smallest bit of experience is valuable. Thus, the West Wind exited the Martial God Tower. As the Western Wind blew, Tony turned to him and inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why your heart rate skyrocketed to 100 just now? 100? When did that happen?" "I have no idea. I didn't even notice." Just take a look for yourself." Tony retrieved the data from earlier, revealing, once you entered, your heart rate surged to 100, only to swiftly decline. However, approximately 10 minutes later, it rose again to around 100. What on earth did you witness? Estimating the timing, it seemed both instances of elevation coincided with the sighting of the boss. There's no need to worry. I was merely a tad excited upon encountering the boss. Xifeng replied. What kind of boss could possibly evoke such excitement from you? Tony chuckled. Was it a captivating temptress? Did you enjoy a lavish life in that realm? Enough of that. When have I ever lived lavishly? Chapter 41. Captain America 3. To my astonishment, I find myself truly capable of becoming a king. Comfortably seated upon the sofa, Xifeng perused the letter from Wang Wanru. Can one genuinely ascend to the throne? Noticing the correspondence in Xifeng's grasp, Tony snatched it away and began to read. Chinese. I had presumed that the script of another world would be something like Oracle Bone script. Summoning J-A-R-V-I-S. For translation, Tony swiftly grasped the context of the situation. Much like Loki, to become the king of Asgard, sitting upon that throne day after day. While piles of documents are brought forth by subordinates for the king's personal attention. Indeed, I believe it is best to avoid such a royal burden. Recalling his previous visit to Asgard, where he witnessed Loki's daily toils, Tony cautioned Xifeng that the responsibilities of kingship were exceedingly taxing. Even 007 had it better. Xifeng waved his hands dismissively. Tony, it's really not that serious. You must be aware of the ancient Eastern system, right? In the court, there are chancellors and others to assist. Matters of combat are handled by generals, leaving the emperor comparatively unburdened. You did say comparatively unburdened. Tony shot him a glance. Xifeng sheepishly scratched his head. Every time you embark on a journey, you're away for months at a time. Now it is already June of 2016. Who knows how long you'll be gone on your next expedition? Tony sighed. And you always handle those matters alone, hardly ever seeking our assistance. Is it already June of 2016? That coincides with the release date of Captain America 3. Are we not in the midst of that storyline? Why the silence? Observing Xifeng lost in thought, Tony roused him from his reverie. Oh, Xifeng snapped back to reality. Tony, do we have any missions these days? Missions? Tony, intrigued, turned to his computer to investigate. Indeed, there was a mission involving Steve, Sam, Natasha, and Wanda. What, do you wish to join? Are you concerned for your little girlfriend's safety? Tony teased the innocent young man before him, noting that they had already departed some minutes prior. Stop it. Xifeng swatted away Tony's mischievous hand and stood up, preparing to head to the mission site. Tony, are you coming along? I shall pass. Tony waved his hand dismissively. I have a lecture to deliver at MIT. Nodding in understanding, Xifeng soared out, gliding upon his sword. Following the coordinates, he swiftly located everyone. Casually donning a hat before sitting opposite Wanda. To her astonishment, he lifted her cup and took a sip. Could you not buy your own drink? Wanda pouted playfully. What is the matter? Natasha, overhearing the exchange through her earpiece, turned to look at Wanda's location. Oh, Xifeng, you return without even a word to me. Not far away. The West Wind was engaged in an animated conversation with Wanda, prompting Natasha to express her discontent. Sister, you may come over. West Wind gestured towards Natasha. We are currently on a mission. Can we set aside other matters for now? Steve, situated in the residential area, felt a pang of hurt. What? Would you like a lemon? Bucky, standing beside Steve, peeled a lemon and handed it to him, remarking, I believe this lemon has arrived at a most opportune moment. Captain, go find a girlfriend, Sam, perched atop a rooftop, chuckled. Laughter resonated through their headsets. Well, Steve exhaled deeply. You must understand. This is the most reliable information regarding Langmuir we've received in half a year. I do not wish to lose track of it. Brothers, look at that garbage truck. West Wind pointed towards a slow-moving truck in the middle of the road, laden with refuse and various items. Upon hearing this, Sam deployed Red Wing to conduct an X-ray scan. Captain, that truck is overweight. Its current load is 13,825 kilograms, and the driver on the right is armed. This is an assault vehicle. Their target is not the police station. We must take action. Observing the nearby Infectious Disease Research Institute, Steve decisively commanded the team to commence their operation. West Wind. You and Wanda intercept that assault vehicle, Natasha shouted while sprinting. I will handle that reckless driver. Understood. The young couple exchanged glances and began their tasks. Wanda was responsible for evacuating the nearby civilians while West Wind soared on his sword to confront the unattended assault vehicle. Just as the gate of the Research Institute was about to be breached, countless blades extended from West Wind's back, unsheathing and reducing the truck to mere debris without causing an explosion. However, two yellow trucks soon crashed through the iron gates, and a swarm of Hydra agents, fully armed, emerged from the rear compartments, their objective being the virus within. They launched gas grenades into the laboratory using the grenade launchers mounted on their firearms. Led by a figure commanding their team as they advanced inside. Captain, the ride has arrived. Sam, soaring through the air, reached Steve's side, grasping his hand and propelling him into the Research Institute like a divine intervention. Steve, there are dozens of people in front of you. Is that all right? Bucky, positioned nearby for sniper cover, inquired. No worries. Steve kicked a small car into the path of a Hydra agent, effectively incapacitating him. You focus on eliminating the concealed threats. No problem. Bucky chambered around and began firing freely. The bulletproof vests are of high quality and the agents are well trained. They are formidable. After dispatching the enemies before her, Natasha remarked, Wanda, as we practiced before, send me in and extract the gas. As Steve found himself enveloped in a maelstrom of chaotic magic, he was abruptly transported to the third floor by Wanda. Meanwhile, West Wind, seizing the opportunity, stealthily made his way past Steve, treating him as a target for his earth-burrowing technique. After dispatching the guard before him, Ramlo carefully packed away a small red canister marked as a biological hazard and took it with him. Observing the now empty storage cabinet, Steve called out, No. He's right in front of me. With a provocative gesture, West Wind stood atop their jeep, beckoning with his finger. You always arrive first. At that moment, Natasha joined West Wind, also perching on the jeep. Drive, shouted the skull-headed Ramlo. As the vehicle's horsepower surged from first to fourth gear, the roar of the engine reverberated through the air, while the spinning wheels kicked up clouds of dust, starkly contrasting with the two legs planted on the front of the vehicle. Fire. Seeing the vehicle ineffective, their squad raised their weapons, aiming at the two individuals. Oh dear. We have a little problem, Natasha said, swiftly hiding behind West Wind. Drawing the Crimson Emperor's sword, West Wind lightly tapped the jeep, instantly transforming it into scrap metal. While Steve and the others closed in. Ramlo? Captain. Ramlo removed his skull helmet, revealing his face grotesquely distorted by the apocalypse virus. Ramlo, who is your buyer? Steve demanded, gripping Ramlo's collar. Ha ha ha, Ramlo replied with a bitter laugh. What, do you want to know? At that moment of distraction for Steve, Ramlo pressed a switch in his hand. Not happening. As Ramlo prepared to detonate, West Wind enveloped him in a cocoon of blue energy using the Haman divine technique. Wanda? Wanda then ignited Ramlo with chaotic magic and sent him soaring into the sky. Boom. Watching the fireworks above, West Wind couldn't help but applaud. Splendid. No casualties. But there are still many shortcomings. He clapped, signaling everyone to wrap up as they prepared to take Wanda to a sacred place. Natasha, wait for us. Where are they going? Steve wondered, observing the retreating figures of West Wind and Wanda. However, he chose not to pry further. It's none of our business, really. Such matters are best left to the young couple. Natasha sighed as she watched them disappear. At 177A, Brick Street, Manhattan, New York, Wanda, gazing at the building's address, was momentarily puzzled about its purpose. West Wind, you wouldn't be selling me, would you? What are you thinking? West Wind teased, giving Wanda a playful flick on the forehead. You're too adorable for me to ever consider selling you. They then knocked on the door, which was opened by none other than the Ancient One. Mage. Politeness must always be observed. The West Wind bowed to the elder sister who has guarded the earth for an immeasurable duration, then gently tugged at Wanda's clothing. Wanda, caught off guard, mimicked the West Wind's gesture. Please come in. Once the two entered, Ancient One waved her hand, closing the door behind them. Tea, or perhaps a beverage? Ancient One inquired, sticking to her usual phrase. Tea. Would you like honey? Yes. Observing Ancient One's adept mannerisms, Wanda leaned closer to West Wind and whispered, Why do we need to add honey to tea? I heard it explained this way, West Wind replied. Adding honey enhances the flavor and boosts the tea's nutritional value. Honey is rich in glucose and fructose, along with various trace elements and minerals. Consuming it with tea can also stimulate appetite and strengthen immunity. I see, Wanda nodded, somewhat understanding. You have come here for this young lady? Ancient One glanced at the rather reserved Wanda. Your intention is to help her master her powers, correct? Yes. West Wind nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking for grains. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to bring her here without her consent? Ancient One jested. In New York, you might have technically violated the law. It's all right, I volunteered. Wanda quickly interjected. Master, please don't tease her, West Wind chuckled. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One acquiesced. How about this? Let her stay here for a month, and I assure you, when she returns, she will be transformed. As if reborn. What do you say? Well, faced with Ancient One's enthusiastic agreement, West Wind furrowed his brow. Master, do you have any conditions? Conditions? Those will come to light later. Just remember them, Ancient One replied enigmatically. All right. Ancient One clasped her hands behind her back and sat down. Now, you young couple. If there is nothing else, you may return for now and come back later. Bring her back tomorrow and take her home in the evening. Didn't you just say she could stay for a month? Ancient One scrutinized West Wind. Do you truly wish for her to remain here for the entire month without returning? No. West Wind shook his head vigorously. All right, off you go. I need to rest. After seeing them to the door and glancing back at them one last time, she closed the door, noticing the honey on Wanda's lips. West Wind helped wipe it away. Do you really think I can resolve my issues here? Wanda asked while strolling along Brick Street, holding West Wind's hand. Rest assured. It can be resolved, West Wind reassured, patting his chest. If all else fails, I will take you to my world to undergo the true trial. With that, West Wind led Wanda home. Upon returning to the Avengers base, they noticed the lights were on in the conference room. They exchanged glances and approached together. Ah, the West Wind has arrived. Come, take a seat. Ignoring the Secretary of State who was engaged in idle chatter, Natasha beckoned the two to join her. The secretary was momentarily taken aback, but upon their settling, he resumed his discourse. The entire world owes a debt of gratitude to the Avengers. You have fought for us, safeguarding our lives and our assets, he declared. Wait a moment, the West Wind interjected, cutting him short. What do you mean by we? Could you elaborate? Is it humanity you refer to, or this nation? At that moment, the secretary found himself at a loss for words in response to the West Wind's inquiry. Individuals such as yourselves, residing in the United States with enhanced abilities, particularly you, Mr. West Wind, seem to habitually disregard the boundaries of sovereign nations, acting according to your own volition, seemingly unconcerned about the consequences of your actions. In the ensuing silence, the secretary meticulously enumerated all that they had accomplished. Chapter 42. Sokovia, Mr. Secretary of State, you have yet to respond to the inquiry from Wind. At that moment, Dr. Banner entered the conference room, promptly shutting off the projector before taking a seat. Mr. Secretary, long ago, when I transformed into the Hulk, I was unable to control myself, leading the U.S. military to continuously dispatch soldiers, aircraft, and artillery with the intent to destroy me. However, through trials, I have learned to manage my transformations. Now that you are aware of this, you frequently invite me to assist with various tasks. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this matter? Banner's words pierced the secretary's heart like a dagger, rendering him speechless. I simply wish to inquire whether we are perceived as mere tools in your eyes. Those who can be controlled will be utilized, while those deemed uncontrollable will be sought to be eradicated. Tony Stark echoed this sentiment, adding, My satellite informs me that you have been monitoring Peter Parker for quite some time. Could you share your findings with us? The Secretary of State set down the remote control and sighed. Your words remain as sharp as ever, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. I have an idea, he continued, adopting a serious tone as he took a thick document from a nearby person, emblazoned with the words Sokovia Accords. This agreement has been ratified by over 100 nations, stipulating that the Avengers are no longer a private organization. This entity must now operate under the auspices of the United Nations. Wait a moment, Mr. Secretary, Wind interjected, raising a hand. It seems we have never claimed to be a private organization, have we? Wind chuckled before pulling up a document on his computer and projecting it onto the screen. I wonder if the president has forgotten that we are, in fact, under his command, though we have not been summoned by him for quite some time. I am curious as to why that is. The Secretary of State paused, then stepped outside to retrieve his phone, dialing the president's office. Wind, is this true? Tony remarked. Feigning ignorance, Wind silently mouthed the name Loki to the others. Ah, the astute among them quickly deduced that the president had been manipulated. Looking at the array of amused faces before him, the secretary's expression darkened like coal. Nevertheless, you will still need to operate under the oversight of the United Nations panel. Only with their approval may you execute your missions. Everyone disregarded the secretary's words as if they were mere background noise. Are you all listening? The secretary's temper erupted. This is the opinion of the United Nations. What relevance does the United Nations have to me? I will go where I please. Can you restrain me? Do you believe that tonight, everyone within the United Nations will hang themselves in their homes? Wind shot him a glare, including you? Controlling the Avengers is not a matter that can be decided by the United Nations. The reticent Vision suddenly spoke up. Mr. Secretary of State, I hope you can give this serious consideration. The Secretary of State tactically sipped his tea, yet his trembling hand betrayed a profound fear. 3 days hence, the United Nations would convene in Vienna to ratify the agreement. The Secretary stated, I hope you can be present. What if our decision does not meet your approval? Natasha inquired with a smile. A sharp sound sliced through the air as a blade materialized at the Secretary's throat. Beads of sweat, the size of yellow beans, trickled down his forehead. He reached out to push the blade aside and mustered the courage to respond. Then you should retire. Watching the Secretary's retreating figure, Bucky scoffed. After a lifetime of fighting for the country, who would have thought we would be so constrained? Brother, Steve said, patting Bucky on the shoulder, falling silent thereafter. I'll call Thor and have him bring some people. Let us take a vacation in Vienna, the Wind, unconcerned, declared. Wind, do you have an idea now? Tony inquired. Observing the Wind's apparent lack of stress. Me? The Wind pondered seriously. I have an idea. Let's sign the documents. But I want to endorse the part regarding the listening and declaration. Then we shall remain silent, honing our strength while the world descends into chaos. When they realize the Avengers are absent, they will question, why doesn't the Avengers come to save us? At which point, we can assert that we lack such authority. Ultimately, the populace only elevates us when they are in need, unless the United Nations is willing to let the world crumble to control an organization like ours. I understand everyone has their own stance. The Wind resumed his seat. What are your thoughts? Let us sign. Banner stretched his limbs, adding, after signing in Vienna. I plan to enjoy a few days there. Me too. Natasha pointed at the Wind. You promised me we would have fun. Ha ha ha. 3 days later, the Avengers arrived in Vienna by plane. Greetings, King Chaka. The Wind smiled, shaking the hand of the elder Black Panther. Wind, how did you come to have dealings with them? Steve queried, observing the jovial exchange before him. Because I gifted them a few bottles of Snow Lotus essence, which cured his prince's colon cancer. The Wind chuckled. The old king even bestowed upon me some vibranium as a token of gratitude. Is that so? Steve nodded. The Sokovia Accords, I did not participate in such an agreement, which is merely an excuse for the United Nations to exert control over you. This agreement brings nothing but harm to the world, remarked Chaka, letting out a sigh. I apologize, but I cannot provide you with effective assistance, however. I will do my utmost to support you during my speech. It's all right, old king, West Wind replied, shaking his head. I'm just glad you are here. Chaka smiled. Observing West Wind and his companions take their seats. This young man should be in college, yet he exhibits such maturity. I wonder what circumstances have altered him. During the old king's address, West Wind conjured a protective sword shield, for a vehicle below was poised to explode. Everyone, take cover, Black Panther shouted, sensing something was amiss and leaping toward his father. Fortunately, no one was harmed. As he beheld West Wind's smiling face, the old king recognized that this young man had once again saved him. Soon, the incident made the news. The United Nations building was attacked during the Sokovia conference, resulting in 10 fatalities. However, the perpetrator was not the character from the original narrative, Bucky, but Baron Zemo. You have aided me once more, young man, Chaka said, supported by Chala, as he approached West Wind. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Old king, you are too kind, West Wind replied, swiftly declining the vibranium watch offered by Chaka. I believe Wakanda, and we are good friends, are we not? Chaka nodded solemnly. Chala, do you understand your father's intent? Chala affirmed with a nod, placing his right fist over his heart, pledging an oath. Alas, Chaka sighed, the United Nations has made a grave mistake. They should announce to the world that the existence of the Avengers is indeed necessary. Sometimes, sacrifices are not insignificant. When has there ever been a time without sacrifice? It is worth exchanging a minuscule cost for the safety of countless lives. Before the summit could convene, such an incident occurred. Young man, do we not need to take action? Natasha inquired, leaning against West Wind's shoulder. Sister, this is sufficient, West Wind replied, feeding Natasha fruit. This is the effect we desire. Wanda, where is your brother? Wasn't he supposed to be buying something? Why is he not here yet? Westwind asked Wanda, who was seated before him. Does it really take this long to buy an apple? Do you think it's easy for me? In the blink of an eye, Pietro rushed in carrying a bag, only to have several pieces snatched by Thor before he could set it down. The prices of fruit here are absolutely exorbitant, Pietro exclaimed, taking a bite of the apple in his hand. It's practically the same as the apples back home, so why has the price skyrocketed? Why is it said that only the wealthy are worthy of enjoying their leisure here? Xifeng cast a glance at Tony, who was animatedly conversing with his wife. What is this? Am I not the one footing the bill for this trip? Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Tony retorted. Each of you approached me for 10,000 as soon as we arrived, especially you. Peter, did I not previously sponsor MIT? You had no intention of applying for the September fund, yet how could you be short on funds? Tony pulled out his phone to check. Let me see. Oh. Upon hearing this, Peter hastily began to explain, the manufacturing of my equipment requires substantial funding. To such an explanation, Tony mused, you could have elaborated a bit more. Perhaps I would have been more inclined to agree. By the way, where's your aunt? Did you not bring her along? Sighing, Peter replied. She is likely on the beach at this moment. The summit is about to reconvene. What shall we do? Peter felt a surge of anxiety, as it was his first time at such a significant event. What should we do? They will conduct psychological evaluations, physical examinations. Perhaps even analyze your hair to see how you transformed into Spider-Man, Tony joked. Then I might as well head back. Is there still time to purchase a plane ticket? The naive Peter was utterly bewildered. You are doing this on purpose, Tony. Thor chuckled. Are you trying to mess with my hair? I will turn them into charred remains. I hope I am not late. The well-groomed Chala approached the group, taking a seat to the right of Xifeng, as Natasha occupied his left. Are you unhurt, Chala? Xifeng inquired. I am fine, Chala replied, shaking his head. My father, who was at the center of the explosion, only sustained minor injuries. The mastermind behind the bombing has been identified as Zemo. It appears he is affiliated with Hydra. However, his whereabouts are currently unknown. I wonder how the Secretary of State is faring? Imagining the secretary's flustered expression, Xifeng could not help but laugh. One day, I shall introduce you to my sister. She is an exceptional researcher, nearly on par with Tony. Really? Tony's interest piqued. Splendid. Do make sure to introduce her to me. Uncle Tony. The repeated calls of Uncle jolted Tony from his reverie. Turning around, he saw Clint, Hawkeye, accompanied by his family, approaching the group. Uncle Tony? The three children extended their hands. Oh my God, I have already spent enough today. Tony released his hold on pots and began rummaging through his pockets, while the others looked on in anticipation. No cash. Here, take this. Unable to find cash, Tony handed the eldest child a card. Wait a moment. Let me set a spending limit and usage permissions. As he spoke, Tony scanned their retinas and established the amount. Have fun. Observing the three children dashing away, Tony smiled and waved his hand. I shall return it to you, Clinton remarked, though inwardly, he was brimming with joy. Did you not proclaim your retirement? What brings you here to join the fray? Tony gazed at Clinton with a profoundly mournful expression. You truly do not allow me a moment's peace. You seem to be enjoying your conversation. At that moment, the Secretary of State approached. I believe there are matters that require your assistance. Wait, Westwind interjected. We are merely a private organization, and we have not signed the Sokovia Accords. We are unable to assist. If we venture out to take action, the public will castigate us, he continued, swiftly dismissing the notion. The others remained seated, indifferent, as it did not pertain to their own affairs. The secretary sighed. This recent explosion was orchestrated by Zemo, a member of Hydra. Do you not feel compelled to respond? Hydra has its own means of dealing with such matters. Our involvement is unnecessary, Steve retorted, showing little inclination to engage further. Chapter 43. Embracing responsibility, Captain. With greater power comes greater responsibility. The Secretary of State could no longer contain his frustration. Are you truly going to approach the affairs of this nation with such a detached demeanor? Steve remained silent, gazing at the Secretary for a moment before lowering his hat and resting. Captain, you. The Secretary attempted to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Chala. Do you genuinely believe that merely relying on the United Nations can contain a group of individuals with enhanced abilities? Chala inquired. The squabbles between nations are of no concern to them. Yet, what will you do when, one day, like in New York, an alien invasion occurs? We will deploy all of our military forces to safeguard this country and its people, the Secretary asserted with conviction. By using nuclear weapons? To annihilate New York? Chala exchanged a glance with Tony and chuckled. Why didn't Iron Man deliver a nuclear warhead to your doorstep back then? You. The Secretary opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from responding. Wait, the summit is about to commence. Make sure to attend. As he turned, he appeared to age several years in an instant. After a brief moment of sitting, the hall's announcement drew everyone's attention, and they collectively entered the summit venue. Documents. Where are the documents? Bring them to us. We'll sign directly, Tony exclaimed upon entering. Spotting the Sokovia Accords on the prominent pedestal, he promptly retrieved it, preparing to affix his signature. Are you disregarding us? The seated representatives of the United Nations could no longer remain seated, rising to accuse Tony. Isn't this the outcome you desired? Tony surveyed the room, absorbing the shifting gazes and emotions. Please provide me with a list of the stipulations that dispatched us. I will not sign. Tony Stark, a representative from another nation, stood to voice his concerns, only to feel something fall from his shoulder. Upon inspection, he discovered a lock of hair and a hovering blade beside him. In an instant, silence fell upon the assembly. None had anticipated that the audacity of the West Wind would extend to such extremes. The agreement you originally signed with the President of the United States is now void. The most credible document is the Sokovia Accords. The Secretary of State approached the crowd, opening the document to read its contents. Yet, the attendees paid him no mind, engrossed in their own affairs. All right, let us proceed to sign. The Secretary, unable to endure further, bypassed the approval process and summoned the Avengers to sign. After Tony allowed his legal counsel to identify the sections requiring no signatures, he led everyone in signing the thick document. Well, now we are an official organization. Yet we shall do nothing at all. There is no cosmic threat. We refrain from action, instead honing our skills. And none of you can impede my progress. The West Wind set down his pen and departed with an air of indifference. Farewell, Mr. Secretary of State. Banner politely bid adieu before stepping outside, observing the departing figures. A multitude of representatives, though simmering with frustration, felt a sense of relief at having achieved their objectives. No mission? There are always ways to deal with you. But is there truly a way? Ah, the fresh air. Standing outside the building, gazing at the bustling streets, the West Wind felt immensely liberated. Tony, how about we linger here for a few more days? Sure. I have a membership, came the reply. A group of gentlemen reclined on beach chairs, watching beautiful women play beach volleyball, sipping wheat juice and relishing the sheer bliss of idleness. Thor, are you familiar with Thanos? The West Wind inquired. Thanos? Is that a person's name? Tony chuckled, questioning what kind of father would name his child thus. Indeed, he is a member of the Eternals born on Titan. Wherever he goes, he aims to eradicate half of the life there, Thor responded. Moreover, it has been reported that he is gathering the Infinity Stones, though I cannot verify the truth of it. This revelation rendered everyone silent. So, how formidable is this Thanos? Steve could not restrain himself from asking. Will he come to Earth? With the Infinity Stones present on Earth, he will undoubtedly pay us a visit. However, I doubt he can best our formidable group, came the reply. Glancing at the lavish Avengers lineup beside him, Steve nodded in agreement. Oh. The West Wind caught a volleyball tossed by Natasha and flipped over, exclaiming, What's the matter, ladies? Care for a game? Alas, Wanda has gone to the sanctum. The West Wind lamented not being able to see Wanda in her swimsuit. The West Wind brought you here not to doze off in class. Observing Wanda dozing off, Ancient One accurately lobbed a mint candy that struck her on the head. You must study diligently. No one will help you master your own powers. All right. Unwrapping the mint, Wanda promptly chewed it and swallowed it with water, feeling invigorated. What about Zemo? It seems the mastermind behind today's bombing has yet to be apprehended. Banner suddenly recalled, are we? No need. We are currently merely idle personnel, officially designated idle personnel. Clinton waved his hand dismissively. Right now, I am only contemplating whether or not to have a fourth child. TSK. Steve remained silent. Captain, I believe I saw a lady getting rather close to you earlier. She even kissed you. Is that true? The others sat up. Incredulity etched on their faces as they gazed at Steve, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and amusement. Ah, what splendid weather we have today. Steve chuckled lightly. Yet he noticed that everyone around him continued to gaze expectantly. Reluctantly, he revealed the identity of the woman in question. Oh, is that so? Agent Carter's niece. The group acknowledged with understanding. Well, let us refrain from gossiping about the captain, lest someone become irate. West Wind interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Do speak to me properly. Steve responded with a smile. We were merely, Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Someone seems unsure of how to articulate their thoughts, my friends, West Wind teased, rolling with laughter, clearing his throat. Steve took a few tactical coughs before retrieving his shield from the backpack beside him. West Wind, however, simply gazed at the ceiling in silence. Young man, do mind your speech, Steve admonished as he placed the shield back. You probably weren't even born when I was playing around back then, he added. To which Tony chimed in, at that time, your cells weren't even counted. Ah, indeed. Steve nodded in agreement. West Wind remained uncommunicative. The recent explosion in Vienna had significantly reduced the number of people in the city, resulting in numerous hotel cancellations. The reception area was starkly empty, in stark contrast to the usual bustle. Do you have a reservation? The lobby manager of the Vienna hotel jogged over to greet them. Why such courtesy towards us? Tony questioned, puzzled. During the Battle of New York, you saved my parents, the manager explained. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Not really, Tony replied. shaking his head. Just some dinner. We can eat here since it appears rather quiet. Very well. Please hold on. The manager turned to instruct the staff. Savoring the delightful lobster and crab, while Pietro devoured his meal with abandon, Peter ate rather shyly. Is this your first time here? You seem a bit reserved, someone observed. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, everyone returned to their rooms, intending to rest well for the beautiful day ahead. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped everything. Moonlight poured through the window, casting a dreamlike glow in the room. The surroundings fell silent, save for the occasional gentle breeze that stirred, causing faint sounds. Vienna lay like a sleeping child, nestled in the embrace of night. The entire floor was occupied by the group, all lost in sweet slumber, except for Natasha, who remained awake. Within each room, a serene quietude prevailed, broken only by the soft sounds of breathing and the occasional rustle. Their sleeping faces were peaceful and calm, reminiscent of innocent children, occasionally smacking their lips. Suddenly, a faint sound of a lock being picked broke the silence. West Wind's door creaked open to reveal the elder sister, Natasha. Observing West Wind peacefully asleep in bed, Natasha sighed. Little boy, did you not notice your sister? You even fed me fruit today. The battle-hardened agent on this day resembled a helpless maiden, shedding her nightgown and burrowing into the embrace of the West Wind. The slumbering West Wind, sensing the warmth emanating from his arms, instinctively held her tightly. So be it. Sister, how did you come into my room? Early the next morning, West Wind awoke to an unusual commotion. Realizing she had nestled beside him. West Wind, do you have feelings for me? Natasha gazed intently into West Wind's eyes as she inquired. He was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Of course I cherish you, sister, but this world is bound by monogamy. With her most desired answer in hand, Natasha finally exhaled in relief. We could travel to Senegal, Uganda, Swaziland, and many other nations to wed, where polygamy is accepted. What a grand affair. You would consider marrying Wanda? West Wind was taken aback. I simply hope you do not mind. Natasha sighed, caressing her abdomen. I have been sterilized. I see. That is not a significant issue. West Wind reassured, patting his chest. When the time comes, I will take you to a realm where the technological limitations of fertility can be addressed. There must be solutions. Indeed. Natasha embraced West Wind, grateful for his response. It appeared that someone had fulfilled their wishes the previous night. Observing the entwined hands of the two, the crowd erupted in applause. West Wind. I know a remarkable priest who has officiated weddings for decades. He has encountered all manner of grand occasions, so rest assured. I will send you his phone number and home address right away. Clinton chuckled. We should plan something extravagant. Not so fast. West Wind replied with a smile as he looked at Natasha. I will need to procure some gems for necklaces and such from that world. We need more, as our wife currently lacks proper jewelry, all due to Fury's insufficient salary. Clinton lamented, reflecting on his years as an agent with meager pay. I heard you speaking ill of me. Suddenly, someone sharply tapped Clinton on the shoulder, causing him to instinctively employ a grappling maneuver. Elusive as ever, the onlookers remarked. Do not worry. I am merely here to take a stroll, enjoy a holiday, and will depart shortly. Nick Fury downed a drink from the table and asked, so, have you all truly signed that Sokovia Accords? Indeed. West Wind nodded. In truth, signing it or not makes little difference, as the United Nations cannot control me. After scrutinizing West Wind for a while, Nick Fury ultimately remained silent. I still have a few days of vacation left, so I wish you all a delightful time, he said as he turned to leave. His every appearance was deliberate. Watching Fury's retreating figure, West Wind remarked, he must be orchestrating something significant in Vienna. Humans inevitably require rest. Unlike intricate machinery that operates incessantly, even the sun will eventually dim. Tony explained to Nick Fury that perhaps he was establishing an entirely new S.H.I.E.L.D. Your conjecture is quite astute. I concede. After spending several days in Vienna, everyone returned to their ordinary lives. Yet the absence of missions brought about a sense of monotony. This young lady, your physique bears numerous hidden injuries, does it not? Responding to the invitation from the newly appointed but unannounced god of war, Yunshan arrived in the Marvel universe. Infertility, merely a trifling concern. Yunshan initially dismissed it as a minor ailment, but soon became somewhat agitated. Xifeng, look at this, he said while rubbing his hands together. Speak plainly, old man. I will not shirk from any peril. Xifeng's gaze was resolute. By the way, it has been ages since I savored the peaches from the peach blossom garden. Could you procure some for me? Yunshan chuckled heartily. Oh, peaches seem to belong to the realm of immortals? Xifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 44. Strange it seems that I cannot visit the peach garden of the immortals, right? Surely, the four heroes of the world must have their own means of communication. Why not seek out Fei Yue, who is residing in the realm of immortals? Upon hearing this, Xifeng was quite taken aback. Are those peaches truly delicious? Absolutely delicious. The flavor is simply exquisite. Yunshan reminisced about the past when the four heroes of the world would indulge in the peaches together, lamenting the passage of time. as he now found himself the sole remnant of the original quartet. Unfortunately, my internal energy has dwindled significantly. I cannot contend with the monkeys currently occupying the peach garden. Otherwise, I would certainly gather a few to savor. Are you certain that you cannot defeat those monkeys? Xifeng stared wide-eyed at Yayunshin, incredulous. Surely, you jest? Young man, you have never seen me at my peak, have you? Yayunshin shot him a sidelong glance, snorting disdainfully. At my prime, I could easily overpower you. All right. We understand your prowess. Just one thing. Could you assist in remedying her predicament? Xifeng, weary of the shorter man's boasting, sought to redirect the conversation. It's not a significant issue. Give me a few days, and I shall procure some medicinal herbs to brew a concoction. That should suffice. Yayunshin bid farewell and began to step into the portal. Wait, I have a question for you. Xifeng grasped his sleeve. What is it? Yayunshin turned back to inquire. Are you familiar with the iron flying vessel? The one in the Baiqing mountain range? I am aware of it. That place is notoriously frigid. Why do you ask? Yayunshin paused for a moment before slowly posing a question himself. You, young man, do you wish to acquire that vessel? As expected of the illustrious Yayunshin, you guessed correctly. Xifeng applauded him. Think of a way for me to obtain that vessel. Hold on. Yayunshin raised a hand to halt him. That flying vessel possesses formidable combat capabilities. If you wish to acquire it, it is indeed possible. However, it will require a substantial cost. High risk, high reward. I can only inform you of the entrance. The rest is beyond my purview. Thank you for your assistance. Indeed. Watching Yayunshin depart, Xifeng excitedly lifted Natasha high into the air. Sister, did you hear that? I did. Please put me down. Natasha laughed while playfully patting Xifeng's shoulder. Woohoo. Xifeng bounded about like a monkey in the Avengers base. Xifeng, what exactly is the iron flying vessel? An extraterrestrial spacecraft? Tony posed a crucial question. If you manage to acquire it, what do you intend to do? Well, that vessel should be a product of human technology, though I am not particularly familiar with it. If I manage to bring it back, I will see if it can take me into space. If so, I plan to embark on a cosmic journey, hee. A cosmic journey? They're interjected with keen interest. Will you take me along? I find myself utterly bored confined to Earth, especially now that the 9 realms are at peace. There is no need for my conquests, making each day exceedingly dull. Let us first focus on securing that vessel. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. Soon. The plot of Doctor Strange will unfold, won't it? When shall we pay a visit to the sanctum? In a vast, open valley? Wanda followed Master Gui to an altar. With a gentle wave of her hand, Master Gui conjured an invisible force that flowed through the air, forming a magical array. The boundless power, under Gui's command, danced gracefully as if it were a mere toy. Turning to Wanda, Gui imparted. The immense power within you, bestowed by the Mind Stone, is now also your own. Since the West Wind has entrusted you to me, it is now my responsibility. Only through self-control and profound introspection can you truly master this power. Wanda nodded in understanding. Master Gui began to instruct Wanda in fundamental techniques. Guiding her to control her breath and body, she led Wanda into a meditative state, allowing her mind and body to relax completely. Subsequently, Gui began to circle around Wanda, articulating the essentials word by word. Feel your inner self, engage with the chaos magic, and wield it boldly. Here. No one is watching. Should you lose control, I shall assist you. After a day of training, Wanda approached Gui, who was sipping tea, cradling several ancient tomes. Master, may I take these books with me? Certainly, as long as you return them in their entirety, Gui agreed to Wanda's request. As Wanda departed, Gui's gaze drifted towards a hospital spanning countless streets, where Strange was joyfully performing surgery. It was time to commence. That evening, as Natasha attended to her own tasks, the West Wind visited Wanda's chamber. What are these books? The West Wind inquired, noticing the towering stack of ancient volumes on Wanda's desk. Picking one up, she read. On the control of the self? Everything about meditation? I borrowed these from the library of the sanctum. I believe they will be immensely beneficial. Wanda replied. I think these are merely theoretical. Only the practical is the ultimate truth. But how can you practice without learning the theory? Wanda countered. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I have no retort, the West Wind admitted. Wanda, how about a quick kiss? The West Wind covered the freshly bathed Wanda with a blanket and then joined her under it. No, I have yet to complete my tasks for today. Wanda seized the West Wind's wrist and escaped from the blanket, settling on the sofa to read. Looks like I'll be sleeping alone tonight, the West Wind lamented. Sprawled on Wanda's bed, a look of desolation on her face. Wait a moment, I'll keep you company later. For now, entertain yourself, darling. As night descended, Strange drove his luxury car along perilous, winding mountain roads, conversing on the phone while simultaneously examining patient data recommended by a friend on his car's computer. Such are the consequences of distracted driving. He inadvertently collided with another vehicle, spun several times, and then crashed into a tree by the roadside, spinning yet again, before his luxury car plunged into a ravine. Reckless driving leads to tears from loved ones. Missing the optimal time for treatment. His hand could never return to its original state. In a moment of despair, Strange gazed at his trembling hands, which he struggled to control. After countless treatments, although his hand had improved significantly, it still fell woefully short of his standards, given the severity of the nerve damage. Upon returning home, he received a case file from a doctor friend regarding a construction worker who had suffered a back injury but had miraculously recovered. Lost in thought, Strange resolved to meet this astonishingly restored individual. In their conversation, Jonathan recounted his own story. Wait, did you say sorcerer? Strange, a staunch materialist, found it difficult to accept such terminology. Camartage? How is it that I have never heard of such a place? The very obscurity of Camartage accentuated its uniqueness. Jonathan patted Strange on the shoulder. The place you're about to visit comes at a steep price, but not in monetary terms. After wishing him luck, Jonathan returned to the basketball court. Watching him play, Strange felt a wave of uncertainty. Strange found himself in Nepal. Are you still residing in that sanctuary in New York? Asked Wong, sitting across from Ancient One. The king will naturally oversee the sanctuary. Of course, you are welcome to visit if you wish to see your girlfriend. Ancient One seemed to read Wong's thoughts. The time stone is not particularly amusing. Ah, here they come, Ancient One said, setting down her teacup. So, shall we go meet the future Sorcerer Supreme? What, are you planning to retire? Fear not. I assure you, this time I will not perish. Ancient One opened the door to Camartage in Nepal, and Wong followed closely behind. Ah, Mr. Strange, she greeted, observing the scruffy man with an unkempt beard beside her. Yet she did not smile. You are Wong. I've seen you in the news. Strange recognized Wong. Aren't you part of the Avengers? My girlfriend is studying here. I'm just accompanying her, Wong replied. I see. Strange curiosity about this place deepened. Wong then sat beside Mordo, watching the exchange between the two. So, you've discovered a way to enable cells to self-repair? Strange's excitement grew. No wonder you are researching here. This place is unregulated, and indeed, such cutting-edge technology should remain undisclosed to the public. Soon, Ancient One shattered Strange's illusions. You are mistaken, Mr. Strange. What I refer to is healing the body through the soul. Soul. Strange was momentarily taken aback. All right then, what must we do? Strange. You are one who views the world from within a cavern, perpetually striving to expand that very cavern, yet you remain confined within it. Observing the visibly flustered Strange before her, the Ancient One began to impart her wisdom with patience. This world is replete with extraordinary phenomena, such as this extraterrestrial being, possessing remarkable martial prowess. She gestured towards the wind seated beside her. I refuse to believe in myths, nor do I subscribe to the notions of spiritual power or the strength of faith. Throughout their exchange, the Ancient One maintained a serene smile directed at Strange. Do you think you have discerned my essence? In truth, I have already seen through you. As Strange pointed a finger at the Ancient One, she swiftly retaliated with a slap, expelling his soul from his corporeal form. Witnessing his own hands move freely while observing his body being propped up, Strange's worldview shattered. What is this? He exclaimed in a state of panic. I merely displaced your soul from your body. Is this an illusion? What did you put in the tea? Strange was incredulous. It is merely tea, with a touch of honey. Modu, will he come to his senses? The wind chuckled as he produced a $10 bill. You think I'm unaware of how you tricked Wong into giving you his cassette player? Modu remarked, as if he had seen through the wind's ploy. Ah. So you know, do you? Too bad I cannot perform magic. Otherwise, I would certainly show off. The wind gazed enviously at the Ancient One, who was drawing energy to inscribe a magical array. Why do you not learn? You possess great potential. Those with great potential often find themselves in places of even greater aptitude. Strange, seated and silent, was overwhelmed by the chaos around him. The wind, anticipating the Ancient One's intention to expel him, opened the door. Returning to his body, Strange found himself utterly prostrate, now believing in these mysteries. Teach me, he implored, extending a trembling hand. No. The Ancient One regarded him for a lengthy moment before pushing him outside and closing the door. Is it truly so cruel? Listening to the frantic knocking and shouting from outside, the wind stood beside the Ancient One. It's rather chilly out here. I shall allow him entry shortly. After a considerable interval, the door swung open, and Strange tumbled inside. Your coat. The wind returned Strange's outerwear. Very well, I must take my leave. With a swift motion, he cleaved the fabric of space, returning to the Avengers base with his wife. As Strange surveyed his surroundings, he retrieved his shattered watch, feeling a profound sense of reflection. May I inquire, if I wish to self-study, is that permissible? Strange posed his question. To self-learn, there once was someone akin to you, brilliant yet bereft of resources, named Caecilius. Modu responded. Once you commence your studies, the truth will gradually unfold. Tony, have you seen the news? The eminent physician, Dr. Strange, met with an unfortunate fate, distracted by his driving, leading to his plummet off a cliff. Upon returning to the Avengers headquarters, the West Wind conveyed this news to Tony. I am aware he has squandered a considerable amount of his wealth and subsequently journeyed to Nepal, Tony remarked. I recall you mentioning that there is a sanctum there. Could it be that he has gone to learn the mystical arts? The West Wind nodded in affirmation. At that time I too aspired to learn. But Master Gui denied my request. The reason eludes me. Tony expressed his curiosity. Perhaps, in some alternate universe, you are both Iron Man and a Grand Sorcerer. The West Wind jested. Imagine wielding a cannon on your shoulder and a magical artifact in hand. How delightful would that be? Indeed, it is a splendid fancy. Yet presently I have yet to grasp the inner power you speak of, Tony lamented. Take your time, Tony. Some acquire it instantly, while others may struggle throughout their lives. Chapter 45. The reliable Yunshan. It appears that I lack such talent. Tony, however, felt little disheartened. If he could not master it, why exert himself? Spending so much time only to achieve nothing would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return. With that time, he could have developed countless technological innovations. By the way, the individual you consulted previously, can they truly cure sterility? Reflecting on the diminutive figure who had recently traversed from another world, Tony was filled with curiosity. After all, Natasha had been in this predicament for many years. Could it truly be remedied after such a prolonged period? Tony, you must trust my friend, Xifeng said, patting Tony's shoulder with a sense of nostalgia. The world is vast and filled with wonders. If there can be a living Thor, advanced medical solutions are certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Observing Thor nearby, who was preoccupied with blowing into a bottle, Tony felt a deep resonance. Xifeng, do you think our planet will really face an alien invasion in the future? After a long silence, Tony posed this question. The Chitauri invasion had been a formidable challenge for them, and while their strength had significantly increased since then, what would happen if a more powerful adversary emerged? Before Tony could finish his thought, Steve approached and gently patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, "We win or lose together. Indeed, we are a team." Tony felt a sense of relief wash over him as he stood and made his way to the laboratory. Days passed, and after a lengthy wait, Yunshan's whereabouts remained a mystery. Strange, where could he have gone? Does preparing the medicine truly take this long? Curious. Xifeng left a note for everyone stating that he had matters to attend to, before stepping through the portal leading to the Sword Spirit and arriving at Yongling Village. Alas, a hero. Upon entering Yunshan's home and surveying his surroundings, Xifeng found only his son, Isen, engrossed in his own pursuits. Isen, where is your irresponsible father? After searching the house thoroughly without catching sight of Yunshan, Xifeng descended from the upper floor to inquire. Father? Oh right. He instructed me to give you this when you arrived. Isen recalled, retrieving a pouch of dried medicinal herbs and a letter from the cabinet. Upon opening the envelope and perusing its contents, he read, Xifeng, if you are reading this letter, it means I am currently occupied with urgent matters. Recently, I have received reports that the Yeti Cave is not quite peaceful, so I am going to investigate. By the way, this medicinal soup can be reused. Have your lady friend take it 3 times a day for 10 consecutive days, and I will return to check on her progress. Reusable? Xifeng questioned, examining the substantial bundle of herbs in his hands. Surely the potency must have been exhausted by now? Rest assured, great hero, that is not the case, Isen answered confidently. This is a formula my father acquired from Baichao Jusher, and some of the ingredients were personally harvested by him. Every process has been meticulously overseen by my father. There will be no issues. The Western Wind nodded slightly. Although Yunshan appeared somewhat carefree, he executed his tasks with commendable proficiency, embodying the essence of a diligent worker. Thank you. Here, take this. It's quite delectable. After placing a packet of chocolate into Isen's hand, the Western Wind turned and sauntered back to his marvel pursuits. What is this? Isen pondered, gazing at the unfamiliar letters on the packaging, scratching his head in curiosity. Upon tearing it open, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. And in an instant, his large ears perked up as he popped the chocolate into his mouth. Delicious. I'll save one for father. Yet, would he truly leave any for Yunshan, or would he consume it all? Carrying the medicinal herbs into the kitchen, the Western Wind stood before the array of culinary tools, lost in contemplation. What's wrong? Why are you standing there like a statue? Pause. Who had intended to brew coffee, found the immobile Western Wind peculiar. Picking up the packaging in front of him, he remarked, what a rich herbal scent. What is this? I specifically procured it for Natasha's treatment, the Western Wind replied, but I lack the skills to prepare it. Feeling quite flustered, he lamented that he should have learned more culinary arts earlier to avoid this predicament. Let me handle it. Just have Natasha return when she can, Pa suggested. Setting down his coffee cup. After ushering the Western Wind out, he tore open the lotus leaves and began following the preparation instructions. High heat, low heat. Jarvis. What does this term mean? My Chinese isn't very proficient. Listening to Pa's mutterings and the sounds of him stir-frying, the western wind seized the opportunity to call Natasha. What is going on? The sounds of gunfire echoed from Natasha's end. Sister, I've gathered the medicinal herbs for you. Take a few days off and rest well. The western wind urged. By the way, didn't you sign an agreement? Why are you still working? Return soon, or the medicine will cool. All right. I'll be there shortly. With a sharp click, the call ended. Half an hour later, gazing at the large bowl before him, the western wind unconsciously swallowed hard and moved aside. What is the matter? Paz inquired, perplexed. The aroma was fragrant, and the taste seemed right, bitter with a hint of sweetness. Precisely as per the instructions. No, the western wind waved his hands, eyeing the bowl that exuded a potent medicinal fragrance, feeling a twinge of surprise. I mean, why does this medicine look so peculiar? It resembles a rainbow. At that moment, Natasha approached. Is this what I'm supposed to drink? She scrutinized the concoction with skepticism. Is this really for me? Why does it smell so good? Aren't tea good medicine supposed to taste bitter? Wide-eyed, Natasha turned to the western wind and tentatively asked, Brother, you wouldn't be. Sister, you need not worry. Just give it a try, the western wind encouraged. Go on, drink. As Natasha gazed at the bowl, she swallowed nervously and then downed its contents in one go. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating Natasha's reaction. A warm sensation enveloped Natasha's lower abdomen. As she touched the underside of her belly, she felt a fervent energy swirling around her. That's effective, exclaimed the west wind, lifting Natasha high into the air. Sister, are you happy? Of course. Now, please set me down. Natasha playfully swatted at the west wind, her touch gentle and teasing. My birthday is approaching. Do come to my house then. The west wind, in high spirits, replied, I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. As they watched the west wind skip away, the onlookers exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. On a tranquil night, the west wind silently stood within the sanctuary's library, observing Strange as he munched on an apple while perusing tomes on time research. Strange glanced at the eye of Agamotto resting nearby, then called out the name of the king. When no response came, he rose and approached the eye, removing it from its resting place and donning it around his neck. All right, let us experiment. First, activate the eye of Agamotto. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Strange opened the eye. As the time stone emitted a verdant glow, he infused his right hand with its power and endeavored to manipulate it. As he moved his palm, the bitten apple before him was restored to its original state, the marks of the bite vanishing, and the apple gradually disintegrated into remnants. Good heavens! Strange gasped in astonishment at the scene before him, his gaze shifting to the book. He turned to the torn page, using the power of time to attempt its restoration. Dormammu, the dark dimension, eternal life. Strange read each annotation slowly, only to be interrupted shortly by Mordo and the king. Stop! Mordo shouted, causing Strange to freeze in alarm, promptly closing the gem. How dare you recklessly disrupt the boundaries of time? Mordo approached Strange, anger evident in his demeanor. I was merely following the instructions in the book, Strange stammered, his nerves causing him to falter. What did the book say? Did it not warn of the dangers involved? The king intervened, admonishing him, you must understand. Time manipulation can create temporal branches, resulting in extremely unstable realities. Temporal paradoxes can trap you in an infinite loop, forever ensnared in repetition, or perhaps never existing at all. Mordo's words were laced with urgency. Suddenly sensing a different presence, Mordo turned, brandishing the staff of the living tribunal, eyes vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Realizing she could no longer remain hidden, the west wind stood up. Greetings. I was merely passing through. What? Do you intend to wield the eye of Agamotto to control time? Mordo inquired. No. The west wind quickly waved her hands in denial. I merely came to return a book to Wanda. The west wind found a compelling justification. As it returned the tome to the shelf and tore through the fabric of space, Mordo and Wong once again focused their attention on Strange. Strange. What you did moments ago did not manipulate time and space. Rather, it shattered them, Wong admonished, taking the book firmly in hand. We must not disrupt the natural laws, but defend them. At that moment, Mordo suddenly discerned a pressing query. How did you accomplish that? Mordo inquired. Where did you acquire such an extensive incantation? And how could you possibly comprehend it? I possess an extraordinary memory. Otherwise, how could I have attained a doctorate in medicine? Strange boasted. No, Mordo interjected, halting his response. What you did was not merely a feat of exceptional recall. You are, by nature, a sorcerer. Strange did not feel elated by Mordo's words. He extended his hand, lamenting, yet, my hand still does not obey. When will you reveal the truth to me? Strange pressed. Wong and Mordo exchanged glances before leading Strange into a chamber. Like the Avengers who had previously signed the Sokovia Accords, they shield the world from natural perils. Wong manipulated the central pillar, upon which the earth radiated a golden luminescence. We sorcerers protect the world from the onslaught of magic, he explained. The title of Supreme Sorcerer has been passed down through generations, with the Ancient One being the current holder. The enigmatic sorcerer Agamotto from millennia past is the source of this legacy. Wang pointed to the Eye of Agamotto. The Eye of Agamotto created 3 sanctums in New York, Hong Kong, and London. The sorcerers safeguard these sanctums from threats, such as beings from other dimensions. Like Dormammu? Strange suddenly interjected, recalling what he had read. The two fell silent momentarily before introducing Strange to the Dark Lord, Dormammu. Strange, can I withdraw now? I came here to heal my hands. I have no desire to partake in some arcane war. Just then, Caecilius destroyed the London sanctum, and the shockwave hurled Strange into the New York sanctum. He stood in stunned silence, then stepped outside to examine the address above. Bleecker Street, 177A, New York? Strange was taken aback. Hastily returning to the sanctum and shutting the door behind him, he wandered through the sanctum but found no other sorcerers. However, Daniel, they have designated you the sorcerer of this sanctum. Caecilius altered reality to confront Daniel. You will defend it unto death. Since you are aware, there is no need for further discourse, Daniel declared, wielding his artifact as he launched an attack, yet he found himself overwhelmed. Stop! Strange cried as he witnessed Caecilius thrust a spear into Daniel's chest, but he was too late. How long have you been residing in Camartage, esteemed doctor? Is it appropriate to address you as doctor? The dark eye cream of Caecilius rendered little alteration to his facial expression. I am called Strange, he replied. You ought to cease your actions. Is that so? Yet, I shall not heed your words. Caecilius summoned his minions, who swiftly dashed from the walls, while he ambled leisurely toward Strange. Having not acquired an extensive repertoire of spells, Strange opted for a tactical retreat after dispatching the minions. Caecilius, with an impassive demeanor, approached Strange from behind, manipulating reality to render Strange incapable of further movement. With no other recourse, Strange was left with no choice but to counterattack. Chapter 46. The Ancient One's Resolve Against Death. Are you a sorcerer? Are you truly a sorcerer of the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York? Caecilius chuckled as he beheld Strange, who stood before him wielding nothing but a shield. How could the Ancient One entrust someone like you to guard this place? I am not a sorcerer. I am a doctor, Dr. Strange, Strange retorted. I have come here solely to heal my hands. Heal your hands? Caecilius laughed at the notion. You must know Jonathan, right? I presume you have visited him. His body was restored through magic. Magic? Strange was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in this realm, he had found little in the way of medical technology, having forgotten that this was the sanctum, a place of sorcery. Jonathan must have employed magic to mend his body. Otherwise, given his condition, even divine intervention would prove futile. Very well, then. Bring it on, Strange exclaimed defiantly. Caecilius exchanged glances with the two individuals beside him, and they swiftly charged at Strange while Caecilius himself hovered near the ceiling. Despite the overwhelming power of the elite sorcerers who had absorbed dark energy, Strange fought valiantly, managing to knock one of them to the ground. Seeing this, Caecilius waved his hands, manipulating the very fabric of reality around Strange, rendering him unstable and unable to escape, sending him tumbling to the floor in disarray. As Caecilius turned the entire corridor vertical, Strange seized the opportunity to leap down, kicking the remaining minor sorcerer into the desert below. Oh dear, he sighed, gazing at the sealed portal. Without the enchanted ring, he was powerless to return and could only wait for someone to rescue him. After casting the last of the awakened minions into the rainforest, Strange swallowed hard, nervously watching as Caecilius approached him slowly. Faced with Caecilius's superior strength, Strange wisely opted for a tactical retreat, fighting as he ran. The cloak of levitation. It has chosen you? Caecilius observed with growing irritation as Strange ascended, the cloak billowing behind him. He brandished a translucent sword and launched a fierce attack against Strange. After an inconclusive skirmish, the cloak propelled Strange swiftly backward. It appeared Strange comprehended the cloak's intent, his gaze fixating on the massive axe hanging on the wall, attempting to retrieve it. Wait? Foolish one, that is not an axe. The cloak nearly voiced its frustration at Strange's actions. Ultimately, the cloak yanked Strange sharply, directing him toward the bound armor displayed on the wall. Finally understanding the cloak's purpose, Strange took it down and promptly donned it over Caecilius. With this bizarre maneuver, Caecilius found himself ensnared. What are you saying? Strange inquired, having regained some strength. Upon realizing that Caecilius could not respond, he removed the bindings from his mouth. This is unstoppable, Dr. Strange. Caecilius spoke calmly, declaring that this is both an end and a beginning, a transformation from multitude to singularity. As their conversation concluded, Strange sealed Caecilius's mouth once more. He gazed at Caecilius, rooted to the spot, pondering whether the Ancient One truly drew energy from the dark realm. Yet, lost in thought, he was ambushed. Sensing an impending threat, he turned just in time to be struck in the heart by a blade and subsequently pushed down. Dragging his injured body, with the aid of a magical cloak, Strange opened a portal to the hospital, rushing in and repeatedly calling out Christine's name. Yunshan, do you think this sword, the celestial sword, can be repaired? West Wind inquired, gazing at the shattered blade of the celestial sword of flying moon beside him. I'm not entirely sure. It seems her sword was brought from the celestial realm. Perhaps those from the celestial realm might have a solution. You could consult the three elders. They should have a way, Yunshan replied after a moment of contemplation. The three elders of the martial god. Who knows where they are now? Ever since we parted ways at the martial god's tomb, they have vanished as if into thin air, West Wind sighed. Well, I wouldn't know. Yunshan waved his hand dismissively. I'll head back first. I'll ask the 8 extraordinary talents if they can help and consult the Yin Yang Dao for a reading. By the way, Yunshan turned back. When do you plan to return? Wang Wanru from the Cloud Empire has been waiting in Yoling Village almost every day, inquiring about your whereabouts. If you don't come back soon, the threshold of my home will be worn down. Then I'll trouble you. Tell her that I will come once I finish my affairs here. West Wind chuckled, never expecting that marrying a princess would also mean gaining an empire. What a delightful prospect. If Wang Boy were here, he might. Yunshan looked at the great hero before him, helplessly amused. Well then, I shall take my leave. Today. Wang Wanru donned a sand-brown check paper-printed peep-sleeve dress and a floral gray silk skirt, complemented by a navy blue embroidered skirt. She draped a peacock blue patterned shawl over her shoulders, and her hair was styled in a delicate bun adorned with hairpins. Her ears bore exquisite emerald earrings, and her slender hands were adorned with intricate bangles. Her slim waist was accentuated by a red-orange embroidered corset, and she had a charming pouch fastened at her waist. On her feet were embroidered boots featuring magnolia patterns, presenting an image of elegance and vigor. Is that how he responded? Wang Wanru asked. Did he not specify a time? Little girl, why are you in such a hurry? Yunshan stroked his beard, a playful smile on his face as he looked at her. Those who are meant to return will always come back. Oh, I see. Wang Wanru felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly rallied her spirits, eagerly anticipating the day West Wind would return. Gazing at the shards of the sword immortal before him, West Wind contemplated briefly before drawing forth his own red emperor sword. Channeling the powers of the Hamen divine technique and the martial god's treasure, he encased the fragments of the sword immortal, diligently refining them with his inner strength. He endeavored to ascertain whether he could merge the shards of the sword immortal with his own sword. The fragments, now softened by his inner energy, began to gravitate toward the red emperor sword. Sensing potential success, West Wind cautiously integrated the liquefied shards into the blade's body. The red emperor sword emitted a series of melodious chimes, seemingly elated as it voraciously absorbed the energy of the sword immortal. With each passing moment, the blade radiated a mesmerizing glow of blue and gold, transforming before his eyes. Success. Observing the resplendent brilliance of the blade, West Wind's heart leaped with joy as he grasped the hilt of the red emperor's sword and began to wield it. It appears you have succeeded. A sudden voice echoed behind him, Ancient One. Master, West Wind swiftly turned to call out. The Ancient One approached the window, gazing toward the distant sanctum of New York, where Strange was currently engaged in combat with Caecilius. My plan is to ensure that I do not meet my demise upon falling. After a brief conversation with Strange, I shall succumb to unconsciousness. You truly know how to manipulate events, West Wind remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Strange still requires further development, and Mordo must become more adept. I shall take my leave now. The Ancient One casually opened a portal and stepped through. You don't even need a talisman. West Wind began, but then he found himself in Wanda's chamber, inquiring, Wife, the London sanctum has collapsed, did you know? What did you call me? Wanda lifted her head. Wife, the London sanctum has fallen. How could I not know? Wanda evaded the previous question. The three sanctums served to shield the Earth from magical and interdimensional threats, and now, with London gone, only New York and Hong Kong remained. When did you become a sorceress? West Wind exclaimed in surprise. Just last night, Wanda replied, raising her hand in a gesture of triumph. I successfully passed Master Ancient One's assessment. I am now considered an apprentice sorceress. Moreover, my command over chaos magic has significantly improved, at the very least. I can ensure I do not harm others inadvertently. Regarding Wanda's meteoric rise, West Wind suspected that the Ancient One had provided her with special guidance. So, does this mean we should go assist? Not at all, Wanda replied. The Ancient One stated that she wishes to observe Strange's performance. If we intervene, it is likely that unforeseen events will unfold. I see, West Wind nodded. Though he understood, he still felt an urge to witness the events firsthand. As night fell, he arrived at the hospital and encountered two figures. The Ancient One clearly acknowledged him with a gesture before engaging in conversation with Strange. I have spent many years peering into the future, Strange. Ancient One turned to face Stephen, observing the current moment, and pondered that she might not endure much longer. Likely to become a mere vegetable. Despite her relentless efforts to avert countless calamities, misfortunes perpetually followed. Every individual inevitably arrives at this juncture, Strange. The honest man beside her listened quietly. The West Wind contemplated whether the demise of one could awaken another. Do you truly believe you will depart in this manner? Strange inquired. Would you like to know your future? Ancient One asked. Strange shook his head, yet Ancient One discerned his lingering curiosity. I have not glimpsed your future. I have only seen myriad possibilities. You are inherently kind-hearted, distinguished not by your yearning for success, but by your profound fear of failure. I, too, am a successful physician. Strange retorted. That, too, is the reason for your lack of greatness, Ancient One replied. Arrogance and failure have rendered you oblivious to the simplest yet most crucial matters. Much like that young woman within, Christine. Do you know what the future holds for us? Strange gasped, then urgently pressed for answers. Why not inquire within yourself? Are you genuinely contemplating this matter? Ancient One refrained from responding to his question. As Strange watched Ancient One's spirit slowly detach, he gazed at his hands, then at the distant lightning, lost in contemplation. In the ICU, Christine and Strange beheld Ancient One before them. Who is she? Christine asked Strange beside her. A teacher, a guiding light in the darkness, Strange replied resolutely. Can you do me a favor? Please take care of her. Taken aback by Strange's plea, Christine hesitated before acquiescing. After a moment of tenderness, Strange donned his magical cloak, admonishing it to behave, and opened a portal to Hong Kong. In truth, the cloak was wiping Strange's tears. Yet he misconstrued it as mischief. Observing the throng below poised for battle, Strange retrieved a beer from a nearby crate and clinked it with Thor's. My father spoke of Dormammu, claiming he could thrash him while clad in divine armor, though I am uncertain of its veracity. Thor remarked, mentioning that he had the dwarves forge a suit of armor after once severing a god's arm. Did your father share this tale with you? The West Wind gazed at him wide-eyed. Indeed, just that fragment. After severing a god's arm, your father was besieged by a multitude of deities. Perhaps he refrained from recounting it for fear of losing face. Prepare a shield. Driving the crimson blade into the ground, a surge of green energy enveloped the two, shielding them from the influence of the time stone. Is this what the realm of darkness truly resembles? Gazing into the slowly expanding abyss before him, Thor weighed the Stormbreaker axe in his hands, a weapon forged by the Dwarven King himself, uncertain of its battle prowess. Perhaps it's best to refrain, suggested Westwind. After all, this is not our arena. Without further ado, Thor seized Westwind and leaped down, landing beside Strange. Greetings, Thor acknowledged. However, Mordo paid no heed to the two, remaining vigilant as he stood guard over Strange, manipulating the time stone to restore everything around them. The sanctum was gradually mending. Strange, hold on, the king urged. Observing the already restored Caecilius and his minions not far ahead, Westwind called out, now is the moment to test your fighting strength. All right, Thor exclaimed, hurling the Stormbreaker axe with great force towards Caecilius. Chapter 47, leveling up infinitely at Dormammu's domain as the storm axe charged menacingly before him. Caecilius firmly grasped the shoulders of the individual standing in front of him, pulling them close, his hold unyielding despite the astonished expression on their face. Regret coursed through him. He lamented the decision to join this fervent faction. Now, the man with deep dark circles under his eyes transformed into a pulsating mass of black energy. Soaring into the obscurity of Dormammu's shadowy realm, the madness of the scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, with a leader so willing to betray his comrades. Who would dare to commit themselves wholeheartedly to his cause? Are you not going to intervene? Caecilius inquired, his tone devoid of urgency, as he regarded the last of his fervent followers. With no means of escape and no chance of triumph, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Observing her in action, Caecilius grew impatient, pressing his palm against her forehead and voraciously siphoning the dark energy from within her, reducing her to a mere husk. A chill ran through Xifeng. Oh, this is splendid. This sensation transcends time itself. All that remains is to obliterate you all to witness it. Stretching his limbs, he felt an overwhelming surge of dark energy within him. Caecilius grinned, then unsheathed his blade and charged forth. Thor, it seems you have not engaged in combat for quite some time. Leave this trivial foe to you, Xifeng teased, patting Thor's shoulder with a chuckle. Fear not. Even if 10 of him were to come, I could manage, Thor replied confidently, leaping to evade Caecilius's seismic shockwave, raising Mjolnir high, and striking down with the storm axe. Executing a series of precise attacks, A, followed by W, then an outer circle, engaging A, and culminating in a thunderous execution of 5 layers of lightning. I will return to the embrace of Dormammu. Although his physical form was shattered, the dark energy within him did not dissipate. Instead, it began to drift towards the dark realm. Therefore, we still have tasks to accomplish. The Hong Kong sanctum, which had been destroyed, was restored to its original state by the time stone, while the defeated zealots returned to a state of unexecuted existence, charging towards them. Actually, there is something even more entertaining. Would you care to partake? Xifeng inquired, glancing toward the slowly closing dark realm. Entertaining? Following Xifeng's gaze, the group's attention settled upon the eye of Agamotto adorning Strange's neck. Oh dear, toying with reality is no trivial matter, Wong and Mordo quickly interjected. The astute Strange grasped Xifeng's intentions, removing the eye of Agamotto from around his neck and handing it to him. Wong, Mordo, you should be able to handle these zealots. Correct? We can certainly manage those zealots, even if Caecilius cannot. They exchanged confident glances. Then let us embark on our journey. Wearing the eye of Agamotto, I mimicked Dr. Strange's movements using the artifact's imitation ability. After enveloping myself, Thor, and Strange in a layer of time, the three of us soared into the realm of darkness. The environment was utterly repulsive, reminiscent of the base we had previously visited in Mollusky. Thor surveyed the surroundings, feeling profoundly uncomfortable. What choice did we have? This was indeed the dark realm, rife with malevolence. The wind gestured helplessly. After flying for what felt like an eternity, we descended upon a smaller celestial body. Dormammu. The three exchanged glances, and the wind called out. At the sound of his voice, a pair of immense eyes gradually materialized, revealing the full form of the Dark Lord, Dormammu. You three, have you come to meet your demise? Dormammu sneered at the two humans, whom he regarded as insignificant insects, along with an Asgardian deity. No. We are here to play. Once reassured that the energy of the time stone suffused his being, the wind leaped forward, sword raised high. Thor, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a formidable strike towards Dormammu. Dormammu, you've made a grave mistake. Strange continued to unleash his long-range spells below. You should not provoke Earth. And what if I do? With a dismissive wave, Dormammu sent the wind and Thor flying. He regarded Strange with contempt. Your attacks are utterly inconsequential to me. In an instant, a beam of purple energy obliterated Strange, while the remaining wind and Thor, though difficult to vanquish, ultimately fell. Dormammu. The wind, having reaffirmed the presence of the Time Stone's energy, approached the Dark Lord. I won't wait. Dormammu sensed something amiss. You three should have perished long ago. Indeed. Just moments ago, we were obliterated by your full force. The wind gestured towards the necklace adorning his chest, inquiring, do you recognize this trinket? The Eye of Agamotto. The Time Stone possessed by the Ancient One. Damn it. Dormammu quickly grasped the situation. You have trapped me in this endless loop of time. Astute. The wind applauded. We are here to negotiate terms. Negotiate with me? Impossible. Dormammu, prideful and arrogant, was unwilling to entertain further discourse. He unleashed a beam to send the three away. Dormammu. Damn it. Enraged, Dormammu unleashed his full fury. Whenever they reappeared, he employed every means to ensure their destruction. How has your training progressed? As they reemerged, the wind led the two to a concealed spot to hide. Let me see. Strange rifled through his tomes. There is another spell. I shall examine the incantation first. Wonderful. I shall return here in the future. Beside him, the feline companion, Thor, was engulfed in excitement. This method of cheating was exceedingly pleasurable. It surpassed even the efficacy of the god of War Tower. Coughing slightly, West Wind cleared his throat. Brother, a slip of the tongue. Thor swiftly acknowledged his mistake. All right, I remember now, let us proceed. Typically meticulous, Strange also resorted to some trickery in this moment. How about I fetch a few tomes from the sanctum later? Very well, it is not far. Go swiftly and return promptly. Thus, Dormammu, tormented by the trio, found himself overwhelmed. Initially, he wreaked havoc effortlessly, but as time progressed, the three began to endure for 2 to 3 seconds, then 3 to 4, ultimately extending to a minute. Eventually, he sensed something amiss. Dormammu finally grasped their intentions. Enough. Dormammu activated a ceasefire mode. You three have returned countless times. Thousands, perhaps. You have grown sufficiently. What conditions do you seek? Dormammu was utterly exasperated. Who could endure such torment? Take all your followers from Earth and cease your disturbances. This is our condition. As a mage of the sanctum, Strange held the most authority. Very well. After I take them away, you must immediately lift this cursed spell. Dormammu agreed, promptly transporting his zealots back to the dark dimension, incorporating them into his realm. Thank you, but we fear you may cause trouble. We shall release you once we exit. The trio remained cautious. After exiting, they watched the dark space gradually close, and they dispelled the energy of the time stone. Observing the sanctum restored and the streets returning to normalcy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. King, do you have cash? Here, for the cash. Glancing at the stir-fried noodles from a nearby stall, West Wind unconsciously swallowed. I am hungry as well. They're nodded in agreement, feeling in his pockets. The king readily paid for their meal. Mordo, come sit and eat with us. Soon, Master Gui should regain consciousness. Noticing Mordo standing idly, West Wind urged him to take a seat. You know, sometimes we need to be more adaptable. West Wind gestured. Gazing at the steaming bowl of stir-fried noodles before him and then at the others, Mordo chose not to leave as scripted but to remain. Perhaps due to the fact that Gui had not yet perished. Let us celebrate. Stephen Strange has become the new Sorcerer Supreme. Gui called for Strange to join the others, exclaiming with great enthusiasm. Strange quickly stepped back. Master, I believe I am not yet worthy. Really? Gui scrutinized him from head to toe, then applauded. You have learned many spells and nearly mastered the forbidden arts. I believe you could even defeat me now. Could you not? In response to the words of the Ancient One, Strange merely smiled awkwardly before turning his gaze towards Christine, who had been brought over by the west wind through a portal. Well then, let us each attend to our own affairs, the Ancient One remarked, stretching her limbs. I shall go enjoy some tea. Do remember to return the Eye of Agamotto. In the vast courtyard, only Strange and Christine remained, gradually drawing closer to one another, their hands tenderly caressing each other's cheeks. The west wind and I spoke, and in many multiverses, we have not come together. I fear it shall not be so here either, Strange confessed. Christine, no need for explanations, she interrupted, covering his mouth with her palm. I now fully believe in the magic you spoke of. You are truly magnificent. May I take this watch with me? Strange exhaled in relief as the two embraced tightly. I am delighted for you, Miss Natasha Romanoff. Your health has been restored, and you have regained the form befitting a woman, Jarvis congratulated after examining Natasha. Regrettably, the whereabouts of the west wind were unknown. Natasha's initial joy faded into disappointment. Miss Natasha, Mr. West Wind has asked me to convey a message to you. Jarvis's voice rang out, subsequently playing the west wind's recorded message. Sister Natasha, I have matters to attend to. Take good care of yourself during this time. I shall return in a month or so. Natasha lowered her head, pondering the uncertainty of what a month or so truly meant. Meanwhile, the west wind had arrived at the Eternal Spirit Village. What are you doing here? Did I not remind you to go directly to the Wind Empire upon your return? The sudden appearance of the west wind startled Yushan, who then urged him to leave promptly. What happened? Is there trouble in the Wind Empire? The west wind inquired, curious about the events that transpired during his absence. Nothing has occurred, but if you don't hurry, Wang Wanru will ascend to the throne, and Wang Sura will become the empress, Yunshan remarked, discreetly observing the west wind's expression. How splendid it would be to possess both an emperor and an empress. The west wind's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pulled Yunshan towards the eternal spirit altar. Just then, Yisun emerged from the kitchen with tea. Noticing the absence of both her father and the west wind, which struck her as odd. Quickly, help me open the dragon vein, the west wind urged, anxiously rubbing his hands. You mentioned it. Things there have likely already commenced, and if I delay, I may miss everything. Even if you go now. By the time you traverse the dragon vein to that place, the coronation will nearly be over. Yunshan shot a glance at him. Had you come sooner, you would have been on time. Now look, the opportunity for the throne is lost. Are you pleased with this outcome? Do you believe I care for the position of emperor? The west wind regards this with disdain. What I truly value are the people. TSK, they are all the same. Yunshan harbors this thought. All men in the world are lecherous, save for himself, who maintains his integrity. And if you inquire about Yisun, it was my sister Qin who lured me back in the day. That hardly counts. Go on in. After uncovering the great dragon vein. While the west wind was momentarily distracted, Yunshan delivered a forceful kick, sending him inside. You impudent rascal, lacking any respect. I am the illustrious Lord of Illusions. How dare you treat me this way? You are courting death. How infuriating. Before the west wind could finish his words, the dragon vein sealed shut. Yisun. He turned and departed, as though resolute in his decision. Yunshan lifted the teacup from the plate and began to drink. Fear not. I managed to procure some snacks from him. Soon, we shall visit the Wind Empire together for a meal. Yisun was taken aback. Father, you just kicked him inside. Won't he bear a grudge? You may have a point. Let us proceed with caution as we seek our meal. Chapter 48. A Day in the Wind Empire. A gallant hero. Have you come to attend the coronation ceremony? Alas, it is already concluded. Lu Tian, who was busy arranging for the venue to be cleaned, noticed the arrival of the west wind riding the dragon vein and approached to engage in conversation. It is rather unfortunate that I missed the moment of her ascension. The west wind felt a tinge of disappointment. Hero, Lu Tian whispered softly in his ear. The emperor has decreed that upon our sighting of you, you should join him within the Shunhui courtyard. We were quite concerned that you might not arrive today. Merely jesting. I shall take my leave now. After exchanging a fist bump with Lu Tian, he leisurely admired the scenery along the way as he made his way to the Shunhui courtyard. To think, I have actually become the empress. Wang Suru looked at her half-sister Wang Wanru, who was preening before a mirror, with a look of exasperation. Wanru, it is quite late already. He should not be coming. Should he? Wang Wanru shook her head. I am not entirely sure, but I have a premonition that he will come, for we have made a promise. Wang Sura rose and moved to assist Wang Wanru in donning her elaborate attire, all the while grumbling, you will have to remove all this finery to rest later. Why go through such intricacies? Wang Wanru shot an irritated glance at Wang Suru in response. As the two conversed. The west wind had traversed through the Shuling Palace and arrived at the entrance of the Shunhui courtyard. Although he treaded lightly, his presence was sensed by those within. Who goes there? Wang Sura set aside her task and stepped outside. Shoo. The west wind gestured for silence and employed his lightness skill to move soundlessly, devoid of any breath. Wang Suru quickly understood. Sister, there is no one outside. Is that so? Wang Wanru replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The west wind exchanged a glance with Wang Suru and then approached Wang Wanru from behind, assisting her with the cumbersome garments. Suru, your movements have grown rather rough. Wang Wanru noted, puzzled, yet she dismissed it, attributing it to her sister's minor temper, considering the late hour. Suru? Upon feeling the coarse touch against her skin, Wang Wanru realized that the person behind her was not Wang Suru. She turned around and immediately fell into the embrace of the west wind. After waiting for someone for so long, many emotions begin to shift. During this time of waiting for you, there were countless words I longed to share. I thought you truly would not come. Releasing her hold on the west wind, Wang Wanru found her hands nervously unsure of where to rest. I shall honor the promises made. To betray trust is to lose one's integrity. The west wind turned her around, aiding her in completing the final touches. Come. Let us eat. After she was properly adorned, Wang Wanru led the west wind inside. Shall I take my leave now? Wang Suru, seeing her half-sister fulfilled and the wine having flowed freely, prepared to depart. Wait, you cannot leave. Upon hearing that Wang Suru was preparing to leave, Wang Wanru hastily called out to her, what is the matter, my sister? Wang Suru retracted her foot, which was about to step out of the courtyard, and turned to gaze at her beloved sister. Now is your time. Why should I remain here? Wang Wanru, her cheeks flushed from Wang Suru's words, swiftly dashed to the door and firmly shut it, even tossing the key away. Wang Suru was taken aback, sensing an unprecedented storm approaching. Wanru, you can't be thinking. With a rosy hue on her face, Wanru grasped Xifeng's hand and slowly lowered her head. Did Wang Boyu agree? Wang Suru was momentarily stunned, feeling a subtle change within her body, and quickly turned to inspect the cup she used for drinking. What kind of tea leaves are these? This is clearly a concoction of nutmeg, miracle fruit, lily, safflower, rosemary, angelica, and epimedium. Wanru, Xifeng swallowed involuntarily at the sight of the charming figure before him, pondering whether this mixture could be harmful to one's health. It won't be, Wang Wanru replied, struggling to maintain her composure as her hands began to unfasten her clothing. Xifeng was bewildered. What is happening? Is this some kind of overwhelming technique? Don't resist, Wang Wanru softly interjected. I sent Zhao Qingyu to procure some items. Tonight, your internal energy is temporarily sealed by these substances. You should find yourself rather weakened now. Are you forcing me? Xifeng clenched his fists tightly, though lacking the strength to resist. I must fulfill my father's final decree. With that, she took hold of Wang Suru's hand. Oh, Uncle Tianfeng said you were a trustworthy person. Who knows? Perhaps he was merely looking after the last disciple of Hamen. Yet, you are quite admirable. And a hero at that. Resigned, Wang Suru could only persuade herself as she joined Wang Wanru in subduing the man, who was now devoid of internal power and strength. I never anticipated becoming a captive. The following morning, Xifeng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, began his morning routine. You two stand at attention. After completing his tasks, he was about to speak when he noticed the two kneeling before him, causing him to gasp in surprise as he quickly helped them up, swallowing back the words he had intended to say, which turned into a series of sighs. Why the sighs? The Emperor and Empress of the Wind Empire are both your women, and you're not happy? Wang Suru complained, holding her stomach. All men are the same. Indifferent to women. Do they not realize this is my first time? You have drugged me. Xifeng lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Such potent medicine. And you two did not prepare at all? He recalled overhearing the boastful tales of pirates in taverns, only to realize that there are always greater powers beyond the horizon. Wang Suru gazed at the western wind before her as if confronted by a demon, standing at a height of approximately 3 feet, perhaps even a tad more. How should one approach the court today? This posed a significant dilemma. Wang Wanru was engulfed in worry, having just ascended the throne yesterday. To not attend court today was indeed perplexing. I shall go. Attending is certainly better than staying behind. The western wind volunteered, thus reassuring everyone that the esteemed hero had not perished at the altar of destiny. Well, that is acceptable. Wang Wanru nodded in agreement. As time wore on, the emperor's absence became increasingly concerning. Indeed, could something have happened? Someone speculated. That shouldn't be the case, for yesterday everything was in order. The dialogue within the Hall of Diligence reached the attentive ears of Zhao Qingyu, who, with a curl of his mustache, chose to remain silent. Prime Minister, do you have knowledge of this? Lu Tian began to inquire, only to be interrupted as Zhao Qingyu gestured towards the entrance of the hall. The hero? The exclamation caused everyone present to turn in unison. Ah, it is the heroic western wind. But why is he here? I shall enlighten you. Yesterday, I witnessed the hero entering the Divine Grace Institute. This is monumental. As the crowd's speculation grew closer to the truth, the western wind descended the steps, first exchanging pleasantries with Lu Tian and Zhang Zhengxian, then declaring, Wanru is resting, Any matters can be handled by Zhao Qingyu. Initially taken aback, the crowd soon erupted in applause. What has come over them? The Western Wind pondered, bemused by their fervor. The Wind Empire has long been devoid of descendants, lacking male heirs, you see? Zhao Qingyu cast a glance at the Western Wind. Hero, greater efforts are required, with myself and these two at court. The future of the Wind Empire will rest upon the surname Shi. You rascal. Observing Zhao Qingyu's retreating figure, the Western Wind approached Lu Tian and Zhang Zhongshan. Had this old fellow truly turned over a new leaf? The two nodded in affirmation. Oh right. Lu Tian recalled a matter, producing an item to hand to the Western Wind. Upon inspection, it was a letter. Huipao Lan, Huipao Lan. The Western Wind read aloud. You indeed know this commander of the Storm Serpent Supply Base. Lu Tian chuckled, patting the Western Wind's shoulder, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhang Zhongshan. Before recounting Huipao Lan's previous visit to the Wind Empire, is Dong Tianba seeking a confrontation with me? Yet, he may find himself at a disadvantage, mused the Western Wind. The Wind Empire, in its current state, required recuperation. A single fleet could exponentially enhance our imperial strength. Should you secure their support, you would become the greatest benefactor of the Wind Empire. Lu Tian spoke with utmost seriousness. I have previously heard this from Wang Wanru. The Western Wind replied, somewhat exasperated. Could you not devise a different rationale? A different rationale? Lu Tian and Zhang Zhongshan exchanged glances, struggling to formulate a better reason. In any case, I entrust this to you. Alas, I am destined for a life of toil. The West Wind sighed and acquiesced. The ship is ready for you. Please follow me. Lu Tian then proceeded towards the palace exit. No need for that. West Wind extended his hand. I shall ride the dragon vein. Ah, indeed. In merely half a day's time, West Wind arrived at the Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base of the Pingdong Fleet. Gazing upon the structures nestled within the mountains, he could not help but marvel at how defensible this place was. After incapacitating the guards, traversing the fierce Fish King guerrilla grounds, and sailing forth, he beheld the Iron Fleet before him and pondered, with such formidable might, why not eliminate the world? Were it mine, I would transform into a patriot in an instant. After defeating the guards here, he found himself in the kitchen of the Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base, where a voice abruptly cried out, an intruder. Just as the guard, who was indulging in a drink and a meal, raised the alarm, West Wind struck him unconscious with the back of his blade. He then cast a sidelong glance at the dazed individuals beside him. Do you know where the artillery officer Lan is? West Wind inquired. We do not know. They replied stubbornly. I have been invited as a guest to your Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base, he declared, tossing the letter addressed to him from artillery officer Lan before the gathered crowd. It bore the commander's handwriting. A few examined it and confirmed its authenticity. I shall handle this myself. Seeing that he was merely visiting, although unsure of why he had fought his way through, he was quite direct. Delivering a punch to himself before collapsing, the remaining onlookers following suit. Oh dear, I am famished. After indulging in a hearty meal here, he continued on his journey. Which fool dares cause a ruckus in this sacred kitchen? Upon entering the kitchen, he found Chef Lu Xinghua charging at him with a knife. Sister, go to sleep. I am busy. He dodged and delivered a swift blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious, before entering a side door. Lan, my dear sister, greetings. Ultimately, West Wind arrived at Artillery Officer Lan's training ground. West Wind, I have been waiting for you for so long, you scoundrel. Artillery Officer Lan raised her submachine gun, aiming it at West Wind, unleashing a barrage of bullets. We shall discuss matters later. First, we must settle the score. Beside her, two fierce tigers, one black and one white, prepared to pounce on West Wind. Orange Cat, it's time to transform. Summoning his familiar, West Wind enveloped himself in a sword shield to deflect Artillery Officer Lan's bullets. Upon witnessing that he sustained no injuries, Artillery Officer Lan activated a switch, and the cannons mounted on the walls began to target the approaching West Wind. Oh dear, what is the need for this? West Wind sighed. With a flick of his fingers, the Qi Huang sword sliced through the cannon barrels with precision, leaving perfectly smooth cuts that could perhaps be reattached with glue. All right, cease your attack. You are no match for him. At this moment, Dong Tianba also stepped forward. Grandfather, I must defeat him. Fire Cannon Lan exclaimed, filled with indignation. Well, both of your pets have been vanquished by his summoned beasts, and you are at a loss against him, are you not? Dong Tianba advised. If you continue in this manner, grandfather will be displeased. Humph. With a glare at Xifeng, Fire Cannon Lan sheathed her weapon and approached him, extending her hand. What is it? Xifeng inquired, somewhat puzzled. My necklace. Fire Cannon Lan replied, you took my necklace that day. Just as Xifeng was about to respond about the spoils of war, he noticed Fire Cannon Lan had produced a new necklace. This is the one I intended for you. The one you took was given to me by my grandfather. Did I ever give you one? Dong Tianba asked, utterly bewildered. All right, my dears. Let us keep our distance from this villain. With that, Fire Cannon Lan departed with her tiger. Chapter 49. Here comes the rogue again. Please bring the West Wind to the reception area. After a brief moment to serve tea and snacks to the guests, Dong Tianba began to converse with the West Wind. Hero, I believe you have also sensed the dark aura surrounding my granddaughter. After exchanging pleasantries, Dong Tianba revealed the predicament concerning Huipao Lan. She was an infant discovered in a village tainted by malevolent energies, with the name Huipao Lan inscribed on her swaddling. Despite her daily growth, her health steadily deteriorated. Years passed, and after being confined to her bed, she suddenly took a turn for the worse one fateful night, her life hanging by a thread. The physician who attended to her warned me that she might not survive much longer. With a sigh, Dong Tianba gestured towards the door. The West Wind noticed as well. Someone was eavesdropping just outside, the telltale swish of a ponytail giving away their presence. I struck a deal with the demon realm, sacrificing certain things to restore Lanlan's health. Now that the portal to the demon world has been sealed by you, esteemed hero, I believe you possess a method to combat the dark aura. Thus, I had Lanlan pen a letter, but as you seem to come and go like a shadow, I entrusted the letter to the Wind Empire, awaiting your arrival. Listening to Dong Tianba's account left me momentarily speechless. Huipao Lan's plight was reminiscent of Qin Shiyan's, one afflicted by murky energies, the other by demonic forces. However, Huipao Lan's fate appeared far more hopeful. If I could dispel Qin Shiyan's taint using the techniques of the Hamin, surely I could also eradicate Huipao Lan's dark aura. Lan. Oh, Huipao Lan, please come in, the West Wind called towards the door. Huipao Lan cautiously peeked in, her small head appearing for a moment before she stepped inside. Come here, the West Wind beckoned. Huipao Lan hesitated at the gesture, but upon seeing Dong Tianba nod, she approached. What do you want? As the West Wind's hand slowly reached toward her, Huipao Lan instinctively recoiled, her eyes filled with wariness. I merely wish to remove the eye patch from your left eye. Rest assured, I will not harm you in the slightest, the West Wind reassured her, his gaze imbued with compassion. How infuriating. I will have my strength back one day. Huipao Lan exclaimed, shaking her striking dual ponytails before standing before the West Wind. As the eye patch was lifted, her left eye appeared hollow, devoid of life. A stark expanse of white. Alas, the West Wind sighed upon witnessing Huipao Lan's condition. Hero, Dong Tianba exclaimed, rising abruptly. Is it true that Lanlan has no chance at all? No, the West Wind quickly gestured. I was simply taken aback for a moment. Upon hearing Xifeng's words, Dong Tianba's taut nerves began to ease. He stepped forward and grasped Xifeng's hand. Hero, if you can assist in healing Lanlan's body, henceforth, at our Storm Serpent supply base of the Pingdong fleet, whenever you require assistance, we shall surely respond. Grandfather? Upon hearing such words, tears welled up in Huipao Lan's eyes. Why are you crying? Cheer up. I will summon someone to help with the healing. Yayenshin, truly remarkable. I am curious, crossing a dragon vein. Your speed should be comparable to mine, no? With no internal energy left, how is your lightness skill still so formidable? Gazing at the smiling Yayenshin before him, Xifeng felt a sense of bewilderment, thinking to himself, no wonder he was once one of the 4 heroes of the realm. Yayenshin? Hearing this name, Dong Tianba's heart jolted. Is he the phantom ghost Yayenshin? You are quite intriguing. Yayenshin did not respond to Xifeng's inquiry, but instead regarded the towering Dong Tianba. Despite not having reached an elderly age, your hair is unnaturally white. Your physique is quite peculiar. After a moment of scrutiny, Yayenshin arrived at a conclusion. What have you done in conjunction with the demonic race? Truly deserving of the title Phantom Ghost, Dong Tianba sighed and recounted the earlier discussion with Xifeng. Indeed, you possess considerable resolve. Yayenshin's gaze toward Dong Tianba brimmed with admiration. This task, we shall undertake. Xifeng, let us commence. Xifeng inhaled deeply and began to channel the Hamin divine skill. A golden aura emanated from his body, gradually enveloping Huipao Lan, lifting her gently into the air. With all his might, he infused his inner strength and pure spirit into Huipao Lan, striving to expel the demonic energy from within her. During this process, Xifeng's body began to radiate a brilliant blue light, which gradually surrounded Huipao Lan. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light burst forth from Xifeng, directly striking Huipao Lan. Hold on, young one. Seeing this, Yayenshin also began to harness his internal energy. Although limited, it was sufficient. The beam penetrated the demonic energy and entered Huipao Lan's body. Under the influence of the Hongmin divine skill, her physique underwent a wondrous transformation. A pure light began to emanate from her, as the original demonic energy was gradually dispelled. Xifeng maintained his inner focus and bodily stability until, at last, the demonic energy surrounding Huipao Lan was entirely eradicated. She felt an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom, with a faint glow enveloping her form. Grandfather, sensing the changes within her body, Huipao Lan leaped 3 feet into the air. Wonderful, wonderful, ha ha ha. Dong Tianba beamed with joy at the sight of his treasured granddaughter. Dong Tianba, come here for a moment. What transaction did you engage in with the demonic race? Your condition is deteriorating, resembling a funnel. Yayenshin coughed a few times and then addressed Dong Tianba. I am here to assist you. Dong Tianba nodded and approached him. Through the medium of the West Wind, Yunshan swiftly addressed the physical plight of Dong Tianba. Your body resembles a funnel, and I merely placed a stopper at the narrow end. However, a stopper is bound to dislodge eventually. Yunshan waved his hand, indicating that your condition is far worse than this young lady's. Even divine intervention may be futile. It's nothing, Dong Tianba remarked with a calm demeanor. Having reached this age, living longer holds little significance. He gazed fondly at his granddaughter, Huipao Lan, his heart brimming with joy, for her troubles had also been resolved, leaving him with no regrets. Observing the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, the West Wind led Yunshan aside. Your injuries have not yet healed, West Wind inquired. If you recklessly use your inner strength, your body may revert to its previous state. It's a minor issue, Yunshan replied nonchalantly. Thanks to you. The wounds inflicted by Qin Shiyin with her sword have already mended, and my internal injuries are nearly healed as well. However, my inner strength has yet to return to its former state. I believe I should seek a tranquil place to resume my training. A tranquil place? The West Wind recalled the location and produced a key from his pocket, presenting it to Yunshan. What is this? Yunshan asked, puzzled by the key in his hand. This is the key to Wuri Peak, West Wind explained. Though it is called a key, it is more of a means of entry. Currently, there are few inhabitants at Wuri Peak, so your solitude will remain undisturbed there. Thank you. But there is no need for your escort. I have previously visited the Hongmen of Hongshinggong, and I know the way. Declining West Wind's offer, Yunshan first returned to Yongling village to retrieve his son before heading to Wuri Peak. As he observed Huipao Lan devouring her meal with the ferocity of a famished tiger, the West Wind curiously asked, Dong Tianba, do you not have anyone to look after her meals? Dong Tianba shook his head. She typically has little appetite, as you can see. She has hardly any flesh on her bones. Ha! The West Wind erupted in laughter. Will she ever find a suitor? I share your concerns. They say an ample backside is advantageous for childbirth, yet she struggles to sustain herself. How infuriating. Huipao Lan, overhearing her grandfather's banter with that rogue, felt indignation rise within her and took a few more bites of her meal. Hero, what do you think of Lan Lan? Dong Tianba suddenly inquired. She's all right. Though her temper is a bit fiery, quite like her name, the West Wind replied, momentarily perplexed by Dong Tianba's inquiry. I have also received correspondence from the Wind Empire. Yet I have yet to respond to their demands. Dong Tianba gazed at the West Wind before him and began to speak slowly. It is said that we are the supply base of the Storm Sea Serpent from the Eastern Fleet Branch. However, at best, we are merely a powerful band of pirates. Compared to the likes of the Howling Seas, the Water Yiksha, and the River Dragon, although we possess formidable strength, we are not an official organization. If we were to gain the support of an empire and integrate into it, we would once again become significantly stronger, and few would dare to provoke us. With that, Dong Tianba took a sip of his melancholic drink. Numerous organizations and empires have approached us, most of their conditions entailing our absorption into their ranks, essentially a forced merger that leaves us with no escape. Thus, my friend, I have heard that you share a favorable relationship with the Emperor of the Wind Empire? Dong Tianba's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at the West Wind, eagerly awaiting his response. Well, how should I put it? The relationship is rather intimate. What? Despite having braced himself for the news, Dong Tianba was nonetheless taken aback by such explosive revelations. Soon, a multitude of fantasies began to form in his mind. Would I no longer be a pirate? The Royal Navy. I could become a prominent figure across these 4 continents. Lan Lan, come here. Dong Tianba called over the cannon-wielding Lan, who was still preoccupied with her meal. From now on, you shall no longer be the commander of our Eastern Fleet Branch's Storm Sea Serpent supply base. You will be the leader here. Take good care of what I have painstakingly built. For a moment, Lan was at a loss for words. Moreover, my friend, Dong Tianba turned back to the West Wind. I entrust my Lan Lan to your care. Although the demonic energy has left her body, she has been sustained by it for many years, and her body cannot balance itself immediately. Therefore, I implore you to assist her. In due time, I shall retire in the Wind Empire. Having finished his instructions, Dong Tianba stared blankly at the sky, murmuring to himself. The West Wind and Lan exchanged a glance, tacitly agreeing to ignore the ramblings of this fanciful old man. I am not prepared for this. Please do not move. Lan felt a surge of anxiety as she looked at the West Wind. Just lie still. The pain will only be fleeting, the West Wind replied with a smile as he approached her. Hiss. Ah. As the ointment was applied to Lan's body, she first experienced a burning pain, followed by a wave of relief. Is this truly effective? Observing the West Wind applying the ointment in the mirror, Lan was filled with skepticism. Rest assured, this is made from snow lotus and various icy plants. And as a woman, you are of the Yin nature. This ointment is perfectly suited for you, the West Wind explained while applying it. Be gentle. It tickles. Lan felt a wave of shyness as she sensed the hands on her back. The cannon orchid lacks the substance of Chin Suer and Wang Wanru. When they lie on the bed, they become utterly unwieldy, rolling about, and a moment's inattention can lead to discomfort. In contrast, the cannon orchid resembles a sleek tablet. Simply lie upon it without a care in the world. Hey, are you harboring inappropriate thoughts? The voice of the cannon orchid suddenly pierced through the air. Why do you ask that? My intuition tells me you are speaking ill of me. Although grandfather entrusted you with my care, you had better not provoke my ire. Her tone was laden with weight. Look at you now, utterly at the mercy of others. You, little girl, possess nothing that affects me. The voice of the west wind was particularly grating. Such a psychological assault shattered the cannon orchid's eardrums. How infuriating. The cannon orchid clenched her fists tightly. You'd best not sleep too soundly tonight. If you can infiltrate the room of a martial deity and assassinate him, then he is no longer a martial deity. What can you do to me, girl? Aside from poisoning, you are utterly incapable of besting me. Just wait and see. The cannon orchid pouted and repositioned herself. I must say, your skin is rather splendid. The environment nurtures its people. You are quite adorable, the west wind complimented. Is this a case of a stick followed by a sweet date? Upon hearing such words, the cannon orchid's anger diminished somewhat. If you offer a few kind words, I shall refrain from bullying you. The demonic energy has harmed your body, and now your hair has returned to its natural black. You must eat well to restore your health. Who knows, you might even experience a second growth spurt. Understood. Chapter 50. Revitalizing the Hongmen. Are you planning to accompany me to the Wind Empire? Early the next morning, Xifeng opened the dragon vein and inquired of the artillery expert, Huipao Lan, who stood beside him. Before she could respond, heavy footsteps approached, causing everyone to turn their attention to Dong Tianba, who was dragging a pile of luggage. Lan, you should go with him. Dong Tianba declared as he dropped his burdens with a sigh of relief. It would be better for you to accompany him, should any issues arise with your health. He can assist you promptly. Moreover, your presence is essential for signing the alliance agreement with the Wind Empire. Ah. This Huipao Lan was taken aback and hurriedly ran to Dong Tianba's side, vigorously shaking his hand. Grandfather, didn't you say yesterday that I am no longer the commander of our Storm Sea Serpent supply base, but the leader instead? Did I say that? Dong Tianba turned to look at her. No. The members behind them nodded initially, but quickly shook their heads in denial upon catching Dong Tianba's menacing gaze. Huipao Lan was left bewildered, her last lingering question escaping her lips. Grandfather, are you truly comfortable with me being by his side? The hero who saved the world would not concern himself with a mere little girl like you. Dong Tianba chuckled at his own words. Lan, go. Learning from him could prove beneficial. After all, he is Hong Xian Gong's disciple and reputedly a martial deity. Off you go. With a rebellious expression, Huipao Lan approached Xifeng, requesting his assistance with the luggage. What are you doing? You're not my woman, Xifeng replied without turning, focusing intently on maintaining the dragon vein. Aren't you coming in? Huipao Lan's multitude of words transformed into a series of sighs. Hero, I currently possess no internal strength. How am I to carry these items? Have your pet carry them. Just toss them in, he suggested. The members of the Storm Sea Serpent supply base watched with amusement as their young lady was teased in such a manner. Ugh, how infuriating. Huipao Lan wiped her tears while calling out to her large tiger. Sister is leaving. Take care, eat plenty of meat, and strive to defeat his summoned beasts. Her eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting a profound sadness and reluctance. She gently caressed her two tigers, their fur appearing even softer under the sunlight. The girl buried her face in the tiger's fur, inhaling deeply. It was her last moment of intimacy, feeling the warmth of her beloved companions. The tiger gently licked her hand, as if to respond to her sorrow. Its large eyes conveyed deep emotions, seemingly bidding farewell to the girl. Its tail swayed lightly, a final gesture of goodbye. Why be so sentimental? It's not like I won T return. Now off you go. Why must you be so harsh with me? Huipao Lan approached him, voicing her concern. Yesterday, before we even had a chance to converse, you unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon me. If I do not exhibit ferocity, then who else will? Traversing through the dragon vein, he cast a glance at the artillery operator beside him, feeling a sense of trepidation. Those bullets striking my body did not inflict pain. They did not even graze you, Fire Cannon Lan retorted softly. I apologize. I extend my sincerest regrets. Is this truly the capital of the Wind Empire, Jiaolu City? Observing the city before her, Fire Cannon Lan resembled a rustic girl who had just stepped from her village into the grandeur of the metropolis, wandering with wide-eyed wonder. Having seen so little of the land after so long at sea, did Dong Tianba not bring you out? Have you been adrift upon the waves all this time? The west wind, carrying Fire Cannon Lan's small handbag, trailed closely behind her. Indeed, if we were to venture out to sea, we would inevitably attract the attention of the Howling Sea Bandits, the Water Night Demons, the Mixed River Dragons, and various other pirates who have long coveted our equipment. Fire Cannon Lan turned to say, however, even if they united, they would not stand a chance against us. The hero has returned. At the city gate, Lu Tian, who was inspecting the comings and goings of the citizens, noticed the west wind approaching slowly. Who is this young lady? Upon observing Fire Cannon Lan beside the west wind, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. I am the commander of the Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base of the Pingdong Fleet. Greetings. My name is Fire Cannon Lan. Before the west wind could respond, Fire Cannon Lan preempted by answering Lu Tian's query. Greetings, I am Lu Tian, captain of the capital's Guard of the Wind Empire. Lu Tian exchanged pleasantries before beginning to inspect their documents and luggage for any contraband. Hero. The Emperor is within the Hall of Diligent Governance. You may proceed now. Lu Tian neatly reorganized their belongings and instructed someone to prepare a room for Fire Cannon Lan's possessions. Thank you, Lu Tian. No need for such formality, hero. As they walked along the bustling streets of Jialu City, a smile inevitably graced the face of the west wind, for the world is wondrously beautiful. I wonder, why do these emperors construct their courtrooms to such towering heights? Fire Cannon Lan gazed at the soaring steps ahead, filled with curiosity about the immense human and material resources expended for such a purpose. Your inquiry is indeed thought-provoking. The west wind paused in contemplation before responding. Security considerations. Elevated positions facilitate the safeguarding and observation of lower grounds, ensuring the safety of the court. A symbol of authority. Majestic palaces represent the supreme nature of imperial power, showcasing the dignity and authority of kingship. This display of authority was particularly pronounced during the Warring States period, where each state vied to erect even taller earthen platforms as a symbol of centralized power's grandeur. In summary, there are both security concerns and considerations of authority and imperial display at play. I see, Fire Cannon Lan nodded, somewhat enlightened yet still puzzled. There is no need for an eye patch any longer. Your eye has returned to its former beauty. The west wind gently removed the eye patch from Fire Cannon Lan's left eye, revealing her exquisite gaze. After the guard at the entrance verified the identity of West Wind, he hurried into the Hall of Diligent Administration to report. Announce, General of the Wind Empire, West Wind has come to pay his respects. Zhao Qingyu called out at the entrance. When did I become a general? West Wind inquired, a look of curiosity adorning his face. General, why not enter the hall to pay your respects to the emperor? Zhao Qingyu said with a smile, approaching West Wind and disregarding the presence of Huipao Lan beside him, directly pulling him inside. What does this person mean? Can he see me? Huipao Lan muttered, following them in. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. West Wind declared with cupped hands, casting a glance at Wang Wanru. Though her expression remained calm, a discerning eye could detect a faint blush on her face. Impudent. If you were to pay your respects to the emperor, why do you not kneel? A bystander interjected. What the? West Wind exclaimed. Where do you come from, brat? Anyone who meets the emperor must kneel. This is the law of our land. The young man clearly intended to embarrass West Wind. In an instant, all eyes in the court were upon him, as if regarding a fool. Wanru, is he just arrived? West Wind remarked subtly. Impudent. How dare you speak so recklessly? Before Wang Wanru could respond, Huipao Lan's temper flared. She immediately drew the sword from West Wind's waist, a decorative piece given by Zhao Qingyu, the general's sword, and kicked the young man down, plunging the blade into his palm. It could have been fatal. He had previously faced the demon race and had been provoked. If not for his contributions to the court, his prior offenses would have warranted death, Zhao Qingyu stated coldly. Understood. Huipao Lan began demonstrating her combat prowess. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly delicate girl possessed such terrifying fighting capabilities. After the body was dragged away, Wang Wanru, seated above, gestured for West Wind to come closer, gently patting the seat of the dragon chair beneath her. This is rather inappropriate. Isn't it? Isn't it too obvious? It's fine. Come and sit with me, Wang Wanru replied. Observing the other officials nearby, and seeing that they made no move, West Wind approached and sat beside her on the dragon chair. Accommodating 3 people is not a problem. Viewing the 2 seated above, the onlookers found nothing unusual. After all, he had saved the nation and was the designated son-in-law of the late emperor. Wang Wanru sitting beside him was of no consequence. These officials would rather see West Wind take a seat, leading the nation as soldiers to sweep across the continent. Come forth, bring the agreement I had prepared earlier, and fetch a table and stool for this young lady, Wang Wanru instructed. A short while later, Zhao Qingyu brought the agreement and placed it before Huipao Lan. West Wind. What does this say? I cannot quite comprehend it, Huipao Lan remarked, glancing left and right. Though her management and combat skills were exceptional, she lacked a bit of finesse and strategic thinking, thus requiring the assistance of a military advisor. Upon receiving the agreement and glancing over it briefly, it was clear that although the Pingdong fleet would be integrated into the Wind Empire, the crew and ships would still be retained. However, it was stipulated that a branch must be established here to foster a cooperative relationship, enabling both parties to assist each other as needed. With this understanding, Huipao Lan nodded and unhesitatingly affixed her signature. Is that how you sign? Xifeng exclaimed in astonishment. You haven't even looked at the paper behind. Huipao Lan shrugged off the concern. After the meeting, WNR strolled through the imperial city, linking arms with Xifeng. Now that you are back, when will you leave? She inquired of the man beside her. I will stay for a few days. I plan to revitalize the Hamin and search throughout this world for suitable disciples, Xifeng replied. Although we have thwarted the demonic invasion, numerous threats persist. I intend to start in Jiangliushi, but the conditions are quite stringent. Perhaps even the celestial Wang S or you may not meet the requirements. Observing Xifeng's smile, WNR tightened her grip on his arm. Sometimes, I truly wish to keep you here, to stay in this country and accompany me properly, she murmured. However, you are a great hero. You must do something for this world. Gently tousling WNR's hair and placing a light kiss on her forehead. They walked together under the sun. In no time, news spread from the Wind Empire that the great hero seeking to save the world was recruiting disciples. This lad. YYNSHN chuckled upon reading Xifeng's request for assistance in bringing a youth named QNQN to the Wind Empire. He asks for my help without offering even a nominal fee. YXN. He called to his son, who was practicing outside. As he prepared to embark on the journey to find the young man. No. 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 The words resounded, dismissing countless hopefuls wishing to join Xifeng's ranks. Is there not a single promising candidate? He lamented, as he surveyed the throngs before him, feeling as though he might lose all his hair. I believe they would all make fine pirates, Huipao Lan remarked eagerly, awaiting those who would come to enroll in the Wind Empire branch. Lang Jun. Has it truly been an entire afternoon without finding even one? Lin brought a cup of tea and placed it before Xifeng. Then moved behind him to massage his shoulders. Indeed, Xifeng sighed, drinking the tea in one gulp. Are my expectations too demanding, excessively so? Given Lang Jun's esteemed status, they would surely understand some stringent criteria, Lin reassured him. When I was under Qian's HQN, his standards for selecting individuals were exceedingly high. Not a single person in the entire southern heavenly kingdom caught his eye. By the way, Sister Senior, Sister Xingyi, and Sister LNGL are likely to arrive tomorrow, Lin added with a light laugh. Lang Jun's charm is truly considerable. Their shared trials along the journey forged such a bond between us. You. Before Xifeng could finish speaking, Yulan rested her chin atop Xifeng's head, declaring, I am weary and wish to lean for a moment. Xifeng paused, then gently grasped her hand, saying, Rest well beside me, Yulan. A disheartening defeat. Observing the dissipating crowd, Xifeng sighed and beckoned his attendants to tidy the area. Oh, is it truly over? Lin Xiao, the captain of the Yun Nation's inspection team, inquired with a hint of surprise upon her return from the mission. Indeed, we found not a soul, Xifeng replied. Haha. Lin Xiao chuckled, covering her mouth, hero. Could it be that you claimed their registration fees? Alas, such words cannot be uttered. I even reimbursed their travel expenses. Well then, I have been idle these past few days, so I shall lend you my assistance. Now, shall we go for a meal? Chapter 51. Oh, Yulan, I have heard that you have risen to become the Grand General of our Wind Empire. Truly remarkable, Lin Xiao exclaimed, savoring her food in small bites. In due time, your residence will be quite magnificent. You jest, Xifeng replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. I shall not remain in the Cloud Empire for long. There are many endeavors that await me. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Xiao felt a mild intoxication. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at Xifeng across the table. Hero, were you not always preoccupied with saving the world? Does it not tire you? Does it tire me? Xifeng pondered the question earnestly. In the dark corners of this world, the sights I have witnessed should remain forever shrouded from the light of day. All can vanish in an instant. Thus, I must do my utmost to safeguard this realm. The moment the three elder warriors entrusted me with the divine treasures and the sacred arts of the Hongmen, I found my path. Whatever you choose to do, the Cloud Empire shall always support you, Lin Xiao proclaimed, raising her small fist in solidarity. Thank you, Xifeng replied with a smile. As he watched Lin Xiao sway slightly before entering her home, he fell into contemplation, wondering if his heroic reputation had indeed elevated the affections of those around him. Upon entering the imperial city and returning to his abode, he found Su Ro. How did you come to learn embroidery? He inquired as he awaited Wanru to help him with his attire. He noticed Su Ro seated nearby, embroidering a handkerchief. I have known how to do this for quite some time, even before I arrived here. I simply chose not to practice it, Wang Su Ro explained, handing him a half-finished piece. What a beautiful phoenix in flight. Xifeng marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship in his hands before carefully returning it. Note, phoenix is not a single term. It consists of Feng for the male and Huang for the female. Now that he had assumed the role of Grand General, he felt compelled to do something special for his wife. Thus, he settled himself at the writing desk. Wanru, how does one hold a brush? The first step posed a challenge for this gallant hero. Is it possible? Wanru chuckled, covering her mouth. The hero who charges fearlessly into battle is stumped by such a trivial matter. In an instant, Xifeng's face flushed with embarrassment at her teasing. "Come here," he beckoned, pulling Wang Wanru into his lap and gently pinching the soft flesh at her waist. "Am I interrupting?" At that moment, Yulan entered the Xinhui courtyard, carrying a pot of tea to sober up the revelers. "Yulan, come quickly and rescue me," Wang Wanru exclaimed, seeing Yulan as her savior. "I cannot assist you with your husband. You must figure it out yourself," Yulan remarked, observing the affectionate couple before she went to assist Wang Suro. Although a bit clumsy, she learned quickly to know how to utilize one's talents wisely, to humbly accept counsel, to value agricultural production, to implement rights and laws, to enforce the imperial examination system, to strengthen central authority, to uphold Confucian ideals. As Wang Wanru gazed upon the sentences crafted by Xifeng, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Noticing the reverence reflected in the gaze of the beauty in his embrace, Xifeng remarked, "Do you believe this is all the result of my secret internet research? Tomorrow, I shall seek out Zhao Qingyu to discuss matters thoroughly. This is your reward." Wang Wanru planted a kiss on Xifeng's cheek, then picked up a piece of paper and began to read, occasionally adding her own thoughts. Observing that time was still ample and everyone had their own pursuits, Xifeng selected a book on the history of the southern heavenly kingdom from the nearby bookshelf and began to peruse its pages. "Huipao Lan, please come in. It's quite desolate outside," he suddenly called out. The group of beauties, upon hearing Xifeng's words, noticed the twin ponytails dancing at the doorway. "Oh dear, I've been discovered." A small head peeked in, followed by Huipao Lan entering the Xinhui courtyard. "Isn't it customary for emperors to reside in splendid places?" she mused, darting around the simple courtyard, which lacked any notable features. "This place holds great significance for me," Wang Wanru smiled. "The stories here could span 3 days and nights without end." "Oh, I see," Huipao Lan nodded, her understanding half-formed. "If you find it lonely to sleep alone at the inn, you may move your belongings here and stay in Xinhui courtyard. We have plenty of guest rooms," Xifeng added. "Yes, absolutely," Huipao Lan exclaimed, dashing out with youthful exuberance. As Wang Wanru watched Huipao Lan's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Prior to her knowledge, she had always assumed that the commander of the Storm Sea Serpent Supply Base was a mature and composed middle-aged man. Upon learning that the commander was a woman, she envisioned a graceful and capable figure, only to discover instead a young girl. Young girls have their own myriad of stories, sighed Xifeng, recounting Huipao Lan's experiences in a gentle tone. The room fell into a contemplative silence. "She has a kind grandfather, though not by blood. Alas, that is all in the past. Things are much better now." Just then, Huipao Lan returned, laden with a plethora of belongings. "Where is my room?" she inquired. "Come, I shall show you." Yulan stood and approached Huipao Lan. "You are quite alluring," Huipao Lan remarked, appraising Yulan from head to toe. "It's nothing. Many say the same of me," Yulan replied, shaking her head as she led Huipao Lan away from the study. Watching Yulan's silhouette, Xifeng resolved to spend the evening in her company. That night, as Yulan extinguished the lamp and prepared for rest, she noticed a pair of large eyes observing her. "Since when has my lord taken to such antics?" Yulan smiled seductively, then reclined beside him. "You have changed remarkably," Xifeng said, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and drawing her close. "Indeed, since I have come to the side of my lord, my transformation has been profound. No longer do I need to tread cautiously beside the demon emperor, living in a state of constant trepidation. I can now embrace a life of freedom as a normal person. In my past, I was known as the cunning strategist, the Scorpion Emperor, whose treachery earned him a prestigious position within the demon clan and the favor of the demon emperor. However, a woman who relies on deceit is seldom welcomed among them. Yet, everything changed when I encountered you. You gently cradled the face of Xifeng, cleansing the demonic aura from my being, transforming me from a demon into a human. Although my lifespan has significantly diminished, my sense of safety has greatly increased, and I find a newfound tranquility. It seems I am quite fortunate." With a smile, Xifeng remarked, and then covered both of us with a blanket. "Young man, I have brought the person you seek." On the following day of the apprentice selection, Yayanshin introduced Qin. Initially, the young lad was adamant about not leaving with me, but upon hearing your name, he complied. "What kind of enchantment did you cast on him?" Yayanshin inquired, intrigued. "I merely assisted him with numerous matters." Xifeng waved his hand. "Now, since you have nothing pressing to attend to, why not stay and lend me a hand?" "Assist you?" Yayanshin looked at the throng of people before him, marveling at the influence of fame. When everything concluded, he too had considered taking on apprentices, but few recognized the name of the 4 heroes of the world, a curious predicament indeed. Consequently, Yayanshin settled beside Xifeng, and the attentive Qin joined them as well. As the trio of Xifeng, Yayanshin, and Qin took their seats, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Xifeng does not want you. Alas, Yayanshin might find you acceptable enough to begrudgingly accept you," Yayanshin jested. "If Yayanshin does not want you, then you may walk this way. Shall you join the navy of the Wind Empire?" "What? You lack strength? Then perhaps it is best to return home. Master, why is it that you do not have a single apprentice? Qixin asked, glancing at Xifeng, who wore a frown. They had already gathered several individuals. Ha ha ha, Yayunshan laughed heartily. Your master's standards are exceedingly high. It is only natural that no one has met them. I see. Qixin nodded, seemingly grasping the situation, then her eyes lit up. So I can interpret this as my potential being exceptionally high? Ah, well, Yayunshan was at a loss for words. Should I say you are merely riding on connections? Currently, although the gates to the demon realm remain closed, the embodiment of the demon emperor, Qianjin, has yet to be defeated. You understand my implication, do you not? Xifeng whispered to Yayunshan, ensuring the others were not attentive. Indeed, Yayunshan's expression turned serious. I previously sought the guidance of the yin-yang Taoist immortal confer divination. The demon emperor still roams this world. Perhaps you should seek out the demon strategist named Yulan, whom you have taken in. She might possess some pertinent information. The West Wind shook his head. Ever since I purified her body, she has been unable to establish any connection with the demon clan. Yet this is indeed a positive development. I see, Yinshan nodded. My inner strength is gradually beginning to recover as well. Previously, Feiyue sought me out. She has nearly resolved the matter concerning Qin Shiyan. I will entrust you with the task of locating her and bringing her to care for. Understood. General. Someone wishes to see you. At that moment, Hu Lei, responsible for guarding Jiang Liushi, approached, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the sunlight that illuminated the West Wind. Father-in-law. West Wind bowed respectfully to Wang Boyu. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality, Wang Boyu chuckled, pulling West Wind up. He then turned to the youth beside him. Is this your newly accepted disciple? Wang Boyu inquired. Indeed, West Wind nodded. Hello, Grandpa. Qin is capable of speech. Ah, ha ha ha, splendid. Wang Boyu affectionately ruffled Qin's hair before seating himself next to West Wind. Lin Xiao'er brought news that individuals resembling Qianjin have been spotted in various locations, including the Fire Dragon's Lair, Shenlong Valley, and the Baiqing mountain range. Wang Boyu produced a portrait and handed it to West Wind. This silhouette, I shall never mistake. With just a glance, Yinshan recognized the figure in the image. We need further comparisons to confirm his identity. Wang Boyu shook his head. It is still too early to draw conclusions. No, we, the four heroes of the world, are exceedingly familiar with one another. Even the most advanced disguise would not deceive us, let alone this portrait. Yinshan responded, through the image, I can sense a potent demonic aura emanating from him. We shall need to visit the Martial God Tower. By the way, Qianjin earned the title of Martial God and the qualification to master divine skills only after conquering that tower. I wonder why the letters from the three Zen masters have yet to arrive. In any case, you must also challenge and conquer the Martial God Tower. West Wind nodded. Furthermore, recent rumors suggest that members of the Black Dragon cult, whom you previously dealt with when they attempted to abduct Wang Suru, have been seen lurking behind the Fengwei Pavilion, according to Lin Xiao'er's information. No sooner had Wang Boyu finished speaking than Li Xiao'ao approached, shouldering a large spear. Greetings. Old Emperor, Li Xiao'ao waved at Wang Boyu. Wang Boyu nodded in acknowledgement. Those members of the Black Dragon cult were eliminated by me last night. I witnessed them capturing a group of villagers and subsequently followed them to the Fengwei Pavilion's annex, where I apprehended them all. Li Xiao'ao continued. Despite the conclusion of the Black Dragon's destiny ritual, why do they still speak of the Black Dragon's descent? Thereafter, Li Xiao'ao handed a secret letter from the Black Dragon cult to West Wind. Does Brother Tianfeng know? With a brief glance, West Wind looked up and inquired. Li Xiao'ao nodded, stating that Tianfeng has already made arrangements and Su Xiangyang is there as well, considering it is the domain of the Green Forest Bandits. I understand. And I will assist when the time comes. Therefore, do take extra caution then. After conversing for a while longer, Li Xiao'ao indicated his departure. Alas, Wang Boyu sighed, lamenting that true peace may never arrive. When will this menace come to an end? Perhaps it will only be when the seas run dry and the rocks wear away. Or when drops of water can hollow out stone. The eternal struggle between light and darkness shall never cease. Wherever there is light, shadows will inevitably follow. And where there is darkness, illumination will emerge. The Cloud Empire has also found itself in unrest of late. And one wonders what the Empress Dowager of the Cloud Empire is occupied with. As Wang Boyu pondered this, he rose to leave. The name Empress Dowager lingered on the lips of Xifeng. She is indeed among the most formidable figures in the realm of sword spirits. So mature. A true favorite of Boss Chow, with her striking red attire and alluring figure, who could resist? Lang Jun, pay attention, look up, Yulan remarked, noticing Xifeng's unusual demeanor. Gently tapping his forehead. Ah, Xifeng hastily concealed his expression. With Yulan absent by Qianjin's side, yet there will surely be the presence of Zhang Lan and Li Lan. Matters will inevitably resurface.